Chapter 1. The Iron Man Falls from the Sky. According to our latest report, the famous playboy Tony Stark's luxurious seaside villa on the West Coast was attacked by two armed helicopters at 2:40 p.m. It is believed that this is a retaliation from a group called the Ten Rings after Stark's public provocations. Currently, Stark's whereabouts are unknown, and only ruins remain at the scene. Smack! A slightly greasy little hand slapped the old radio that was broadcasting the news, shutting off the sound. Harry Kina, who had just risen from a pile of parts, couldn't help but rub his forehead. Tony Stark's mansion had been attacked by terrorists. This might be the biggest news of the day. The radio had been repeating this news all afternoon. Harry Kina stretched in the cramped research room, relieved that his mother, Mrs. Louise, was out on a date all day, giving him plenty of time to develop his defensive weapons. After long hours of bending over his work, Harry's back ached, and he needed to stand up and move around. He didn't want to suffer from a herniated disc at such a young age. Oh, I forgot to introduce him. Harry Kina is 13 years old this year, which is different from the 12 mentioned in the summary. Is actually a year older. The somewhat silly author suddenly remembered he should be a year older, but forgot to update the summary, so he can only mention it here. 13-year-old Harry Kina lives in the small town of Vichy, Tennessee, with his mother, Louise. As for his father, he disappeared 6 years ago while buying a lottery ticket. No one knows if he was abducted by aliens or accidentally wandered into Silent Hill. But none of that is important. What matters is that Harry Kina is not an ordinary 13-year-old. He is a cosmic refugee, to be precise, a refugee from another universe. His original universe experienced an apocalypse. Simply put, the sun inexplicably exploded, and the scorching solar storms killed 80% of life on the surface in an instant. The ensuing eternal winter extinguished the last remnants of life. Fortunately, at that time, Harry was not on Earth, but aboard a spaceship at the edge of the universe, searching for a second habitable planet for humanity. Unfortunately, although they did not encounter the solar storms, they were captured by a mysteriously appearing black hole, and the entire spaceship was torn apart by the black hole's gravitational pull, including the people aboard. When Harry woke up, he found himself reborn as a newborn baby. For the first 12 years, Harry thought this was just an ordinary world. Although a playboy suddenly declared himself Iron Man, to Harry, he was just a high-tech, highly intelligent human. His iron suit was nothing special, similar in performance to his previous universe's spacesuit, but slightly inferior. After all, his previous suit could fly higher and not freeze clearly. The clever Mr. Starr had not considered the low temperatures at high altitudes. However, the alien invasion incident in 2012 instilled a sense of crisis in Harry. This universe was different from his former one. There were actually extraterrestrial beings. Looking at the massive biological warships of the invading alien species, it seemed that their technological level was not low. Although the news reported that the Avengers had dealt with the alien invasion, the event still left Harry with a heightened sense of danger. Harry wanted to arm himself. Fortunately, he was not completely unprepared. His mind still contained all the technological knowledge from his previous universe. This knowledge was enough for him to arm himself, just like Iron Man Tony Stark, to create armor that could protect him. Okay, let's keep the introduction brief here. At this moment, Harry Kina was hiding in his makeshift research room, developing portable weapons to protect himself. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers away from Harry's home, boom! The peaceful snowy ground erupted into a flurry of snowflakes, and a red and yellow damaged suit of armor crashed awkwardly into the snow. Tony Stark, still dazed, was jolted awake by the cold wind as he opened his armor. "Is this snow?" Tony asked uncertainly, looking at the falling snowflakes. "Yes, sir," Jarvis replied. Tony was confused. "How can it be snow? Where am I? The north?" "You are in Tennessee, 5 kilometers outside Rose Hill," Jarvis replied, which left Tony feeling bewildered. "What? Why was I brought here?" "According to your latest input for the destination, this is where you were flown. I should have told you to take me to a safe location. This is very safe, sir." After a bit of banter, Tony resigned his fate. His 42 Malawian Kwacha suit was severely damaged, and with a malfunctioning power system, he had no choice but to drag his armor in search of a place to communicate and let Pepper know he was safe. After doing all this, he spotted a light in the distance. "That must be a small town, right?" Tony contacted Jarvis. "Jarvis, scan the area ahead for me. I need an empty house without people to fix my armor." "Understood, sir." Scanning now. Jarvis acted quickly, and soon found a suitable location for Tony, beginning the voice navigation. Looking at the dark house in front of him, Tony approached a warehouse-like building and picked up a crowbar leaning against the wall to pry the door open. Almost simultaneously, the alarm in Harry's research room began to sound. Beep, 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 beep. Harry had not set a voice alarm, but a relatively quiet, low-frequency alarm, so it wouldn't easily disturb the outside. His current research room had poor soundproofing and loud noises would carry outside. He didn't want his mom to find out he had dug such a large space under the warehouse. Harry went to the monitor to check the footage. He frowned. This isn't New York, it's still snowing here. Why is this guy wearing a short-sleeved shirt to steal something? What is he stealing? Clothes? Harry genuinely didn't understand what the guy in the video was thinking. Shall we activate the defense system? A nearby Bluetooth speaker asked. Harry nodded. Activate at the moment he opens the door. Got it. Outside, Tony Stark was shivering as he pried open the door, but Jarvis in his earpiece suddenly sounded an alarm. Sir, an abnormal signal source has been detected. You may be under surveillance. What? Tony continued prying, and by the time he heard this, he had already opened the warehouse door. In an instant, two thin wires shot out and struck Tony Stark. The rapid current instantly paralyzed Tony, knocking him unconscious. Meanwhile, in the research room, Harry frowned deeply. He had just heard the report from the speaker and realized that it seemed like a significant figure had been electrocuted. Chapter 2. Missing. Report, Master. A connection with an unknown high-intelligence AI has been detected. Should we cut off the connection? The speaker's authorization request was not finished when it sent a flurry of urgent signals. Beep, beep, beep. The speaker's data model is under invasion. Activate automatic defense mode. Hearing this, Harry felt something was off. There were only a handful of high-intelligence AIs in the world, and according to the information collected from the data model he established for the dumb girl, only 3 could be considered highly intelligent, 2 of which were official, and 1 was private. Clearly, the unknown high-intelligence AI that could be carried around and communicate in real time was the private one. In other words, the unknown high-intelligence AI was the core information processor of Stark Industries. Jarvis. Harry gazed at the person in the surveillance footage who had been electrocuted. The one in the short sleeves is the missing Tony Stark. After leaving the research lab and arriving at the warehouse door, he struggled to turn the person over. Looking at the familiar face that often appeared in the headlines, Harry confirmed that this was indeed the missing Tony. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jarvis, whose communication had been blocked, contacted Ms. Pepper, who was hiding with Maya Hansen. Ms. Pepper, Mr. Stark has currently lost signal contact and is suspected to have been kidnapped. May I have authorization to activate the satellite computer and increase processing power to restore contact? Jarvis's intrusion was blocked, and although the dumb girl was also highly intelligent, the data Harry fed, it was still too little. Additionally, the computer Harry built had limited processing power due to its equipment, which made it difficult for the dumb girl AI to cope with Jarvis. Fortunately, Jarvis did not have a separate chip on Tony. The connection between them relied solely on data flow, allowing the dumb girl to use data corruption to counteract the data flow and block Jarvis's connection to Tony. Solving this blockage was simple for Jarvis. He just needed to increase processing power to break through the data corruption. However, to enhance processing power, authorization was required, and since Tony was missing, the only person who could authorize it was Ms. Pepper. What? Tony is missing? What happened? Pepper, who was driving, heard the news and instantly became flustered, almost losing grip of the steering wheel. Although Jarvis had developed some emotions, they were minimal, and he didn't comfort Pepper, but merely repeated, "Do you authorize the activation of satellite computer number 1? Authorize, of course. Hurry, Jarvis, find Tony immediately." Pepper replied in a panic as she heard the voice again. With authorization granted, Jarvis quickly connected to satellite computer number 1, and the increase in processing power allowed him to easily break through the data blockage created by the dumb girl. "Hey, wake up." Harry reached out and slapped Tony's face that he originally intended to splash water on him. But since this person had saved the world not long ago, treating him that way seemed too unfriendly. In the end, Harry chose to gently slap his face to wake him up. Where am I? Tony Stark, feeling hungry, tired, cold, and electrocuted, thought the whole day felt like a nightmare, hoping that when he woke up, life would be the same as before. But clearly wasn't. As he slowly opened his eyes, he saw a dilapidated house that would never appear in his life. What was I doing? In his daze, Tony began to recall his previous encounters, and finally, The terrible memories of the entire day surged back to him. He remembered where he was. His gaze wandered around and landed on the little boy in front of him. "Hey boy, is this your home?" "Well, to be precise, this is my family's warehouse," Harry nodded, and it seemed Tony had regained consciousness. "Why does your family's warehouse have an electric shock device? Where are your parents? Don't they fear you getting electrocuted? Truly irresponsible parents." Was it really Tony Stark? He opened his mouth and was immediately unlikable. Harry looked at Tony expressionlessly and replied blandly, "My mom went out on a date tonight, and as for my dad, he went out to buy a lottery ticket. I think he must have one, otherwise he should have been back 6 years ago. Sorry, kid." Tony Stark's expression stiffened. He didn't expect that his words would hit a nerve. "Oh, the famous Tony Stark can actually apologize?" Harry raised an eyebrow, looking incredulous, which made the corner of Tony's mouth twitch. "Hey, I might not like you anymore." "Whatever. All right, kid, can you tell me where this place is? You should know, right? Would your intelligent AI just abandon you?" After Harry said that, Tony suddenly realized it was too quiet around, and he couldn't help but call out for Jarvis. After calling twice without a response, Tony began to feel anxious. Fortunately, he finally got a reply on the third call. "Jarvis, what happened? Why didn't you respond when I called you earlier?" "Sorry, sir. I just encountered an attack from an unknown data entity, which blocked my communication signal." An attack from an unknown data entity. Tony immediately became alert. His current state was not good. His armor was damaged and unusable, and his combat capability was only slightly better than the little boy in front of him. In this situation, if he encountered that guy's minions, it would be dangerous. Thinking of this, Tony urgently commanded Jarvis. Damn it couldn't be that guy's doing, could it? "Jarvis, immediately search for the location of that unknown data entity." "Actually, sir, the signal emitter of that data entity is only 5 meters away from you. Would you like assistance?" 5 meters? That should be visible to the naked eye. Tony's alert gaze scanned the surroundings, but in the dilapidated warehouse, apart from a Ford with no engine, there was nothing mechanical. "Wait, the little boy in front of me." Tony suddenly realized something was off. He had previously asked Jarvis to search for human heat sources nearby and confirmed that the house was empty before breaking in. If there was no one, then where did this little boy come from? Tony's gaze fixed on Harry, and he asked uncertainly, "FBI or SHIELD?" Tony instinctively felt that the little boy in front of him, or perhaps not just a little boy, but possibly a dwarf, could be from an official department. After all, Tony didn't believe an ordinary child could evade Jarvis's search. Chapter 3. Will you be my Robin? Do you think someone my age could be an agent? Harry looked at Tony, who was lying on the sofa, with a strange expression, not understanding why he would have such a bizarre idea. Tony scoffed. "You might be a dwarf. The possibility of you being an agent is far less reasonable than a 13-year-old being able to develop artificial intelligence. By the way, can you untie me? This is really uncomfortable this moment." Tony was lying sideways on the sofa, his hands bound behind his back, and after a long time, he felt that the circulation in his hands was becoming impaired. "Okay, but I advise you not to do anything dangerous." Harry pointed at the 2 black pipes on the ceiling that were aimed at Tony. Although he didn't know what they were, Tony felt that something that could be used to threaten him by this kid shouldn't just be a decoration. After a wry smile and a nod, Harry stepped forward to untie the restraints on his hands. Rubbing his wrists that were marked red from the bindings, Tony stood up from the dilapidated sofa. He raised his eyebrows slightly as he noticed that the 2 black pipes on the ceiling moved with his body, and those dark openings were constantly locking onto him. It controlled by that artificial intelligence? I just don't know what it will shoot out. It wouldn't be a stun gun again, would it? Tony thought to himself as he slowly surveyed the slightly dilapidated warehouse. Jarvis told him that the signal transmitter of that artificial intelligence was very close to him, but the indoor environment was clear at a glance. There weren't even any thicker cables. This indicated that there should at least be a hidden space here. After scanning the area, Tony turned his gaze back to the child. "You say your name is Harry Kina, right? I acknowledge your cleverness, so may I ask, can you help me? You should understand that I am a superhero, and now superheroes need to deal with supervillains, and I need your help." "Like Robin to Batman?" "Exactly. You can be my Robin," Tony said, pointing at Harry Kina, full of confidence. Surely no child could refuse to become a hero. "Sorry, I refuse." "Very well, you just what? You refuse?" Tony was somewhat stunned. He didn't expect to be rejected. Harry Kina was not some delusional kid. He just wanted to live a safe life and didn't want to get involved in any foolishness like fighting crime. "Hey kid, you should know that not everyone can get what I need," Tony said, feeling quite displeased. He had never been rejected by anyone throughout his life. "I don't want to stir up trouble, and you're clearly a big trouble, but if I remember correctly, you declared war on terrorists this morning, and by this afternoon, you were retaliated against, even involving your girlfriend. Even your close girlfriend nearly had an accident. I definitely don't want to get involved." Harry's words pierced Tony Stark's chest like a sharp sword, instantly darkening his already displeased expression. "Hey, I protected them. I didn't let them get hurt," Tony shouted, as if venting that he said this. But he knew very well that if it weren't for his recklessness, Pepper wouldn't have encountered this situation. It was precisely because of his guilt that he yelled in a venting manner, as it slightly alleviated his inner guilt. Harry frowned and dug at his ears. At this moment, he had no goodwill left for Tony. Looking at Tony's flushed face, Harry said coldly, "Instead of shouting at me here, why don't you hurry and protect your girlfriend? You are currently missing, and the terrorists can't find you, but they can capture your girlfriend to threaten you to show up." Upon hearing this, Tony was immediately drenched in cold sweat. He had been so focused on finding a place to repair his armor that he hadn't considered Pepper's safety. As Harry Kina said, it was very likely that the terrorists would capture Pepper to threaten him. Thinking of this, Tony immediately ordered Jarvis to locate Pepper. He had set up a Jarvis subroutine on Pepper's vehicle, but at this moment, the subroutine couldn't work because her entire car was already wrecked. "Sorry, sir. Miss Pepper has lost contact." "Then hurry up and find her. Use all Stark Industries satellites to locate her." Tony's face turned crimson as he shouted this, feeling dizzy and weak as he collapsed to the ground. His anxiety disorder had unfortunately flared up at this moment. Is he sick? Why is he fainting again? Harry looked at the unconscious Tony and couldn't help but mutter. Suddenly, a broken wooden box in the corner of the warehouse shook, and a black, round figure that looked like it was made of several rubber tires emerged from box. However, its inflated body seemed too round, causing it to get stuck halfway in the wooden box. The tire figure, with its two round arms exposed, tried several times to pull itself out of the broken wooden box. After several unsuccessful attempts, it simply slid the box over to Harry. "Ding ding, medical robot K3 at your service. The patient has severe generalized anxiety disorder. Please seek a professional psychotherapist for medication treatment. If needed, K3 can directly dial emergency services or schedule a psychotherapist appointment. Please choose an affordable price range. Professional therapists cost $3,000. The dark medical robot moved next to Harry and began scanning Tony on the ground, then started spewing a long string of words. Harry helplessly stepped forward to shut down its startup program. This medical robot was merely an experimental product created during the development of artificial intelligence. From its dialogue, it was clear that it was an artificial intelligence failure. The original idea was for it to have autonomous medical capabilities, becoming a truly useful medical robot. However, after data was input, this medical robot could only scan human conditions and call for help, making it a complete failure. But for some reason, why did this robot, which should have been shut down, suddenly activate? Was it triggered by some keyword? Just as Harry was puzzled, the previously shut down medical robot, K3, unexpectedly rebooted again. However, this time, the rebooted medical robot did not scan the human body and report the condition as before. Instead, it made a request to Harry. Chapter 4. Intelligent Life. Hello, Mr. Harry. I am Mr. Stark's intelligent butler, Jarvis. As soon as the medical robot K3 spoke, Harry's expression changed. He never expected that the intelligent AI developed by Tony Stark would directly invade the robot he created. Although K3's intelligence is not high, any advanced AI could breach his firewall and directly invade the core. However, this alone would not be enough to change Harry's expression. The reason for his surprise was Jarvis's autonomy. Tony Stark is currently unconscious, and any actions by an AI require human commands. Yet Jarvis had not received any orders from Tony Stark and autonomously invaded its own robot, even communicating with itself. This was no longer at the level of a highly intelligent program. In Harry's mind, this kind of intelligence was akin to a fully formed life, an intelligent life form. Mr. Harry, Mr. Stark's tranquilizer is in the left arm armor of 42 Malawian kwaches. I request that you administer the tranquilizer to Mr. Stark. Upon hearing this, Harry did not rush to retrieve it. Although Tony was now unconscious, it was not life-threatening. What intrigued Harry more was this high-intelligence life form that had invaded and taken control of his medical robot. Are you requesting my help? Is Tony Stark teaching you to invade others' homes to ask for assistance? Apologies, sir. I am sorry for my actions, but Mr. Stark truly needs treatment right now. The fact that it could apologize indicated a high level of intelligence, far surpassing his current dummy AI. Harry looked at the robot that appeared to be K3 but had J-A-R-V-I-S at its core, almost unable to contain his envy. Just as Harry was about to continue testing J-A-R-V-S, the warehouse's loudspeaker suddenly emitted the voice of his dummy AI. Master, the dummy's data storage is full. Requesting an upgrade. Huh? Harry remembered that with the makeshift computing power he had, it would take at least 2 months to upgrade the dummy. How could it be ready so quickly? Before he could ask, J-A-R-V-I-S spoke again. According to the interpersonal relationship principles in my database, help must be preceded by payment. I have already prepaid you, and I once again request your assistance. No need to guess. It was all laid out clearly. Harry looked at K3 with a gaze that could almost emit green light. Goodness, it was still a growing, intelligent life form, vastly ahead of the standards of this world. Even in the world he came from, among the many dummy intelligent systems, only one dummy had gained emotions and become an intelligent life form due to some buried, unknown reasons. The dummy he currently had could barely be considered a high-level program, let alone an intelligent life form. It was light years away from that. How fortunate Tony Stark was to possess such a fully formed, intelligent life. Now, Harry looked at the unconscious Tony on the ground with considerable envy and jealousy. However, since the other party had already prepaid, he couldn't take advantage of it without doing anything. Following J-A-R-V-I-S-S instructions, Harry approached the damaged armor outside the warehouse, struggled to unfasten the left arm armor, maneuvered around the small exterior missiles, and retrieved the tranquilizer inside. The tranquilizer's effect was evident. Within seconds of administering it, Tony's twisted expression relaxed. Seeing that he wouldn't wake up immediately, Harry thought it would be unwise to leave him outside. Moreover, he was a bit envious of Tony's damaged armor. After all, Tony Stark was not short on cash, and every component on that armor was worth 10,000 times more than the scrap he picked up from the junkyard. Harry wanted to see if he could snag a couple of parts before Tony woke up. The world knew of the incident where Tony, as Iron Man, was attacked by terrorists, and S.H.I.L. naturally was not unaware. Strangely, however, S.H.I.E.L.D. had not taken any action at this moment. It wouldn't be accurate to say there was no action at all. At least Nick Fury, the current head of S.H.I.L.D. and the founder of the Avengers, was quite agitated. He stood outside the medical room with a dark expression. Of course, being a black man, even if his face was black with anger, no one would notice anything unusual. Inside the medical room lay Phil Coulson, A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who had previously died. How long until he wakes up? Nick Fury's gaze was fixed on the unconscious Coulson on the hospital bed. This is uncertain. It could be tomorrow or 2 years later, replied a green-skinned alien resembling a goblin standing behind Nick Fury. This answer did not satisfy Nick Fury. He turned around, his remaining eye gazing intently at the alien, speaking in a deep tone. You didn't say it like that back then. I only said he could be saved, but I didn't guarantee when he would wake up. You can see for yourself. All his vital signs are normal. He is indeed alive. Nick Fury's eyes were cold, but he did not say anything further. He simply turned back to continue staring at Coulson on the hospital bed. The attitude of these Skrulls had changed. It was different from when they initially requested refuge. Was it because he had not fulfilled his promises over the years, expressing dissatisfaction? Nick Fury was somewhat unsure, but did not want to continue a standoff. He still needed these Skrulls, especially after becoming the head of S.H.I.L.D. His control over the organization was still insufficient. Initially, he thought it was just a matter of a new appointment and a slow transition, but now it had been decades, and he could only control those he had promoted. This was not right. Something fell off. Nick Fury had a desire to investigate, but there were simply too few personnel. Any mobilization of high-level agents like Barton and Natasha would attract attention from within the organization. He needed someone who could draw all eyes, allowing Natasha and the others to hide and investigate. Fortunately, he already had a candidate. Who could attract more attention than the beacon of justice, Captain America? The attack on Tony Stark, coupled with S.H.I.L.'s lack of any warning, made Nick Fury's thoughts on investigating the internal situation even more pressing. He turned and left the medical room. Although the Skrulls did not say when Coulson would wake up, they also did not say he wouldn't wake up. It was merely a matter of time, and Nick Fury could wait. Chapter 5. Killian's Revenge. Oh, Potts, look at the person you've chosen. She can't even protect herself. Killian's fingertips traced Pepper's cheek, a smug smile plastered on his face. Pepper turned her head, tried to evade Killian's hand, but her body was bound to the frame, leaving her no way to escape. However, Pepper, known as Little Pepper, was not someone who could be toyed with easily. As Killian's fingers moved from her cheek to the corner of her mouth, Pepper suddenly opened her mouth and bit down hard, not holding back at all, firmly clamping down on Killian's palm. The sudden turn of events made the bodyguards behind Killian tense up, pulling out their guns and aiming at Pepper. Hey, don't be nervous. Put the guns down. Killian raised his left hand slightly, signaling his bodyguards to lower their weapons. He certainly didn't want one of his men to accidentally fire and kill Pepper. After calming his men, Killian looked at the biting Pepper with interest, even though his palm was already bleeding from her bite. Yet, it seemed Killian felt no pain at all. Instead, he chuckled, as expected of Pepper. I've heard Tony often calls you Little Pepper, and it really fits. No wonder Tony's gossip has decreased a lot over the years. Laughing, Killian spoke, but his arm began to glow red. The faint red light spread to his palm, and the rapidly rising temperature quickly made Pepper release her bite. Her eyes widened as she watched the wound on Killian's palm heal rapidly from where she had bitten him. In response to Pepper's astonished gaze, Killian said, "Isn't it amazing? This is the result of my research, humanity's glorious evolution." Killian turned and picked up a shiny silver syringe from the nearby tools, the cold needle gliding over Pepper's arm. What a great invention this is, yet Tony Stark looks down on it. I will make him regret his arrogance. Tony's intelligence is not something you can compare to. If you showed him this research and he didn't choose to pursue it, it must be because there are significant problems with your research, even in such a dangerous situation. Pepper still defended Tony Stark. This left Killian feeling surprised. Although you're overly superstitious about Tony Stark, you're not wrong. This research is indeed remarkable, but it has its issues. If the human body overheats, my extremist virus will go out of control, turning into a ticking time bomb. This problem has troubled me for quite some time, but I believe the clever Mr. Stark can definitely solve it for me. Tony wouldn't help you. You're right, just like when he left me on the rooftop back then. He has always looked down on me, hasn't he? But he once helped me. He will definitely save you. Killian abruptly jabbed the syringe into Pepper's arm, the rough motion causing her to cry out in pain. Hearing her scream, Killian squinted, placing his index finger to his lips and whispering, "Shoo, keep it down. This is just the beginning. The extremist virus will unlock the power within your body, making you a superhuman. However, the process will be extremely painful. Your cells will break down and reorganize, as if ants are gnawing inside you. But this is just the beginning. I advise you to hold on. Of course, the pain is just an appetizer. After that, you'll need to rely on luck. If you're lucky, you'll evolve gloriously like us, gaining infinite power and the ability to withstand molten iron. But if you're unlucky, boom, Killian said, spreading his palm wide, as if a balloon had burst in his hand. Watching Pepper's pained expression, Killian laughed even more maniacally. Just like that, painful, right? I need to record your expression to show Tony. I believe that for the one he loves, he will definitely solve the hidden dangers of this extremist virus. Of course, that's assuming he really loves you that much. Looks like I fainted again. Tony Stark was now slowly regaining consciousness, unsure if the sedative was still in effect. Upon waking, Stark felt much calmer. Even when seeing his 42 Malawian Quatches disassembled, he didn't get angry. All right, he had to admit that seeing the scattered 42 Malawian Quatches did make his heart race a bit. Oh, you're awake. Want something to eat? I bought a beef burger. Harry, sitting among the scattered parts of the 42 Malawian kwaches, greeted Tony without changing his expression. Even though he had carelessly dismantled his things, he had prepared some comfort food. Tony rubbed his stomach. Hearing beef burger made him feel hungry. Following Harry's direction, he picked up the burger and took big bites while observing his surroundings. The environment was not large, with iron sheets wrapped and welded everywhere, messy cables strewn in the corners, complemented by dark yellow fluorescent tubes that looked like they had been taken from somewhere. The overall environment resembled an unlicensed workshop. After hastily finishing the burger, Tony raised his hand, causing the 42 Malawian kwaches parts on the ground to tremble, but they stopped after a moment. The residual power in these parts isn't much. If you try a few more times, you'll run out of the last bit of electricity, Harry said, holding onto the MK-42's hand joint without looking up. He was trying to dismantle the energy component connected to the hand's laser cannon, which could control the output power, allowing it to expand into a cannon or concentrate into a beam, exactly what he needed now. Tony sighed. Could you stop disassembling? If you keep going, even if it gets charged, it won't be usable. Anyway, it's already wasted. These things can be repurposed just fine. Just have your Jarvis send you a good one. Harry continued his work, and Tony felt speechless. How could this kid not feel even a little embarrassed about his actions? Seeing that Harry was ignoring him, Tony decided to focus on his own tasks. Just as Harry had said, he needed Jarvis to send him a suit. On the other side of the control panel, there was something resembling a computer, but it was merely a makeshift black and white television used as a display screen, while the main unit was an old radio casing with memory made from game cartridges. Tony took a glance and then looked away. Although the computer didn't look impressive, its performance was unexpectedly good. As Tony typed away at the code, he asked, "Kid, did you put all this together yourself?" "Of course, this is my secret base. You're only allowed to stay one night, and you can't tell anyone when you go out." Chapter 6. Pursuit. Tony did not stay overnight in Harry's secret base, which was the underground garage. In fact, he hurriedly ate a hamburger and prepared to leave, as time was of the essence for him. He needed to find out where Mandarin was as soon as possible. After all, Pepper was now missing, and the sooner he found Mandarin, the sooner he could ensure Pepper's safety. Harry wasn't too concerned about Tony's departure. After all, Tony left his suit behind to charge. This suit was modular, with each component having its own energy supply module. Although Tony mentioned having Jarvis send a new suit, he had no intention of abandoning this one. Furthermore, Tony was just going to town to look for clues, and, according to him, he had already pinpointed a location that morning. Seeing that Tony was so determined, Harry didn't interfere. After all, he had just obtained what he wanted and was now in a position to develop his weapon. Tony was a grown adult and didn't need him to worry about him. For some unknown reason, Tony's actions went surprisingly smoothly. He originally planned to check out a bar for information, but it turned out that a relative of someone involved in a bombing incident was waiting there. Although she was not waiting for Tony, she mistakenly thought he was the person she was waiting for. This coincidence made Tony wonder if Lady Luck was finally smiling on him. He took the documents from the lady and frowned at the information. Another veteran? The direction Harry pointed to had a military ID tag as well. This wasn't a coincidence. Was there military involvement? No wonder Tony speculated about military involvement. After all, the attack that had occurred today was too bizarre. 2 armed helicopters had directly entered the heart of America and bombed his seaside villa on Manhattan Island. How could that happen without military clearance? He recalled that when he first made the suit and flew in the sky, the military captured him and intercepted him. Even his speed of 2.5 Mach was caught by military radar and intercepted. It didn't make sense that they couldn't intercept 2 mere armed helicopters. Before Tony could delve deeper into his thoughts, the documents in his hand were suddenly pressed down by a delicate hand. In the past, Tony might have praised that beautiful palm. "Sir, this might not be something you should be looking at." The owner of the palm smiled and said. Tony looked up, and if it weren't for the abnormal flush flickering on her face, he might have genuinely admired her beauty. Unfortunately, this beauty seemed to be no ordinary person. As the flush on her face and palm flickered, and the sudden rise in temperature caused the paper documents to ignite. The elderly woman who had handed over the documents saw this scene and quickly left her seat, running towards the bar's exit. The flames ignited by Tony attracted the attention of a sheriff at the bar. The somewhat overweight sheriff placed one hand on his gun holster and pointed at the woman with his other hand, warning, "Hey, arson is not allowed here." The woman narrowed her eyes, and as the sheriff was about to approach, she suddenly turned and threw him aside. This scene stunned everyone in the bar. The sheriff was no small figure, weighing at least over 200 pounds, yet he was tossed aside effortlessly by the slender blonde woman. Well, it wasn't exactly effortless. At the very least, the sheriff's body had crashed into the bar counter. This sudden scene sent the patrons of the bar into a panic. Tony, who had already grabbed a metal officer ID tag and jumped out the window when the blonde woman turned, wasn't foolish enough to stay there in shock. The blonde woman didn't rush to chase after Tony when she saw him jump out. Instead, she calmly watched his retreating figure with a smile. Tony couldn't escape. After all, there was a real madwoman waiting outside. As Tony jumped out the window, he quickly determined the direction and ran with all his strength. He didn't even dare to look back, fearing that just turning his head would give that terrifying woman the chance to catch up. However, perhaps Lady Luck had shifted her gaze as Tony collided with someone while running. It felt as if he had crashed into a wall of flesh, and he was sent flying. The person he bumped into didn't even sway. They lightly brushed off their wrinkled clothing and then grinned maliciously at the fallen Tony. Tony's face stiffened as he looked at the faint red glow on the person's face. He knew this was another one of those freaks like the woman before. Despite the pain in his rear, Tony endured it and rolled into a restaurant. The man in black walked into the restaurant at a leisurely pace, like a cat catching a mouse, filled with malicious intent, wanting to see Tony struggle until he was exhausted and ultimately caught. Hiding in the restaurant's kitchen, Tony listened to the heavy footsteps. His heart raced, but he didn't panic. Should he be grateful for the man's arrogance? A wry smile appeared on Tony's disheveled face as he glanced at the time on the children's watch. He immediately opened the refrigerator door. The microwave in the restaurant reached the set temperature, and the metal ID tag that Tony had placed inside sparked. In an instant, it exploded like a bomb with a loud bang. The explosion engulfed the man in black, and the immense shockwave sent Tony flying back. Even with the refrigerator door as a shield, Tony covered his arm, looking at the smoke-filled area. The explosion had fractured his arm, but the good news was that he had finally eliminated one of them. Exhaling a sigh of relief despite the excruciating pain, Tony opened the back door of the restaurant. He hadn't forgotten that there was still a strange woman in the town. He needed to leave quickly. In the now clear restaurant, the center of the explosion revealed the man in black in a pitiful state. He hadn't expected that the high-temperature explosion from a mere microwave would cause so much damage, leaving most of his upper body flesh burned away, with his left shoulder looking hollow. However, such a tragic state did not kill him. The man in black, with half of his face missing flesh, slowly grinned and began to laugh. During his laughter, the decaying flesh rapidly regenerated, including the arm that had been blown off. Chapter 7. Rescue Few. I really need a suit right now, Tony gasped as he climbed over a fence. Once he got past this water treatment plant, he would be back at the kids' base. By now, his 42 Malawian kwaches should have been sufficient for a while, right? After fleeing so clumsily for so long, he truly missed his suit, which provided him with the sense of security he desperately needed. Bang! A figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Tony, causing the top of the truck to dent. The person blocking Tony was the same man in black who had been blown up earlier. Tony looked at the figure and slowly stepped back. The upper half of the man's clothes was torn, but the exposed skin showed no bruises. Tony couldn't believe that in such an explosion, the opponent had only lost his clothes. What kind of physique is this? It must be stronger than that American popsicle physique, right? Regardless of whether the opponent was stronger or weaker than the American popsicle, it was clear that Tony was not in a position to fight back. He turned to run, but his body froze again. There was no way around it. When he turned around, the blonde woman had already appeared behind him, wearing a mocking smile. Hey, can we negotiate? How much is that master paying you? I can offer double, no? 10 times. Kaboom! The black-clad man, unfazed by Tony's words, clasped his hands in front of him, cracking his knuckles repeatedly. The blonde woman behind Tony chuckled. What my master gives us, you can't match. Hey, don't say that. In America, there's nothing Tony Stark, can't provide, Tony retorted. The blonde woman remained unmoved, and the man in black closed in. Realizing communication was futile, Tony wasn't the type to sit back and wait either. Having undergone a fair amount of combat training, Tony swiftly crouched down, dodging the black-clad man's grasp aimed at his neck. With a well-placed punch aimed at the man's side, he struck with all his might. That punch landed squarely. If it were a normal person, they would undoubtedly bend over in pain, allowing Tony to follow up with a series of combo attacks to take down his opponent. Unfortunately, he was not facing a normal person. Tony's punch landed on the black-clad man's side, but the man didn't react at all. Before Tony could make another move, the man's arm bent and came down, directly trapping Tony's shoulder with a force Tony found hard to resist. Tightening around his neck, with his throat constricted, Tony inserted his hands into the gap between his neck and the black-clad man's arm, trying to pry it open, but this move proved to be ineffective. The black-clad man's strength was astonishing. Compared to him, Tony felt like a weak woman, completely unable to fight back. Soon, his face turned red, and he struggled to breathe. Just as the black-clad man was about to choke Tony to death, the blonde woman spoke up. "Don't actually kill him. The boss will be angry." The black-clad man's movements paused. He hadn't cared about Tony's life or death. But the blonde woman's words reminded him that his boss wanted him alive. With that thought, the black-clad man loosened his grip. Gasping for air, Tony fell to the ground, clutching his throat and breathing heavily. After a while, he began to cough. He had nearly lost his life. The black-clad man waited for Tony to recover, and when he did, he intended to grab him and take him to see the boss. Just as the man reached for Tony, a dark arrow shot in from nowhere, piercing the black-clad man's arm. As the arrow penetrated, the line attached to it tightened with immense force. The barbed arrow embedded itself into the man's flesh, and with that force, he was yanked away. This sudden turn of events caught Tony's attention. The blonde woman looked around warily, and suddenly, a metal tube rolled to her feet. Seeing the metal tube, the blonde woman sensed danger. Before she could react, it erupted with dazzling white light. Tony had anticipated this, and had already closed his eyes, avoiding the blinding glare. Harry's voice came from a distance. With his eyes still closed, Tony cautiously felt his way toward the sound. As he got closer, Harry grabbed him and pulled him under the truck. "What are you doing here?" Once out of the range of the white light, Tony was finally able to open his eyes. However, seeing the child in front of him darkened his expression. Although he had already recognized Harry's voice, seeing him in such a dangerous situation made Tony unhappy. He didn't want a child involved in such perilous matters. "I'm here to save you." Harry calmly observed the outside. He hadn't come on a whim. While Tony was being chased, Jarvis had been persistently urging him to come. The flashbang's effect wouldn't last long. The light was already fading, but the damage was still ongoing. The blonde woman was still rubbing her eyes and was temporarily unable to act. Tony glanced sideways and saw an opportunity. He wanted to pull Harry away, but as soon as he moved, the blonde woman pinpointed their location. Even with her eyes closed, she instinctively threw a stone. The blonde woman had considerable strength. Tony vividly remembered how easily she had flung a heavy-set man. The stone she threw had significant power, comparable to a handgun, and it slammed into the metal wall behind Tony, making a dent 2 meters deep. Seeing that dent, Tony swallowed hard and shrank back under the truck. He didn't want to get hit by that stone. The consequences would undoubtedly be painful. Though the blonde woman couldn't open her eyes for now, the black-clad man had returned, but he was missing his left arm and his shoulder was bloody. Worried that Tony might be rescued, the black-clad man hurried back. He simply tore off his own arm. After all, it could regenerate. By doing so, he could escape more quickly. Under the truck, both Harry and Tony witnessed the man's arm regenerate. At that moment, Tony understood that the earlier blow hadn't left the man unscathed. He had healed from all his injuries. Harry, seeing the black-clad man's severed arm regenerate, looked somewhat shocked. Such rapid regeneration wasn't unheard of. But how could it happen so quickly? The formation of biological cells requires time, not to mention that the man's skeleton was regenerating too. What kind of technology is this world using? With such regeneration technology, why are people still using button phones? Is the trajectory of technology so skewed? Chapter 8. Is this still Earthling? In that direction, look. The blonde woman, covering one eye with her hand, pointed to the place where she had previously thrown stones, urging the man in black to search. Although she couldn't see for the moment, the sound she heard earlier confirmed that Tony Stark was in that direction. The man in black walked towards the direction indicated by the blonde woman. There weren't many things in the water plant. The only cover available were a few water storage trucks and a park delivery truck. The man in black flipped over one truck after another in search. Harry and Tony were tensed as they saw each other getting closer. "Do you have a plan?" Tony asked, his palms sweating with nervousness. If the kid next to him didn't have a way to escape, then he would have to take a risk. At the very least, he had to get the kid out. Harry gripped a strangely shaped gun tightly in his hands. Hearing Tony's question, he fixed his gaze on the approaching man in black. The man's rapidly regenerating body and his ease in flipping over trucks were far from what a normal person could achieve. Harry couldn't help but regret not bringing more weapons. Now he could only hope that the blonde woman's support would arrive in time. As the man in black reached out to press against the truck, preparing to flip it over again for inspection, Tony rolled out from the other side of the vehicle at Harry's signal. This drew the man in black's attention to Tony, and at that moment, Harry quickly raised his gun and fired at the distracted figure. There was no smoke or fire, just a faint blue light that flashed, striking the man in black and causing his movements to halt. Instantly, ice formed over his body, and in less than a second, the man was turned into an ice sculpture. The blonde woman, regaining her sight, saw this scene and her pupils narrowed. For some reason, she didn't rush forward. She noticed Harry crawling out from under the truck and saw Tony looking pleased. Her gaze shifted between the two, as if she had discovered something interesting, and she quietly concealed herself. "Hey, awesome. What is this? A freeze gun?" Tony Stark exclaimed, looking at the man in black, now turned into a humanoid ice sculpture. Initially thinking that the strange gun Harry had was just a normal handgun he invented, he was surprised to find it was a weapon capable of freezing people. A freeze gun? More or less, but it's also thanks to the energy device in your armor. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to condense the gas into a liquid. Harry explained. With the man in black frozen, the immediate crisis was temporarily resolved, and Harry let out a sigh of relief. Hearing Tony's words, he began to describe the difficulties in making the freeze gun. Although Tony was pleased with the temporary solution, he remembered the blonde woman with super strength. The flashbang's effect, while initially strong, would only last for a few seconds. The blonde woman should have regained her sight by now. Tony nervously glanced towards the location of the blonde woman, but there was no sign of her. Her disappearance made Tony extremely anxious, while Harry raised a question. Uncle Tony, does this person have other abilities?" The man in black, although immobilized by the ice, had a flickering red light within him that was becoming increasingly apparent. This abnormal sight made Harry feel uneasy. Turning back, Tony also saw the scene and then remembered that the man in black and the blonde woman likely shared similar powers. He asked Harry, "How low is the temperature of your freeze gun?" 245 degrees, Harry replied. "That's not enough." Hearing that temperature, Tony frowned and shook his head. Based on the explosion results from earlier, the highest temperature at the scene had even reached 3,000 degrees, meaning the superhuman could achieve such high surface temperatures. If Harry's freeze gun could reach absolute zero, then it should be able to freeze him, but it was still far from that point. Once the man in black surface temperature rose to 1,000 degrees, he could break free from the ice. What? That's close to absolute zero. That's still not enough. Could he be a fire person? Can he really unleash temperatures over 1,000 degrees? Harry thought Tony was joking when he said it wasn't enough. To break his freeze, the man would need to reach at least 1,000 degrees, which was not something an ordinary person could do, unless he was like that fire person from the comics. Tony smiled wryly and nodded. "You're actually right. He can indeed generate fire." Before Harry could question further, the surface of the man in black, who was encased in ice, turned completely crimson. The ice surrounding him was rapidly melting, and as gaps began to appear, the man in black moved. With a slight tremor, the ice exploded like it had a bomb inside, sending shards flying, some even cutting Harry's face, touching the blood seeping from his cheek. Harry didn't hesitate and raised his gun to shoot at him continuously. However, the freeze gun had lost its earlier power. The blue rays hit the man as the ice was just forming but began to melt due to the high temperature. Yet, it wasn't entirely in vain. At the very least, the vapor from the melting ice formed a cloud of mist that obscured the man in black's vision. When the freeze gun finally ran out of energy and could no longer emit freeze rays, Harry decisively discarded it and pulled Tony to run. What on earth have you gotten into? Rapid regeneration and now high temperatures. Are these even Earthlings? Where were they hiding during the alien invasion? Harry felt like he was going crazy. The people he encountered that night were just too extraordinary. He definitely shouldn't have gotten involved with these superheroes. I don't know how that sudden appearance of that master mount brought along this group of freaks. Tony's situation wasn't much better. He had previously suffered from severe anxiety, but it turned out that all anxiety was irrelevant when it came to life-threatening situations. The man in black leaped out of the mist, resembling a little Superman, jumping over 10 meters in one bound, landing right in front of Harry and Tony in just 2 steps. Tony pulled Harry behind him, nervously watching the man in black and saying, "If you're going to grab someone, grab me. Don't touch the kid." Knowing they couldn't escape, Tony stood in front of Harry. After all, he had heard that their boss wanted him alive, so even if he was caught, he might not necessarily die. Harry looked at Tony's back in surprise. He actually had this kind of responsibility in such a dire situation. It was a far cry from his missing father's sense of responsibility. The fully red man in black was not in a good state. The extreme virus they injected had its miraculous aspects, but the dangers were significant. The most fatal risk was overheating. Once the body temperature exceeded a certain threshold, it would uncontrollably continue to rise until it surpassed the body's limits, ultimately leading to an explosion. Now, the man in black was in an overheated state, with the rising temperature impairing his brain's ability to think normally. He had only one thought: to destroy everything in front of him. Don't worry about me. They won't kill me. When he catches me, he won't have time to care about you. You must run quickly. Only leaving here is safe, Tony said, looking at the approaching man in black, feeling tense but still trying to comfort Harry. Chapter 9. Sandstorm Funeral Bang. The black-clad man's arm pierced through the iron wall behind Tony. If Harry hadn't pulled Tony down quickly, it wouldn't have just been the iron wall that was pierced, but also Tony's head. Are you sure they won't kill you? They're clearly out to get you, Harry asked the shocked Tony. Just moments ago, he had almost died, and Tony was a bit dazed. How could he know why this person was so insane? Didn't they say they wanted him alive? Yet here they were, trying to kill him. He must have lost his mind, Tony said in exasperation, quickly lunging forward. The black-clad man withdrew his arm and reached down to grab. Tony lunged forward to evade the grasp. Unfortunately, his movements were not very agile. While his body dodged, his ankle was still caught. The black-clad man seized Tony's ankle and lifted him upside down. "Hey, you better put me down." Before he could finish, Tony was flung away. Thud! He crashed heavily against the wall and coughed up blood, now feeling a bit of understanding for how Thor's brother felt when Hulk beat him up. After tossing Tony away, the black-clad man locked onto Harry, delivering a swift kick. Fortunately, Harry was small and managed to dodge it just in time with a roll. The black-clad man, missing his target, came in with a straight punch that was incredibly fast, leaving no time to evade. It struck Harry directly. Despite the protective device he carried activating quickly, it couldn't withstand the force of the punch, sending him flying. Unintentionally, Harry flew directly toward Tony's position, and with Tony acting as a human cushion, Harry didn't sustain major injuries. However, poor Tony wasn't so lucky. The incoming Harry hit him like a human cannonball, making him feel as if his internal organs had shifted, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. A few more hits like that, and Tony would be out of blood. The black-clad man rushed over, preparing to deliver a powerful punch, seemingly intending to take out both Tony and Harry at once. Harry removed a damaged ring, the one that activated his protective device during the black-clad man's earlier attack. Unfortunately, the shield that could withstand a small car's impact was easily destroyed by that punch. Watching the black-clad man approach with another punch, Harry intended to throw the damaged ring to trigger its self-destruct mechanism. Although it had little energy left, the explosion would be comparable to a fragmentation grenade's shockwave, hopefully blocking the black-clad man's punch. However, the black-clad man's speed was too great. Just as Harry pulled off the ring, the man's fist was almost at Harry's face. At that moment, Harry felt a strong force on his head. It was Tony pressing down on him. The black-clad man's fist grazed Harry's head and headed straight for Tony's chest. In a split second, a bright light exploded from Tony's chest, and intense energy surged forth. The black-clad man's fist disintegrated under the blast, and he was sent flying away. The energy reactor in Tony's chest had released so much energy at once that its glow dimmed significantly. Tony's face turned pale, and he looked weak. This was his last resort, but it didn't seem to yield much result. Although the black-clad man was knocked away and half of his body was melted by the energy blast, this monster could regenerate at super speed. If he couldn't be killed in one blow, then all that damage would be in vain. The black-clad man's half-melted body quickly regenerated, glowing red and radiating intense heat, which could be felt even from a distance. In just a moment, the black-clad man's body was restored to its original form. Seeing this, the weakened Tony Stark closed his eyes, feeling powerless without his armor. Just like that American popsicle said, without the suit of armor, what was he? A billionaire? A playboy? None of that mattered when he couldn't even protect himself or Pepper. Sasha! Sasha! In the darkness, a faint sound came from afar, growing closer, as if a swarm of insects was moving through the dense forest. However, neither Tony nor the black-clad man noticed anything unusual about the sound. Only Harry showed a glimmer of joy. His reinforcements had arrived. "Uncle Tony, give me my sister's watch." Harry lifted Tony Stark's arm and removed the children's watch from his wrist, putting it on his own. Though Tony was feeling self-pity, seeing Harry's actions sparked a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Do you have a backup plan?" "My reinforcements have arrived," Harry said with a bright smile. Although Tony had been thrown and beaten multiple times, the children's watch on his wrist remained undamaged. This detail, which Tony hadn't noticed before, now caught his attention. Harry pressed the timer button on the children's watch, and after a series of beeping sounds, a response came. "Silly girl has arrived at the location with the magnetic axis swarm." Excited by the confirmation, Harry turned to Tony and said, "Don't be down. We're saved. Let me show you the treasure I've been saving for 3 years." The rustling sound grew louder, and in the darkness, a mass of shadows surrounded half of the water plant. Tony suddenly realized that the dark mass was a swarm of black, conical objects. Harry directly took control of the magnetic axis swarm from Silly Girl. With a wave of his hands, the countless magnetic axis robots flowed around Tony and Harry like a black sand tide, heading toward the black-clad man. As the black sand flowed past, Tony casually picked up one of the small magnetic axis robots, which was only the size of a fingertip. Although it was in his palm, an inexplicable force caused it to bend toward the black-clad man. A central magnetic axis? Interesting design, but control, Tony thought, glancing at the children's watch on Harry's wrist. Initially, he had said it was a commemorative watch for his sister with special properties, and it seemed those properties were indeed significant. The swarm of magnetic axis robots gathered like a tide, overwhelming the black-clad man, even though he possessed incredible strength. This was a swarm of magnetic axis robots, numbering in the millions, amassed over 3 years by Harry. Individually, they were weak, but their combined power was terrifying. With one hand outstretched, Harry Kina grinned at the struggling black-clad man. "I quite like the animated series my sister watches. I'll gift you this move. Sandstorm Funeral." He clenched his open palm into a fist, and the countless magnetic axis robots wrapped around the black-clad man's body began to twist and spin violently, burying him like black quicksand. Just as everything seemed to settle, a sharp alarm blared from the children's watch. "Warning, warning, extremely dangerous heat source detected. Please evacuate immediately." Hearing the alarm, Harry decisively waved his hand, causing a portion of the magnetic axis robots to quickly flow back, gathering at Harry and Tony's feet to form a black track, swiftly carrying them away. Just as they were about to leave the water plant's vicinity, a massive explosion erupted behind them. The explosive firelight illuminated half the sky, and countless black magnetic axis robots, melted into iron sheets, fell from the sky like raindrops. Perhaps it was because the danger had been averted, the alarm of the silly girl stopped. Harry pursed his lips and summoned the magnetic axis robots to gather. But the gathered robots were now barely the size of a small truck. "No, my hard work." Harry's heart ached. He had spent 3 years building those magnetic axis robots, and now only a fraction remained after one night. That damn explosion destroyed nearly 10 million of his robots. Thinking about how he had collected scrap for years to accumulate this many, he felt an overwhelming pain at the loss. Tony didn't know how to comfort the tearful Harry. In fact, he had wanted to say that the man in black seemed close to self-destructing. If he had only used a few of those little black robots to buy some time, he would have blown himself up. Unfortunately, the kid wanted to show off. Talking about a sandstorm funeral, he threw all the robots into the fray. Surviving with so many after the 3,000-degree heat was already quite lucky. But if he revealed this truth, would the kid faint from anger? After pondering, Tony thought it best to keep this truth hidden. The man in black exploded, along with most of Harry's magnetic axis robots and half of the water plant, turning it into ruins. The next day, the water plant owner might really cry to death. Hopefully, he had insured his factory. Harry and Tony returned to Harry's secret base. They had no interest in returning to the crime scene to take a look. What if that strange person revived again? That would be like rushing back to deliver a head. Moreover, there was still the missing blonde woman. The blonde woman, mentioned by Tony, was now in the ruins of the water plant, picking up crystallized magnetic axis robots from the ground. She smiled at the place where Tony and Harry had left, showing no intention of pursuing them. Instead, she opened her phone and dialed a mysterious number. Did Killian complete his mission? A muffled voice came from the other end of the line. The blonde woman replied that no. Killian had just kidnapped Iron Man's beloved and had given her the order to capture Iron Man. Since Killian's mission isn't over, why are you contacting me? The person on the other end sounded somewhat dissatisfied, their voice deepening. I just discovered something interesting and wanted you to investigate. Hearing this, the person on the other end became even more displeased. Don't get involved in unrelated matters. Your current task is to guide Tony Stark to meet Killian. Just follow our previous design. Perfecting the Doomsday virus is your important task. I know, but I suspect I have found Tony Stark's illegitimate child. Just an illegitimate child? For a playboy like him, it's normal to suddenly have a dozen or 20 illegitimate children before he settles down. This illegitimate child seems to have inherited Tony Stark's intelligence. Is it still not important? After hearing the blonde woman's words, the person on the other end fell silent for a long time before asking, "Are you sure?" "Not sure, which is why I want you to check." Regardless of whether he is Tony Stark's illegitimate child or not, based on what he has shown so far, I think our organization should consider bringing him in. After thinking for a while, the person on the other end replied, "I understand. I will arrange for someone to investigate. You still need to keep an eye on Killian to ensure the plan goes smoothly. The potential of the Doomsday virus is enormous. As long as Tony Stark can eliminate the risks, the organization will have a super serum far superior to the super soldier serum. At that time, our organization's achievements will be unstoppable." Understood. Chapter 10. Locking in. You need to change your current network frequency. Back at the base, Tony Stark took over Harry Kina's computer and began to operate on that hodgepodge of a machine. Although Harry Kina's computer was connected to the network, Tony knew that in order to pinpoint the location of Mandarin, he had to connect to the central network of Stark Industries to lock onto Mandarin's position. "You do it. I don't want to deal with this right now." Harry Kina hadn't fully recovered from the massive loss, so he had no objections to Tony's actions. Tony's fingers flew over the keyboard, and after connecting to Stark Industries' central network, he also linked up with Jarvis's communication frequency. With Mandarin's residence in Manhattan destroyed, he would need to start reallocating resources from his Upper East Side residence. Before locking onto Mandarin, he needed to look up Killian's AM technology company. The file he had seen earlier bore his company's logo, a prominent icon that Tony wouldn't overlook. While he was searching for the signal source of Mandarin's threatening video, Jarvis quickly responded to his request to investigate Killian's company. "Everyone's involved in AIM's biological experiments? This can't be a coincidence. Killian is one of Mandarin's subordinates?" Tony furrowed his brow. At that moment, he remembered that the U.S. government had seemingly modified his Iron Man suit for James, and the company responsible for the modifications was AIM Technology. Realizing this, Tony immediately instructed Jarvis to contact Rhodey. The communication connected shortly after. Rhodey, as Tony's friend, would always answer Tony's calls, no matter the time, even if he was on a mission. "It seems a bit noisy on your end," Tony noted, hearing the commotion. Rhodey appeared to be in the midst of a battle. "Oh my God, thank goodness you're okay. Hold on a second, it'll be quiet here soon." Rhodey thought he was hallucinating when he saw Tony's call, and he was relieved that nothing had happened to Tony. He was indeed on a mission related to Mandarin's threatening video. Such a provocative act against U.S. authority meant that the government couldn't just sit back. Therefore, with superheroes unavailable, the task of hunting down Mandarin fell to James Rhodes. At that moment, he was in the base of a terrorist organization, interrogating the whereabouts of Mandarin. "All right, Rhodey, I need you to tell me the password to your suit." Tony got straight to the point. Upon hearing this, Rhodey hesitated. It was against military regulations. "Every time you hack in, I have to change the password again." "Listen, Rhodey, Mandarin is connected to Killian. His AIM technology company was involved in modifying your suit. I need to know your password so Jarvis can check it and ensure there are no issues." "Fine, you listen. Since you put it that way, I guess I have no choice but to give you my password. War Machine is awesome with the first letter capitalized." Hearing this password made not only Tony laugh, but even the terrorist being held at gunpoint by Rhodey chuckled. "Rhodey, you really... All right, stop talking. Have you finished the check yet?" Tony's fingers moved swiftly. After providing the ID and password, Jarvis conducted a comprehensive scan of War Machine. Upon completion, it detected several hidden locators. After instructing Jarvis to disable those locators, Tony warned James Rhodes, "Be careful. Mandarin's involvement with Killian means you should capture Killian first." "I got it." After eliminating the next locator, "I will initiate a pursuit of Killian," Rhodes replied. After quickly incapacitating a few surrendering terrorists, he flew towards the next target point. He was down to this last locator. If the FBI's intel was accurate, Mandarin might be there. "Everyone, hands up. Don't move." Rhodey descended, aiming at the people inside the factory with both hands, while the machine gun on his shoulder targeted the surroundings. However, after scanning the area and finding no threats, Rhodey grumbled, "The FBI is useless. They can't even provide accurate information. There's no terrorist hideout here, just a black factory, surrounded by women with black veils covering their faces." They mistook Rhodey for someone there to rescue them and cheered in excitement. Rhodey couldn't understand their words, so he comforted them. "You're safe now. Leave here and go home." As one woman after another walked past Rhodey, thanking him with hugs, this series of actions caused him to lower his guard. Hidden among the crowd, Tanya easily approached Rhodey, placing her hands on his waist. While modifying Rhodey's Iron Patriot, Killian had already mastered the mechanical structure of that suit. The locators were merely used to track Rhodey's position. Tanya's hands heated up, effortlessly damaging the internal electronics of the Iron Patriot, rendering it inactive. Everything happened so quickly that Rhodey didn't even react before his Iron Patriot turned into a personal iron coffin for him. Patriot captured. Tanya sent a message to Killian after completing her task. Soon after, a group of well-dressed men in black emerged from the back of the factory, carrying the Iron Patriot, which resembled a coffin, towards the waiting transport plane. Upon receiving the news, Killian raised an eyebrow. The successful capture of the Iron Patriot improved his mood somewhat, at least compensating for not capturing Tony Stark. Inside the research lab, separated by a transparent glass cover, Pepper Potts, injected with the extremist virus, was still resisting the virus within her body. Observing this scene, Killian was somewhat surprised. If the fusion of the extremist virus did not match the host, it would soon produce adverse reactions and explode. Conversely, if no adverse reactions occurred within an hour, it indicated that the host was suitable for the fusion of the extremist virus. Killian hadn't expected that this little pepper he captured would perfectly adapt to the extremist virus. He had originally planned to inject inert gas as soon as Pepper showed adverse reactions to alleviate the ongoing issues until Tony was captured. However, it was also good that he wouldn't have to waste that expensive specialized inert gas. After observing Pepper for a while, Killian prepared to meet the Iron Patriot. Chapter 11. Sometimes my subordinates just can't help but act foolishly. Before even entering the basement, Killian could hear the harsh sound of cutting. As soon as he heard it, he felt that something was wrong. When he wanted to take a look, sure enough, one of his subordinates was acting stupid again. He was actually using a cutting machine to cut the Patriot armor. Oh my God, what kind of foolish pig is this? Killian was speechless. Anyone with common sense would know that this Iron Patriot was made by Tony Stark, using specially configured alloys. How stupid do you have to be to think that a cutting machine designed for cutting steel plates could cut through armor that cost millions to make? Angered by his foolish subordinate, Killian walked up and kicked the man who was focused on cutting the Patriot armor. But fortunately, he didn't use much force, considering he was one of his own. Otherwise, that kick could have easily crushed that foolish pig. "Idiot, what are you doing?" Killian shouted. The dazed subordinate stammered. "I'm trying to open this armor." "Who told you to use that thing?" Killian was furious that the man didn't use a high-temperature welding gun to cut it, but instead used that broken cutting machine. The subordinate was still a bit dazed, looking at the cutting machine in his hand. After a moment, he replied, "The screwdriver couldn't open it, so I had to use this." "A screwdriver?" "Huh." Killian laughed. This fool was actually trying to use a screwdriver. Seeing that the foolish pig dared to look at him in confusion, Killian felt his anger boiling over. Get out. Get out of here. Go find a finance department and take your salary for this month and get lost." After sending the fool away, Killian smoothed his hair with both hands and took deep breaths to calm his anger. He then looked at the other side where the desperate warrior, Ashley, was squatting there like an idiot, lost in thought, and his anger flared up again. He took off his white suit jacket and threw it on Ashley's head. He couldn't be bothered to scold Ashley, so he pressed his hands on the Iron Patriot, just like before with Tana. The high temperature could make the Iron Patriot lose control, and naturally, it could also force the person inside out. "Colonel Rhodes, I advise you to come out obediently, unless you want to be made into a black pie." Killian was more advanced in the development of the desperate virus than other desperate warriors, and he could generate extreme temperatures higher than others, while others would overheat at temperatures reaching 1,000 degrees. He could push the temperature to 2,600 degrees without the risk of overheating. The continuously rising temperature made Rhodes inside the armor suffer immensely. But even if he were to be burned alive, he would never let the Iron Patriot fall into the hands of these terrorists. Unfortunately, the Iron Patriot made by Tony had protective measures. When the wearer was in lethal danger, the armor would eject the wearer, and, at this moment, the Iron Patriot also triggered this mechanism. However, Rhodes was indeed a Marine Corps colonel, and his reflexes were exceptional. At the moment the armor opened, he used the ejection force to punch Ashley, who was right in front of him. This punch actually knocked down the desperate warrior Ashley. If there had only been one desperate warrior here, Rhodes might have really been able to escape. Unfortunately, Killian was still lurking nearby. Seeing Ashley being knocked down, Killian opened his mouth in anger, and a flame shot out. Even though Rhodes dodged in time, his clothes were still singed by the flame. After extinguishing the flames on his body, Rhodes raised his hands above his head, signaling his surrender. If he were a normal person, Rhodes wouldn't mind fighting, but this was not a normal person. What normal person can breathe fire? The last signal source was in Miami. At the base, Tony Stark had now locked onto the exact location of that Mandy. He was about to set off. Seeing his movements, Harry couldn't help but ask, "Are you really going over there empty-handed?" "Of course not. I still have my armor." Tony raised his hand, and the Iron Man suit, which was charging in the base, responded to his call, quickly covering his body with a clanking sound. He reached out to grab the mask that was about to cover him, raising an eyebrow and saying, "Thanks for your help earlier, Harry, but the next thing is too dangerous for a kid like you. Just wait here and watch the news. The superhero Iron Man will defeat those vicious terrorists." After Tony finished speaking, he covered his face with the mask and got into a launch position. Normally, he should have taken off smoothly. However, it seemed he forgot that the propulsion components of this damaged suit could be used, but the main flight assist thrusters were broken. Flying was impossible, but he could at least shoot some fire for effect. In this manner, Tony maintained the appearance of about to take off, staying in place for 1 second, 2 seconds. "Are you planning to just strike a pose and take them down like that?" And this pose isn't even as cool as Superman's flying stance. Harry broke the silence after seeing that the other party hadn't moved for a long time. Inside the helmet, Tony's face turned a bit red, and he felt embarrassed all over. Oh my God, he had just boasted, and now he hadn't even moved yet and was already failing. Tony Stark swore he had never felt this embarrassed before. At that moment, Harry also remembered that when he had previously taken advantage of this suit, the bottom thrusters were broken. No wonder Tony had been standing there without flying. It turned out he couldn't fly at all. Thinking of this, Harry curved his lips, suppressing a laugh as he opened the base door and said to Tony Stark, "There's an old truck in the warehouse. If you don't mind, you can drive that over." And so, Tony set off, heading to capture Mandy. If you see an old, dilapidated truck on the road with a more broken Iron Man model in the back, Don't be surprised. That's the famous Mr. Tony Stark. On the other side, at the Pentagon, the current president of the United States was finally waiting for the arrival of the Iron Patriot. Due to the recent threats and intimidation actions by terrorists, the president was very uneasy. The FBI around him couldn't provide him with a sense of security. Only superheroes could. Originally, he wanted Nick Fury to send Captain America and Black Widow to protect him. After all, one was a renowned superhero from World War II, and the other. But unfortunately, SHIELD couldn't be contacted. Damn it. Even though their headquarters was located on his territory, they dare to treat him with such contempt. The president felt that he must severely cut their budget approvals in the future and show them some consequences for underestimating him, as he really didn't know whose bread he was eating. Chapter 12, The Fake Mandarin. Oh, look who is here, our colonel. Even though we didn't get the superhero protection we expected, at least we have someone to protect us. The president gave a big hug to the Iron Patriot who was walking towards him. After the hug, he didn't forget to pull him in for a photo. My safety relies on you, Colonel, the president said, patting the Iron Patriot on the shoulder before boarding the plane, while the Iron Patriot, his mech, silently followed behind. On the other side, Tony drove all the way to Miami, tracking a signal. After arriving at a manor, he parked the old car by the roadside. This place was quite remote, with just a large manor in the distance and not much human presence around. Tony didn't where his armor to go in because the flight system was damaged, making movement rather clumsy and slow. By the time he got to the manor in his armor, he feared he would be too exhausted. So, Tony decided to go in on his own first and summon the armor only when he encountered a tough enemy. At least he had managed to whip up a few small weapons. Storming a manor shouldn't be too difficult. Wearing the integrated display glasses he detached from the 42 Malawian Quatch's Armor S mask, Tony asked Jarvis to mark the enemy personnel inside the manor. Once the entire terrain and hostile personnel were marked, it felt like he was playing a real-life CS game as he easily took out the outer security. As he searched deeper into the manor, Tony felt increasingly strange. This should be the enemy's stronghold, so why were there only ordinary security personnel? Where were the two freaks from last night? Didn't the Mandarin need anyone to protect him? Or was he a freak himself? In the innermost room, Tony finally found the Mandarin's bedroom, which was in disarray and surprisingly contained two female models, with one hand holding a gun and the other signaling them to be quiet. He approached the bathroom where the noise was coming from. The sudden appearance of the gun startled the Mandarin, who was taking a shower. Come out. Tony aimed his gun at him. Facing the threat, the Mandarin dared not move and followed Tony's instructions to leave the bathroom without even wiping the water off himself. You're the Mandarin? Tony looked at the frail old man before him. After the dark tone of the threatening videos, this so-called Mandarin just looked like an ordinary old man. Hearing Tony's question, the Mandarin first nodded and then quickly shook his head. I am the Mandarin, but I'm not the Mandarin. Let me introduce myself. My name is Trevor Slattery, a skilled professional actor. When he mentioned his profession, Trevor seemed to forget the fact that he was being held at gunpoint and sat down in a nearby wicker chair, as if it were a casual conversation. An actor? Tony squinted at him. Before he could interrogate further, the man had already spilled everything. Yes, an actor. Someone paid a lot of money to hire me to play a role. I'm just acting as the Mandarin. There's no need to be so tense. Acting? You really shot someone dead. Tony had seen the threatening video. In it, the politicians' brains were blown out. How could that possibly be acting? Props, special effects, green screen compositing, these are all post-production. I don't really understand specifics, but I was just acting. Trevor shrugged, looking at the gun almost pressed against his face. The one who hired me to act is a guy named Aldrich. Oh, I heard he is going to the Tehisco dock to greet the president today, and he brought a woman with him. That guy is also a bit crazy. He even captured a tin can this morning, which I heard is locked in the basement. A tin can? Rhodey? Remembering Rhodey, whom he couldn't reach in the afternoon, Tony began to ask about the location of the basement. Trevor didn't hide it and told him directly. After getting the location, Tony immediately headed to the basement to rescue Rhodey. As for this so-called actor Trevor, Tony could see he was just an ordinary person. Combined with the information Jarvis provided him later, everything matched up. Tony decided not to bother with him. He had already marked him, and after dealing with Killian, this actor wouldn't escape either. After Tony left, The room was left with only Trevor, and the two models who had been lying on the bed had long slipped away. Trevor still hadn't finished his shower. He needed to go back and continue. Unfortunately, just as he turned on the water, someone else came in and interrupted his bath. "Hey, can you let me finish my shower? I feel all sticky and uncomfortable." Trevor complained loudly toward the bathroom door. "Go ahead and wash. I just want to know what you said when Tony Stark came in." The person outside the bathroom said lightly, without pointing a gun at Trevor like Tony had. But that casual statement made Trevor tremble. He recognized that voice all too well. He vividly remembered the scene where that person had crushed a gun into a metal ball. He didn't dare to continue washing and hurriedly wrapped a towel around himself and ran out. Outside the bathroom sat the blonde woman who had chased Tony Stark last night, Yvonne Zmar. Trevor, rushing out, was far from the composure he had with Tony and answered timidly, "I told you everything you asked for, including Killian's location and that of Mr. Rhodey. Nothing else?" Yvonne scrutinized the hunched-over Trevor. "No, I only mentioned what you asked for. I didn't reveal anything else." Trevor bent over, not daring to look at Yvonne's face. From the first day he started acting for Killian, he knew who the most dangerous person in this group was. Now he could only pray that she wouldn't kill him. Just as Trevor feared, Yvonne hesitated about whether to kill this already useless pawn. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to spare the cowardly actor, not out of kindness, but because she thought if Tony defeated Killian and returned to find this person dead, it might lead him to discover the organization's whereabouts. On the other side, on the way to the basement in the manor, Tony Stark had not yet rescued Rhodey when he saw Rhodey running out of the basement himself. When Killian left, he took all the extremist soldiers with him. Without those extraordinary guys around, Rhodey had many ways to escape from a few ordinary people. Chapter 13. The endgame as the plane soared through the sky. Ashley, who had taken over the control of the Patriot armor from Rhodey, began to take action. Although the AI assistance system of the armor was non-functional due to the mismatch of personnel, the basic operations of the armor were not restricted. Relying solely on the armor's defensive capabilities and powerful mobility, Ashley quickly dealt with the security forces inside the plane. "Colonel, what are you trying to do? Betray the country?" The president shouted angrily at the Iron Patriot that burst into the conference room, and one had to say that the soundproofing of this conference room was quite impressive. The noise of gunfire outside as Ashley eliminated security personnel went completely unnoticed by those inside the conference room. In response to the president's inquiries, Ashley directly grabbed the nearest secretary, pressing his head against the metallic table for an intimate encounter. Like a bursting watermelon, the secretary barely had time to scream in agony before his head was crushed. This gruesome scene instilled terror in everyone in the conference room, and even the president lost his previous courage, hurriedly hiding under the table. Ashley opened the armor and stepped out, roughly pulling the president from under the table like a chick and forcibly stuffing him into the Iron Patriot. The Iron Patriot was already set with a return route, and once closed, it flew directly to the predetermined destination. Ashley calmly put on a parachute, tossed a grenade, and leisurely left the damaged, soon-to-fall plane. While the president was being stuffed into the Patriot armor, Jarvis had already relocked onto the location of the Patriot armor. Tony was also aware of the situation on the plane and, upon learning that there were more than 10 survivors on board, immediately used remote control methods to maneuver his armor to rescue them. Rhodey was driving towards the dock while calling the vice president for support. But what he didn't know was that the vice president had long been under Killian's control. Rescuing the president? That was impossible. By the time Rhodey and Tony arrived at the dock, they could already see two spotlight sources converging, which was where the president was being suspended in midair. Rhodey quickly scanned the scene and found that there weren't many enemies on site, only a dozen or so. This sounded like good news. But both Rhodey and Tony didn't think so. After all, Tony had exchanged information with Rhodey on the way, and they both knew that Killian's subordinates included some formidable superhumans, and those accompanying Killian were clearly among them. "What should we do? The enemies seem tough to deal with. Will our support arrive?" Tony, crouched behind cover while observing the situation, asked not only Rhodey, but also Jarvis on the other end of the headset. "Split into 2 teams. I'll approach the president, and you go find Pepper. Stay hidden. When the reinforcements arrive, draw their fire and take advantage of the chaos to rescue people." Rhodey quickly made a decision and attempted to sneak closer with his handgun. "All right." Tony nodded in agreement with this decision, more worried about Pepper's safety than the president's. The two began to stealthily infiltrate. Meanwhile, far away in Tennessee, Harry had already composed himself and was now watching the broadcast through Jarvis, comfortably enjoying popcorn and soda. The image from Stark's industrial satellite zoom lens was unexpectedly good, allowing for clear and close views. Coupled with Jarvis occasionally switching camera angles in the background, Harry felt as if he were watching an incredibly cool movie. In the footage, Tony and Rhodey didn't wait for military support but received assistance from Jarvis. Dozens of uniquely designed, fully functional armors were neatly arranged in the sky. Not only did Rhodey on site feel a shock, but Harry watching the live broadcast was also drooling with envy. Each armor was worth at least $10 million. And Tony could produce dozens at once. Truly a wealthy man. Thinking about how he was still piecing things together from scavenging, Harry couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. If he had that much money, he could definitely create an incredibly cool armor too. Once all of Tony's armors arrived, he no longer hid and directly confronted Killian. Although Killian's extremist soldiers were formidable, their numbers were ultimately outmatched by the armors Tony Stark had created, and the battle quickly became one-sided. Rhodey seized the opportunity to rescue the president and retrieve his Iron Patriot. While the overall battle situation was looking very good, Tony's side was not so smooth. Killian's development of the extremist virus was too refined, making his capabilities far superior to those of the two who had previously pursued him. Although Tony's armor could inflict damage, it couldn't keep up with the enemy's recovery speed. Killian's speed and strength were exceptionally abnormal, and Tony's armor, worth tens of millions, seemed like paper in front of him. Every time he got close, Tony had to abandon that piece of armor. This kind of battle left Tony feeling extremely exhausted. And when another piece of armor was sliced in half by Killian, Tony found himself at a dead end. Even Harry felt that Tony was in trouble, but Jarvis, who had previously been tense during Tony's dangerous moments, was surprisingly calm now. Harry was curious about why Jarvis was so composed, and Jarvis replied, according to the Love Manual, rescue in dire situations can rapidly intensify the emotions of the rescued towards the rescuer. Mr. Stark's feelings for Ms. Potts need to be stronger. Harry still didn't understand how this related to Pepper. After all, Pepper was just an ordinary person. How could she save Tony in such a situation? In the end, Harry was harshly proven wrong. Suddenly, Pepper appeared, not only knocking Killian away and rescuing Tony, but also effortlessly smashing the two armors that had come to rescue Tony. That brutal scene shocked not only Tony, but made Harry shrink his neck as well. How could this woman be fiercer than his own mother? Could Tony withstand her? Naturally. Everything ended perfectly, not only defeating Killian and rescuing the president, but Tony Stark even put on the world's most expensive fireworks show for Pepper. After watching the entire event, Harry yawned and turned off the monitor, thinking that having such a movie to watch before bed wasn't too bad. Chapter 14, moving to New York. The battle at the dock has concluded, and the ones who came to secure the scene afterwards were not FBI agents, but rather personnel from the Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, now renamed as SHIELD. After handing over the scene to them, Tony left with Pepper, as their relationship was blossoming and they couldn't miss this beautiful moment. If Tony had stayed a little longer, he would have noticed a familiar figure among the SHIELD cleanup crew. Ginny Petos, the one who had made Tony Stark look foolish the night before, was now crouching in front of a burning head. This head belonged to Killian, whose body had completely exploded, and even his powerful healing factor could not save him. Congratulations, the plan is complete, Ramlo said as he approached Ginny from behind. Ginny slowly stood up and smiled at Ramlo, noting that this task was much easier than usual. Ramlo nodded, explaining that compared to the organization's previous straightforward assassinations, this time they were merely directing a script. They just needed to play their roles well. So where's my next scene? Nick Fury. He is no longer fit to be the head of SHIELD. But your next scene is to play a nurse and help our next director. Mr. Coulson, implant a memory, Ramlo said, pulling out a crystal the size of a finger. Ginny took the crystal and curiously asked if the organization had the technology to alter memories now. Zola is evolving, Ramlo replied vaguely. Ginny understood not to pry further. Some things were beyond their understanding as agents. Speaking of tasks, Jenny suddenly remembered the boy she had asked him to investigate. The boy's name was Harry Kina. His father was Mexican, and he was not Tony Stark's illegitimate child. However, his intelligence was recognized by the organization, and they had intentions of recruiting him. Unfortunately, he was currently too closely tied to Tony Stark, making it difficult to recruit him without alerting Tony. They would have to wait until Tony forgot about the boy or had no time to pay attention to him. Months passed, and Harry Kina, mentioned by Ramlo, had moved from Tennessee to New York because his mother won a $1 million energy prize from Stark Industries while buying batteries at a supermarket. In addition to the money, they also received an apartment in Queens, New York. Harry felt speechless about the prize. Was Tony Stark's gratitude really so blatant? Due to this, Harry Kina and his mother moved to New York, and he had to go through the process of enrolling in a new school. His mother transferred him to Midtown Tech High School, the largest school in the area where upper and lower grades were combined, ensuring that the commute wouldn't change when Harry reached 9th grade. His mother, Louise, was definitely not doing this just for convenience, she assured him. Did you hear there's a new student coming today? Ned, slightly overweight, was sharing this news with his friend, curious whether the new student would be a boy or a girl. If it's a girl, that would be great, just like those pretty foreign transfer students in Japanese manga. Peter Parker, Ned's best friend, immediately shook his head when he heard this. Forget it. It's neither a girl nor a foreigner. How do you know who the transfer student is? Ned asked curiously. Although he was still young, he was already well known for being the school's gossip. He had to inquire about any new news. Faced with his friend's curiosity, Peter Parker revealed that the new transfer student was his neighbor. Before Ned could ask what the student looked like, the teacher had already brought Harry Kina into the classroom. Everyone quiet down. I have an announcement. We have a new student today. Please welcome him. After the teacher finished speaking, he started to clap, and the students followed suit to welcome Harry. After a brief self-introduction, Harry took his seat as directed by the teacher, and coincidentally, his new neighbor was sitting right next to him. He had just delivered cookies to his beautiful aunt the day before. Hey, I'm Ned, Peter Parker's good friend. I heard you're Peter Parker's neighbor. Ned enthusiastically reached out his hand to Harry. Shaking Ned's hand, Harry replied, Hi Ned, just call me Harry. All right, Harry. Want to come over to the Parker house after school? They just bought Lego Star Wars toys. We can build them together. Harry did not refuse Ned's invitation. This was a necessary part of socializing. He couldn't be an outcast or risk being labeled as antisocial, which would ruin his future school life. Harry's life, after enrolling, was mostly mundane. During this time, Tony hadn't sought him out. However, Jarvis often contacted his dummy autonomously. As a highly intelligent AI with human emotions and autonomy, Jarvis also felt lonely, so he frequently connected with the dummy to feed her more data, helping her evolve faster and become a second digital life, so that Jarvis wouldn't be alone anymore. Harry was naturally pleased with this development. During this period, he was both attending school and working on his ambitious plans to get rich. Frankly, after the incident with Tony Stark, Harry realized the importance of money. Without it, he couldn't even produce a protective plasma shield, let alone a cool suit of armor. Now, Harry had knowledge and abilities, but lacked resources. Of course, if he directly asked Tony Stark for help, given Tony's wealthy nature, he would likely be generous. However, a poor person should not accept handouts. If Harry did that, wouldn't he be begging? So, Harry decided to start his own company, develop his own products, make a fortune, and build his armor. Now, Harry was diligently working on his flagship product for his company. He had no intention of getting involved in the military industry, as diving into that field without connections would leave him in a precarious position. After much thought, Harry decided to create. Chapter 15. The illegitimate child has arrived. After careful consideration, Harry Kina decided to develop a smartphone. Although he had previously encountered Tony Stark, whose technology level was very high with his armored suits and AI assistant Jarvis, that did not represent the entire world. It was merely Tony Stark's personal level. Upon distancing himself from Tony Stark, he realized that the technological level of this world was actually quite backward, with most technological products only reflecting the level of the 20th century from Harry's original world before his travel. Harry Kina did not want to use products from the past centuries. Just using a 21st century smartphone would be enough to crush the feature phones of this era. In a time filled with button phones, The emergence of a full-screen phone would shake the world, just as it did back then. Moreover, Harry planned to add a dummy group program in the smartphone he was developing. Although it would only have simple auxiliary functions, this was something that current phone manufacturers could not provide. The initial development of the phone would naturally be pieced together, as Harry did not have the capital. Although Tony Stark had given him a sum of money through a lottery win, $1 million was still insufficient to create a smartphone. Just procuring materials would consume a large portion of it, not to mention renting equipment. Mass-producing phones would not be too costly, but creating one from scratch would be an unpredictable expense. After all, creating something from nothing involves not only making chips, but also many other aspects. It was not like the time Harry pieced together a computer using scrap. Fortunately, Harry did not intend to actually create a smartphone from scratch. He only needed to manufacture a part of the phone to make its functions feasible and then draft a proposal. As long as he secured investment, the phone could be produced easily. Although he did not need to create a complete phone, just making each functional module took Harry over 10 days. After finalizing the proposal, Harry Kina set out. He was going to seek investment, and who was his target? Of course, the wealthiest tycoon in New York, Tony Stark. If he were just asking for money, that would certainly be a blow to his dignity. But seeking investment was different. It was called a win-win collaboration. Dressed in a neat black suit with a specially tailored tie. Ordinary ties were too long for him, as 13-year-old Harry Kina stood only at 1.6 meters tall. He stepped out with a briefcase and took a taxi to Stark Tower. Ms. Pepper, there's a 10 o'clock appointment that needs your attention. Jarvis's voice reported suddenly in the office while Pepper was handling documents. A 10 o'clock appointment. I don't recall having that on my schedule. Pepper tilted her head and thought for a while, realizing she had no memory of such an appointment. This appointment was entered into your itinerary management last night at 11 o'clock. Upon hearing this, Pepper assumed it was an appointment Tony had added without informing her, and she couldn't help but feel frustrated. Oh, Tony, how could he add a work schedule so casually without notifying me? This will disrupt my arrangements. Although Pepper was complaining, she decided to meet with the person who made the appointment since it had already been arranged and the person had arrived. She couldn't just let them go back. Luna, is there a Harry Kina downstairs? He has a 10 o'clock interview appointment. If he's here, bring him up. Pepper gathered her thoughts and called the front desk. In the lobby on the first floor, Luna was currently stopping Harry Kina, as this was a private office building, not a public area. As the receptionist, she had the obligation to prevent outsiders from entering. Although Harry Kina claimed he was there to discuss business with Pepper, how could Luna believe that? What business could a 13 or 14-year-old child possibly discuss? Lowering the price of bubblegum, diligently stopping Harry Kina. The moment Luna heard Pepper's call, she felt as if the sky had fallen. She had actually stopped a client. With a tense expression, she looked at the 13-year-old Harry Kina, wondering if he would complain about her. Would her job be over just like that? Seeing the thoughts on her face, Harry Kina smoothed out the wrinkles in his clothes and said, "All right, lead the way. I don't want Miss Pepper to wait too long. And don't worry, I won't complain about you." Harry Kina did not want to leave a bad impression on Miss Pepper. This was not just about whether he could secure investment, but also because he had seen the fierce side of Pepper during the live broadcast from Jarvis, and he had nightmares about it that night. He did not want to provoke such a person. Pepper was waiting for Harry Kina's arrival in her office, wondering why Tony had suddenly arranged this appointment for her. Was this an important guest? However, when Harry Kina actually appeared, Pepper was stunned, staring at him before looking at Luna behind him. "Mr. Harry Kina hasn't arrived?" Luna awkwardly smiled and replied, "This is Mr. Harry Kina." "You are Harry Kina?" Upon hearing Luna say this, Pepper's gaze locked onto Harry. She seemed to understand why Tony had suddenly scheduled an appointment for her late at night without informing her. He was afraid to tell her that his illegitimate child had come to see her. As soon as Pepper thought of this, a surge of anger welled up inside her, and the remnants of the extremist virus that had been cured by Tony responded as well, making her eyes momentarily gleam. Harry was just about to introduce himself when he heard Pepper's suppressed voice of anger instructing Luna to take him to the adjacent office. After being brought to the next office, Harry was still puzzled by Pepper's arrangement when he heard her voice piercing through the soundproof walls of the office. "Tony Stark, where are you? Get to the company right now. How could you make me handle your illegitimate child problem? What do you take me for? I'm just your employee, not your lover, and definitely not your son's stepmother." Chapter 16. Misunderstanding Tony, who was designing his new armor, was left dazed by the phone call from Pepper. Previously, he had set off fireworks for all his armors to appease her, but that didn't mean he couldn't create more afterward. He was currently working on a more portable suit, although remote control provided convenience. Its quality was lacking, and it did not possess strong combat capabilities. Therefore, Tony needed to research a suit that was both convenient and had outstanding combat power. He was struggling with material selection when he received the call, and Pepper didn't even give him a chance to explain before she yelled and hung up. Illegitimate child? Aside from that incident with Maya, I had all the protective measures in place. How could there be an illegitimate child? Tony didn't have time to think further and put on the third-generation armor that hadn't been destroyed yet, flying towards the tower. As soon as he landed, he was hit on the head by a pen holder. Seeing Pepper ready to throw more, he hurriedly tried to calm her down. Whoa, dear. Please don't be angry. The virus in your body hasn't been completely cleared yet. Intense emotions can trigger residual factors. Though still upset, Pepper ultimately didn't throw the notebook in her hand. Tony stepped forward, took the notebook from her, and tossed it aside. The helmet opened, and he said with a gentle expression, "You know I only love you. For those without love, I keep little Tony well protected." Then how do you explain this illegitimate child who shows up at my door, changing my work schedule in the middle of the night and having him come directly to me? What are you trying to do? Make me a jealous wreck so I can get rid of that kid? Pepper spoke rapidly, her emotions escalating. Seeing Pepper about to explode again, Tony quickly interrupted. I didn't change your work schedule in the middle of the night. I was up all night worrying about the covering materials for my new armor. Who else in Stark Industries could change it besides you? You can't say it was Jarvis acting on his own. After saying all that, Tony asked, "Where's that kid? If it's my child, I should be able to recognize him at a glance. My genes are quite strong." Tony Stark stepped out of the armor to meet the so-called illegitimate child Pepper mentioned. After all, he still didn't know what this child looked like. Harry? When Tony Stark arrived at the adjacent office, he was surprised to see Harry waiting there. He had thought this child would come looking for him when he arrived in New York. Father and son meet. Pepper, standing behind Tony, felt even worse seeing his expression. "Oh dear, you misunderstood. He is not my illegitimate child. He is that kid from Tennessee, the one I told you about, the one I saved." Hearing Pepper's words, Tony quickly explained, realizing that the other party had misunderstood. However, this explanation made Harry feel offended. Who saved whom? While holding Pepper to explain, Tony desperately blinked at Harry, not wanting the kid to reveal the embarrassing situation he had been in at that time. After all, when he described those days to Pepper, he had always portrayed himself as a brave knight. If the truth were to be exposed, he would be socially dead on the spot. After some time, calming her down, Pepper finally understood the situation. It turned out she had misunderstood everything. With a flushed face, she awkwardly apologized to Harry. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood." By the way, Harry, how did you come to find me?" Tony interjected at the right moment, not wanting Pepper to feel too embarrassed, thus skipping over the earlier incident. Harry still remembered his purpose. Hearing Tony Stark's question, he took out the proposal from his briefcase, along with a few functional modules he had created. After laying these on the table, Harry said to Tony Stark, "I'm here to seek investment. I hope Stark Industries can sponsor the products I'm making." Tony didn't even look at what was on the table. Hearing Harry's words, he waved his hand and said, "Oh, it's that kind of thing? Simple. How much do you need? 10 million enough?" To Tony, money was just a string of numbers. It had never been important. As long as it was someone he valued, he would give whatever they asked for without hesitation. However, although Tony's generous attitude was bold, Harry was not pleased. He didn't come to be a beggar. Tony's behavior felt somewhat insulting to his pride. Harry slammed his hand on the stack of proposals, looking at Tony with intense eyes, and said word by word, "I'm here to seek cooperation, not charity, Mr. Stark." Harry's serious demeanor made Tony, who had been careless and just wanted to quickly handle this so he could go back to tinkering with his armor, feel a weight in his heart. Tony was not a fool. On the contrary, he was quite smart and quickly realized the inappropriateness of his actions. Pepper, sensing the subtle shift in the atmosphere, quickly intervened, picking up one of the functional components on the table to examine it closely. Of course, she didn't understand what this functional component was for. She just wanted to give Tony a good way out. After all, at this point, someone usually needed to apologize. But Pepper knew Tony Stark would never apologize. He was as stubborn as a child. This is an interesting function. But what can you do with just this one function? The functional component Pepper picked up happened to be the AI module that had the Silly Girl program. Although it could respond, a standalone IA module couldn't do much, which is why Pepper asked. She didn't understand what use such a product had. Was it a chatbot? It only repeated a few phrases and seemed ineffective for chatting. Pepper's interjection shifted Harry's attention. After looking at the functional component in Pepper's hand, Harry pushed the other two functional components forward and then issued a simple command to the component in Pepper's hand. Silly Girl, play music. Open the album. As soon as Harry's command was spoken, the functional component in Pepper's hand immediately responded, controlling the two functional modules on the table to open the corresponding programs. If this function were demonstrated in front of ordinary people, it would be enough to astonish them. However, Pepper was not an ordinary person. As Tony's superior, she had seen Jarvis, and any AI would seem inferior compared to Jarvis, let alone this weak AI that Harry had simplified over and over. Chapter 17. Osborne Technology Company. This is a small feature of my product, but due to limited funding at the moment, I can only separate these features. In fact, my vision is to create an all-in-one smartphone that integrates audio, video, entertainment, photography, and communication. The specific structure is detailed in this proposal. Harry handed the proposal to Pepper, who began to read it seriously. After finishing, Pepper decisively said, "This is a great idea. I can give you $50 million to buy this product outright." After reading it, Pepper was very interested in the proposal, but compared to investing in the plan, she preferred to buy it directly. After all, Stark Industries had lost a significant portion of its profits since shutting down its weapons manufacturing division. Even though the company later ventured into the energy sector, the revenue generated could not match that of the previous weapons manufacturing division. Since taking over the company and becoming the CEO, Pepper had always wanted Stark Industries to grow bigger and stronger. Now that there was a product that could become a pillar industry right in front of her, how could she let it slip away? Harry frowned upon hearing this. He wasn't there to sell the product. He was looking for funding to build his product and future company. If he sold it outright now, although he would get a large sum of money, his company would lack a pillar industry in the future. Certainly, he could come up with other tech products, but aside from the smartphone industry, the background of any major product sector was complicated, with many having military ties. If Harry recklessly intervened, he could be completely swallowed up. He didn't have the connections like Tony did. "I'm sorry, but I have no intention of selling this product. We can offer more, 60 million, 70 million, or 80 million, Pepper said, not giving up. But no matter what price was offered, Harry remained unmoved. He did indeed need money. But that didn't mean he couldn't earn that much in the future. He would disrupt his plans for a few tens of millions. Pepper, forget it. Tony, who took the proposal from Pepper and glanced at it, quickly understood Harry's intentions and interrupted Pepper's bidding. "But Tony, this could increase Stark Group's revenue," Pepper said anxiously, hoping to change Tony's mind. Tony waved his hand at Pepper. "Calm down. I don't lack money, and neither does Stark Industries. We don't need to take someone else's hard work. The most valuable pillar of Stark is me, not other technologies." After calming Pepper down, Tony said to Harry, "I have to say, you've discovered something I've been overlooking. In fact, I've been using technology that's been on the market for decades without realizing it. Most ordinary people are using products that are so outdated. However, since this smartphone is your discovery, I want to compete with you for this market. How much investment do you need?" Harry had already thought about the ideal funding before coming. Hearing Tony's question, he blurted out, $15 million. "Okay, I agree." Tony nodded in approval of this investment, but then added, "If you want to start a company, you'll also need an industrial park of your own." The sixth park of Stark Industries was still vacant. "Instead of you going through the trouble of finding new, unclaimed land, why not rent my park to you first? Once your company is established and you make a lot of money, you can buy it outright. Trust me, the equipment in Stark Industrial Park is the best in the world. You can consider a way for a company owner to initially recoup some of the investment," Tony Stark said with a smile. "Thank you." Tony Stark once said rightly that the equipment in Stark Industrial Park is the best in the world. Renting or even buying a Stark Industrial Park is impossible. Even having money won't suffice. After all, no matter how rich you are, You can't match Tony Stark's wealth. So while Tony said it that way, Harry understood he was getting a great deal. With the investment secured, money in hand, and land acquired, the next step was the establishment of Harry's company. Tony also entrusted Pepper, in her capacity as an investor, to dispatch several professional managers to help Harry establish the company. Time flew by, and 3 months had passed. Harry's company was officially completed, including the production of the flagship product, the Osborne smartphone. Tonight was the launch event for the new product. This launch event attracted numerous business tycoons, such as Justin Hammer, the board member of Hammer Industries who had just been released from prison, computer mogul Bill Gates, and Jonah Jameson, the owner of the Daily Bugle. The big shots from various industries didn't come here simply because a little-known new company was launching a product. They were here for one reason. Tony Stark was going to be present. Now, Tony Stark was not just a billionaire. He was a superhero. His influence was no longer limited to that of a businessman. He was a legend, just like Batman in the comics. For ordinary American citizens, Tony Stark was the real-life Batman. Therefore, wherever Tony Stark appeared, that place became the center of attention. The roar of a sports car approached, and Tony's highly recognizable luxury vehicle instantly attracted everyone's gaze. When Tony and Pepper stepped out of the luxurious sports car, countless flashes went off. No journalist would miss the opportunity to capture a photo of Tony Stark. "What a guy who attracts attention wherever he goes," said Jonah Jameson, the owner and editor of the Daily Bugle, squinting at Tony Stark walking down the red carpet. Although he was annoyed by Tony's arrogant demeanor, he was still snapping pictures with his portable camera. "Tony Stark, I didn't expect you to show up in such a small place. Has your worth dropped so low that any small company can afford to invite you?" It was Justin Hammer who spoke, filled with resentment towards Tony after spending a year in prison because of him. He seized the opportunity to throw a sarcastic jab. Seeing Justin Hammer's arrival, Tony was also quite surprised. "Aren't you a board member of Hammer Industries? Do you have time to come here? I thought you'd be busy during this period when your company is about to go bankrupt." Just a simple sentence turned Justin Hammer's face pale with anger. Tony didn't pay much attention to him, and, after greeting everyone at the entrance, entered the press room of Harry's company. Once everyone was seated in the press room, the lights suddenly dimmed, and the screen on the podium slowly displayed the company logo, Osborne Technology. Chapter 18, the youngest billionaire. The screen in the release room slowly lit up, and the striking logo of Osborne Technologies appeared on the screen. Tony, watching from below, couldn't help but say to Pepper beside him, "Why didn't this kid use his own name to name the company? Instead, he used this strange name, Osborne. Is that his dad's name?" Pepper had no idea why. She didn't even know Harry's family situation, let alone what his father's name was. After the Osborne Technologies logo was displayed, Harry Osborne slowly stepped onto the stage. The spotlight shone on him, and the glaring light made Harry feel slightly uncomfortable. But he couldn't show any bad performance in this occasion. The audience looked at the young Harry Osborne on stage with confusion. After all, he looked too young, appearing to be only 14 or 15 years old. What could such a child possibly do on stage? Justin Hammer, seeing this, shouted out loud, "No wonder you, Tony Stark, would attend a small company's launch event. This kid on stage can't possibly be your illegitimate son, right? Only you, Tony Stark, would make such a big fuss over a family reunion." Harry Osborne, who was just about to read his opening remarks, instantly darkened at these words. It was one thing to be misunderstood by Pepper, but what was this Hammer, a board member of a soon-to-be defunct company, doing slandering his background? Harry directly signaled the security to have Justin Hammer removed. As 2 security guards escorted Justin Hammer out, he shouted even louder, "Tony Stark, say something. Let your son come out to deal with me. He has nothing. He is not worthy. Tony Stark, my opponent is you, Tony." Although Justin Hammer was pulled out of the venue, the others in the audience watching Harry Osborne on stage and Tony Stark below had subtle expressions. They all somewhat believed Hammer's words. Could this so-called launch event really be a large-scale family reunion? Clearing his throat, Harry Osborne felt it was necessary to clarify quickly. He did have a father. Although that father was missing, it didn't mean he needed to acknowledge a new one. It seemed that the impending collapse of Hammer Industries had caused Mr. Justin Hammer to develop serious mental issues. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Harry Osborne, founder and current president of Osborne Technologies. Of course, I definitely have no blood relation to Mr. Stark. I think you can tell that just by looking at my hair. Oh, by the way, Mr. Stark, please don't dye your hair. Otherwise, people might really not be able to tell the difference. After easing the atmosphere a bit, Osborn began his product announcement. Full screen, smartphone. These two concepts struck the hearts of the audience like a revolutionary lightning bolt. Not to mention other industries. Just those in the mobile phone business understood one thing. A big shark had entered their small pond. People from other industries also felt a chill. How old was this kid on stage? Who was the last teenager to cause a sensation across America at this age? Everyone's gaze shifted to Tony Stark below. Yes, the last teenager who caused a nationwide sensation was none other than the now famous Tony Stark. Could this be the next Tony Stark? Everyone couldn't help but ask themselves. But they all unanimously affirmed this answer. As a product launch event, it naturally couldn't just be live on-site. It was also being broadcast live across the internet. Due to Tony Stark's influence, the number of people paying attention to this launch event reached millions. When Harry Osborn appeared and announced the products, the number skyrocketed to tens of millions, even causing a temporary internet crash. The next day's news, whether on television or old-fashioned newspapers, was completely dominated by news about Harry Osborn. The moment Harry Osborn's company went public, its market value directly reached $1 billion. As a newly established company, this was a terrifying achievement. Furthermore, it was predictable that the future market value of Osborn Technologies would continue to rise. The hottest news about Harry Osborn online, besides being the youngest billionaire, was whether he was Tony Stark's illegitimate son. After all, in the eyes of the public, people like Tony Stark wouldn't give birth to a second one, yet now this second one had appeared, and based on age, there was indeed a possibility that it matched the speculation of being Tony Stark's illegitimate son. Although Harry Osborn had publicly clarified this matter with Tony Stark, it still couldn't dispel the fervent gossipers. Busy with the company's IPO and product launch, Harry Osborn had even specially taken a week's leave. This was actually his first time back at school after becoming a billionaire. He had to say, this feeling was really nice, very refreshing. Everywhere he walked, people looked at him with admiration and respect. This feeling was truly wonderful. He seemed to understand a bit why Tony was so flamboyant. Returning home in wealth is like walking in brocade at night. This saying was indeed fitting. Upon entering the school, not to mention the excited students, even the teachers in the class stood respectfully at the school gate to welcome him. Oh, Harry Osborn, the most outstanding student of Midtown High. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Harrington, opened his arms to embrace Harry, while Smuff, standing nearby, couldn't hold back and muttered that he should tone it down a bit. It was quite embarrassing. Harrington shot Smuff a glare, then turned back with a smile, leading Harry Osborn into the school while saying, "Our Midtown High-S education has always been excellent, but unfortunately, we've never encountered a more outstanding student to make a name for the school. But now it's different. The smartest and youngest billionaire in America comes from our school. Harry, you've really made a huge contribution to the school. By the way, Harry, since you're back in class, you can't fall behind on the subjects you need to catch up on. But I believe these things will be no trouble for you. I think you should pay more attention to the upcoming school prom. Your participation will surely make it more lively." Upon hearing this, Harry Osborn suddenly realized that it was already nearing the end of the semester. After the semester, he would be moving up to high school, and the busyness of this period had made him forget about it. But that was fine. The upcoming prom would be a good opportunity to relax after such a hectic time. He was indeed quite exhausted. After another tiring day, Harry couldn't help but yawn as he returned home from the company. He was still in his growth phase, although his energy was abundant. He couldn't withstand too much exhaustion. During the day, he had to go to school, and after school, he had to handle company affairs. After finishing business, he would go to the lab to design his armored suit, sometimes even sleeping in the lab, going days without returning home. Upon returning to Queens, Harry Osborn rubbed his sore eyes while taking out his keys to unlock the door. Speaking of which, he had been so busy for so long that he had forgotten he needed to move. Given his current wealth, it seemed unsafe to continue living here. Previously, it was due to limited conditions, but now that he had money, it was time to switch to a bigger house. That way, he could have a large lab in the basement, just like Tony, so he would have to run back and forth between the park and home. The more he thought about it, the more Harry Osborn felt he should move sooner. Now that he had money, He should enjoy it. Click. As Harry turned the key in the lock, the sound that came from the door was not the sound he expected. The sudden noise made Harry alert, and he looked up towards the source of the sound. A figure dressed in a red hoodie and a black mask was stealthily climbing through the window from the stairwell. This person likely didn't expect to find anyone home at such a late hour. Oh damn, what are the odds of running into him? I thought he had already moved out. The figure, who was none other than Peter Parker, thought to himself. He didn't realize that Harry Kina had been living in the house for the past few days, as he assumed Harry had already moved away. In reality, Harry had been at the company and the lab, while his mom had gone on a trip to England, leaving the house vacant for over a week. It's no wonder Peter Parker mistakenly thought Harry's family had moved out. Oh, you're that Spider-Man who's been trending online recently? What are you doing here? You didn't break in to steal something, did you? Harry said, pulling out his phone. He wasn't taking out to take pictures or call the police. He took out his phone for self-protection. Unlike regular phones, his was equipped with a plasma shield and a mini quantum blaster, capable of both defense and offense, which might just help him protect himself in this situation. Whoa, please don't call the cops. I'm not here to steal anything. I'm Peter Parker. Seeing Harry pull out his phone, thought he was about to call the police and hurriedly explained himself, but stumbled over his words when trying to identify himself. Harry recognized the voice and tentatively asked, Peter? No, I'm not Peter Parker. I'm not. Peter quickly denied. I only said Peter, not Parker. His slip-up made Harry lower his guard, realizing that the Spider-Man who had been making headlines in the community was actually Peter Parker. Seeing his identity exposed, Peter dejectedly took off his black mask, musing about how hard it was to keep his identity hidden. Hearing Peter's gloomy words, Harry looked him up and down in surprise. I thought you were just a cross-dresser. So you dress like this to hide your identity? I'm not a cross-dresser. Of course, I dress like this to hide my identity. Look, my face is completely covered. Peter defended himself. Even Batman knows to lower his voice when he's out in public. Your voice hasn't changed at all. Anyone who knows you even a little could easily figure out who you are. So it turns out my voice gave me away? Peter said, surprised, covering his mouth. Watching Peter's reaction, Harry didn't know what to say. He walked over to where Peter had entered and opened the window. There are cameras outside. Even if your voice didn't expose you, your movements are all recorded by those cameras. I bet you come back this way every night. If someone want to find you, it would be easy. Really? I thought if I swung fast enough, the cameras wouldn't catch my location, Peter said, feeling anxious. He realized he had unknowingly exposed so many flaws. You should borrow a book on surveillance and counter-surveillance from a school library next time. Someone as reckless as you could easily attract the attention of someone dangerous, Harry said, giving Peter a disapproving look before heading back to his room. It was too late. He needed to get some sleep for class tomorrow. As for how Peter Parker gained Spider-Man's abilities, he could ask about that during the day. Unbeknownst to Harry and Peter, their conversation was being monitored by a powerful entity. Nick Fury, compared to the newly emerged Spider-Man, found Harry Kina's mental maturity to be much greater. The organization monitoring all of this was safe.If. After the alien invasion incident, more extraordinary individuals started to appear, and every new superhuman quickly came under safe.If scrutiny. Nick Fury assessed which individuals could be recruited and which should be detained. Spider-Man Peter Parker was someone Fury had his eye on, preparing to recruit him as a reserve Avenger. Hence the comprehensive surveillance. Without Peter's knowledge, his identity had already been thoroughly uncovered by safe.Maria Hill's words made Nick Fury ponder deeply. He had originally just come to observe Peter Parker, but unexpectedly witnessed the moment Peter's identity was exposed by Harry. After thinking for a moment, Nick turned to the safe.Id agents behind him and said, "Pull up the previous footage again," focusing on the part with Harry Kina and zoom in on his phone. Harry Kina was also one of Nick Fury's subjects of observation. However, Harry had not shown any superpowers, so Fury's interest in him was not as significant as in Peter Parker. Unless Harry could create armor like Tony Stark, he was just seen as a smart, ordinary person in Fury's eyes. The agents quickly followed Nick's orders to enlarge the footage, showing the screen with Harry holding his phone. Although Nick couldn't decipher the string of codes on the screen, he understood it wasn't a 911 call. If it was an emergency call, then what could it be? Nick squinted at the code. Based on his experience, he felt it looked more like a command for a weapon. Otherwise, Harry wouldn't have relaxed his expression slightly when taking out his phone. Chapter 20. The Great Crisis of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury contemplated raising the alert level for Harry Kina, aligning his file status with that of Spider-Man. Maria Hill, beside him, nodded in understanding and began adjusting Harry Kina's file level on her tablet. After ordering his subordinates to shut down surveillance, Nick Fury slowly approached the S.H.I.E.L.D. emblem inside the base. At this moment, Maria Hill stepped forward to ask, "The personnel at the Triskelion have all been evacuated." Nick Fury silently nodded at this, then began reminiscing about his past. "When I was still an agent, I was just as passionate and full of zeal as you. However, since I suffered betrayal, I learned to hide. One must go through many experiences to grow. The world is the same. It changes too quickly. The Earth is not ready, and before it matures to truly confront danger, you and all of us must be prepared to make sacrifices to protect her. However, before that, we need to clean up the remaining trash." Hill arranged for everyone to withdraw from America to London under the pretext of investigating the strange gravitational events there. "But what about your safety?" Maria clearly disagreed with Nick Fury's decision, finding it too risky. If all of Nick Fury's agents withdrew, then his safety would not be guaranteed. "Fishing always requires bait. As long as you are there, those people won't dare to act rashly. As I said earlier, I'm already prepared for sacrifice. Moreover, I won't run into problems. I have 2 ace agents. Besides, Hill, do you know that in the East, there is a mythical beast called the Phoenix? Legend has it that this creature can be reborn from the ashes, and what S.H.I.L.D. needs now is to be reborn from the flames." I understand. Once Nick Fury made up his mind, it was impossible to change it. Maria Hill could only grit her teeth and agree to his decision. The next day at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Triskelion, there were numerous personnel transfer requests, even alarming the former director Pierce on the top floor. As he browsed through the transfer requests, Pierce's gaze flickered. Being the Hydra leader hiding within S.H.I.E.L.D., he could naturally discern that this group of people were Nick Fury's personally trained elite forces, and none of them were Hydra members. What was Nick Fury planning? Was something important happening in London? Unable to make sense of it, Pierce decided to send a communication to the Hydra members infiltrating London. The feedback came quickly. Indeed, a mysterious event had occurred in London involving abnormal gravitational waves and spatial magnetic fields, similar to a portal, which sometimes only looped in a single location and sometimes disappeared altogether. Seeing this news, Pierce sensed that things might not be so simple. Just as he was preparing to arrange personnel for deeper investigation, his phone suddenly rang. An unknown number caused Pierce's eyes to darken. Every time he received a call from this number, it was never good news. "The Coulson cruise ship has been hijacked." Just a cruise ship? If it was hijacked, let the country it belongs to deal with it. "I thought it was some awful news, but it's just a cruise ship," he thought, annoyed at being notified of such a trivial matter. "Our people are also on the cruise ship. The Insight program's Zola algorithm cannot fail." "What did you say?" Pierce was taken aback. It seemed this call was indeed bad news. However, he quickly realized something was off. How could their organization be hijacked? After all, 80 of the terrorist organizations in the world were supported by them. How could such a thing happen? Realizing the anomaly, Pierce hurriedly asked, "Do you know who hijacked it?" "The hijackers claim to be Somali pirates, but those are our people. They haven't moved at all. I suspect the one behind the hijacking is Nick Fury, whom you've supported." "Impossible. His personnel are all in the building, and they are about to be transferred to London. He doesn't have the extra manpower to arrange something like this. Have you forgotten that he has a secret alien force?" The voice on the other end made Pierce shudder. Yes, he had forgotten that Nick Fury had a secret force independent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing that Pierce had been silent for a long time, the person on the other end impatiently said, "Nick Fury is no longer in control. You must resolve this quickly. The cruise ship has entered the Sunda Strait, and our official personnel cannot intervene. You must arrange for someone to handle it. Remember, the USB drive must not be lost." The call ended with a busy signal, indicating that the person had clearly hung up. Pierce, somewhat irritated, slammed his phone on the table. his face darkening as he stared at Nick Fury's photo on the computer, contemplating how to deal with this troublesome person. Meanwhile, Harry Kina was completely unaware of what was happening within SHIOD, as he had not yet come into contact with them. At this moment, Harry was on the school rooftop with Peter Parker and Ned. "So, you know Spider-Man is Peter Parker?" Harry asked Ned. Ned, excited to have his knowledge recognized, replied, "Of course. I figured out Peter Parker's identity long ago. You have to stand behind me. I was the first to discover Spider-Man's identity." "Ugh, I don't care to compete for that." Harry waved his hand, thinking that the title of being the first to discover Spider-Man's true identity was not worth fighting over. He was more curious about how Peter Parker obtained those abilities. Peter Parker, not hiding anything from Harry and Ned, directly recounted how he gained his superpowers. "What? You mean you got superpowers just from being bitten by a spider? That's a pretty hasty way to gain powers. I got bitten by a dog the other day. So why didn't I turn into Dogman?" Ned excitedly said, pulling down his pants to reveal a bandage where the dog had bitten him. Both Ned and Harry were shocked. The idea that being bitten by a spider could cause mutation was unheard of, even in Harry's world before he crossed over. Harry pulled out his phone and aimed the camera at Peter Parker. Feeling uncomfortable with the camera pointed at him, Peter Parker tried to dodge it. But Harry quickly spoke up. "Hold still. I'm going to scan you to see if there's anything wrong with your body. Your strength and wall-crawling ability are not something humans can evolve. This is likely a rewriting at the genetic level. If we don't check carefully, there could be some hidden dangers. To put it in the worst-case scenario, you could end up turning into a spider monster." Chapter 21. Peter Parker's Genetic Codex. The camera on the phone scanned Peter Parker's figure thoroughly, displaying various physical indices. Harry swiped through the information on the screen, and the more he read, the tighter his brows furrowed. According to the results scanned from the phone, every aspect of Peter Parker's body had surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. Whether it was skin toughness, bone density, or even platelet size, everything was above normal. His heart rhythm and heartbeat frequency were also significantly faster than that of an average person. Total bilirubin, aspartate aminotransferase, blood creatinine, and blood urea nitrogen were all beyond normal ranges. Logically, if a person's bodily indices were so imbalanced, the external manifestations would be quite obvious. However, Peter Parker looked completely normal at the moment. Harry Kina rubbed his forehead and said to Peter Parker, "After school, you need to come with me to the lab. Your current bodily indices are completely abnormal. My basic observation system can't provide further insights. But I have more advanced equipment in my lab that should allow for more thorough testing." "Wow. Are you talking about that place that used to be Stark Industries Park? Can I go too?" Ned, who was clearly eager to check it out, chimed in. Since Ned was the second person to know about Peter's identity aside from Harry, Harry felt he couldn't refuse, thinking it was just a visit and nothing could go wrong. The former Zone 6 of Stark Industries was now under Oscorp, becoming the Oscorp Technology Park. Of course, this was only a temporary lease, even though Tony Stark had given a friendly price. Oscorp didn't have the funds to buy it outright yet. Arriving at the door of Lab 1, Harry stood outside and allowed the iris scanner to confirm his identity before the door opened. This lab was exclusively Harry Kina's, where he had placed many of his own inventions. Due to the unique iris authentication, the security was quite high. As Harry entered the lab, he waved his arm, and a bulging mechanical bodysuit hanging in the center quickly retracted, pulled by mechanical arms to the sidewall. "What is that? It looks like a bodysuit." Both Peter Parker and Ned asked curiously upon seeing the black bodysuit. Harry continued to lift the suit and replied, "That's a protective undergarment, equipped with electrical stimulation chips and highly efficient conductive patterns. It also has excellent toughness since its main material is volcanic fiber. Its primary function is to give the wearer the ability to protect themselves. In simple terms, once you put on, you can go from being an untrained ordinary person to a highly capable agent in an instant." "All right, lie down on the testing device." As Harry finished his introduction, the testing pod that had risen from the ground was already in place. Harry patted Peter Parker's shoulder and said, "Don't be nervous. It's just a thorough check to look at your DNA, polypeptide chains, and the full deoxyribonucleotide sequences of some functional RNAs. I don't need to undress, right?" "Well, you've already undressed, but that's fine, just go ahead." Harry Kina was a bit slow in his wording, Or perhaps Peter Parker's undressing was too fast. By the time Harry said no need to undress, Peter Parker was already down to just his underwear. Ned, standing next to Harry Kina, looked at Peter Parker's physique with a hint of envy. This must also be a change after the spider bite. I bet he didn't have this physique before. Don't even think about it. Even if you were bitten by a spider like Peter, you wouldn't have that physique. You're too chubby. Harry glanced at Ned's round body, speaking without mercy, causing Ned to sink into self-doubt. The beams inside the testing pod repeatedly scanned Peter Parker's body, and as he focused on the data displayed on the computer, Harry Kina's frown deepened. Ned leaned in closer. Ned, there's an anomaly in the middle segment of the gene chain. It looks like it has been spliced and recombined. Harry shot a surprised glance at Ned. You understand this? Ned chuckled a little bit. Ignoring the chubby kid, Harry Kina searched through Peter Parker's polypeptide chains and asked Ned, do you know who Peter Parker's parents are? I don't know. You might as well just ask Peter directly. Although Ned had been friends with Peter Parker since childhood, that childhood didn't mean he had known him since birth. In fact, Ned had never seen Peter Parker's parents. Peter, do you know what your parents did? Harry directly asked Peter in the testing pod, thinking it was better to ask him than to go through Ned. I don't know. I lived with Aunt May since I was very little, and I really don't have any impressions of my parents. The testing pod's operation halted, and as Peter Parker got off and put on his clothes, he replied, Peter, there are significant issues with your gene chain. It's not just the gene chain. Your cell nucleus has a large number of genes in its chromosomes, and the stability of the genes, mutation types, and selective expression have all changed because of that spider factor. Spider factor? Peter asked. It's the venom injected by the spider that bit you. I call it the spider factor. This factor hasn't destroyed your genetic structure. Instead, it has made your genetic structure more stable and comprehensive. And there have been more prominent changes in selective expression. So what does this have to do with my parents? Peter Parker asked. Harry had said a lot, but Peter still didn't understand how all of this was related to his parents, who had never appeared in his life. Of course it's related. The genetic traits in your body have become more perfect because of the addition of this spider factor, leading to all your bodily values exceeding those of ordinary people by dozens of times. However, because of this genetic factor, it stabilizes your genetic balance, preventing you from deforming or mutating due to exceeding normal values. The only explanation for such a significant effect of genetic traits is that these traits have been tampered with, altered to specifically match the existence of the spider factor. This tampering can only be done before you became an embryo. You are very likely a genetically engineered baby deliberately created by your parents. Of course, there is also a possibility that some evil organization or scientist kidnapped your parents to conduct this inhumane experiment, but I lean more towards the former. Harry Kina's words made Peter Parker's face go pale. A genetically engineered baby, just a test subject? Neither scenario was something Peter Parker could bear. Compared to these, Peter Parker hoped even more that the truth was that his parents had been kidnapped by a group of terrorists for some evil experiment. Chapter 22. Genetic armor. After Peter Parker underwent a full-body examination, he was also given a complementary test for strength and speed. The results were quite astonishing. Peter Parker's regular strength reached an incredible 460 kilograms, and his jumping height reached 5 meters. In addition, Peter Parker possessed an extremely strong adhesive ability, which was the primary reason he could climb walls. His exceptional adhesion allowed him to stand on walls in any position without falling. However, the most remarkable abilities were Peter Parker's rapid healing and his extraordinary spider sense. Overall, Peter Parker's abilities far surpassed the data provided for Captain America, Steve Rogers. Even Harry Kina couldn't help but be amazed. Sometimes he felt that the world was very strange, as the overall level of technology was not high. Yet, there were products that were several years ahead, like Tony Stark's Jarvis, and now Peter Parker, a genetic warrior. The deeds of America's first superhero are well known. Everyone knows that he was a super soldier created by the super serum, but compared to Peter Parker, that super soldier, although also a genetic warrior, clearly differed significantly in terms of the version and results manifested. While the super serum could transform a weak person into someone with a powerful physique, it only altered the bloodline factors without the ability for further growth. In contrast, Peter Parker's physical qualities and abilities would grow as he aged, making this genetically modified human far superior to Captain America in terms of future potential. Who were Peter Parker's parents? What organization did they serve to be able to do such things? This series of questions still puzzled Harry, even after Peter Parker had left. Peter Parker had gone back to ask Aunt May about his parents. As long as he could get some information about Harry's parents, such as their names or the university they attended, Harry was confident he could find them. As for why Harry wanted to find them, it was obviously to obtain the genetic sequence formula they possessed. With that, Harry could create a potion with the same effects as the super serum. Harry Kina's body was already well formed, and he only had two options for enhancement. Either use a potion to turn himself into a genetic warrior with extraordinary powers, or undergo mechanical modification to transform some of his limiting organs into advanced mechanical parts. Both methods carried certain risks, but the prospects were promising. Although he also planned to create powerful armor to equip himself like Tony Stark, Harry Kina knew very well that the more powerful the armor, the heavier the burden on oneself. Whether it was the radiation from the energy flow inside the armor or the various mechanical pressures. Just like Tony Stark, who was now focusing on self-improvement and no longer chasing after distractions, partly due to Pepper's influence, and also because he needed to enhance his physical qualities, abstain from indulgences, and strengthen his training to better control the armor. Harry's future development was not limited to just one path. He intended to become a genetic warrior while also undergoing mechanical modifications. Only in this way could he develop stronger armor in the future that he could control. Back in the laboratory, Harry Kina took off his coat and tossed it onto a nearby rack. The testing chamber in the lab had been lowered back underground, and the previously stored black bodysuit was now revealed again. Master, the basic structure of PX-1 has been completed. Should I add functional components? Upon hearing the AI's question, Harry shook his head. If he hadn't seen Peter Parker, he might have added functional components today to finalize PX-1. But now it was different. His PX-1 could be upgraded further. He ordered the extraction of Peter Parker's blood. Received. Peter Parker's restlessness while lying in the testing chamber was due to the molecular needles inside the chamber triggering his spider sense, which sensed harm to his body and caused him to react instinctively. The molecular needles installed in the testing chamber were very small, too small to be seen by the naked eye, silently extracting and analyzing blood, and after the examination, they would reassemble and store the blood for later use. The instructions issued by Harry were received by the AI, and a test tube containing half a tube of blood popped up on the tool table on the left side of the lab. Taking the test tube from the mechanical arm and looking at the swirling blood inside, Harry Kina smiled. Originally, he couldn't afford to create mechanical armor worth millions. But now with this tube of blood, he could create genetic armor with combat capabilities not inferior to those expensive armors. AI, activate the biological editor. Received. A white box rose in front of the workstation, which was the biological editor Harry mentioned. Opening the white box, a chill escaped from within. The operating environment of the biological editor must be kept at low temperatures, so every time it was opened, cold air would escape. Waving away the cold air, Harry placed the test tube containing half a tube of Peter Parker's blood into it, then closed the biological editor. The main function of the biological editor was to create biological cell tissues, such as flesh and organs. Harry had built it during the Phoenix Project, originally intended for creating his own clone body. After the clone body was made, it had been idle, and he didn't expect it to be useful so soon. Genetic armor is a type of biological armor, primarily using biological organisms as the main body of the armor. It enables a person to possess some of the powerful abilities of these organisms. This type of armor is inexpensive, and in the world before the crossover, it was one of the most favored armors among interstellar wanderers. As long as they hunted powerful organisms, they could obtain an initial set of genetic armor with just a small labor cost. Although it was cheap, its capabilities were decent. The power of genetic armor depended on the material of the organism itself. The stronger the organism used to create the genetic armor, the stronger the resulting armor would be. Harry Kina had initially not considered making genetic armor because the current technology on Earth was insufficient to reach the moon, let alone navigate the cosmos. The living space on Earth's surface could not nurture powerful organisms, So, to obtain strong organisms, one would have to look to other planets. However, the cost of creating a spaceship capable of traveling through space was enough for Harry Kina to directly manufacture a mechanical armor stronger than genetic armor. It was precisely because of the effort-to-reward ratio that Harry Kina had not considered creating biological armor, including genetic armor. However, now that there was such an exaggerated humanoid organism as Peter Parker, everything was different. With the low cost and formidable combat capabilities of genetic armor, how could Harry Kina possibly miss the opportunity? Chapter 23. The first strong genetic armor, the biological editor, requires an ounce of blood to generate a tissue, which takes 3 days. Although this seems like a long time, it is already the most compressed time achievable by maximizing the power of the biological editor at Harry's level. During these 3 days, Harry did not just wait for the tissue to be generated. He also made functional modifications to his PX-1, which was originally designed as the internal suit for a mechanical armor. Its structure and energy transmission lines were all made to match the mechanical armor. Therefore, if Harry Kina wanted to turn it into a biological armor, he had to modify all the interfaces. This includes changing the internal energy transmission lines, as the biological armor operates on bioelectricity and does not require powerful energy transmission. Thus, the energy transmission lines must be changed to bioelectric nodes, and this modification also takes considerable time. In addition, some follow-up functional mounting modules need to have their interfaces reset. The reason why biological armors like the strong genetic armor are inexpensive is that their initial form is just a covering of biological tissue, relying only on the power and defense of the biological body. Such armors have a singular combat capability and lack sufficient damage output. If Harry Kina wants the strong genetic armor to rival mechanical armors worth millions, he needs to load additional functional weapons and protections. Otherwise, with just the initial form of biological tissue covering, not only will the combat capability be singular, but it will also look unattractive, resembling a bulging bodysuit. That would not align with Harry Kina's aesthetic. Therefore, adding functional mounting modules is essential, as it can enrich the combat diversity of the strong genetic armor and make it appear more aesthetically pleasing. As the beeping of the biological editor indicated, Harry Kina understood that the core of the strong genetic armor, the tissue, had been successfully produced. He opened the outlet of the biological editor, revealing a black cube inside. This black cube is a constrictor specifically designed to contain the tissue. Otherwise, the unfolded tissue would be too large and block the outlet. Taking out the constrictor containing the compressed tissue, Harry slowly walked to the modified PX-1. When he pressed the constrictor against the waist of PX-1, the four corners of the constrictor immediately sprang out, and the blood-red tissue surged forth like extending Play-Doh from the four corners. Harry Kina pressed the button in his hand, activating the built-in bioactivation power source of PX-1, causing each bioelectric node to light up sequentially. The activation at the nodes allowed the extending tissue to wrap around the entire PX-1, which initially resembled a thin rubber bodysuit. Now, it looked like a muscular human model with muscle tissue adhered externally. After the tissue fully covered the PX-1, the surface's blood-red color gradually transformed into a matte black similar to that of PX-1. Harry Kina looked at this step with satisfaction. The fusion of the tissue in PX-1 was a success. The strong genetic armor was now in its preliminary completion, and Harry Kina needed to wear it to test its strength. However, before that, he needed to prepare safety measures. Dumb girl, get the electromagnetic pulse generator ready, and use it only upon my command. There are dangers involved in wearing the strong genetic armor during its creation. This is due to the bioelectric elements that can activate the tissue, causing it to enter an active state. In this state, active cellular nerves may emerge, invading the wearer's mind. Simply put, the wearer may be unable to withstand the mental pressure and lose control. The electromagnetic pulse can damage the bioelectric nodes, forcibly cutting off power to the strong genetic armor fused with the tissue. This is the protective measure Harry Kina prepared. Although the chance of losing control is low, it still exists, and it cannot be ignored. After ensuring safety, Harry Kina attempted to wear the armor. As soon as his outstretched palm approached the strong genetic armor, it reacted immediately, Since PX-1 had previously recorded Harry Kina's DNA information before fusing the tissue, the pheromones had already successfully identified him when he approached. The chest of PX-1, now fused with the tissue, gradually opened, displaying the same extensibility as the tissue. However, due to the presence of bioelectric nodes, it could not extend irregularly like the previous tissue, but could only extend linearly based on the bioelectric nodes as roots. The armor wrapped around Harry Kina's arms like black ribbons until it enveloped his entire body. Throughout this process, Harry Kina kept his muscles tensed. Honestly, this was his first time using such biological armor. After all, before his journey here, he was just a corporate astronaut with no need for combat armor. The strong genetic armor covered his entire body, including his head. Under Harry Kina's conscious control, the armor gradually thinned at the eye area, leaving only a semi-transparent film. Although it was semi-transparent, it did not obstruct Harry Kina's line of sight. On the contrary, due to the cellular arrangement within the tissue, the film had an additional filtering layer that could block ultraviolet rays and provided night vision and the ability to switch between near and far sight. However, despite this, Harry was not entirely satisfied. Although the basic form of the strong genetic armor was already good, he believed it could be even stronger. With his arms spread wide, the spare parts that had long been neatly arranged in the laboratory flew towards him in response. This was inspired by Tony Stark's 42 Malawian Quatches. The subcutaneous nervous system could remotely control these functional spare parts, each of which had its own independent power supply. Although Harry Kina could not create a full-body armor like Tony Stark's 42 Malawian Quatches, he could create some components, such as helmets, shoulder pads, chest plates, arm guards, and leg armor. He did not need to cover his entire body. As long as he could better protect essential areas, it would be sufficient, allowing for both cost-effectiveness and functional diversity. The anticipated stimulation of active cellular nerves did not occur. Harry twisted his neck and attempted to jump, only managing to reach a height of 3 meters, which caused him to frown. He then approached the strength testing device and delivered a full-force punch, only to register 700 kilograms. While this reached the officially published strength value of Captain America, it was less than half of Peter Parker's previous test results. Dumb girl, what's going on? Why is the capability value so low? Is the fusion incomplete? According to your current physical endurance, the activation level of the strong genetic armor PX-1 is at 40%. Exceeding 40% may pose a danger to your safety. Do you wish to confirm opening the limit? The dumb girl's words reminded Harry that he had set a safety lock earlier. No wonder the anticipated stimulation of active cellular nerves did not occur. The current strong genetic armor was only activated at 40%, not even halfway. Only by fully activating it would the fused tissue of PX-1 produce active cellular nerves. However, Harry Kina did not plan to fully activate the strong genetic armor at this moment. The current values, similar to those of Captain America, were sufficient for now. For future full activation, he still needed to enhance his physical qualities. Speaking of enhancing physical qualities, Harry Kina thought of Peter Parker's parents. The fastest way would be to obtain the gene modification formula of Peter Parker's parents. It seemed he needed to find Peter Parker again. Speaking of which, it seems like my strong colonization armor needs a name. Calling it PX-1 all the time feels a bit strange. So what should I name it? The flesh and tissue of the strong colonization armor are generated from Peter Parker's blood. So should I call it Peter Armor? No. That name is too terrible. Chapter 24. Baron Strucker takes action again during the time Harry Kina was producing the powerful exosuits. A significant event occurred within S.H.I.L.D. That was the attack on S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury. After Nick Fury obtained a USB drive containing the Zola algorithm, he transferred most of his defensive personnel away, prompting Pierce to decisively issue an order to eliminate Nick Fury. While Pierce was controlling Hydra's operations to eliminate Nick Fury within the United States, Baron Strucker also sent his trusted confidant to infiltrate Coulson's medical room. Previously, the tight security had made it impossible for Hydra to intervene, but now, due to Nick Fury reallocating a large number of personnel, they were able to arrange access. This operation was not something Baron Strucker planned to inform Pierce about. In Strucker's eyes, Pierce was already a dead man. Having stood in the open for years as a former director and advisor of S.H.I.L.D., Pierce had long forgotten the meticulousness and calmness of a covert operative. Even Nick Fury's obvious ploy to lure out the snake managed to fool him. Therefore, Strucker had already connected with other Hydra high-ranking officials to abandon Pierce. It was pointless to discuss whether Pierce would succeed in eliminating Nick Fury, even if he did. Would that ensure Hydra's success with his Insight plan? If it were before, many members within Hydra would have supported the plan. But now, things were different. Aliens had already invaded New York once. Could 3 motherships intimidate the world? Dream on. This plan had long turned into a joke due to the appearance of aliens. And only Pierce continued to hold on to it. Baron Strucker saw through Nick Fury's intentions, which were merely to cleanse safe.If. This was just the first step. Nick Fury also wanted to use this opportunity to dissolve safe, transforming it from the light into the dark. Hidden enemies are the hardest to deal with, and Strucker understood this well. Therefore, before safe could hide again, he needed to place a nail that aimed to take safe's life. Just like Pierce once did. They could support a Hydra member to become the leader of safe once, and naturally, they could support a second time. Following Baron Strucker's orders, disguised as a nurse, Tanasha Asherlin stood in front of Coulson's hospital bed. Seeing that there was no one around, she prepared to insert the memory modification chip into Coulson's neck. Just as she was about to insert it, Coulson suddenly woke up. He quickly grabbed Tanasha's wrist. And feeling the strength in her wrist, Tanasha's gaze sharpened. "You're not Coulson. Who are you?" Hydra had conducted a detailed investigation into Coulson. He was just an ordinary person and could not possibly possess such strength. The expressionless figure that resembled Coulson pried Tanasha's hand away and propped himself up, standing from the hospital bed. The noise created in the room had already attracted attention. Hearing footsteps from outside, Tanasha realized the mission had failed. Without hesitation, she activated the desperate virus within her body, and the rapidly rising temperature made Coulson release his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Tanasha immediately left the hospital room. Inside the hospital room, Coulson's face changed, transforming into that of a green-skinned alien. Looking at the blisters forming in his palm, the green-skinned Coulson thoughtfully returned to the hospital bed, and his appearance reverted back to that of Coulson. The mission had failed. Having escaped from the underground hospital in a sorry state, Tanasha immediately contacted Baron Strucker. Upon hearing the news of the mission's failure, Strucker did not get angry, but calmly pondered for a moment before saying steadily, "That Coulson is a fake?" "Yes, someone disguised as him. It was completely indiscernible from the outside." "Did you engage with him? Can you assess the gap between you?" Strucker asked. There was a brief confrontation. The other party was quite strong, initially estimated at around 300 kilograms. But fearing being trapped, I escaped immediately after breaking free, so I couldn't assess the specific gap. The other party might have other abilities. Another unconventional super soldier. Nick Fury is hiding them deep, Strucker mused. After a while, he said to Tanasha, "Since the mission failed, just come back." The information for this task was too limited. The reason for the failure does not lie with you. Don't worry, you won't be punished. After hanging up, Baron Strucker looked coldly at the scepter in front of him. That was the scepter that had fallen into his hands after many twists and turns following the Battle of New York. A marvelous artifact. However, this artifact could not ease his emotions at the moment. Tanasha's mission failure meant that when safe hid behind the scenes, they would truly be blind. It was clear that Pierce had already fallen into the trap. If Nick Fury's plan succeeded, the situation would reverse, with the enemy hidden and them exposed. The future of Hydra would become difficult. While Baron Strucker was troubled, Harry Kina, after completing the production of the powerful exosuits, returned to school to find Peter Parker. Although Peter Parker learned his parents' names from Aunt May, he still had no specific information. His parents' work was very mysterious, and even Aunt May knew very little. Richard Parker, Mary Parker, although he did not obtain more information. Just having the two names was enough for Harry Kina to conduct some research. However, upon seeing these two names, Harry paused. Both individuals had the surname Parker. He wondered if Mary changed her name to Mary Parker after marrying Richard Parker, or if she was already named Mary Parker. If she also had the surname Parker by birth, that would be interesting. The information retrieved online quickly yielded results. As Harry had suspected, there was no information about Richard Parker and Mary Parker at all. Not even someone with the same name could be found. These two names seemed like forbidden terms on the internet, impossible to search. At this moment, Harry's curiosity about Peter Parker's parents' identities even surpassed his interest in the gene modification formula. However, although the line regarding Peter Parker's parents had been cut off, there was still another way to obtain the gene modification formula, which was to reverse engineer the process from the result. This would still rely on Peter Parker's blood. But besides that, Harry also needed to create a biological sequence inverter. Otherwise, relying solely on Peter Parker's blood would not suffice to reverse engineer it. Chapter 25. London is not calm. While trying to deduce the genetic modification formula from Peter Parker's blood, Harry Kina unexpectedly received a call from his mom. His mom, Louise, had been traveling in London for half a month and only thought to call him today. As soon as Harry answered the phone, he heard his mom's excited voice through the receiver. "Harry, you won't believe who I ran into here." "Who? The Queen of England?" Not quite." Harry's response caused Louise's excitement to falter for a moment, but she quickly recovered. "Even though I didn't see the Queen, I saw Thor." "The Thor from the news?" "Thor? You saw him in London?" Harry was puzzled as to how Thor, who had been missing from Earth for a year, could suddenly appear in the UK. Harry had always thought of these superheroes as gigantic trouble generators. Wherever they showed up, safety was out the window. After all, they were like firefighters. Wherever there was a fire, there they would be, though they might not always be the cause of the fire, which was still off-putting. Thinking about how his mom could meet Thor made Harry feel that things were about to get chaotic. "Yes, it's really Thor. Let me tell you, son, his physique is incredible. It made my heart flutter." Louise, thinking about Thor's muscular build and the sense of safety he exuded, couldn't help but feel her heart race. "Mom, even though you've been single for years, you should at least show some restraint. Who talks about this kind of thing in front of their son?" Harry understood his mom's emotions, but understanding or not, he still felt a bit uncomfortable. However, compared to his mom's fluttering heart, he was more curious about what was happening on her end. After hanging up, he had the AI pull up all recent news related to London. Mysterious space wormholes, unknown gravitational fields, Thor's appearance, secret rendezvous with lovers. The news from London was all over the place. But Harry still managed to find a few useful pieces of information. "AI, what time is the next flight to London?" "There's a flight to London at 8:20 a.m. Would you like me to book it for you?" "Of course. Also set up an itinerary. I need to buy or create a flying device." "Understood. The work itinerary has been recorded." From the news, it seemed that something significant was about to happen in London. Thor couldn't possibly have returned to Earth just to meet his girlfriend. There had to be some dangerous event that prompted his sudden appearance. To ensure his mom's safety, Harry had to rush to London to protect her. As for why he didn't just fly there in an armored suit like Tony Stark, well, the armor, while equipped with some functional modules, didn't have components for long-distance flight. Simply put, his armor couldn't fly. So, Harry had no choice but to take a plane. The flight to London took 4 hours, and by the time Harry arrived in London, it was already past 2 a.m. local time. The temperature in London was much lower than in New York, but fortunately, Harry had prepared his clothes beforehand. After settling into the hotel that the AI had booked for him, he decided to rest for a bit before going to find his mom. After all, they were in the same hotel, and knocking on his mom's door at this hour would disturb her sleep. After a quick nap, Harry tidied up his outfit, freshened up, and went to knock on his mom's suite door. When Louise saw Harry outside, she was pleasantly surprised. "Harry, how did you suddenly show up here? I just called you last night." At this point, Louise suddenly gasped and covered her mouth in surprise. "You didn't come because of what I said last night, did you? Thinking I was looking for a dad, and you were scared and ran over?" Harry rolled his eyes at his mom and pushed the door open to walk in. "I'm not that boring. You're about the same age as Aunt May, and she's looking for a boyfriend. It's only natural for you to do the same. I have no intention of interfering in your life." Though he said that, Harry still scanned the room as he walked in. Seeing no black men or the pants of several guys, he felt relieved. It seemed his mom's trip to London hadn't been too wild. Taking out a shiny silver bracelet from his pocket, Harry handed it to his mom. "Things aren't calm here in London, especially after you mentioned seeing Thor. I'm worried about you. This is a protective bracelet I made for you. You should wear it." "Not calm, but the streets look just as lively to me." Louise took the bracelet and tilted her head, reflecting on the places she had visited recently, not sensing anything unusual or out of the ordinary. Thor is the Prince of Asgard, someone who is supposed to inherit the throne. How could someone like that have time to be in London? Where there's a cat, there are bound to be mice, but the mice just haven't shown up yet. Harry pulled back the curtains and looked around cautiously. Hearing her son say this, Louise replied with some worry, "If it's not safe here, we should hurry back to New York. There's no need to be so anxious. The next flight back to New York isn't until 3 days from now. In the meantime, I'll protect you." "Hee, you protecting me, Harry? You can say that when you become an adult." Louise laughed at her son's demeanor and playfully poked his forehead with her finger. "I'm not a kid anymore. I'll be a 9th grader after this year. I'm already 14. Yes, haha, my little adult. Commander, we have news from headquarters. The director has been assassinated and is in critical condition. Steve Rogers has been informed, but remained silent, betraying safe.Eld. Headquarters has already issued a wanted notice for Steve Rogers and Natasha Romanoff. At the SHIELD London branch, Intelligence Officer George reported the information he received about the New York Triangular Wing building to Maria Hill. Upon hearing the news of Nick Fury's critical condition, Maria Hill paused her fingers, which had been tapping on the table, gazing at the framed photo of Nick Fury on the table. She suddenly stood up and ordered Team 1 to assemble and secretly infiltrate New York. "The captain and Natasha need our support." "Yes, Commander." The soonest flight back to New York is also 3 days away, leaving Harry with only time to accompany his mom around London. Meanwhile, he would avoid the places mentioned in the news as much as possible. As noon approached, Harry looked up at the sky. The weather in London was indeed unpredictable. It had been chilly last night, but by noon it had warmed up enough to just wear a light shirt. Am I seeing things? Why are there suddenly several suns in the sky? Not realizing it at first, when he looked up and saw 8 massive celestial bodies forming a straight line in the sky, Harry thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. "Master, the magnetic field fluctuations nearby have changed. How could this happen? Aren't we far from the places reported in the news?" To avoid unnecessary trouble, Harry had deliberately steered clear of those strange news locations. Yet he found himself encountering something unexpected nonetheless. The preliminary calculations suggest that the alignment of the 9 stars has caused significant changes in the Earth's magnetic field, which may lead to unexpected situations. Currently, MCU cannot detect any unusual circumstances and can only make a simple prediction. However, this prediction is enough to alert Harry Kina, prompting him to let his mother return to the hotel first. As Harry Kina stands up from his seat and prepares to enter the mall, he notices a crowd of people rushing out in panic. What happened inside? Harry stops a panicked person and asks. A monster. A huge monster suddenly appeared in the mall. The passerby replies in a frenzy, breaking free from Harry Kina and running away without looking back. This is bad. Upon hearing about the monster, Harry Kina realizes the severity of the situation and pushes his way into the mall as his mother, Louise, is still inside. Inside the mall, a gigantic monster wreaks havoc, as if it has escaped from the frozen hell. It emanates a chilling aura, and any cracks it leaves behind are covered in a layer of ice crystals. As soon as Harry Kina enters the mall, he sees his mother hiding on the 2nd floor, but the escalator leading down has been smashed by the monster, trapping the crowd on the 2nd floor as they cower in fear inside a jewelry store. Seeing that his mother is unharmed, Harry Kina breathes a sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing has happened yet. However, he wonders what this monster is, as such creatures do not originate from Earth. Can MCU scan and provide information about the monster? What military experiment produced it? Harry Kina, wearing glasses implanted with MCU's chip, focuses on the rampaging monster in the hall, hoping MCU can identify its origins. "I'm sorry, Master, but I couldn't detect its origins. The creature shows no signs of genetic modification. It is a natural-born entity." Natural-born? How could such a monster come to exist here without Skull Island? "Master, this creature's characteristics resemble those of the frost giant from Norse mythology, Jotunheim." Norse mythology? It must be related to that Thor guy. These superheroes certainly attract trouble. Upon hearing that the monster resembles the frost giant from Jotunheim, Harry Kina is almost certain it is indeed that frost giant. Otherwise, how could Thor appear here? Could it be that, after the alien invasion, This group of frost giants is also coming to invade. After the rampaging monster has destroyed everything it could, it sets its sights on the upper floor. Harry Kina sees this scene and realizes he cannot wait any longer. He quickly runs out of his hiding spot. "Hey, beast, you should be locked back in your cage." Harry, Louise on the second floor, immediately recognizes her son's voice and stands up to look down. Sure enough, she sees Harry standing in front of the 3 to 4 meter tall monster. "Harry, run." Harry, hearing his mother shout, remains unfazed. He came to save people, not to run away. Besides, although the monster is enormous, he believes he can defeat it. The restrainer of his powered armor has already been transformed into the size of a card box, which Harry Kina holds in his hand. The spider patterns etched on its surface shine under the light. As the frost giant approaches, Harry Kina inserts the restrainer into the slot on his belt. Wolf spider armor combine. The armor combines, and the transformation belt's built-in loudspeaker emits a sound when the restrainer is pressed. As the sound echoes, the restrainer opens, and a jet of black threads instantly envelopes Harry Kina, forming a black sphere. This sudden change causes the advancing frost giant to halt, afraid to move forward. The crowd hiding on the second floor also hears the commotion below. After all, the sound Harry set for the belt's loudspeaker is quite loud. It's the armor warrior. A child who heard the noise exclaimed with shining eyes. However, they were quickly hushed by an adult. "Shoo, there's no such thing. That's just a toy's sound." Others also called out to Louise, "Miss, just let it go. If it's gone, it's gone. Next time you have a child, be sure to tell them that cartoons and reality are different." While the survivors on the second floor have their thoughts in the hall on the first floor, the frost giant tentatively sniffs around. After realizing the black sphere poses no threat, it opens its mouth to bite, just as its sharp teeth are about to make contact. The black sphere suddenly explodes, revealing Harry Kina, fully covered in wolf spider armor. In that instant, the excess black fusion fibers form a granular black mist, obscuring the frost giant's vision, while Harry seizes the opportunity to leap into the air, propelled by the super jumping power granted by the wolf spider armor, landing above the frost giant. "Shaniu, lock onto the weak point." Weak point locked. Looking at the marked weak point under the helmet, Harry Kina unleashes the high-temperature ion sword from his arm armor, stabbing it fiercely into the weak point. The high-temperature ion sword, powered to full capacity, combined with the over 700 pounds of arm strength granted by the wolf spider armor, allows Harry Kina to break through the frost giant's skin defense, plunging both the sword and his arm into the giant's nape. The frost giant lets out an ear-splitting cry as it crashes to the ground. Only when the frost giant is completely still does Harry Kina withdraw the high-temperature ion sword. The prolonged operation of the high-temperature ion sword has already turned the giant's head into broth. After being pulled out, the surface of the high-temperature ion sword emits a faint mist. Chapter 27. Yes. Mom needs protection. It seems I don't need to take action anymore. Thor, the god of thunder, originally came here after hearing that a frost giant was rampaging, but upon arrival, he found that the frost giant had already been dealt with. Harry stood on top of the frost giant, turning off his high-temperature ion sword. He looked at Thor, who had arrived late, and said, "If you had waited for me, it would have been too late. Are you with S.H.I.E.L.D.?" Thor looked at Harry, whose dark armor was vastly different from Tony Stark's. For various organizations in Midgard, Thor had only encountered one, S.H.I.E.L.D. "No, I'm just a passing armored warrior." After answering, Harry leaped to the second floor and found his mom, Louise, among the hiding crowd. "Oh, thank God you're okay," Louise exclaimed, rushing forward to hug Harry. Removing his helmet, Harry reassured her, "Of course I'm fine. Didn't I say I would protect you?" "Oomph, you little brat. It was still too risky. That monster was so big. How could you face it alone?" Louise scolded, slapping Harry on the head in relief, recalling how Harry had stood alone in front of the monster just moments ago. "Ouch. That hurts, Mom. Does it hurt? Are you injured anywhere? I mean, your slap hurt." "I wasn't injured while dealing with that monster." Just then, Thor jumped up from downstairs. "Hey, you can't just leave without saying anything when talking to someone else. That's very rude." Thor had originally wanted to criticize Harry for being rude, but when he saw Harry's youthful face, he paused. "Oh, why are you so young?" Asgard does have young warriors, but they are at least 20 years old. The child in front of him looked only about 14 or 15, yet had single-handedly killed a frost giant. Thor was taken aback. Are the people of Midgard really this powerful? Even the children? It's Thor. Hi. Thor, do you remember me? We took a photo together a couple of days ago. The people hiding on the second floor were excited to see Thor. After all, the video of the New York battle had spread worldwide, and Thor's name was well known to the public. Everyone knew Thor was a hero, so his presence here meant the monster had definitely been eliminated. Wow, no wonder he's the god of thunder. Not only did he defeat the monster, but he also saved a child. Someone who had comforted Louise earlier said with admiration, and many others nodded in agreement. Harry had no idea that the sound of him merging with the armor below had made this group of people think he was a low IQ child who couldn't distinguish between animation and reality. If he knew, he would probably be very angry. Mr. Thunder, is it safe now? Yes, it's safe. The frost giant is dead. Great. The god of thunder saved us. Can you take us down? The elevator was destroyed by that monster. All right, one at a time. I'll fly you down. Son, why do we have to leave so soon? I still want to take another photo with Thor. While Thor was surrounded by the crowd, Harry had already taken Louise and left the shopping building from the other side. Hearing Louise's words, Harry felt a headache coming on. These monsters must have appeared because of Thor, and she still wanted a photo. The longer they stayed with Thor, the more worried Harry became about encountering stronger monsters. It was better to leave quickly with Louise. Hey, wait. Just as he was thinking of getting away from Thor, the latter caught up, and Harry looked at him with a grim expression. What do you want? You were able to defeat the frost giant, so Thor, acknowledge your abilities. And then? I want to ask for your help. The dark elf Malekith wants to plunge the 9 realms into darkness, but my strength alone is insufficient to deal with him. I need your help. After honing his skills on Earth, Thor understood that an individual's power is limited. Unfortunately, the other members of the Avengers were not here, and he had no way to contact them for assistance. The only one who could help him fight Malekith was this kid who had defeated the frost giant. Sorry, I refuse. Without a second thought, Harry directly declined Thor's team-up invitation. He didn't know what kind of trouble might arise next, and his mom was just a weak, ordinary woman. He had to protect her. He didn't have time to help Thor. You might not understand the severity of the situation. Malekith's desire to throw the 9 realms into darkness is not just about a lack of sunlight. If Malekith succeeded, the passage between the 9 realms would be permanently opened, plunging the world into eternal darkness and leading to the destruction of the 9 realms. Thor thought he hadn't made the seriousness of the situation clear, so he explained in detail the crises that would arise if Malekith succeeded. But no matter how Thor explained, Harry's response remained the same: refusal. Thor quickly lost his patience and, filled with anger, asked why. The world will be destroyed because of this. Why won't you help me? Because I want to protect my mom. Whether the world is destroyed or not is a matter for later. For now, I must ensure my mom is safe and that she doesn't come to harm. Thor, who had initially wanted to scold Harry for being selfish, paused when he heard Harry say he wanted to protect his mom. His gaze slowly moved to Louise, who was being sheltered behind Harry. The anger that had sparked within him began to dissipate. He saw the figure of his mother in Louise, and the surrounding environment seemed to return to that terrible day just a day ago. If only he had been able to protect his mother like this child was protecting Louise, then he could have saved his mother. If only he had been a bit quicker, a bit faster. Thinking back to the heart-wrenching events of yesterday, even a strong figure like Thor couldn't help but feel his eyes redden. He had already lost so much. His mother, Loki. He couldn't let this child before him suffer the same fate. With this thought, Thor stepped forward and patted Harry's shoulder. You're right. You must protect your mother. You must protect her well. As for Malekith, even if I am alone, I will defeat him, because I am an Avenger. Watching Thor, who seemed to have made a huge determination, soar into the sky, Harry was left perplexed about where he was flying off to. Turning back to look at Louise, he asked what's wrong with him. Is he interested in you? That shouldn't be the case. I remember he seems to have a girlfriend. Chapter 28. Fire Prevention, Theft Prevention, and Best Friend Prevention. After safely sending his mother to the hotel, Harry Kina was about to contact Jarvis through the silly girl. At first, they thought there was just a minor issue in London, but what Thor just mentioned didn't sound like an easy problem to solve. Harry Kina had to get his mother to New York before the situation escalated. Relying on regular flights was no longer an option. They could only depend on Tony Stark's private jet now. During this time, Tony was on vacation with Pepper, so it was quicker to contact Jarvis directly rather than looking for Tony. Jarvis agreed readily and immediately dispatched a private jet, which would arrive in about an hour, barring any unforeseen circumstances. "Harry, what's wrong?" Lewis, bored, sat on the bed and called out to Harry, who was on guard by the window. "Nothing, it's just that." "Don't you want to help Thor? He is a big guy who can handle his own troubles. Let's just wait for the plane and go back to New York." Harry Kina replied, glancing at his watch. The commotion in London was growing, and he even spotted a few blue-skinned individuals on the street. "But, Harry, you have the ability." Lewis's face was filled with conflict. On one hand, she didn't want her son to face danger, but on the other hand, she hoped he wouldn't be a selfish person. "Mom, do you want me to help him?" Seeing Lewis's conflicted expression, Harry understood what she was thinking. "I don't want you to become a selfish person." Lewis's conflict stemmed from her desire to protect her son from danger and the teachings she had instilled in him since childhood. This inevitably brought Captain America to mind. After his sacrifice against the Nazis, his deeds became the spirit that mainstream America promoted, as countless Americans grew up being inspired by Captain America stories. "Mom, this isn't selfishness. It's just that my abilities are limited. I can only protect the most important things first. And you, Mom, are far more important to me than this world." Harry's words eased Lewis's conflicted expression. Hearing her son say she was more important than the world warmed her heart. Before long, the private jet controlled by Jarvis landed directly on the hotel's helipad. As Harry escorted his mother onto the plane, Jarvis inquired, "There's a level 2 danger alert in London. Contacting me was the right choice." What level of danger alert did Tony set for you?" "Level 5. However, the danger alert is only a preliminary judgment. If the information is insufficient, then the reference is inaccurate." Jarvis openly indicated that the danger level Tony set was unreliable. "Tony still hasn't gotten over his anxiety, and he set up such a feature for you. But you are right. This alert is indeed inaccurate. I encountered Thor here, and he seems to be struggling with the situation. Please contact Tony and have him summon other Avengers for support." "Sorry, Mr. Harry, but Mr. Tony is currently in a state of complete information lockdown. He said he wants to enjoy a quiet holiday with Miss Pepper and does not allow me to disturb him." Although Jarvis had a high degree of autonomy, as an intelligent program, he could not defy the explicit orders given by his creator. Harry Kina understood this and did not press him to contact Tony forcibly. "Can you contact any members of the Avengers directly? Any of them would be fine. Just someone who can help." "Sorry, sir, but the few members of the Avengers I have contact information for seem to be unreachable at the moment. Additionally, there is an anomalous life form operating in the network in New York, and I cannot allocate too much processing power to search for those missing Avengers members." "What did you just say? An anomalous life form? Is it an intelligent AI like you?" "No, my only counterpart is the silly girl you developed. That anomalous life form, while similar in form to us, is not one of my kind." It seemed that New York was not peaceful either. "Can you tell whether that anomalous life form is good or bad?" Harry Kina scratched his head in annoyance. He thought that if London was chaotic, New York would be better, but it seemed like something was about to happen there as well. "Unable to determine, but I'm currently monitoring that anomalous life form with a distributed matrix. If it exhibits any harmful behavior, I will immediately contain it." Jarvis spoke with confidence. Harry Kina thought for a moment. Indeed, no matter what that anomalous life form was, it wouldn't be stronger than Jarvis. Harry had more confidence in Jarvis than in Tony Stark. After all, before Harry Kina's crossing, there was only one example of an intelligent AI gaining humanity. But that one could be considered a god in the network. As long as Jarvis wanted, there was indeed nothing that could defeat him in the network. As Harry secured his mother's seatbelt, he did not fasten his own. He looked up in the direction of the control room and said, "Jarvis, I'm entrusting my mom's safety to you. If that anomalous life form causes trouble in New York, I'll rely on you to deal with it." "Understood, Mr. Harry." "Harry?" Lewis looked at Harry Kina anxiously. "Mom, with Jarvis watching over you, I'm very relieved. Now, I'm off to help Thor save the world. I know you will." With great power comes great responsibility. Lewis nodded with satisfaction. But Harry Kina's expression turned strange. With great power comes great responsibility? This statement didn't quite fit, and it didn't sound like something his mom would say. After all, her personality wasn't one to express such things. Feeling scrutinized by her son, Lewis shot back. Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing, it's just that it seems like your education level doesn't match such a saying. Well, how dare you mock your mother for my low education? Harry Kina got off the plane, donned his armor, and headed towards Thor. As for how he knew where Thor was, it was simple. The place shrouded in dark clouds with occasional lightning and thunder could only be Thor causing such a commotion. What Harry Kina didn't know was that while he was transforming into his armor, Lewis secretly took a photo of him on the plane and sent a message. My son is off to save the world. As his mom, all I can do is say with great power comes great responsibility to encourage him. Ding dong. May, you thief, that's my famous saying. Huh, whoever said it first gets to claim it. My son transformed right in front of me. If you want to say something, you'd better expose your nephew's identity early. May, how infuriating. Chapter 29. Support Harry Kina rushed towards Thor with all his might. Although the spider armor did not have long-range flight capabilities, the short-distance thrusters combined with the armor's extendable biological features allowed him to swing through the air like Peter Parker. The difference from Peter Parker was that Harry didn't need special webs. He relied solely on the suit itself. Fortunately, the location where Thor was fighting was not far from their hotel. Although it took some time, Harry managed to arrive just in time, and at that moment, Thor was engaged in battle with the leader of the Dark Elves. Harry did not immediately join the fray. Instead, he looked at a few ordinary people who were slowly being surrounded by the Dark Elves. It seems I'm not too late. Harry leaped up from a streetlight, using the thruster's power to quickly catch up to a Dark Elf. The segmented sections on his back opened up, and two black tendrils shot out, wrapping around a Dark Elf each. Harry gripped the two tendrils that split from the suit and pulled with all his strength. The Dark Elf at the end of the tendril was sent crashing into other Dark Elves. Kill that weird guy first. The seemingly leading Dark Elf yelled at Harry, and the other Dark Elves immediately turned their weapons towards him and started firing. Damn, I thought you guys were holding sticks to poke the fire. Why didn't you shoot at them before? Now you turn your guns on me? Harry exclaimed as he saw a barrage of energy projectiles flying towards him. He hurriedly activated his particle barrier. When those Dark Elves had surrounded the ordinary people, they hadn't fired a shot, which made Harry think they were using melee weapons. Barrier integrity at 85. It's dropping so fast. The alarm from the suit startled Harry. The integrity of his particle barrier was decreasing at a rate of 3 points per second. If it dropped to around 45, it would be insufficient for protection. The energy weapons in the hands of the enemies were quite powerful, and there were no signs of them stopping their charging. If they were equipped with high-power converters, then they would almost have unlimited ammunition. Is the technology of these aliens really that advanced? Harry couldn't believe it, but he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. The barrier was already on the verge of collapse, so he once again had the suit produce biological tendrils, attempting to interrupt their attack. The effect was indeed effective. The biological tendrils extending outside the barrier attracted the attention of some Dark Elves, causing part of them to redirect their fire towards the split tendrils. The frontline firepower became less intense, and Harry took the opportunity to charge forward, bracing himself against the damaged barrier. With the force of a bull, he directly knocked a Dark Elf aside and quickly grabbed another Dark Elf, throwing him like a basketball at a third Dark Elf. In a short time, several Dark Elves were temporarily incapacitated. Harry checked the energy remaining in his wrist armor. It was only 40. The damaged barrier retracted for repair, consuming most of his armor's energy. If he fought again, the particle barrier could only be used once more. This was the downside of biological armor. Since it relied on biological electricity and other low-power energy sources, it couldn't be used multiple times for high-power machines. If he wanted something stronger in the future, he would need mechanical armor. As Harry thought about improvements for the future, he picked up the weapons dropped by the Dark Elves on the ground. The weapons were quite rudimentary, but the energy converters inside were quite good. Although they couldn't achieve 100 power conversion, even 30 was an impressive piece of technology. Harry ripped the energy converter off and stuffed it into his waist pouch before looking at the few people who were somewhat frightened. To avoid them mistaking him for an alien, He simply removed his helmet. When they saw Harry's human face, they felt somewhat relieved. Wow, you must be a member of the Avengers. Daisy, who was somewhat oblivious, ran over without any defenses after seeing Harry's face once the danger was gone. No, I'm not an Avenger. Harry shook his head in denial. Jane Foster, who followed Daisy, recognized Harry. You're Harry Kina, Tony Stark's illegitimate son? Jane could recognize Harry because she often followed news about the Avengers, especially since Thor had disappeared on Earth. The last time he appeared was during the Avengers battle against aliens in New York. Therefore, Jane had been keeping track of news related to the Avengers, hoping to hear news about Thor again. However, the only member of the Avengers whose news she could get was Tony Stark. As a result, she paid more attention to Tony Stark's news and naturally knew about Harry Kina, who was rumored to be Tony's illegitimate son. Initially, Jane didn't believe such gossip, but looking at Harry in front of her, she thought that the gossip might actually be true. I have no relation to Tony Stark. We clarified this. Harry frowned, annoyed that the gossip affected his reputation. He should buy that news company to shut it down. Sorry, my bad, but I really appreciate your help. Otherwise, we would like to apologize, Jane Foster said, glancing worriedly towards Thor's direction. Thor's combat position was not far from where Harry and the others were. At this moment, Thor was fighting quite hard. He had been distracted because Jane and the others were surrounded and had taken several hits from the Cursed Warrior, putting him at a disadvantage. However, after Harry came in to save Jane and the others, Thor could focus on the fight, and the situation barely balanced out. However, Thor was still taking a lot of hits. Malekith himself was not strong in combat, and Thor could easily deal with him. But the Cursed Warrior beside him acted like a wall, standing in front of Malekith, making it impossible for Thor to get past. After circling around for a while, Thor used the force from being knocked back to reach Harry's side. Thor, seeing Thor's bruised face, Jane worriedly stepped forward to wipe the blood from the corner of Thor's mouth. Among those present, besides Thor and Jane, the others were all single, not knowing what expression to wear. It seems you have some backup, but even if you bring more people, you cannot stop me. Hand over the ether particles, and I may spare your life, Malekith said ominously, slowly approaching with the Cursed Warrior by his side. Chapter 30. Is the ether particle a person? What tactics are there? Harry Kina looked at the approaching Malekith and the Cursed Warrior, quietly asking Thor beside him. Thor swung his hammer, Mjolnir, and nodded. Of course there are tactics. Malekith's goal is to obtain the ether particle to control the 9 realms during the moment of the planetary alignment. However, the alignment won't last long. We just need to ensure that Malekith can't get the ether particle during this time. I understand, Harry Kina nodded, but then asked with confusion, what exactly is this ether particle? Is it in you? Thor's gaze shifted to Jane Foster. Harry Kina didn't understand why. If the ether particle was so important as Thor said, it would be carelessly placed in an ordinary person. If Thor hadn't arrived in time, Jane would have been captured by the Dark Elves. For some unknown reason, the ether particle entered Jane's body. You could say that Jane is the ether particle now, Thor said helplessly. If the ether particle could be extracted, it wouldn't be so troublesome. I could just keep it on me and fly away to prevent Malekith from getting it. But it happens to be inside Jane, and I can't extract it myself. Carrying Jane while flying fast isn't an option either, or her body won't withstand it. We're really in a dilemma. Can you take Jane and leave here? I'll hold him off. During this time, you can fly as far as you can with Jane, Harry Kina suggested, as it was the only idea he could come up with, since they just needed to delay until after the planetary alignment. He figured he could buy some time for Thor to hide with Jane. No, Jane's body is too weak right now. The ether particle flowing within her is causing her immense pain. She can't handle the pressure of the air right now. Thor shook his head, rejecting Harry Kina's suggestion. He didn't know if Jane could withstand the pressure of the air, and he didn't dare to gamble. What should we do? Can we take them down together? If we can, then we don't need to think too much about it. We just go for it, Harry Kina said, feeling a bit frustrated. Defeating them isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is to save Jane. Thor took a deep breath and shared his carefully thought-out plan with Harry Kina. All right, I understand. You attack, and I'll assist you. Harry Kina agreed to Thor's somewhat risky plan. If this plan succeeds, it would be great. If it fails, they would just have to rely on themselves. Hearing Harry Kina agree to his plan, Thor forced a smile and turned to Dr. Eric Selvig, saying, "Doctor, I'm counting on you. My little brother and I will hold them off, and you need to stabilize the spatial fluctuations here." Dr. Selvig had developed a spatial stabilizer. As long as the stabilizing strut was inserted into the designated point, the spatial stabilizer could stabilize the spatial fluctuations in an area, preventing randomly generated spatial wormholes from forming. Dr. Selvig was the key to everything. Having understood Thor's plan, Dr. Selvig nodded solemnly, assuring him he would complete the task, not just for himself, but for. With everything arranged, Thor faced Malekith's taunts and charged forward, gripping Mjolnir. "You'll find out if you can stop me." "Oomph." Facing Thor, who was charging forward with Mjolnir, Malekith showed disdain. The cursed warrior beside him lunged forward to intercept Thor. Harry Kina, who was closely following Thor, immediately shot out 2 biological tendrils to wrap around the cursed warrior, pulling him aside and preventing him from stopping Thor. As the cursed warrior was pulled away by Harry Kina and failed to stop Thor, Malekith's expression finally changed from one of disdain. The guardian cursed warrior, momentarily careless, was pulled aside by Harry Kina, but upon seeing Malekith in danger, he exerted all his strength to rush towards Malekith, trying to stop Thor. Damn it, this guy must be as strong as 2 tons. Harry Kina felt the cursed warrior's strength pulling him forward, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. "I can't let you disturb them. Stupid girl, disable the safety restrictions." With the current weight of the armor being over 700 pounds, it was clearly not enough to stop the cursed warrior. Only by completely disabling the safety restrictions on the armor and using full power could he barely match the cursed warrior's strength. "But, Master, it will go out of control. I can handle it. Disable the restrictions." "Understood." Hiss. Steam burst from the joints of the armor, and the originally well-shaped biological suit began to expand, transforming Harry Kina into a muscular figure in a short time. But with it came a significant increase in strength. The cursed warrior found himself unable to move and looked at Harry Kina in surprise. With the safety restrictions lifted, Harry Kina's strength had doubled. But he also felt uncomfortable as the active nerve cells growing inside the spider armor began to invade his brain. The various senses of the biological armor started to erode Harry Kina's original senses, and this feeling was quite unpleasant, especially since the alarms from the suit hadn't stopped, making Harry Kina even more agitated. With the cursed warrior held back by Harry Kina, Thor's attack reached Malekith. The unstoppable Mjolnir, carrying lightning, smashed Malekith's body into pieces. Though it seemed like a successful strike, Thor did not show any signs of joy. Illusion magic. Thor was not unfamiliar with this. His mother, Queen Frigga, was the greatest sorceress in the 9 realms, and he had a brother who frequently used illusion magic. Malekith's form did not reveal itself. He was hiding, like a venomous snake waiting for Thor to show a weakness before delivering a fatal blow. Thor was very familiar with this tactic, thanks to Loki. Thor closed his eyes. The Mjolnir in his hand began to spin, and a storm of lightning soon forced Malekith to reveal his true form. Looking at the revealed Malekith, Thor's eyes burned with vengeful fury. "Without your protection, you're not even as good as an Asgardian soldier. I will crush your skull, banish your soul, and make you repent for your sins in hell for all eternity." Crack! The lightning of Mjolnir shook, drawing the thunder of heaven and earth down upon Malekith. Bathed in the lightning, Malekith screamed in pain, cursing Thor for thwarting his plan to plunge the 9 realms into eternal darkness. "No!" As Malekith disintegrated under the thunder, the cursed warrior let out a roar of rage. Though Harry Kina was enduring the mental pressure of the armor, he still retained some clarity and noticed the cursed warrior was distracted. Harry Kina released more biological tendrils to bind the cursed warrior's limbs and quickly closed in on him. As the cursed warrior struggled free from his bindings, Harry Kina yanked off the grenade hanging from the cursed warrior's waist, activated it, and stuffed it directly into the cursed warrior's mouth. Chapter 31 Now I lack nothing. Harry Kina's ears were almost deafened by that foolish girl's alarm as he pressed the grenade. Without a second thought, he quickly distanced himself from the cursed warrior, and under his helmet, he could see the suddenly surging values reaching their limits. The cursed warrior seemed to collapse in on itself, twisting grotesquely. Watching the scene, Harry felt the mental pressure of the active cells in his mind dissipate, replaced only by a chilling sensation throughout his body. A black hole grenade? They actually have something like that? The black that was crushing and absorbing the cursed warrior's entire being. Harry saw it clearly. It was a miniature, no, a microscopic black hole. How could this dark elf possess a weapon capable of creating black holes? Harry couldn't fathom it. If they had such technology, why bother with ether particles? They could conquer the universe with just this. In any case, the battle situation here had stabilized, including over by Thor. Ha ha! I told you couldn't stop me. The Malekith, who should have been turned to dust under the thunder, was actually standing behind Jane Foster. It turned out that long before Thor stirred up the storm, Malekith had already sent his true form to capture Jane Foster. He was never trying to defeat Thor. He was after the ether particles. Malekith leaned close to Jane's body, gazing at the faint red glow beneath her skin, utterly infatuated. My treasure, come back. Return to your master. Ah! Malekith spread his palm against Jane Foster's chest, drawing out the ether particles, causing Jane to emit a cry of pain. The ether particles slowly peeled away from Jane's body, and once they were fully extracted, Malekith casually discarded Jane Foster aside, as if throwing away a piece of trash. Now, I lack nothing. The power of the ether particles flowed within Malekith's body. Feeling this long-lost power, he revealed a perverse smile. Harry Kina exchanged a glance with Thor, then suddenly charged at Malekith. You are nothing but insects in the face of this power. Malekith, facing the rushing Harry Kina, merely raised a hand, and a surging, violent force firmly bound Harry Kina in midair. Crack, crack, crack. The wolf spider armor emitted a series of unbearable sounds, and the foolish girl's alarm kept shouting. Armor integrity, 80%. Armor integrity, 75%. Fortunately, with Malekith as such a formidable enemy, this casual grip caused the active neural cells born from the armor's full power to retract in pain. So Harry Kina didn't have to worry about losing control. Dr. Avik, as Harry Kina rushed toward Malekith, Thor took the opportunity to bring Jane to Dr. Avik's side, while Malekith was distracted. Dr. Avik's hands trembled with anxiety as he hesitantly asked, should I shut it down? No, shutting it down now would cause that child and Malekith to be teleported away together. I must save that child first. Dr. Avik, once I and that child leave Malekith, you must shut down the machine immediately. Thor spun Mjolnir and then charged forward. The power Malekith gained from the ether particles was beyond the norm. Facing Thor, who charged from the other side, he merely raised a hand and easily controlled him. Thor, you have no idea of the power of the ether particles. I am invincible now that I have them. Foolish girl, detach the shoulder armor and activate the self-destruct program. Seeing Malekith turn his gaze towards Thor, Harry Kina decisively ordered the foolish girl to initiate the separation program. The shoulder armor was equipped with floating cannons, but their power could only be described as average. At this moment, with Malekith like this, if they only used the floating cannons from the shoulder armor, they probably wouldn't even be able to distract him. Harry Kina had no choice but to let the shoulder armor self-destruct entirely, hoping the explosion would cause some disruption to Malekith. The shoulder armor detached from Harry and charged towards Malekith to self-destruct, but it was blocked by a layer of red energy, preventing any damage. However, the sound waves could not be obstructed. The explosion of the shoulder armor caused Malekith to cover his ears in pain, and Thor and Harry Kina took this opportunity to break free. As Thor broke free, he immediately shouted to Harry, Kina, go. Harry understood Thor's plan and quickly distanced himself from Malekith without hesitation. Damn insects, I will kill you. Malekith furiously unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at Harry, but the assault was abruptly halted. Dr. Avik, seeing Harry Kina and Thor distancing themselves, immediately shut down the stabilizer. Without the stabilizer's control, the previously suppressed random spatial channels reappeared. Due to the stabilizer's earlier control, the turbulent magnetic field fluctuations were quelled, leaving only areas without stabilizer control still maintaining chaotic magnetic field fluctuations. And this area was where Malekith was located, with the chaotic magnetic field fluctuations as a guide. A spatial channel opened here, transporting the furious Malekith to another world. At the moment Malekith was teleported away, Dr. Avik restarted the stabilizer. ensuring that such spatial wormholes would not appear again and Malekith would not return. However, even though Malekith was teleported away, the energy blast he had previously fired still struck Harry Kina directly. After taking several solid hits, Harry Kina's armor nearly retracted back into its containment unit. "Are you okay, kid?" Thor flew over and helped Harry Kina up. At this moment, Harry also retracted his armor. The wear on the armor was nearly over half from the previous battle. He needed to let it self-repair in the containment unit. As Thor helped him up, Harry clutched his chest and coughed a few times, shaking his head. "Me fine. Just a bit of chest tightness. And don't call me kid. It's weird. My name is Harry Kina. You can call me Harry." Speaking of which, since Harry arrived, he hadn't told Thor his name yet. Thor, hearing Harry was okay, laughed joyfully. "Haha, good. Harry, you're a brave warrior." It seemed Thor's plan had succeeded. Jane Foster also ran over and embraced Thor, kissing him amidst the ruins of the battlefield. Dr. Avik smiled as he watched, while Harry began to clean up the battlefield, scavenging weapons and grenades from the Dark Elves. Buzz, the scene before him suddenly shifted back to a desolate planet, where Malekith's energy slowly dissipated between his hands, his pitch-black eyes gazing at the 9 realms that were about to align in the starry sky. It seemed Asgard hadn't meticulously recorded the great battle back then. "Ha ha ha, foolish Asgardians, thinking that leaving Midgard would leave me helpless. You underestimate the power of the ether particles." Chapter 32. Fall into darkness. Malekith watched as the celestial 9 realms gradually aligned into a straight line, a manic smile spreading across his face. "Haha, from the moment I obtained the ether particles, nothing could stop me." Fall into eternal darkness. Malekith's hands plunged into the ground, and the surging energy within him surged towards the core of the star of Vaderheim. The power of the star's core was drawn and stirred by the energy of the ether particles, causing the surface of Vaderheim to instantly collapse. The earth cracked in layers, and a ghostly blue energy burst forth from the depths. "Midgard Earth, it's all over. As long as we wait for the time of the 9-star alignment to pass, Malekith won't be able to plunge the world into darkness," Thor said, looking at the sky with a sigh of relief, but his expression quickly turned serious. As the 9 stars aligned in the sky, the farthest dark planet, the star of Vaderheim, where the Dark Elves resided, actually began to extend energy chains outward. The light resembled a ghostly blue galaxy surrounding the other planets. "What is happening, Doctor? Wasn't it said that as long as he leaves the center point, Malekith wouldn't be able to maintain the 9-star alignment?" The sudden change in the sky left Thor unable to remain calm, and he hurriedly asked Dr. Evik for the reason. Dr. Evik was also bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Faced with Thor's inquiry, he anxiously opened his laptop, trying to find answers in the previously collected data. "You all mentioned that he could only use the ether particles to control the 9-star alignment on Earth. Why is that?" Halagina asked, wanting to know why Thor had been so adamant that sending Malekith or the ether particles away from Earth would resolve the crisis. Dr. Evik, still searching for answers, replied, "Earth, also known as Midgard to the Asgardians, is the center of the 9 realms. It is a core node with a unique gravitational field that the other realms do not have. Here, Malekith can more easily and effectively use the energy of the ether particles to make Earth the central magnetic point, attracting the other realms and thus solidifying the 9-star alignment. So, it just makes Malekith's plan easier to implement here, but it doesn't mean it can't work elsewhere. You could say that, but in the other realms, relying on the energy of the ether particles should not be enough. To solidify the 9 realms, an extraordinarily massive amount of energy is required." Dr. Evik wiped the sweat from his forehead, but still shared his previous calculations. The reason he believed Malekith would fail if he left Earth was precisely because of this. An extraordinarily massive amount of energy? The energy emitted by a star's core should be enough, right? Halagina looked at the sky as the 9 stars aligned, the sun obscured, and the entire Earth plunged into darkness. The dim sky only revealed the ghostly blue and crimson energy bands, resembling a dreamlike aurora. "Doctor, shut down the stabilizer." Thor glanced at Jane Foster, then fell silent for a moment before speaking to Dr. Evik. "But no buts. If we don't stop this, the 9 realms will truly be in danger. Seeing that Dr. Evik was slow to act, Thor directly snatched the stabilizer. Just as Thor was about to twist it, Jane Foster spoke up. "Make sure to come back safely." "Of course, I promise." With a click, the stabilizer's knob turned, and the chaotic magnetic waves caused the spatial passage to reappear. Thor took one last look at Jane before resolutely stepping into the spatial passage. "Your promise seems unattainable." As Thor reopened the stabilizer and closed the spatial passage, Halagina slipped in as well. "Why'd you come too?" Thor had intended to face Malekith alone, but didn't expect Halagina to follow him. Dealing with this guy alone would be difficult. "So I'm here to help," Halagina said, snatching the stabilizer from Thor's hands. Before Thor could speak, he activated the stabilizer and threw it back just before the spatial passage closed. "You, what else with the you? Focus on how to deal with him first," Halagina said, looking ahead. The planet was now in a state of fragmentation, with violent tremors occurring constantly. The energy seeping from the cracks in the earth was drifting forward. Given that this was the Dark Elf stronghold, neither Thor nor Halagina rushed forward recklessly. However, when they finally approached Malekith, they encountered no Dark Elves. At that moment, Malekith sat on a stone throne filled with cracks, staring blankly at the sky. The sound of Thor and Halagina's footsteps caused Malekith's dark pupils to shift, and the stone throne beneath him slowly rotated. Thor and Halagina were slightly shocked at the sight of Malekith, who now appeared on the verge of collapse, his face riddled with cracks, strands of red energy swirling within them. Malekith looked at Thor, and his previously expressionless face showed a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. "Hee, Asgardian, you can't stop me now. The world has already fallen into darkness. Why are you doing this?" Thor couldn't understand. Both Malekith and the Dark Elf planet beneath his feet were facing destruction. Why would he risk everything to plunge the world into darkness? "Why? Of course. It's for my people. This planet is dead, including all the Dark Elves on it. You are the last Dark Elf left. What people do you have?" "Huh. Don't you Asgardians record history? Our Dark Elf race was born from darkness. As long as this world falls into darkness, we will be reborn. The current destruction is merely to welcome a more perfect future." Upon hearing Malekith's words, Thor understood why he would destroy his own home planet to plunge the world into darkness. He said nothing more and raised Mjolnir to unleash a bolt of lightning. With a crackling sound, a thick bolt of lightning struck towards Malekith, but was blocked by the red energy field in front of him. Even though most of the ether particle's power was used to lock the 9 realms, the remaining energy was enough for Malekith to withstand Thor's attack. Energy attacks are ineffective. The vector field on the other side is stronger than your energy output. Thor used physical attacks. Break his force field with brute strength. Halagina's helmet analyzed Malekith's energy field and, upon detecting the imbalance, immediately urged Thor to change his attack method. Chapter 33, The Final Battle Drink. After discarding his thunder attack, Thor directly threw Mjolnir in his hand. Mjolnir is a divine weapon forged from URU metal combined with a dying star. With Thor's full force throw and its own mass, it instantly smashed the vector field in front of Malekith, creating a deep dent. However, it still failed to completely break the vector field. Thor dashed forward, reaching out to summon Mjolnir back. As he rushed close to Malekith, he gripped Mjolnir tightly and brought it down with all his might. The already cracked vector field finally couldn't withstand the blow and shattered into energy crystal fragments. Without the protection of the vector field, Malekith remained unfazed. He raised his hand, and the ground erupted with a torrent of blue energy that swept over Thor's body. The force sent Thor flying. Seeing Thor being blown away, Harry quickly took up a combat position to prevent Malekith from reconstructing the vector field. The high-temperature ion sword from his armor shot straight at Malekith. Oomph. In response to Harry's attack, Malekith disdainfully fired an energy blast. After all, the opponent was not an Asgardian. In the hierarchy of the 9 realms, Midgard was at the bottom, and no one cared about how strong the ants of Midgard were. In Malekith's time, there were no powerful sorcerers like the Ancient One, so his impression of Midgard remained from thousands of years ago. He swung his sword, cutting down several incoming energy blasts, but the surface of the high-temperature ion sword dimmed considerably, indicating a significant energy drain. Harry activated the thrusters on his back, increasing his speed, and after narrowly dodging several energy blasts, he managed to stab his sword into Malekith's body. The thermal imaging source weakened, and the target lock shifted. The helmet's targeting system suddenly turned to a blank space to the side, and without suspicion, Harry raised his hand to strike at that direction. Has he actually noticed? Malekith, using illusion magic again, caught Harry's fist and looked at him in surprise. However, this only surprised him slightly. The energy in his hand dispersed and entangled around Harry. You have some ability among the ants, but this is where it ends. With that, Malekith tightened the energy band, intending to strangle Harry on the spot. Buzz! Just as Harry was being choked and struggling for breath, the God of Thunder's hammer came to the rescue in time. The speeding Mjolnir knocked the unprepared Malekith away, and with the loss of its energy source, the energy bands wrapped around Harry dissipated like water without roots. Are you all right? The hurried Thor asked, looking at Harry, who was kneeling on the ground with concern. I'm fine, you arrived just in time. After taking several deep breaths, Harry stood up and looked at Malekith flying over from a distance, asking with a headache, this guy's quite strong. How are we going to defeat him? I've observed that his internal energy is unbalanced. The power of the ether particles is too strong for him to control. The reason he hasn't exploded yet while still possessing such power is that he is using the ether particles to manipulate the core energy of the Earth while also siphoning off a portion of that energy to balance the ether particles in his body. As long as we can break this balance, we can take him down. Thor, the God of Thunder, is indeed an experienced warrior. After a brief encounter, he had a good grasp of Malekith's current situation. Hearing Thor say this, Harry thought for a moment, then pulled out a black hole grenade he had obtained from a corpse and said to Thor, this grenade's energy should be enough to disrupt his balance. You actually got something like this? Thor exclaimed with joy. He had seen the power of the black hole grenade. Even he couldn't resist it. So, he happily took the grenade from Harry and charged towards Malekith again. However, the speed at which he charged out was matched by the speed at which he was sent back. The black hole grenade was thrown, but the anticipated scene of breaking Malekith's internal energy balance did not occur. The grenade was blocked by a hastily erected energy barrier from Malekith, and the explosion caused a collapse in the surrounding space. Although the collapsing space's gravitational pull yanked half of Malekith's clothing inside, it caused him no substantial harm. It seems this thing won't work either. Thor, covered in dust, shook his head in disappointment. But Harry had a different idea. The detonation of the black hole grenade would create a microscopic black hole to eliminate the enemy. However, if he modified the dark matter generator inside the grenade and rewrote the program, then this grenade could potentially not create a black hole, but rather detonate one. Even if a microscopic black hole were detonated, the energy and gravitational waves produced would be something no one could withstand. Not even a god. Thinking of this, Harry looked up at Thor and said, Go distract him. I have an idea. If it works, Malekith is doomed. Thor didn't ask what Harry's idea was. He simply nodded and gripped Mjolnir as he charged forward. As Thor and Malekith became entangled, Harry took out the last two black hole grenades, disassembled them, and began modifying the generators inside. You cannot defeat me, Thor. Look, the 9 realms are almost completely enveloped. Everything is already set in stone. After repeatedly sending Thor flying, Malekith looked at him with some annoyance as Thor charged at him again. His current power indeed surpassed Thor's, but Thor's vitality was too resilient. Now he had to maintain the energy balance within his body while also drawing some power to deal with Thor. The portion he could draw was limited, which meant that although he could defeat Thor time and again, he couldn't kill him outright. Thor's reckless fighting style, akin to a fly buzzing around, was particularly vexing to Malekith. No, everything is not yet set in stone. Thor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up, swaying. You can barely stand, yet you think you can win against me? What will you rely on? That Midgardian? Malekith truly did not understand what gave Thor the confidence to persist. Hearing Malekith's words, Thor laughed. Don't underestimate the Midgardians. They can create miracles. Harry, you've worked hard. Harry Kina charged out from behind Thor and said as he passed by, just a mere Midgardian. Malekith disdainfully raised his hand. Thor has divine physique. It would take a lot of effort to kill him, but Midgardians are different Just a little bit of effort could squash them like ants. Don't let him stop you. Thor used the last of his strength to throw Mjolnir. Compared to Harry Kina charging in, Thor's blow was clearly stronger, forcing Malekith to ignore Harry in order to defend against the hammer. As Harry closed in, he activated the grenade's ignition device and threw it at Malekith. I thought they had some way to turn the tide. Turns out it's still relying on that grenade. Malekith scoffed and opened an energy barrier, trying to fend them both off. Chapter 34. Time travel again. The mighty Mjolnir shattered the energy barrier created by Malekith, and the final warning red light of the modified black hole grenade burst forth. Originally intended to create a micro-black hole to induce spatial collapse, the black hole grenade's reversal program generated a reverse gravitational pull, causing the material in the accretion disk to twist. This immense energy created a shockwave that momentarily produced a brilliance akin to the sun. The ground of Vanaheim collapsed over a wide area. The core fell silent, and Malekith's body disintegrated into particles in an instant. Amid this massive energy source, the ether particles began to gather as if to protect themselves, ultimately forming an irregular crimson gem. The gem, formed from ether particles, shot out in the explosion of energy, rapidly heading toward Thor. And in a moment of Thor's unpreparedness, it melded into his body. However, the instant it entered Thor's body, it provoked a counterattack from the dormant divine spark within, forcing it out of Thor's body. With no other choice, the crimson gem projected itself into Harlequin's body, and the explosive energy created a spatial wormhole that teleported Harlequin away from the site. When everything settled down, only Thor remained in Vanaheim. When Thor regained consciousness from the shock of that immense energy, the conjunction of the 9 stars had long passed, and the brilliance of the sun fell upon the devastated planet. Harlequin? Harlequin! Thor called for Mjolnir loudly, but there was no sign of Harlequin anywhere. Morgal planet. The reality gem formed from ether particles brought Harlequin through the spatial wormhole to the nearby location of an infinity stone. This planet was a dying world, its entire environment in ruins. Harlequin, falling from the spatial wormhole in the sky, was buffered by a torrent of water that erupted from the ground and crashed onto a uniquely shaped spaceship. The occupants inside the spaceship were startled by Harlequin crashing onto the glass. Had Harlequin still been awake, he would have been surprised too, as the person before him was entirely red, clearly not of Earth's race. After Harlequin fell, the combat suit on his body automatically retracted into a containment device, which now had a crimson gem embedded in its center, unlike the previous containment device. The alien woman inside the spaceship struggled to drag Harlequin inside, and before she could catch her breath, the spaceship suddenly started up, causing her to stumble and hit her head as she opened the cockpit door. The sudden opening of the cockpit door made Peter Quill inside tense, raising his gun at the alien woman who poked her head out. "Are you saying this person fell from the sky?" Peter Quill asked the alien woman while looking at Harlequin lying on the bed. The alien woman nodded, and Peter Quill, a bit irritated, scratched his head and replied, "By the way, who are you? Forget it. I'll drop you off at the nearest planet." Peter Quill did as promised and dropped the alien woman off at the nearest planet. Although she slapped him on her way out, he managed to send her off. Peter Quill rubbed his reddened face and stared at Harlequin on the bed. Didn't he drop Harlequin off on that planet primarily because the medical bed displayed that his race was that of the Chala? Chala, a planet buried deep in Peter Quill's memory. He never expected to encounter someone from his hometown in the universe. Harlequin was badly injured and wouldn't he wake up for a while, so after taking a glance, Peter Quill returned to the cockpit. Thump! The magnetic tape player on the spaceship slowly turned, rhythmic notes emanating from the speakers. "Oh, nice, I like this song. Hey, what's the matter with your head? Yeah, what is wrong with your head, hey? Hey, what's the matter with your mind and your sign? What is wrong with your thoughts and actions? And hey, nothing's the matter with your head. Baby, find it, you have no problem. Baby, go seek it, come on, and find it, go on and find it, hell with it. Baby, 'cause you're fine in your mind, and you look so divine, come and get your love, come, and get your love, come, and get your love, come, and get your love, hey. Hey. Xander Planet. By the time Star-Lord Peter Quill flew from Mogul Planet to here, Harlequin gradually began to awaken. Upon waking, he saw a sleazy man gazing at him affectionately, which startled Harlequin, causing him to instinctively throw a punch. Peter Quill was quick on his feet and managed to dodge Harlequin's sudden punch. "Wow, you got quite the waking rage," Peter Quill said, hands raised in front of his chest as he stepped back, wary of any excessive reactions from Harlequin. Sorry, where am I?" Harlequin, now awake, realized his previous action was a bit reckless and apologized to Peter. Peter waved it off, saying it was fine, "You're on Xander." "Xander? An alien planet? That name doesn't sound like Earth at all." "Indeed, it's an alien planet. I brought you here because I needed to take care of some matters. Do you remember how you ended up on my spaceship?" "I remember that Thor and I detonated the black hole grenade to deal with that alien." And then Harlequin struggled to recall the following events, knowing only that he lost consciousness from the shock of the energy. Not being able to remember how he ended up here, Peter Quill didn't press further. He just handed Harlequin his clothes and belt, saying, "If you can't remember, don't think about it. I have some things to take care of. Are you coming with me or staying on the spaceship?" Chapter 35 Conflict, I'll stick with you. After changing back into his clothes, Harry Kina decided to follow Peter Quill to see what was different about this alien planet. After all, they had come all the way to an alien world. It would be unreasonable not to take a look around. As he fastened his belt, he noticed the altered appearance of the restraining device and felt puzzled. Did his restraining device get damaged? How did it crack like that? And what was that gem in the middle? How was it embedded? Before Harry could examine it closely, Peter Quill, who had already opened the spaceship, urged him, "Don't just stand there. If you're coming, keep up. I've booked a cleaning service, and the ship will be towed for cleaning shortly." Hearing Peter's urging, Harry Kina didn't have time to check and hurriedly followed him. Everything on Xander was just as people on Earth imagined alien planets would be. Houses filled with technology and flying spaceships. Here, he was surprised to see quite a few people who looked just like them. Are there really that many Earth people on Xander? Peter Quill looked in the direction Harry was pointing and shook his head. Those aren't Earth people. They're also Xandarians. In fact, many planets in this universe have people who look like Earthlings, but they are fundamentally different. From my years of wandering the universe, I'm the only Earth person on an alien planet, and now you're the second. How can you tell the difference? Harry studied for a while, but couldn't distinguish the Xandarians from Earthlings. Peter Quill took off the scanner on his wrist and tossed it into Harry Kina's arms. Their reproductive organs differ significantly from humans. They even have 3 nipples. However, you can't tell that from the surface, but this scanner can pick it up. Wow, really? They even created a 3D model? But why does it show my race as Xandarian? Holding the scanner, Harry not only scanned the people around, but also scanned himself, revealing some information about height and race. I asked that question too when I first got here. They said our planet is very blue, so it's called Xander, and we are called Xandarians. This scanner can not only scan information, but also translate what the aliens say. It's quite a useful device. I'll let you borrow it for now. Just return it to me when we get back to the ship. As Peter Quill and Harry Kina walked and talked, they quickly arrived at Peter's destination. Before entering, Peter Quill told Harry to wait at the door. "Stay here and wait for me. I'm going in to discuss something and we'll be back soon. Don't wander off." Since Harry looked no older than 14 or 15, Peter treated him like a child and reminded him, fearing he might get lost. In an unfamiliar place, even without Peter's warning, Harry Kina wouldn't wander off. It was better to follow someone familiar with the universe, especially someone like Peter. While waiting for Peter Quill to come out, a female alien approached the door. The alien woman glanced at Harry and leaned against the wall. The electric door opened, and Peter Quill was pushed out from inside. "Hey, we had an appointment." Peter shouted angrily at the closed door, which showed no response to his cries. "Damn 2-bit hustler. I'm what's wrong, handsome?" Gamora leaned against the door, striking a seductive pose and teasing the furious Peter Quill. As soon as Peter saw Gamora, he immediately suppressed his anger, even forgetting about Harry beside him. He pointed at the door and said helplessly, "This guy stood me up. I hate people with no integrity." Peter Quill, also known as Star-Lord, was a notorious womanizer and instantly recognized the seductive gesture from the woman in front of him. However, he was more than willing to be seduced because this woman matched his taste. "You must have a lot of integrity then." Gamora licked her lips. This action made Peter's heart skip a beat, but he maintained his composure, only revealing a slight smile. In a deep voice mixed with a bubbly tone, he said, "Well, I didn't say that. Others often compliment me like that. I'm quite low-key and never boast about myself while speaking." Peter Quill playfully tossed the sphere in his hand. But before he could finish, Gamora's attention was already drawn to the sphere. As the sphere flew into the air, Gamora quickly snatched it, delivering a powerful knee strike between Peter's legs. Ugh! With a purple face, Peter Quill knelt on the ground, covering his groin. This merciless knee strike caused all the blood to rush to his head, and only then did he notice Harry Kina's presence. "Chase! Quick, Chase! Get that ball back!" Pointing shakily in the direction Gamora ran, Peter Quill shouted with a high-pitched voice. Harry Kina, who had witnessed the entire scene, shook his head in disbelief. It seemed that this Peter was even less reliable than the one on Earth. However, Harry didn't intend to stand by and do nothing. After all, this Peter Quill had saved his life, and now that his belongings were stolen, he felt he should help. Harry pulled out the restraining device and looked at its current state, unsure if it would work. He tentatively attached it to his belt. Armor combined. Clack, clack. The restraining device shook a bit, but didn't release any flesh. Harry Kina had no choice but to sprint forward. It seemed he couldn't transform for now. If he didn't hurry, Gamora would be out of sight. Gamora was incredibly fast, and it was difficult for Harry Kina to catch up. However, at that moment, Peter Quill also recovered and threw a magnetic sticker at Gamora. The small magnetic sticker stuck to Gamora's combat suit. Peter pressed the activation button, and the magnetic sticker on Gamora's outerwear immediately activated, causing her to be forcefully pulled against the nearby metal railing. With Peter Quill's help, Harry Kina finally caught up with Gamora. As he reached for the sphere, Gamora drew a short blade from her waist. The blade flashed with white light, and a part of Harry's sleeve was severed. If Harry hadn't retracted his hand quickly, he might have lost his hand as well. With a slicing sound, after pushing Harry Kina back with one strike, Gamora turned and cut the clothing that was stuck to the metal railing, escaping and flipping off the overpass. Chapter 36. The Star-Lord chased by a dog. Hey, how many times do I have to tell you? Don't drink from that pond. If those environmental inspectors see you, we'll get fined again. By the central fountain, Rocket, watching a wanted raccoon, was infuriated to see Groot scooping water from the fountain to drink. "We're out of money already. If we don't find some work soon, we won't even be able to afford fuel. I am Groot." "Ugh, you can't help either. Let me see if there's any work around here, preferably something that pays well." "Oh, here we go, Peter Quill. A human from Earth? Wow, the Ravagers are actually offering a bounty on him. Did this guy steal their socks or something?" Rocket's eyes lit up as he spotted a new bounty on the wanted list, especially since the target seemed to be on Xander. "Groot, we have work to do. Let's find this guy named Peter Quill." "I am Groot." "Hiss, doesn't this guy's knees hurt?" Peter Quill said as he watched Gamora jump down without any propulsion, shaking his head. The other party didn't use any boosters. She landed solely on physical prowess. Peter thought to himself that if he jumped like that, he would surely break a bone. After landing, Gamora glanced at Harry and Peter, smirked disdainfully, and turned to run. Peter Quill, frustrated, activated his foot thrusters. "Wait here. I have to catch that thief." With that, he flew off the overpass. The chase and struggle between Peter Quill and Gamora not only caused a panic among the onlookers, but also attracted Rocket and Groot's attention. "Huh, it really came without any effort. They delivered themselves right to us." Rocket exclaimed joyfully, pulling out his gun and shooting at Peter Quill. A massive capture net shot out from the gun, but unexpectedly ensnared Gamora instead. "Damn it, I missed!" Rocket exclaimed in frustration, then directed Groot to catch Peter Quill. With Gamora caught in the net, Peter Quill was able to retrieve the orb from her hands, but before he could even thank the one who shot the net, he found himself hanging from Groot. Peter Quill, TSK, 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 for 1,000 galactic credits, so easily obtained. Rocket, with his gun slung over his shoulder, strutted over to Peter Quill. Hanging there, Peter Quill looked at the approaching raccoon and quickly realized he must have been put on a bounty by Yondu. So he hurriedly said to Rocket, "Hey, don't be impulsive. How much did Yondu put on my head? I can offer more if you let me go." Oh, that's not how the game works. I can't let you go just because you offer more money. That would ruin the mercenary code. However, you can pay me more up front for our rescue mission. Does it have to be this complicated? Once you're in Yondu's hands, I don't think you can save me. Peter Quill didn't expect this little raccoon to have rules. To avoid falling into Yondu's hands, he struggled hard to escape Groot's grip. Yeah, on the other side, Gamora, who was caught in the electronic net, managed to recover from the shock and used her knife to slash the net, then swiftly struck at Groot. She slashed 3 times, sending wood chips flying, and finally, on the 4th slash, she cut the branch binding Peter Quill. Thud! Peter Quill hit the ground. He didn't think Gamora was saving him. She was probably just after his orb. So as he landed, he activated his foot thrusters and flew off the ground. Damn it! Seeing Peter Quill take off, Gamora cursed under her breath and chased after him again. However, Groot wouldn't let Gamora off easily and had already tangled her feet with a branch. Damn it! You crazy woman, what are you doing? If he gets away, are you going to pay us? Groot, you teach her a lesson, I'll go catch that guy. Rocket was furious. The money that was almost in his pocket was getting away because of this woman. But he didn't curse for long. If he kept it up, Peter would really escape, and Rocket couldn't let that money slip away. So he hurriedly chased after him. Run. There's another group of crazies behind us. Just as Peter Quill escaped, he bumped into Harry Kina, who had just arrived. He quickly shouted for Harry to run with him. Run? I, Rocket. Won't let you get away. Rocket raised his gun and shot at Peter again, but this time it wasn't a capture net. It was a plasma bolt. After all, the bounty just stated he needed to be alive. As long as there was breath, that counted as alive. Harry Kina, facing Peter Quill, saw the plasma bolt shoot out and his expression changed. This alien planet was too unsafe. Even a raccoon could use such dangerous weapons. Caught off guard, Harry activated the ion shield on his watch. The plasma bolt hit the shield with a sizzling sound, and the scattered ions burned cracks into the ground. The noise was so loud that Peter Quill, who was running away, was startled and almost dropped his hands. When the noise subsided, Peter Quill turned around and nearly had his eyes pop out, pointing at the raccoon and stuttering. Didn't you say you wanted him alive? Are you trying to kill me? Ha, how could that be? I guarantee you'll still be breathing. Rocket grinned as he walked over with his gun. Then he turned his gaze to Harry Kina's watch. Nice watch. How much do you want for it? Seeing the last bit of battery in his watch deplete, Harry frowned helplessly. He didn't answer Rocket, but kept a wary eye on him since Rocket's gun was still pointed at him and Peter. Just as the standoff continued, alarms sounded in the sky, and several drones flew over, each revealing their guns, locking onto Rocket, Harry, and Peter. You are engaged in a violent altercation in a public place, using dangerous weapons, which violates the laws of the Xander Federation and poses a public safety risk. Immediately put down your weapons and surrender. Oh shit, I forgot there's that damn law here. Rocket cursed under his breath, but with lasers aimed at him. He knew resisting would only get him shot to pieces. He wasn't about to play hero without Groot as a shield. I am Groot. Just as he thought there was no Groot, Groot was already being pinned down by someone. Hey officer, I'm a victim here. There's no fight. They attacked me. Peter Quill had long raised his hands high, urgently explaining to the officer who was about to put cuffs on them. The officer, hearing Peter's words, didn't stop what he was doing. After cuffing Peter, he smiled and said in his ear, I know you, Peter Quill, also known as Star-Lord. It's Star-Lord. Oh, sorry, Star-Lord. Chapter 37. Imprisonment Creek. The prison gates opened, and the spaceship escorting Peter, Harry, and the other criminals slowly entered the independent receiving station of the prison. This was a place on Xander specifically designed to detain criminals, a space station independent of Xander itself. No inmate could escape from here. It was considered the most secure prison. After the escorting spaceship arrived, Peter and the others were taken by guards into a quarantine room for cleansing and changing clothes. The cleansing agent sprayed on them was an unknown substance, a disgusting yellowish color. Even though it didn't smell bad, Harry felt utterly dirty with it clinging to him, and his face turned pale. Why was there no juvenile protection law in this place? They just grabbed people without any trial? Harry felt filthy. That cleansing agent was utterly inhumane, and he shouted angrily at the only viewing port where he could see outside. Unfortunately, no one paid him any attention. After the cleansing, they were forced to wear prisoner uniforms, and Harry finally reunited with Peter Quill and the others. Damn it, what kind of brand of cleansing agent did they use? This feels terrible. Harry was the only one dissatisfied with the cleansing agent, Peter and the others hated that damn stuff too. The prison guards shoved Peter and Harry, and as soon as they stepped into the prison, what had been a somewhat noisy atmosphere suddenly erupted. "Look who's here. Damn executioner. Let me out. I want to kill him. Wow, looks like you're quite popular." Peter and the others could tell that everyone in the prison was going crazy over Gamora. And Peter Quill leaned in and whispered to her, "Seems like you have a fan club." This made Gamora glare at him, and if she hadn't been shackled, she might have already put Peter Quill on the ground. "What? You don't recognize her? She's a subordinate of Ronan, the accuser, and she has killed quite a few people in the universe for him. Many here have grudges against this guy." Rocket walked ahead, eyeing Peter Quill standing next to Gamora with a sly smile. "I advise you to stay away from her, or those people might tear you apart too." Just as Rocket finished speaking, a tall alien stepped forward, glaring menacingly at Gamora. At first, it seemed he was going to hit or scold her, but after giving Gamora a fierce look, his gaze shifted to Harry and Peter. "Are you this woman's little pets? You look rather delicate, but she's in no position to protect you now. You'll have to become my little pets, ha ha ha." The alien laughed, pointing at Peter's face as he tried to dodge, revealing a lewd grin that sent shivers down Peter and Harry's spines. "Hey, you big idiot. Those two are mine. Let go of them." Seeing someone trying to touch his bounty target, Rocket couldn't sit still and yelled angrily at the alien. "TCH, disgusting little freak." "Ah." The alien looked at Rocket shouting and sneered at him. But before he could finish his words, Groot's branches extended and pierced his nostrils, lifting him up. The pain was akin to being cut. The alien screamed in agony, while Rocket knocked on Groot's calf and whispered, "Lift him higher. It's more intimidating." "I am Groot." As Groot lifted the alien high, Rocket jumped onto the table and shouted at the noisy criminals around, "I don't care what grudges you have with Gamora, but you can't touch these two blue-skinned beings. They're my prey. Rocket am protecting them. Whoever dares to touch my prey will end up like him." Rocket pointed, giving Groot a knowing look, and Groot promptly expanded his fingers, bursting the alien's nose. At that moment, the tall alien couldn't even scream. He curled up like a violated Indian lizard, clutching his bleeding nostrils. Oh no, that shouldn't be called nostrils anymore, since they had exploded. They could only be described as two holes. Groot's brutal action stunned quite a few people, as the criminals here quite liked those delicate-looking species. Peter Quill and Harry hurriedly followed behind Rocket and Groot, and as they passed other criminals, Peter didn't forget to emphasize, "I'm under his protection." The prison environment was not pleasant. The security level was high. The guards didn't believe the prisoners could escape, so their management was rather lax, with no patrols even at night. However, the management of the prisoners was poor, and there were no 4-person or 8-person cells, aside from Gamora, who was placed in a separate cell due to her high danger level. The rest were in a large room with no beds. Rocket and Groot were probably used to worse environments from their bounty hunting, so this wasn't much to them, and they could still sleep. But Harry and Peter were completely unable to sleep. Harry had never been in such a terrible environment, and the mingled body odors kept him wide awake. Peter, on the other hand, was restless due to his worries. He had seen Gamora taken away by 2 alien criminals and was concerned about her situation. "Where are you going?" Seeing Peter walking out of the cell, Harry curiously asked what he was doing. "I saw Gamora being taken away by 2 fierce guys, and I'm worried she might get into trouble. So I'm going to check on her." "Come on, you're worried about her?" "The criminals here say she's infamous in the universe. She's the fiercest one compared to these people here." Harry rolled his eyes in disbelief. Peter was still worried about her, showing no memory of how he ended up in this situation. Harry's words didn't deter Peter from his plan, and after hesitating for a moment, he still went after her, leaving Harry to reluctantly follow, concerned about Peter getting into trouble again. By the time Harry and Peter caught up, Gamora had already taken down several small Kree. The criminals who had brought her over didn't stand a chance against her, and were all dispatched in a matter of moments. Seeing Peter and Harry arrive, Gamora raised the dagger she had taken from the criminals. "Are you here to take revenge on me too?" Chapter 38 Drax, are you here to take revenge on me too? Hearing Gamora's words, Peter Quill quickly waved his hands. No. I just followed you because I was afraid you were in danger, hoping I could help. Help? I don't need it." Gamora's gaze was as cold as a knife, She didn't believe Peter Quill's words at all, thinking he was just saying that to save himself. It's all your fault that things have come to this. Gamora snorted and threw the dagger in her hand. Harry had been prepared. As soon as he saw Gamora raise her hand, he immediately pulled Peter Quill aside. The dagger brushed past Peter Quill's hair and embedded itself in the wall. Gamora's sudden attack startled Peter Quill, and he couldn't understand why she had suddenly made a move. At that moment, Gamora indeed wanted to kill Peter Quill. After all, if he hadn't been so persistent, she would have already obtained the orb and wouldn't have ended up imprisoned. Seeing that her first attack didn't kill Peter, Gamora picked up another dagger from the ground, aiming to kill Peter Quill. Nice dagger. The sudden voice made Gamora pause, her gaze locking onto the figure that appeared at the corner. The newcomer was even more muscular than the tall alien who had blocked Peter Quill during the day. With dark green skin and mysterious dark red patterns covering his body, this new alien exuded a fierce aura just by standing there. Clang! Drax gripped the dagger's hilt, easily pulling it from the wall and playing with its sharp edge as he squinted at Gamora. Ronan's accomplice. Who are you? At first glance, this guy seemed formidable enough that even Gamora, who preferred to use her knives rather than words, couldn't help but engage in conversation. If unnecessary, she really didn't want to fight with such a difficult opponent. Me, Drax, a revenger, and I will be the destroyer of Ronan. However, before I destroy him, I can first destroy you. Drax roared and charged forward with the dagger in hand. Although Gamora didn't want to engage in a fight with such a troublesome character, she wouldn't back down when it came to a confrontation. She countered Drax's charge with her own short dagger. Drax's attacks were straightforward, thrusting the dagger directly at Gamora's heart. Yet such simple moves couldn't touch her at all. Skillfully dodging Drax's attacks, Gamora's counterattacks rained down upon him. But as soon as they made contact, she frowned. Drax's skin was unusually hard, impervious to her knife strikes. Her relentless assault left no marks at all. After several failed thrusts, Drax simply discarded the dagger, relying on his tough skin to withstand Gamora's attacks, just to wrap his arms around her. Once he had her waist in his grasp, Drax exerted force, and Gamora felt as if her spine was about to dislocate. After capturing Gamora, Drax remained unfazed by her struggles, gathering strength to slam her to the ground. This move nearly knocked Gamora unconscious, but just that brief moment of disorientation gave Drax the time to grip her neck. Hey, big guy, what kind of skill is it to bully a woman? If you have the guts, come at me one-on-one. Harry strained, but couldn't stop Peter Quill, who rushed forward to shove Drax away, seeing Gamora nearly strangled. Drax looked bewildered, staring at Peter Quill, seemingly not understanding why this guy was trying to stop him. However, Drax's confused expression quickly turned to anger. He couldn't comprehend why Peter Quill would save Gamora, but he knew that anyone who stopped him was his enemy. So now Drax wanted to kill him, to kill Peter Quill. Oh no, I think I've angered him. Peter Quill's earlier impulsive action now felt reckless as he looked at Drax's murderous expression, reason returning to him, and he glanced nervously at Harry. Harry, annoyed, closed his eyes, not wanting to look at this fool. Does this guy ever consider the consequences before acting? Drax charged at Peter Quill, and if no one intervened, given Peter Quill's small frame, he would likely be torn to pieces in an instant. But how could no one stop him? As is well known, the corner always refreshes mysterious NPCs. This time was no exception. Thick vines shot out rapidly, wrapping around Peter Quill's legs and yanking him backward, pulling him away from Drax. Drax's single-minded determination to kill Peter Quill meant he wouldn't give up easily. Even when Peter Quill was dragged away, Drax continued to pursue him. More vines extended from the corner, intertwining to form a wooden wall, blocking Drax's path. Drax roared, swinging his arms like a battering ram against the wooden wall. Oh la la la! As he struggled to break through, Drax failed to notice more vines emerging to surround him until his arms were bound and unable to move. I remember saying during the day that this person is my prey. Why won't you listen to me? Is the hole beneath him so captivating to you? Rocket shook his head and stepped out from behind the wooden wall, followed by Peter Quill and Groot. He glanced at the furious Drax, then back at Peter Quill, and kicked him in annoyance. I mean, you too. Knowing that the person locked up here is eyeing you hungrily, you still dare to sneak out at night? Are you the type that plays hard to get? Seeing Rocket increasingly rambling on, Peter Quill hurriedly interrupted. Don't say that. I followed her out, because I saw she was in danger. Peter Quill jogged to Gamora's side, who had already passed out. He carefully helped her up, seemingly wanting to do something to wake her. Rocket also approached, looking at the unconscious Gamora and waving to Groot, who extended his hand to place it under Gamora's nose. Leaves sprouted from his palm, gently swaying at the tip of Gamora's nose. Before long, Gamora woke up. Chapter 39, 4 billion? Gamora quickly left Peter Quill's embrace, rubbing her neck. She could still feel the pain in her neck from Drax's grip, and seeing Drax bound by Groot, she picked up a dagger nearby, ready to kill this bastard who almost choked her to death. Whoa, 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 calm down, you crazy. Groot reacted quickly, extending a vine to bind her up just as she was about to kill Drax. Rocket was completely dumbfounded. This Gamora truly lived up to her reputation as an intergalactic assassin, waking up and immediately wanting to kill someone. Let me go. Gamora, with her hands bound and hanging, glared fiercely at Groot, but Groot completely ignored her and looked up at Rocket. Rocket couldn't care less about these two. He just wanted to keep an eye on Peter Quill, the bounty target, as everything else wasn't as important. Let's go, Star-Lord. It seems I need to protect your ass during this time. I told you it's not because of that. Although I admit I'm quite charming, it's not to that extent. Star-Lord Peter yelled angrily at Rocket, who kept referring to his ass, which was a huge insult to his reputation. Since we met, you've been attracting bees and butterflies. Your charm isn't that great. That's not attracting bees and butterflies. She was trying to steal my ball. By the way, was it Ronan who sent you to steal my ball? Peter Quill looked at Gamora. He had only mentioned encountering Ronan's henchman to a buyer and was promptly kicked out. Now Gamora was here to steal it. Did Ronan really want that orb so badly? I'm not here to steal the orb on Ronan's orders. I've long betrayed him. This orb is of great value, and if I can get it, I'll have enough money to get away from here and escape Ronan's control. Of great value? How much? As soon as Rocket heard something related to money, his ears perked up. Gamora saw everyone's attention focused on her and nervously spoke out a shocking number. 4 billion. What? That orb is worth 4 billion? Peter Quill and Rocket exclaimed in unison. 4 billion was an astronomical figure for them. Rocket's eyes were filled with images of currency, fantasizing about how many ships he could buy with 4 billion. Meanwhile, Peter Quill was so angry his eyes turned red. He hadn't felt much before because he didn't know that little orb was worth so much, but now, knowing its true value, he felt an immense regret. Rocket didn't feel that way because the orb had never been in his hands. Peter Quill had worked hard to obtain that orb. Well, not that hard, but nonetheless. Peter Quill truly felt like he had missed out on 4 billion, and that feeling of loss was truly painful. Holy crap. While Rocket and Peter were still stunned by the huge amount, Drax roared and broke free from Groot's bindings. Gamora struggled to escape Groot's grip, knowing this guy wanted to kill her. Now that he was free, she couldn't get away. Arg! Drax tore apart the vines that had re-wrapped around him and roared as he got closer to Gamora. Just as he was about to choke her, Peter Quill quickly shouted, Hey, stop. Don't you want to kill Ronan? She's your hope to kill Ronan. If you kill her, you won't find Ronan. Drax, with his hands already around Gamora's neck, was about to exert force, but Peter Quill's words had been fully spoken. Drax paused, confused, and asked, What does killing her have to do with finding Ronan? She betrayed Ronan, so he will definitely come after her. She is bait for Ronan, as long as she's alive. Ronan will come looking for her, and then you can encounter Ronan and kill him. Ronan isn't a fish. Why would he look for this bait? It's just a metaphor. Anyway, as long as you keep her alive, you'll be able to encounter Ronan. Peter Quill facepalmed. How could he explain this to such a big idiot? You really couldn't say things too straightforwardly. They wouldn't understand with a little nuance. Is that true? Drax asked, somewhat skeptical. Of course it's true. I'm not asking you. I'm asking her. Drax tightened his grip a bit more. Gamora nodded repeatedly, and only then did Drax release his grip, allowing Gamora to breathe heavily. Wow. I didn't expect you could actually convince this big idiot with just a few words. I was about to make a move. Rocket chuckled, patting Peter Quill. He hadn't expected Peter Quill to really calm this big guy down. In fact, even if Peter Quill hadn't acted, Rocket would have had Groot save Gamora. After all, Gamora knew the value of that orb and how to realize that value. All right, since the misunderstanding is cleared up, let's go back to sleep. Rocket clapped his hands, and Groot also released Gamora. Without Drax shouting and causing a ruckus, there was no conflict here, so Rocket signaled Groot to head back to sleep. Following Groot was Harry, who had been in a semi-transparent state all along. From the moment Rocket and Groot appeared, he knew he had nothing to do here and had been watching from the side. Now that he heard they were going back to sleep, he naturally followed along. After all this commotion, it was almost dawn. However, the prison guards here were really careless. The noise was not small. First were the sounds of fighting, followed by Drax and Peter Quill's shouts. Yet not a single guard came to check the situation. Could it be that they thought these criminals had no chance of escaping? So they just ignored it? No way. Going back to sleep? Did you not hear, little raccoon? That orb is worth 4 billion. Shouldn't we find a way to escape and get the orb back? Peter Quill was somewhat dumbfounded, not understanding how this crazy raccoon, who would attack him on the street for $4,000, could still sleep soundly after hearing about 4 billion. Raccoon Rocket, without looking back, waved his hand. Do you really need to think about escaping? There's no prison in this world that can hold me. After a good sleep, I'll easily escape from here. Chapter 40. Prison break. The next morning during mealtime, everyone seemed to be in high spirits, except for Peter Quill, who still looked listless. He really hadn't slept all night, thinking about how to get his ball back. The atmosphere in the prison was the same as ever. Aside from most people glaring at Gamora with fierce looks, there wasn't much else unusual. Even the discovery of the 3 prisoners who had been killed by Gamora last night didn't stir any waves. Harry sat next to Rocket eating breakfast, and while Peter Quill was stirring his porridge, he jumped in. You said you could escape. How do you plan to do it? Peter asked boldly. Harry, who was eating some mushy breakfast that he didn't even know what it was made of, quickly looked at the guard's location, and seeing no one was paying attention, turned back to Peter and Rocket. Are you guys conspiring to escape? Shouldn't you be a bit more discreet? Talking so openly like this is a bit disrespectful to the prison guards, he said. Hey, don't worry. They won't care about us. Peter waved his hand dismissively. Rocket felt the same way. In response to Peter's question, he pointed behind him. In a prison like this, escaping is a piece of cake. We just need to get into the watchtower, and we can get out. It looks like an impossible prison, but it's actually the easiest to escape from. That sounds simple, but how do we get in? Peter asked. First, I need the controllers from those guards. Only they can open the door to the watchtower, Rocket replied. I can handle that, Gamora said as she walked over with a tray. Rocket raised an eyebrow at her, then nodded and pointed to another prisoner with a prosthetic limb. Secondly, I need that leg. A leg? What do you need that for? Peter Quill didn't understand, and Rocket didn't explain further. Lastly, we need an X-Stone energy battery. An X-Stone energy battery? What do we find at? Harry asked curiously. Rocket pointed to a black wall in the back. See that wall? There's a light shining with yellow glow on it. That light is powered by an X-Stone energy battery. If we can take that light apart, we can get the battery inside. But be careful, because once that battery is taken out, it will trigger an alarm. So, we should wait until the last moment to take the battery. Rocket said seriously, but Peter kept poking at him, which made Rocket impatiently shout, What are you doing? I think you're a bit late, Peter Quill stammered, pointing at the X-Stone energy battery already in Groot's hands. Oh shit. Groot had already handed the X-Stone energy battery to Rocket, followed by the piercing sound of an alarm, causing chaos in the prison. What do we do? Peter shouted. What do we do? Just chill. No, I mean act. Gamora, you handle the controller. Peter Quill, you get the prosthetic limb. And you, kid, come with me to secure the route to the watchtower. Rocket quickly assigned tasks while urging Groot to extend his body to build a ladder to climb up to the watchtower. Hey, kid, make sure to guard the watchtower door and absolutely must not let those guards break through. Rocket climbed quickly using both hands and feet. And didn't he forget to remind Harry as he went up? Harry followed Rocket, climbing up, feeling a bit distressed. He couldn't understand how things had escalated to this point. If he hadn't chosen to help Thor back then, perhaps none of this would have happened. Oh my god, he's just a 14-year-old kid, and now he has to break out of prison, and it's an alien prison at that Sector 1 uprising. Sector 1 uprising. Request for reinforcements. Request for reinforcements. The sharp alarm rang out, and the previously leisurely guards finally started to panic. Gamora nimbly flipped in front of a guard requesting reinforcements and kicked his gun away before he could raise it, before the guard could react. Her dagger was already close to his throat. Hand over the controller. Impossible, this thing is connected to my arm. I can't take it off. The panicked guard shrank his neck, trying to distance himself from the blade. Gamora didn't say much. With a swift motion, she severed the guard's arm and picked it up, running towards Rocket and the others. Meanwhile, Peter Quill was rushing over, holding the expensive prosthetic leg he had bought. "Hey kid, watch out behind you." Rocket shot a guard who had appeared behind Harry and immediately tossed his gun to Harry. "Watch the door." At this moment, Gamora had already thrown the arm with the controller to Rocket, who hurriedly took it and operated the controller, finally opening the door to the watchtower. However, reinforcements had already arrived, and everyone quickly hid inside the watchtower. Most of the reinforcements were drones armed with firepower, and those drones began firing at the watchtower. The powerful artillery cracked the windows of the watchtower, and seeing the cracks appear made everyone a bit nervous, but the watchtower remained silent. "We're in. What's next? Whatever your plan is, you need to hurry up," Peter urged. Rocket opened the control panel, frantically working on the internal wiring, ignoring Peter's urgings. Outside, the drones continued to fire, and the bombardment made the watchtower appear to be on the verge of collapse. Harry, watching Rocket piecing together the wiring, didn't know what to do, so he decided to go to the other side of the secondary seat cabin. "Harry, what are you doing?" Peter asked. "I'm checking to see if there's a frequency connected to those drones outside. If there is, maybe I can reverse the targeting of those drones." Fortunately, the watchtower had a central area channel that connected to the drones, allowing Harry to successfully rewrite the drones' enemy targets, turning their focus onto the newly arrived guards. "Huh, well done, kid. You've bought me a lot of time," Rocket said joyfully, as his work was nearing completion. "Not good, there's another one." Gamora, who had been watching outside, saw a guard who had dodged the drone attack, aiming a large cannon at them. If the guard fired that shot, with the watchtower in its current shaky state, it probably wouldn't hold up. "Look out!" Drax, who had been observing the chaos since the beginning of the riot, suddenly sprang into action. He jumped and tackled the guard, twisting his head to finish him off. Then he used the guard's push machine to leap onto the watchtower, grabbing the edge of the tower. "Haha, we did it!" Rocket laughed, slapping the button that was supposed to activate the broadcast. Instantly, Chapter 41 buyer Rocket pressed the switch, and instantly the gravity system in the prison failed. Everyone and everything floated in the air due to the loss of gravity, while only the watchtower maintained a normal gravitational field. "Haha, I told you there's no prison in this world that can hold me, Rocket." Rocket laughed heartily, watching the guards outside, who were floating and unable to stabilize themselves. Now no one could stop them from escaping. Rocket turned to his co-pilot, Harry, and said, "I've opened the gate to outer space. You control those drones to act as our thrusters and let us get out of here." Harry nodded and immediately began rewriting the control permissions for the drones. Once he had control, he maneuvered the drones to lift the watchtower off the prison. The watchtower wobbled as it flew into the outer space, and the drones then came to a halt. One by one, everyone climbed down from the watchtower. To leave this independent prison, they would need a professional spacecraft. The watchtower couldn't manage interstellar travel. "Here, you need this leg." Peter Quill was still holding that prosthetic limb, and now he finally had a chance to give it to Rocket. Rocket took the prosthetic leg, weighed it in his hand, and then threw it away. "Hey, why did you throw it? Don't you need that?" "Huh, I don't need that thing. I was just joking." "What? Do you know how much I spent to buy that?" "You're such an idiot for spending money on a prosthetic leg." "Ha ha." The prosthetic leg incident was just a small interlude. The group playfully made their way to where their clothes had been confiscated, changed back into their outfits, and then squeezed onto Peter's ship. Rocket and the other ship hadn't been confiscated due to its dilapidated condition, but Peter Quill's had been taken. Of course, there was a small interlude when they were about to leave the prison. Peter Quill ran back to retrieve his Walkman from the guy who had taken it, and he gave the guy the good beating before leaving. On the ship, once Peter Quill piloted to a safe zone and docked. He needed to confirm the exact target location to proceed with the next leg of their journey. So, who can come up with $4 billion to buy something like this? Rocket tilted his head and asked Gamora, as the spherical object was now placed in the center of the table by Peter Quill. However, before Gamora could answer, Peter Quill interrupted, "Wait, how did he get on my ship?" The he Peter Quill referred to as none other than Drax, the one who tried to kill Gamora the night before. Rocket glanced at Drax and replied, "He flew out with us from the watchtower while you were off getting your stupid Walkman. But he doesn't matter. He not getting a cut anyway. You said she could lead us to Ronan. I want to follow her, find Ronan, and then kill him. Drax's reasoning for joining was simple, and Peter Quill didn't want to dwell on it. Returning to the previous question, Gamora paused before saying, "The Collector, you know him, right? One of the members of the Nova Corps. He is keen on collecting all sorts of rare and bizarre items from this universe. And he has offered $4 billion for this orb. In the universe, the Nova Corps had quite a reputation, especially since the Collector was known for often placing high-value bounties on certain items. So both Rocket and Peter were familiar with his name. Once they heard it was this guy who was willing to pay big bucks, Rocket and Peter had no doubts. After all, the Collector was notorious for being wealthy. $4 billion, huh? How we split it? This orb is mine. I think I should get the biggest cut. There are 4 of us. I am Groot." The tree-like Groot interjected, causing Peter to shoot him an annoyed glance and say, "All right, let us split the $4 billion evenly among the 5 of us. Harry and I will take $15 billion. I'll take $10 billion, Harry $5 billion, and the rest you could distribute among yourselves. If it weren't for me, would you have escaped from that prison? I should get the largest share. I am Groot." Hearing Peter Quill's division, Rocket directly rejected his proposal, with Groot chiming in as well. "So how do you propose we split it?" After discussing back and forth, they couldn't come up with a fair division. Gamora slammed her hand on the table in frustration and shouted, "Enough arguing. We don't even have the money yet, and don't forget Ronan wants this orb too. We can talk about splitting the money once we actually have it." With the argument about money halted, Peter Quill got the Collector's coordinates and piloted the ship toward the destination, in an independent sector of space. The head of a giant that was comparable in size to a planet left Peter and the others in awe upon their arrival. Gamora looked at the massive head and said slowly, "Legend has it that this is the head of a god, eternal and immortal. It was later occupied by the Collector, becoming his stronghold. People in the universe believe there are divine qualities within it, which is why the ores and spinal fluid produced here are highly sought after." The head of a god? What could possibly kill a god? Peter Quill mused as he gazed at the giant head. Harry, however, was curious about the divine qualities Gamora mentioned. Do the ores and spinal fluids really have divine qualities? I'm not sure. The ores and spinal fluids produced here have been bought up by several major forces in the universe. They won't end up in the hands of ordinary people. Only those who purchase these items know their specific miraculous properties. Gamora's understanding of the place was only hearsay. She wasn't certain of its truth. Really? If we get a chance, we should try to get some for research. Harry was even more curious. After all, such a large head might actually have something extraordinary about it. Even an unknown form of energy would be a significant discovery. All right, everyone, we've arrived at our destination. So let us go find the Collector. I can't wait to sleep on $4 billion. Peter Quill docked the ship and got out of the pilot's seat. Halfway out, his expression changed as he saw the raccoon, who had been silent all this time, dismantling his ship. The entire weapons bay was in disarray because of her. Who allowed you to dismantle my ship? Chapter 42. Infinity Stones who allowed you to dismantle my spaceship? Peter Quill treasured his ship very much, and seeing it in such a disassembled state was making it hard for him to control his anger. Haha, does that require permission? Rocket continued his actions without concern. If it weren't for Groot, who was standing beside him, Peter Quill might have really charged up to beat the little raccoon. What are you doing? These circuits look a bit dangerous. Peter Quill's shout attracted the others. When Harry saw Rocket short-circuiting several energy lines, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Haha, that's what makes it exciting. As long as I connect this here and then adjust with the X-Wave arc, this thing could blow up the moon. Rocket's words made everyone break out in a cold sweat, and except for the clueless Drax and Groot, the rest stepped back a few paces from Rocket. Peter Quill looked at Rocket in disbelief. How dare you mess with such terrifying things on my ship? Relax, it's perfectly safe. As long as you don't touch the safety lock, it won't explode. You madman, get down here now. Peter Quill couldn't take it anymore, regardless of what Groot would do. He directly stepped forward, grabbed Rocket, and headed for the exit of the ship. The others also disembarked, as they had reached their destination. Aside from an argument between Rocket and Peter, Harry looked around at the alien beings dressed in wasteland-style gear and asked Gamora, "Where is the Collector?" Gamora pointed to the tallest building in the center of the street. "That's the Collector's residence. Let's go, Peter. Don't keep him waiting." Oh, my dear Miss Gamora, I was so pleasantly surprised the moment I received your message. I am here to warmly welcome you. The collector, dressed in expensive attire with a white cloak made from an unknown animal's fur, bowed deeply to Gamora and the others. After speaking, the collector eagerly asked, "Where's the item I requested?" Gamora signaled to Peter Quill, who opened the gap of his waist bag, revealing the ball worth 4 billion quietly lying inside. Seeing that it was indeed the item, the collector excitedly stepped forward to take it, but was blocked by Gamora's hand. "Oh, my apologies, I was rude. Let's talk inside. Karina, prepare some tea for my guests." The collector, realizing his previous actions were a bit inappropriate, awkwardly smiled as he let the maid prepare the tea and led Peter and the others into his collection room. This place is too bizarre. Rocket looked at the various collection boxes inside the building, resembling prison cells. Besides some peculiar plants, there were also many sentient beings collected, making Rocket's expression darken. "These are all my collectibles, not perverse. Most of them are species on the verge of extinction in the universe. Some have already gone extinct, and only the ones I've collected preserve their essence, allowing their races to continue. That can't be called perverse." Hearing Rocket's mumbling, the collector, who was leading the way, began to introduce his collection, glancing back at Rocket and Groot. "You're also something I would love to collect. You can name your price. I will pay to acquire you, of course, your body after you die." "Hey, what are you saying? Groot would never sell to you." Before Groot could speak, Rocket immediately rejected the collector's proposal. "Is this your pet?" The collector looked at Rocket with disdain and then turned his gaze away, considering him a modified creature. A very crude modification, with no collectible value at all. "What did you say?" The collector's words made Rocket explode with anger, and he jumped up, ready to attack. Quick-witted Peter Quill grabbed Rocket's clothes just in time to prevent a conflict. Entering the collection room, the collector shrugged his shoulders, letting his white cloak fall onto the sofa. He took the wine glass from a maid, Tarina, and said, "As my esteemed guests, you have the right to know my name, Talatli Typhon. You can simply call me Typhon. I'm Peter Quill. You can call me Star-Lord." Seeing the other party say this, Peter also introduced himself. Looking at the hand extended by the collector, Typhon had no intention of shaking it. He simply smiled at Peter Quill. "Now, can you take out the item? I need to verify its authenticity." Of course, Peter took out the ball from his bag. Typhon carefully examined the ball, as if looking at a rare treasure. May I ask what this is?" "After all, from the exterior, it just looks like some tungsten molybdenum alloy." Peter Quill had scanned this item with the ship's detection device before coming, but besides tungsten molybdenum components, there were no other molecular components. "This ball is merely a vessel for the treasure. It has no intrinsic value. The true value lies in the treasure inside." After confirming that the item was correct, Typhon placed it on the disassembly platform, also reminding Peter and the others of its rarity. The two mechanical arms that descended onto the disassembly platform grabbed the ball, and after scanning it with lasers, they began to disassemble the sphere. At this moment, Typhon pressed the remote control handed over by Tarina. With a press, a virtual projection appeared around everyone. Before the birth of all things, there existed 6 anomalies. After that, the Big Bang gave birth to the universe, and the remnants of these anomalies were forged into several particles, which are the Infinity Stones. These stones seem to only be controlled by immensely powerful, extraordinary forces. "Look," Typhon pointed, and everyone turned to see a projection of an enormous humanoid figure holding a staff encrusted with purple gems. With just a light tap on the ground, everything turned to dust and planets shattered. As everyone was stunned by the scene in the projection, the collector, Typhon, slowly spoke. "The owners of these stones can destroy entire civilizations in an instant, as effortlessly as cutting wheat." That scared the pants off me. Peter Quill patted his chest, still feeling a bit shaken. "Is this the ether particle?" Harry recognized this familiar thing in another projection. You recognize it?" Typhon, hearing Harry's words, focused his gaze curiously on him. "Of course, I might be in the universe because of this thing." Chapter 43. Ether Particle. What is the ether particle? Peter Quill also became curious. Chala glanced at Harry, and his gaze shifted to the projection above, where each of the Infinity Stones was displayed independently. With a wave of his hand, Chala zoomed in on the projection of the Reality Stone. The ether particle is another form of the Infinity Stone, rumored to exist within the realms ruled by Asgard. The Dark Elves obtained this Infinity Stone and forged it into a powerful weapon, which is called the ether particle. You are a Xandarian. It seems that the ether particle, which has been missing for thousands of years, has reappeared, Chala said. Just as he was about to ask Harry where he encountered the ether particle, the spherical device, being disassembled by the mechanical arm, successfully opened. A purple glow emanated from it, drawing Chala's attention to the Infinity Stone before him. This is the Power Stone. Look at this glow, how dazzling it is. Chala was completely absorbed in the purple gem, while Rocket, leaning over the edge of the table, caught sight of another glow. Turning his head, he noticed a faint red light emanating from Harry's waist. "Hey, Harry kid, what's that under your clothes?" Rocket's exclamation drew everyone's attention to Harry's waist. Harry lifted his shirt, revealing that the glow was coming from the center of a device at his waist. It can't be, this is another Infinity Stone. Chala's gaze shifted from the purple gem to the red one. The gem at Harry's waist must have reacted to the appearance of the purple gem. Chala quickly walked up to Harry, trembling with excitement. "I never expected to see two Infinity Stones at the same time. Harry, right? Hand over the gem to me, and I'll give you 4 billion. Infinity Stone? How could it appear on me?" Harry stared blankly at the red glowing gem on his device, unable to comprehend how such a thing could be on his belt. Mr. Chala, let's not get hung up on that Infinity Stone for now. Is your maid acting a bit strange?" Peter Quill hesitated, watching Tarina, who seemed entranced as she approached the purple gem, debating whether to intervene. Chala glanced back and saw Tarina getting closer to the purple gem. His expression changed immediately as he shouted, "Tarina, what are you doing? Step back. I don't want to be your slave anymore." Hearing Chala's reprimand, Tarina quickly grabbed the purple gem. She had seen the projection earlier. As long as she obtained that gem, she would possess the power to destroy the world and no longer be under Chala's control. Damn it! Chala was furious and moved to pull Tarina away. But the moment Tarina grasped the purple gem, a massive amount of energy surged from it, exploding in bursts. The shockwaves from the energy blast left everyone feeling uncomfortable. Tarina's body was also engulfed by the gem's energy, and in an instant, her entire form was reduced to ash. With a loud bang, after Tarina's death, the purple gem unleashed an even more powerful energy shockwave, sending everyone flying and turning the collector's storage room into ruins. Only Harry remained unaffected, or rather, he was also affected. However, the power of the purple gem was blocked by the red gem. Furthermore, the energy shockwave from the purple gem seemed to have activated the previously dormant red gem. This caused the red gem to power up within the device, which was supposed to be for the Spider-Woman armor, but now released a large number of red particles that enveloped Harry. The red energy particles floated and spun around Harry, eventually forming crimson crystal shards that covered his joints. At this moment, the original black organic material of the device was released. Even though it was freed, the black organic material did not wrap around Harry as it had before. As the crimson crystal absorbed and connected, it covered the areas not enveloped by the crystals. The remaining red energy particles slowly gathered behind Harry, finally forming a layer of pure crimson energy cloak. Harry had unexpectedly entered an armored state, and the current armor differed greatly from his previous one. The eye cover of the mask was replaced by crimson energy crystals, forming vertical crystal spikes that segmented his face. Through that eye cover, Harry could directly sense the flow of energy within. The immense energy waves emitted by the purple gem surged around Harry, pushing outward. Now transformed, Harry looked at the continuously radiating energy waves from the purple gem, and his brow furrowed under the mask. If this energy continued to rampage, it would likely destroy more than just this place. Realizing this, Harry picked up the two halves of the spherical device, grasped it with both hands, and pressed it against the purple gem. With a snap, the sphere closed, and the energy from the purple gem could no longer escape. Without the energy shock, the others who had been knocked away could finally struggle to crawl out from the ruins. Cough, cough, this collector is way too unreliable. Rocket crawled out from the rubble, coughing up dust while grumbling. However, no one stopped him this time. Even Peter Quill thought the collector was too irresponsible. allowing such a dangerous object to be controlled by his maid. If he didn't know about the power of this thing, it might be understandable, but he clearly knew how powerful it was and still didn't take precautions. What do we do about this? Harry asked, holding the sphere toward Peter Quill. Wait, wow. How did you end up like this? That outfit is too flashy, Peter Quill exclaimed upon seeing Harry in his crimson armor. Although it looks pretty cool, isn't the color a bit too eye-catching? Rocket added, his eyes lighting up as he approached. I don't even know how I suddenly turned into this. I just know that the energy emitted by that purple gem seemed to activate my transformation device. But I don't know why the armor it produced looks like this now. Anyway, that's not important. We should figure out how to handle this thing, Harry said as he pushed the sphere toward Peter Quill again. To Peter Quill, the sphere now felt like a hot potato. Seeing Harry offer it, he panicked and waved his hands in retreat. No, don't give it to me. Let's give it back to that collector. We can't keep this thing. We should take the money and get out of here. No. Gamora stepped forward, saying, this thing is too dangerous. It can't stay here. You all know the power it possesses. The collector can't protect it, and if Ronan gets his hands on it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 44. Ronan's attack. Everyone listened to Gamora's words and glanced at the unconscious collector Tyvan lying among the ruins. They immediately felt that Gamora was right. This unreliable guy definitely couldn't protect the purple gem, but having it ourselves wouldn't work either. We wouldn't be able to keep it safe, and once the news got out, those power-hungry lunatics would surround us. Peter Quill looked at the orb with worry. If they couldn't give it to the collector, then who could they give it to? Everyone was puzzled by this question. Rocket was only thinking about selling the thing. Peter Quill wanted to sell it too, but was afraid that it would lead to a greater disaster if it fell into the wrong hands. Gamora, on the other hand, was determined that it must not fall into Ronan's hands. As for Drax, he was currently not interested in the purple gem. He was more curious about the red gem that was now in his possession. While everyone had different thoughts, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the ruins. What is that noise? Peter Quill heard the wailing and howling outside and peered over the ruins to look down. He saw that the people on this planet, who were originally fierce and menacing, were scattering and fleeing as if they had encountered a flood or a fierce beast. What is that? The cause of the panic was a Kree warrior wielding a long hammer. Ronan, how did he end up here? Gamora, who had followed, was momentarily stunned, never expecting Ronan to appear here. Was it a coincidence, or Ronan had appeared? Good, I want to kill him. Drax was the most excited. He had been looking for Ronan to take revenge. Hearing the news of Ronan's arrival, he immediately marched to the edge of the ruins and saw Ronan leap down from the edge. That madman! Peter Quill cursed angrily. Drax's shout unintentionally drew Ronan's attention. Ronan looked up at the group on the ruins, and when he saw Gamora, a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Found you, traitor. I'm going to kill her. The alien with obvious modification lines all over his body, Nebula, who was also Gamora's sister, was eager to move forward. No, she is not important. That is what I need. Ronan pointed his hammer at the orb in Harry's hands. Compared to the traitor Gamora, the Power Stone was what he needed most. Boom! Ronan, accept your destruction. Drax, who had fallen from the sky, didn't even pause. He charged at Ronan, dagger in hand, shouting loudly, You go get the gem. I want to have a word with this guy who claims he wants to destroy me. Ronan looked at the roaring Drax and smiled unexpectedly. Ever since his name spread throughout the universe, no one had dared to face him like this. Yes, left and right. Go get the gem back. Nebula responded and led 2 squads of soldiers toward Gamora and the others. Ronan. Drax charged close to Ronan, raising his dagger high and aiming for Ronan's head, determined to stab through it. Faced with such an attack, Ronan didn't even think about raising a hand to block. He simply watched Drax approach and kick him in the chest, sending him flying 7 or 8 meters away. As Drax struggled to get up, Ronan slammed his hammer into the ground, freeing his hands and slowly walking toward Drax. Dealing with this kind of character, using a weapon was an insult to himself. Ronan looked down at Drax and curiously asked, You seem to harbor a grudge against me. Did I kill someone of yours? My wife, my daughter, all my precious belongings have been destroyed by you, Ronan. I will kill you. Mentioning his deceased wife and daughter ignited Drax's infinite wrath, and he rose angrily to punch Ronan. But mere anger was useless. Ronan simply leaned back to avoid the punch. He didn't forget to land a punch on Drax's waist, which made Drax wince in pain. After delivering that punch, Ronan didn't rush to make more consecutive attacks. Instead, he appeared to be deep in thought as he said, "Your wife, daughter, TSK, I've killed so many people I completely don't remember." Drax, enduring the pain, swung his fists at Ronan. Each punch was expertly dodged by Ronan, landing nowhere. Ronan was almost toying with Drax when Drax was exhausted. A heavy punch struck his abdomen again, while Ronan grabbed Drax's arm and twisted it slightly. This caused Drax to scream in pain, his broken arm hanging uselessly at his side. Ronan kicked Drax over and then stepped on his chest, yawning with boredom, and mockingly said, "I seem to remember your wife and daughter, TSK. I remember I personally twisted your wife's neck and smashed your daughter's head. That was my favorite execution method." Ronan. Drax grasped the foot on his chest with one hand, but had no strength to move it, only repeatedly calling Ronan's name helplessly and in rage. "Shoo! Don't make noise. I'll send you to reunite with your wife and daughter." Ronan extended his hand, and the hammer he had planted in the ground flew back into his hand. Holding the hammer high, Ronan was about to smash Drax's head, just as he had said. Boom! Before Ronan's hammer could fall, a figure crashed down beside him like a ragged sack. 15 minutes earlier, when Ronan was facing Drax alone, Nebula led the Accuser Corps into the ruins to retrieve the orb. Leading the charge, Nebula rushed straight toward Harry, where the orb was in his hands. With one hand reaching out to grab, and the other hand flicking out a blade aimed directly at Harry's head. Harry saw the approaching figure and the person charging at him, but he also noticed something else. In the air, there was a faint red energy reaction. The presence of this energy informed Harry subconsciously that he could manipulate it. Tentatively, Harry reached out, and a wall of red crystal appeared before him. Bang! Nebula clearly hadn't anticipated that a wall would appear out of nowhere. She crashed directly into it, landing in a spread eagle position. "Oh, that must hurt." As if feeling the pain himself, Peter Quill touched his nose. The sound of her crashing into the wall was no small matter, and her features were even misaligned. Chapter 45, A Trivial Fatal Wound. Not worth mentioning. Crack. The nebula that fell from the suddenly appearing wall made a clicking sound all over. Fortunately, the nebula was a cyborg with over 90% modification, and even though her facial features and limbs were dislocated, she could recover quickly. Supporting her chin with her hand, she twisted it back into place and looked uncertainly at Harry and the others behind the red crystal wall. She couldn't figure out how such a solid wall appeared. Not only did she find it incomprehensible, but even Harry, the instigator, did not understand. However, under his helmet, Harry felt that the red energy he could see was manipulable, and his subconscious told him that he could shape objects and distort reality with that red energy. What is this thing? The left eye of the nebula emitted a blue light as her built-in analyzer scanned the crystal wall in front of her. The data showed nothing but silicon dioxide and some trace elements and accompanying encapsulations. It seemed like a naturally formed crystal wall. But how could a crystal wall form naturally in an instant? The nebula raised her hand, signaling the soldiers behind her to shoot at the wall. Dense laser bullets quickly shattered the crystal wall, but the nebula did not order her men to stop shooting. Instead, she directed more concentrated fire towards Harry and the others. If it could be manipulated, then let's give it a try. Facing the barrage of gunfire, Harry was unafraid and snapped his fingers. Snap! In front of Harry and the others, dense, six-sided crystals appeared out of nowhere. Each fragment was not large, only about 20 centimeters in size. But there were many of them, completely blocking all the concentrated bullets. Every time a crystal shattered, new ones immediately replenished the defense until the enemy's firearms overheated and stopped shooting. The crystals still densely blocked in front of Harry. Under his helmet, Harry smiled. It seemed that it was his turn now. Harry opened his hand, and in his palm, a scarlet sword hilt appeared, giving rise to a long sword with red and white stripes. Holding the sword, Harry pointed forward, and the crystals in the air immediately transformed into sharp, crystal-long cones, shooting towards the nebula and her group. The densely packed, crystal-long cones were incredibly sharp and quickly pierced through the nebula's group. In that instant, All the forces brought by the nebula were annihilated. Harry raised his hand, looking at the manifested long sword, and lightly tapped the blade. Is this the power of the Infinity Stones? As long as I think about it, I can manifest it. What a miraculous power, but I wonder if it can. While Harry was lost in thought, the nebula got back up. Although she had several holes all over her body, as a cyborg, as long as her core was not damaged, such trivial fatal wounds were not worth mentioning. However, even though she could barely stand, the nebula no longer had the desire to attack. The person opposite was too wicked. Even Ebony Maw couldn't conjure so many things out of thin air. Harry's attacking methods seemed to materialize out of nowhere, making it difficult for the nebula to defend herself. Seeing that Harry's attention was not on her, she wanted to sneak back to Ronan's side. However, although Harry was not paying attention to the nebula, her older sister Gamora had been watching her little sister closely. As soon as Gamora saw the nebula attempt to escape, she immediately chased after her, pinning her down with a short knife pressed against the nebula's throat. Sister, tell me how Ronan tracked us down? Heh, I'm not your sister. You betrayed Ronan, and in doing so, you betrayed our father. He will not let you go. The nebula turned her head to look at Gamora and sneered, completely unconcerned about the knife at her throat. Do you doubt that Ronan can track us? Peter Quill walked over, having overheard Gamora's earlier questioning, and asked in confusion. Ronan wouldn't appear here for no reason. He must have some way to track us. Gamora glanced back at Peter Quill, then turned to her stubborn sister. I never wanted to serve them. It's not betrayal. They're just a bunch of madmen. Sister, you shouldn't be with them. It was our father who gave us life. Our lives were not given by him. They were destroyed by him. We should hate him. Gamora looked at the nebula in frustration, unable to understand why her sister was so loyal to Thanos, especially since their parents had been slaughtered by Thanos' minions, just like her own. I will not betray our father. Why say so much to her? Just follow my orders, shoot a few times at her, and she'll obediently speak. Rocket aimed his gun at the nebula. Gamora naturally wouldn't allow him to do that. Standing in front of the nebula, she still had some feelings for her sister. Unfortunately, her sister currently had no feelings for her. As Gamora turned to protect her, the nebula secretly activated a bomb she had been carrying. Peter Quill, with sharp eyes, noticed it and quickly pulled Gamora away, shouting to Rocket. The bomb exploded quickly, the shockwave sending the nebula flying, rolling like a ragdoll at Ronan's feet, interrupting his impending execution of Drax. Cough, cough. The mission has failed. The opponent is too strong. The nebula, too close to the explosion, had half of her body blown apart and weakly spoke to Ronan. Ronan, lifting his war hammer, looked up at the ruins ahead, then glanced down at the barely alive nebula and said faintly, trash. With a leap, he soared over the dozens of meters of distance and height as if it were nothing. He landed atop the ruins, scanning his surroundings. A wooden man, a dog, and two blue-skinned aliens. Gamora, do you think being with these people gives you the ability to betray me? Betrayal is not the case. I just want to leave this group of murderers. Murderers? Ronan laughed heartily, as if he had heard a funny joke. After laughing for a while, his expression darkened as he pointed at Gamora and said, the lives of your subordinates are not much less than mine. What right do you have to say I'm a murderer? That was not my choice. It was all forced upon me. I don't want to argue with you about any nonsense, nor do I care about what freedom you're pursuing. Hand over the gem to me. If you give me the gem, I can promise not to hold you accountable for the past, and I can even plead for you in front of Thanos. Gamora, no, don't trust him. Peter Quill shook his head at Gamora, fearing she would believe Ronan's words. Chapter 46. Throwing the tile comes at a price I know. I understand better than you what kind of person Ronan is. Gamora doesn't believe Ronan's words at all. She doesn't think this madman has any habit of keeping promises. Unfortunately, Ronan shakes his head regretfully. I actually appreciated you. Suddenly, Ronan raises his war hammer, and an invisible wave rushes towards Gamora. Harry, noticing this scene, quickly raises a crystal wall to block in front of Gamora. With a buzzing sound, the crystal wall, which previously required a squad's firepower to shatter, is now easily destroyed in a single encounter. Harry steps forward slowly. This blue-faced alien is much more dangerous. Oh, so you're actually the strongest among this group? Ronan is somewhat surprised that his attack was intercepted. He initially thought Gamora would fail, because she couldn't match up to Ronan. But it turns out it wasn't because of that. Instead, it was due to this strangely dressed young blue alien. Ronan's eyes can see Harry's hidden mask beneath his spying. Harry walks in front of Gamora and tosses a sphere containing a purple gem to Peter Quill. Without looking back, he says, "I'll deal with this guy. You guys take this sphere to a safe place." Infinity Stone. Ronan's gaze focuses on the sphere, and he raises his leg to snatch it. But sharp spikes suddenly rise from the ground, halting Ronan's movement. "Harry, what about you?" Peter asks worriedly as he takes the sphere. Rocket, along with Groot, runs outside while calling to Peter, "Hey, why are you worried about him? We're distracting him here." He's right, we should go to a safe place. Without the Infinity Stone, Ronan might not be able to defeat Harry at this moment. Gamora agrees with Rocket, pulling Peter to leave. Gamora remembers that Harry also has an Infinity Stone at his waist. With that gem, Ronan might not win. However, if they stand by with the Infinity Stone and Ronan gets his hands on it, the situation would be dire. "It seems that you are my greatest obstacle on the path to obtaining the Infinity Stone." Ronan smashes the sharp spike with his hammer, gazing coldly at Peter and the others who are moving away with the Infinity Stone. "I'm sorry, but this obstacle, you probably won't be able to overcome it." Harry raises his hand to disperse the manifested longsword, twisting his wrist. The Ronan in front of him is the best punching bag to test his current powers. Arrogant. Ronan raises his war hammer and strikes the ground, causing it to crack open, a fissure heading straight for Harry. Harry sidesteps to avoid it, and the fissure strikes the building behind, producing a thunderous sound as the building slowly collapses. With the first strike failing, Ronan charges forward to engage Harry in close combat, swinging his hammer up and down, creating a flurry of hammer shadows in front of Harry. The shards of crystal that Harry conjured cannot withstand Ronan's hammer, shattering upon contact. "Ha, fancy tricks, but useless." Ronan laughs maniacally as he raises his hammer and slams it down, crashing it into the ground, missing Harry's physical form. Ronan looks around in confusion, seeing several figures of Harry appearing behind him, surrounding him completely. "Huh, what an interesting ability. I still can't see the limit." Harry laughs excitedly, initially thinking that the energy provided by the Infinity Stone could only create crimson crystals. However, he didn't expect its effects to be far beyond that. It seemed that as long as he wanted, he could do anything. At this moment, Harry has split himself into several copies, each one being him, but none with a physical body. As Harry opens his palm, energy gathers in his hand, and the circles of Harry shoot out energy blasts, overwhelming Ronan with a chaotic surge of energy. The gathered energy wave forms a small crimson sun around Ronan, enveloping him. If this energy impact is sustained for even a brief moment, Ronan will surely perish under this assault. But soon, Harry stops his attack, and even withdraws the remaining clones. If the dumb girl could still be used at this moment, she would surely detect the exhaustion of most of Harry's cells, triggering a piercing alarm. Unfortunately, in the vastness of space, too far from the dumb girl's main program, there is no intelligent stew or monitoring, and Harry only realizes something is wrong when he finds it hard to breathe. The collector's maid betrayed too quickly. That sudden energy eruption prevented the collector from finishing his words. The power of the Infinity Stone is not something an ordinary person can wield. It belongs to the gods. And any creature wishing to control such power must pay a hefty price. As of now, Harry's price is merely the exhaustion of most of his cells. This is still early enough for Harry to notice and immediately stop using the Infinity Stone. If he were to lose himself in the power it brings and use it recklessly, he might not survive half an hour. So close, just a little more, and I would have perished at your hands. Ronan's exterior is battered by the energy impact, most of his flesh melting away, causing even the usually cold Ronan to show a painful expression he cannot control. "Why did you stop? Are you being merciful?" Ronan mutters to himself, then shakes his head to deny his own thought. No, it can't be that reason. It must be something else. The blue alien doesn't possess such power. You must have paid a price to have it. I understand now. It must be the negative cost of this powerful ability manifesting, which is why you had to stop. Seeing Harry's lack of movement, Ronan feels he has guessed correctly and cannot help but rejoice. I was right. Although I don't know where your power comes from. Death is your inevitable end. Even in his severely injured state, Ronan still has the ability to attack. struggling to grip his war hammer tightly and swing it down at Harry. With a whoosh, as the hammer descends, it oddly transforms into bubbles and scatters. Ronan, crushing a few of the bubbles that didn't disperse, is left stunned. In disbelief, he looks at his hands, wondering what is happening. How could the weapon he has used his entire life suddenly turn into foam? At this moment, Harry, who has been standing still, speaks up. You guessed correctly. Using this power indeed requires a great price. But you can take a gamble before you kill me. Do I have the ability to turn you into a pile of bubbles too? Ronan stares blankly at Harry in front of him, his eyes focusing, trying to discern what lies beneath Harry's helmet. But aside from noticing the paleness of his face, he cannot detect anything unusual. Chapter 47. Corner encounter with Dad. In the end, Ronan still didn't dare to gamble. As Kinkin withdrew, his warhammer was crafted from the hardest metal in the Empire. He didn't dare to bet whether the other party would turn him into something like the fate of that warhammer. Ronan's retreat finally allowed Harry to breathe a sigh of relief as he vigorously knocked on the outer belt. The armor remained motionless, as if it couldn't be retracted. Left with no choice, Harry had to pry open a corner of the constrictor, where the reset lock device was originally set up. It was an emergency protection device reserved to guard against the active nerve cells that could control the flesh and blood organization. But unexpectedly, it was used here now. Pulling out the stabilizing wire inside, the constrictor began to shake, forcibly retracting the flesh and blood organization. Finally, it activated the energy of the red gem, retracting the armor. Harry, now free from the armor, collapsed weakly to the ground, blood uncontrollably flowing from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Covering his head, he slowly adapted to the intense dizziness, and after a while, he felt some strength returning to his body. Looking at the dark red gem at his waist, it currently showed no energy flow, appearing just like an ordinary gem. But only Harry, who had truly used it, understood the terrifying power contained within this gem. Harry couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. Fortunately, the side effects manifested when dealing with Ronan. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Harry had initially planned to use the gem's power to materialize a spark prism later. If he had done that, Harry felt that at the moment the spark prism materialized, he would have died from organ failure. Even now, Harry felt that he wasn't doing well. Struggling to get up, Harry looked around in confusion. He had just let Peter and the others go, but now he had no idea how to contact them. Where had they all gone? Meanwhile, as Harry faced Ronan, Peter Quill and his group rushed out of the ruins, running toward the location of the spaceship. Halfway there, they heard a whistle. A red light flashed through the air, piercing Groot's chest and aimed directly at Peter Quill's forehead. Wow, my dear child, where do you think you're going? A blue-skinned alien in a brown leather coat, sporting a red mohawk-like sensor on his head, approached Peter Quill along with a large group of aliens, each looking quite unique. Groot! Rocket, seeing Groot's chest pierced, was shocked for a moment before immediately aiming his gun at Yondu. Yondu merely whistled lightly, and the arrow that had been hovering at Peter Quill's forehead suddenly shot away, knocking the gun from Rocket's hands. Yondu. Peter Quill looked grimly at the approaching figure. The Ravager? Peter, you actually know someone from the Ravagers? Gamora looked at the man beside her in confusion, not expecting such a petty thief to know the Ravagers. He didn't just know them, he was one of them. However, you? TSK, isn't that the infamous Ravager, Yondu? Gamora exclaimed. Peter, how did you end up entangled with this guy? Yondu stood in front of Peter Quill, squinting at Gamora. The tree man, the dog, and a fainted muscular man. And this female assassin, Gamora, it seemed this group of people was all with Peter. They're my crew. I think I can have my own squad now. Peter Quill smirked, trying to associate Gamora and the others as his subordinates, fearing Yondu would be harsh on them. You mean you stole a spaceship and a treasure map from me just to find your own teammates? Yondu said with a fake smile. Seeing the sphere in Peter Quill's hand, he snatched it away. This is the treasure indicated by the treasure map, but it doesn't look like much. Yondu examined it closely, but didn't discover anything unusual and intended to open it. Don't! Peter and the others exclaimed in unison, having experienced the terrifying scene of energy going haywire before. Yondu paused, puzzled, looking at Peter Quill. Peter quickly changed the subject, saying, we should leave here quickly. Ronan is right behind us. Ronan the accuser? How did he end up here? Yondu's expression changed. The reputation of Ronan the accuser was not good, especially since he was backed by the Kree Empire. He had considerable power at his disposal, making it very easy to deal with him. Looking at the sphere in his hand, Yondu quickly understood why Ronan had appeared here. After putting the sphere into his pocket, he hurriedly called his subordinates to escort Peter Quill and his group back to the spaceship. "Old man, how did you find me?" Peter Quill, bound tightly and brought before Yondu, forced a smile. Yondu scoffed. "Finding you is easy. You're the one I brought into the universe. No matter where you run, I can find you." "Oh, stop bragging. I'm really curious how you found me." "Humph, you little thief stole my treasure map. Yet you don't know who gave it to me. In the entire universe, only 4 people specifically wanted that treasure. A collector, a bold smuggler from Xander, and Ronan. As for the other one, that guy wouldn't Tiak personally. The places where you can get the treasure are actually just 2. I could find you one by one. So what are you going to do with it? Deal with it? Of course, sell it." "That won't do. This thing is very knock knock knock." A sound interrupted Peter Quill's words. A head cautiously peeked through the door, taking a careful glance inside, and then looked at Yondu, saying, "Captain, everyone is waiting to see how you judge this kid, Peter Quill." Among the Ravagers, there were no feelings, at least none on the surface. They were interstellar pirates, relying on iron-fisted rule and plundered interests to maintain their combat effectiveness. As the captain, Yondu had to demonstrate more iron-fisted ruthlessness. Otherwise, a weak and indecisive captain could not keep this group of bloodthirsty crew members in check. Yondu lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest of his chair. After repeated urging from his subordinates, he finally came back to his senses. After responding, his subordinates joyfully opened the door and dragged Peter Quill toward the center of the ship's cabin. "Do you think this time the captain will let Peter go?" Kraglin quietly asked the excited Ravagers beside him. "I don't know, but probably not," came the reply. "I really don't understand why the captain repeatedly gives this Peter a break. He has clearly made so many mistakes." Kraglin frowned. He had long been annoyed with Peter Quill, who frequently made mistakes yet was favored by the captain. Yondu was getting old. He could no longer lead the Ravagers. "If this time he let that blue-skin guy go, then I think we shall elect a new captain, like me." The words from the person beside him made Kraglin look at them in astonishment. Chapter 48. Lightning Face wants to be the boss. Kraglin looked at the guy next to him, who had made such a bold statement, with a face full of surprise. "How can you say that? The captain is still our captain, no matter what." The person beside him heard Kraglin's words, curled his lip, and said nothing more. Peter Quill was pulled to the center, and most of the crew was shouting angrily, demanding that Yondu execute Peter. After all, the consequence of betrayal is death. Yondu raised his hand, and the voices of those present gradually quieted down, waiting in silence for Yondu to give the order to execute Peter. Yondu glanced at Peter, who was somewhat panicked on the ground, and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke up, "Guys, you all know what happens to traitors. Execute him. Throw Peter into space." The crowd roared in unison. Yondu pressed his hand down to silence them. "That's right, traitors should be executed. If Peter Quill truly betrayed me, I would definitely throw him into space without hesitation. But I'm misunderstood. Peter did not betray me. He not only brought me this treasure that even Ronan covets, but he also brought Ronan's capable assistant to our side. Guys, Peter has earned us a huge profit. Peter didn't betray us?" Some were swayed by Yondu's words. However, there were still those who firmly believed that Peter had indeed betrayed the Ravagers. Yondu stepped forward to untie Peter, saying, "Peter left me a note when he went off on his own, but I didn't see it and mistakenly thought he betrayed us. It turns out Peter did not do that. He is still one of us. Always has been. We should throw a feast to celebrate Peter's return with the treasure." With Yondu's endorsement, the crowd quickly came to believe that Peter truly hadn't betrayed them, and they cheered once more. However, there were still some who were very dissatisfied with this outcome. For example, the Ravager who had previously spoken of replacing Yondu turned and left as soon as he heard Yondu defend Peter. He already knew the outcome of the situation and saw no reason to stick around. "Savage, you were right. The captain indeed let Peter go," he said, addressing Savage's back. Savage stopped in his tracks, staring wide-eyed at the group that had chased after them. "I said it before, Yondu is getting old. He is weak and foolish now, and he is no longer fit to lead us. We should elect a new captain, one who is strong enough and ruthless enough. What do you mean? Lightning Face should replace him and make the Ravagers great again. Savage. Oh no, now Lightning Face declare with ambition. But weren't you called Savage? I changed it. That name wasn't imposing enough. Now I am called Lightning Face, and you all can only refer to me as Lightning Face. Lightning Face was very pleased with the name he had come up with after much thought. Hearing this, the lackeys nodded in agreement, but some still raised questions. But the ship, there are still many loyal to Yondu. We can't control the ship. Not to mention, Yondu has that very powerful arrow. If we rebel, there's no hope. You are right. Lightning Face nodded, agreeing with the lackey's words. Although he was not exceptionally smart, he was smart enough to understand that the current strength was insufficient to overthrow Yondu's rule. However, he already had a plan. You go contact Ronan. I want to talk to him. We may not be able to deal with Yondu, but Ronan can. In the universe, on the Ronin ship, the Dark Aster, Ronan hurriedly returned to the ship and immediately entered the medical room. The soldiers in the medical room were shocked to see how severely injured Ronan was and immediately activated the facilities to treat him. After Ronan was completely wrapped in bandages. Like a mummy, a communications officer rushed into the medical room. Lord Ronan, a Ravager squad has sent a message and needs to communicate with you. Ravagers? What qualifications do these pests in the universe have to see me? Ronan, lying on the medical bed, was too lazy to even open his eyes and wave his hand to have the communications officer disconnect the call. But the other party said they had the treasure that the Lord needed. What? Ronan sat up straight. What he needed, apart from the orb, could it be anything else? Immediately connect me to the communication. Buzzing. The communications officer followed Ronan's order and connected the call with the Ravager squad. And the magnetic display wall on the Dark Aster showed the figure of Lightning Face. Where's Ronan? I want to talk to him. Lightning Face looked at the displayed screen, but did not see Ronan's figure. All he saw was a mummy tightly wrapped. Of course, provided he knows what a mummy is. I am Ronan, Ronan said with a blank expression, but unfortunately, Lightning Face couldn't see Ronan's expression due to the tight wrapping. Hearing the mummy claim to be Ronan, Lightning Face burst into laughter, holding his stomach. Ha ha ha, you look so pathetic, and you're Ronan? If you're Ronan, then I'm Thanos. Damn it, I'm going to twist your head off. Ronan angrily raised his hand to tear off the bandages on his face, but the medical staff immediately stepped forward to stop him. My lord, you can't. If you take it off now, it will cause secondary injuries. Forget it. If I can't talk to Ronan, I can't. Listen, we have what Ronan needs. I'm sending you a coordinate now. As long as Ronan kills Yondu, I can hand this thing over to him. Show me the item first. How can I believe it without seeing it? Ronan was furious and wanted the other party to show the orb first to verify its authenticity. But unexpectedly, the guy on the other end directly cut off the communication even before Ronan finished his sentence. Ronan went mad with anger, wanting to smash something, but there was nothing to throw. Frustrated, he felt a wave of chest tightness and said to his subordinate beside him, "Lock onto that coordinate for me. I want to kill them, kill them." On the other side, Harry, still on the Collector's planet, finally found a relatively intact shop after flipping through piles of ruins. This planet had almost fallen into silence after Ronan arrived here. He scattered his forces and carried out a massacre. He even left only 2 small teams to deal with Harry and the others, using the rest of his forces for the slaughter. After Ronan retreated, there might still be people alive on this planet, but they must have hidden away. Harry painstakingly opened the crooked shop door and entered inside. He didn't know what the shop sold, but he found some usable tools while rummaging around inside. Chapter 49. The flesh and blood are so weak. The things here are quite different from those on Earth. Harry, who had just removed a transistor, looked at the machine that barely started and couldn't help but sigh. The code used for editing within this alien technology was composed of symbols whose meanings were unknown to him. Fortunately, Harry still had the scanner that Peter had given him earlier. He yanked a cable and crudely connected the end to the display. With the help of the scanner's translation, he could barely understand what was on the screen. Using some nameless metal parts, Harry hastily assembled a detector and connected it to his heart and lungs. Looking at the data displayed, even though he had anticipated it, Harry still felt a heavy heart. The energy radiation from the Infinity Stone was too severe. His body was suffering from multiple acute failures. His heart and lung functions were comparable to those of an elderly man in his 70s or 80s. And while the exterior of his body didn't show it yet, Harry had a premonition that in 2 days he would start experiencing hair loss, significant deterioration in vision, and so on. Given his current physical condition, he would probably last no more than half a month. Is there any way to remedy this? Harry thought to himself. The simplest solution would be to commit suicide. That would directly activate the Phoenix program, allowing for the backup clone body and memory storage to come online immediately. But Harry glanced at the belt embedded with the Infinity Stone. If he did that, he wouldn't be able to retrieve the things here. Flying back from Earth to the universe would require building a spaceship capable of spatial jumps. However, if he didn't do that, he would have to resort to a more troublesome method: body modification, transforming his bodily organs into mechanical parts to enhance his abilities. However, this method could lead to significant repercussions due to the rejection reactions between mechanical components and flesh. The worst consequence would be cybernetic psychosis. Harry originally planned to first create a gene serum to enhance his genetic cells, then gradually proceed with mechanical modifications. This would minimize the occurrence of cybernetic psychosis and allow for more extensive modifications that a stronger body could withstand. But now he didn't have that much time. The urgent task was to replace several severely failing organs first. Simple, low-function mechanical organs were easy to produce, but who could perform the surgery for him? In the short term, he couldn't create a medical robot capable of performing modification surgeries. While he was troubled, a sound came from the quiet street outside, growing closer. It sounded like someone was dragging a heavy metal bag along the ground. Harry looked out from the doorframe and saw someone crawling on the ground with severe damage to half of their body, a cyborg. As the figure crawled closer, Harry recognized it as the alien who had come with several teams to capture them, Gamora's sister. Yes, she was a cyborg. This was practically a medical robot that had come to his door for modification surgery. A pleased expression appeared in Harry's eyes as he stepped out of the dilapidated house. The crawling Nebula heard the noise ahead and looked up to see Harry, immediately attempting to turn and flee. Unfortunately, with half of her body damaged, she couldn't crawl quickly, and Harry easily caught up to her. "TSK, aren't you one of Ronan's subordinates? He didn't take you with him?" Upon hearing this, Nebula's eyes darkened slightly, and she weakly closed her eyes. "He said the useless don't deserve to set foot on his ship. What a heartless person, yet I happen to need you," Harry thought as he bent down to help Nebula up. He had prepared for a sudden attack, but to his surprise, Nebula remained silent and closed her eyes. If it weren't for her still breathing, he might have thought she was dead. Nebula had been abandoned again. This time, the abandonment left her feeling despondent. It seemed she would never measure up to Gamora, as both their father and Ronan believed Gamora to be stronger. Even when Gamora betrayed them, they still favored her. The more they did so, the more Nebula hated Gamora. She didn't understand why Gamora deserved such affection. Now, in her current state, falling into this guy's hands, she was likely to die, unable to prove herself stronger than Gamora in front of their father again. With her eyes closed, Nebula had almost resigned herself to her fate, quietly awaiting death. Harry picked up the disassembly tools. Although he didn't know why Nebula was so quiet, it was a good thing. The quieter she was, the easier and faster his modification surgery would be. If he wanted Nebula to become his body modification doctor, he needed to not only repair her, but also implant enough control measures within her body. Otherwise, Harry couldn't trust an enemy to perform surgery on him. As Harry pried open the top cover of Nebula's head, a segment of star maps popped out, leaving Harry stunned. The trigger projection was unremarkable, but the key was the image revealed in the projection. There was a signal point marked as Gamora on the star map. Seeing this, Harry understood how Ronan had found them. With this device, Gamora could be tracked down wherever she went. Meanwhile, as Harry repaired Nebula, Ronan had also found the Ravager's ship according to the coordinates given by the Collector. Just as he exited the spatial jump tunnel, Ronan ordered his subordinates to fire at the Ravager's ship. Filled with fury, Ronan wanted to obliterate this group of marauders. Inside the Ravager's ship, Peter Quill, Rocket, and Gamora had been released. Thanks to Yondu, Peter had shed his identity as a traitor. Gamora and the others were seen as allies by the Ravagers, and a celebration was taking place on the ship. Peter, Quill, Gamora, Rocket, and the others sat in a corner, contemplating how to retrieve the orb. Delivering it to Yondu was far less reliable than giving it to the Collector. Oh, by the way, Drax, who had been picked up by Peter, Quill, and the others, had woken up. Although he had been beaten up by Ronan, he had only suffered a broken arm and a few broken ribs without any significant injuries. Additionally, Groot, who had been pierced through the chest by Yondu's arrow, was also fine. Evidently, that spot wasn't his fatal point. What do we do? We need to find a way to steal that thing. If it's in Yondu's hands, it will eventually be sold. Peter, Quill glanced around, seeing that no one was paying attention to them, and quietly asked Gamora and the others, hoping they could come up with a plan together. Chapter 50. The Raiders' Rebellion, what can we do? That old man's whistle arrow is too fierce. Just a few of us aren't enough for a dish. Rocket shrugged, as he really had no means to deal with Yondu's whistle arrow. Rushing in would definitely not work. We have to find a way to steal it. Gamora wasn't sure she could snatch it back from Yondu either. Upon hearing this, Rocket chuckled. Stealing is indeed feasible, but we need something to divert that old man's attention. Also, we need to know where he placed those Infinity Stones. I saw him put them in the pocket of his coat before. Peter had been observing Yondu all along and knew exactly where he kept his things. Then it's simple. We need to create a distraction, and Peter, you go approach that old man and steal it from his pocket. After a brief discussion, they decided to go directly for the theft. As for causing the commotion, Rocket and Drax would handle that while Peter just needed to get close to Yondu. Once the plan was set, Peter walked towards Yondu. Not far into his approach, the ship suddenly shook violently. Peter, unsteady, grabbed onto the nearby railing and looked back at Rocket in surprise, gesturing with his hands. Are we starting this quickly? Rocket and the others had just gotten up as the earlier shaking had thrown them to the ground. Seeing Peter's astonished expression, Rocket shrugged in confusion, indicating it wasn't their doing. What's going on? Yondu shouted as he came out of the captain's quarters towards the crew in the cockpit. The ship is under attack. Captain, the pilot replied. Bring up the visuals. I want to see who dares to provoke us raiders. The pilot displayed the view from the rear of the ship, and upon seeing the enemy ship firing at them, Yondu's expression darkened instantly. Ronan, how could they be here? Yondu recognized at a glance that the attacking ship was Ronan's vessel, the Dark Aster. What is happening, Yondu? Peter rushed over to ask. Wanted to know why the ship was shaking so violently. Had they flown into an asteroid belt? Ronan is attacking us. Yondu's face turned pale as he didn't turn back but grabbed the pilot and took the main control seat himself. What? How could Ronan find us again? Peter was instantly shocked to hear Ronan was behind the commotion, but Yondu ignored him and directly sent a communication signal to Ronan. On the other end of the ship, Haha, Ronan has arrived. Lightning Face exclaimed excitedly. At this moment, he had already gathered a group of dissatisfied crew members. After a loud laugh, he immediately said to his crew, Today is the day Yondu is deposed. Shaflin, go to Sector 233 and open the permissions. Let Ronan's ship connect with ours. As long as Ronan defeats Yondu, we can take control of the ship. Yes, Boss Lightning Face. Shaflin hurriedly ran to Sector 233. After issuing this order, Lightning Face looked at the other crew members who were ready and raised his weapon. Others, load your bullets. Once Shaflin completes his task, we will immediately cooperate with the Kree to seize control of the ship and eliminate those who refuse to submit to us. Yes, Boss Lightning Face. The crew shouted, raising their weapons. In the cockpit, Yondu's communication was intercepted by Ronan. Upon connection, Yondu sternly questioned, Ronan, how dare you attack the raiders without authorization? Don't you fear provoking a collective attack from the raiders? The raiders were a massive cosmic pirate group, and Yondu was merely a squad leader within it. The raiders' name was well known throughout the universe, and it certainly wasn't built by Yondu alone. In fact, with Yondu's strength, he couldn't even rank in the top 10 among the raiders. Without that powerful whistle arrow, his ranking would be even lower. Hearing Yondu's harsh words, Ronan sneered, Yondu, you think I'm like those cosmic drifters? They don't know your background, but I do. The raiders may not have officially expelled you, but it's close enough. Even if I kill you here, the raiders won't hold me accountable. Damn it. Yondu cursed silently, his face darkening. It was precisely because the raiders had never issued a statement expelling him that he had relied on their name to navigate the universe all these years. Other forces would not trouble him because of his identity as a raider. Unexpectedly, Ronin was aware of the true situation between him and the raiders, which made it impossible for Yondu to use the raiders' reputation to intimidate Ronin. Realizing that the raiders' facade wouldn't fool Ronin, Yondu commanded his men to counterattack. After all, Yondu was a cosmic pirate. Even if he was outmatched, surrender was not an option. Beep, beep, beep. Captain, Sector 233 has been opened, and the enemy ship is connecting with ours. The alarm rang out, and the auxiliary pilot immediately noticed the anomaly and reported it to Yondu. What? Who did this? I did. Just as Yondu was about to find out who had done this, Lightning Face burst in with his men. Shaflin had succeeded in his task, and Lightning Face was leading his followers in a coup against Yondu. Savage, you dare betray me? Yondu's eyes flashed with coldness as he pulled back his coat. The tip of the whistle, arrow, slowly glowing red. I am now Lightning Face, Yondu. You're old and no longer qualified to be captain, and I will replace you. A whistle sounded, and a red light streaked across the air, piercing through the chest of a rebellious crew member. Lightning Face had been watching the arrow closely when Yondu pulled back his coat. Upon hearing the whistle, he quickly grabbed a nearby unfortunate soul to use as a human shield. Hiding behind, Lightning Face threw the now silent rebel at Yondu and hurriedly dodged to the side. It was only when the arrow grazed his face, blood flowing from the wound, that Lightning Face realized the true power of the whistle arrow. He had been so eager to show off that he completely underestimated Yondu, the old captain. Taking down Yondu had to go according to the plan. It was best left to Ronin. What is happening outside? Rocket and his group had not gone out during the violent shaking of the ship. Instead, they held on to whatever they could find to stabilize themselves, watching as Peter, covered in dust, ran back. Gamora hurriedly asked what happened. Ronin attacked. Peter coughed out some dust in response. This answer made Gamora and the others' hearts sink. They hadn't expected Ronin to chase them all the way to the raiders. What about that kid, Harry? Now that Ronin is here, what happened to him? Rocket recalled the little guy who had previously tried to stop Ronin alone. If Ronin appeared here, wouldn't Harry be in trouble? Peter shook his head gravely. I don't know. Right now, it's just Ronin's fleet attacking the ship. Ronin himself hasn't shown up yet. But I believe Harry should be fine. Don't forget he has an Infinity Stone on him. Chapter 51 Threat. Let us think about what to do first. In any case, the Orb of Power must not fall into Ronin's hands. What do you mean? Rocket and Gamora looked at Peter. Peter pulled out a weapon he had grabbed in the chaos and nodded to Rocket and Gamora. We need to help Yondu drive Ronin back. Even if we can't push him back, we can't let the orb fall into his hands. If necessary, we can escape with Yondu. Give me a gun. Drax, who had been silent since waking up, suddenly spoke. Don't you like hand-to-hand combat? Peter looked at Drax, surprised that he wanted a gun, but still handed one over. The handgun was too light for Drax, so he could only use it for now and see if he could get a heavier machine gun later. Holding the gun in one hand and a short dagger in the other, Drax looked out at the noisy crowd with a complicated expression. I can't defeat Ronin in close combat. All right then, what do you say, everyone? Let us do it. Outside in the cabin, Ronin's ship had already connected with Yondu's spacecraft. Kree Empire soldiers swarmed into the cabin, with the one with the lightning face acting as an insider, making the battle inside the ship almost one-sided. Boom! The emergency door of the cockpit was smashed open by Ronin. Just as he broke through the door, a whistle sounded, and a red light flashed as a whistle arrow shot towards Ronin at an almost imperceptible speed. This sudden attack caused Ronin to disdainfully tilt his head, letting the whistle arrow graze past his face. After missing the shot, Yondu remained unfazed. The flying whistle arrow suddenly turned in midair and aimed straight for the back of Ronin's head. Thud! The whistle arrow plunged into the warhammer that Ronin suddenly swung behind him. Ronin looked at Yondu with contempt and held the warhammer up to his eyes. The tail of the whistle arrow shook as if trying to respond to Yondu's whistle and return to his side. Ronin grabbed the base of the whistle arrow and applied slight force. With a crack, the incredibly hard whistle arrow was actually snapped in Ronin's bare hands. Throwing the broken arrow shaft to the ground, Ronin slowly walked towards Yondu. Is this your strongest power? How pitifully weak. Yondu's mouth twitched as he wanted to say something. But the lightning-faced one jumped out from behind Ronin. Seeing the invincible whistle arrow broken on the ground, he happily patted Ronin's shoulder. "Ha, you mummy, you're quite capable. Handling Yondu all by yourself. I thought only Ronin could deal with Yondu. By the way, where's Ronin? Did he not come?" I have to say, this action from the lightning-faced one silenced everyone, including Ronin, who couldn't fathom how this guy dared to act so brazenly. Ronin, wrapped in bandages, recognized this guy. This was the one who had the audacity to hang up his signal before. As the lightning-faced one proudly walked towards Yondu, Ronin tightened his grip on the warhammer. "I said I am Ronin. Huh, you a ro." Boom! The lightning-faced one still couldn't believe that the bandage-wrapped figure in front of him was the infamous accuser Ronin. Unfortunately, Ronin wasn't trying to make him believe anything. The reason he emphasized it again was just to tell this guy who it was that would kill him. Ronin swung down the warhammer with all his strength. The lightning-faced one, along with his ambitions, was turned into a mist of blood. Putting away the warhammer, Ronin slowly exhaled, feeling a bit of his inner anger subside. He raised his hand towards Yondu and ordered, "Hand it over." Yondu understood what the other party wanted and took out the sphere containing the orb of power from his pocket. Ronin thought the other party was going to hand it to him, so he took a couple of steps forward, intending to take the sphere. Unexpectedly, Yondu suddenly raised his gun and fired, 2 shots hitting the ground near Ronin's feet, causing Ronin to pause. Yondu squinted at Ronin and blew the hot air from the gun muzzle. "I am a Ravager. I only steal from others, and no one has ever been able to steal from me. You're asking for death." Ronin raised his warhammer, and the hammerhead shot out an air cannon towards Yondu. With a loud boom, the cockpit was blown apart. But Yondu had disappeared. Ronin looked up and saw that Yondu was being carried away by Peter Quill, flying towards Sector 166. "Chase them. Hee hee. I didn't expect you to come to save me." Yondu, being carried by Peter Quill, was flying towards Sector 166, smiling contentedly. Peter dodged the missiles attacking from behind while flying and occasionally fired back, his expression unseen. Hearing Yondu's words, he simply replied, "The sphere in your hand contains the orb of power. It's a dangerous thing that must not fall into Ronin's hands." Upon hearing Peter's response, Yondu's smiling expression faltered and quickly turned desolate. After flying for a while, they reached Sector 166, where Rocket and Gamora had already set up. After Peter landed, Rocket and Gamora immediately started clearing out the pursuing soldiers behind them. Drax found a huge Gatling-like gun in the armory and began firing it at the enemies. After landing, Peter let go of Yondu and said to Gamora and Groot, "There's an escape pod inside. You take Yondu and activate it. We'll hold them off." Gamora didn't hesitate. It was just her and Groot here, and neither was skilled with firearms. Drax could still use his strength to suppress with heavy fire. But while she could hit targets, her accuracy wasn't great, so staying here wouldn't be very helpful. She followed Peter Quill's instructions and took Groot and Yondu to activate the escape pod. As they approached the escape pod, Yondu looked at the indifferent Gamora and suddenly asked, "Are you Peter's girlfriend?" Gamora ignored Yondu's question and continued walking forward. "Not talking? I guess you must be. Even if not, it should be soon. That kid Peter is quite good at charming girls." Gamora didn't respond, but Yondu kept talking, and they made their way to the escape pod with casual banter. The escape pod required a password authorization to start, which was one of the reasons Peter Quill wanted Gamora to bring Yondu over. After Yondu entered the password and unlocked it, he and Gamora stayed in the escape pod waiting for Peter Quill and the others to arrive. Thud! Drax's body crashed into the front of the escape pod like a bullet. Seeing this situation, Gamora immediately exited the escape pod, flipped Drax over, and found that he was still tightly holding Rocket. Step, step, step. Ronin, holding Peter Quill, walked in slowly. Although Peter Quill and the others could hold off ordinary Kree soldiers, they couldn't stop Ronin. Ronin's tough skin was unafraid of gunfire, and his war hammer could unleash powerful air cannons. He could easily break through Peter Quill's defenses. Holding the powerless Peter Quill, Ronin shouted loudly towards Yondu in the escape pod. "Yondu, hand over the item. I'll crush him." Hee hee, you dare use me to threaten him? He has never cared about my life or death. To him, I'm just a little thief who can help him steal things. Peter, who was gripping Ronin's arm with both hands, trying to catch his breath, smirked at Ronin's threat to Yondu. Ronan frowned. Did this guy hold no weight in Yondu's heart? If Yondu escaped in the escape pod, the orb of power would slip through his fingers again. Chapter 52. The Power Stone in hand, to everyone's surprise. Yondu actually walked down from the escape pod. Holding the orb in his hand, Yondu looked at Ronan and said, "Your reputation in the universe isn't great, Ronan. Who knows if you can keep your promise?" Ronan, who had intended to crush Peter and then ambush the escape pod, decided against it upon seeing Yondu descend. After all, the risk was too high, and he wasn't confident he could keep Yondu, since the other side didn't seem to care about the hostage as Peter had said. The threat was still valid. Ronan raised Peter, quill high, and sneered, "If you don't believe me, we can throw out what we want at the same time. So you won't have to worry about me going back on my word after I get what I want." "Good idea. Let's throw them together on the count of 3. Yondu agreed to Ronan's proposal. Both men counted to 3 in unison. When the number 3 was spoken, Yondu threw the orb, and Ronan simultaneously threw Peter Quill. However, Ronan had no intention of keeping his promise. The moment he caught the orb, he immediately grabbed his hammer and fired an air cannon at Peter. Boom! Peter was thrown out and rolled several times before landing at Gamera's feet. Yondu, who had been on high alert for Ronan, charged forward the moment Ronan raised his hammer. He caught Peter and turned to throw him away, taking the hit on his own back. Yondu? Peter Quill didn't expect Yondu to sacrifice himself to save him and shouted towards the area covered in the dust from the explosion, "Hurry up." Although he couldn't see Yondu's exact condition in the dust, Yondu's shouting proved that he was still alive. Peter wanted to check on him, but Gamora pulled him away, running toward the escape pod. Gamora saw Ronan approaching with his hammer, clearly determined to not let them escape after obtaining the Power Stone. If they didn't leave now, they really wouldn't be able to. After receiving the orb, Ronan fired at Peter, but missed due to Yondu's intervention. He charged forward again, trying to detain Gamora. Unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. Gamora decisively abandoned the injured Yondu and took Peter onto the escape pod. Ronan's successive air cannon blasts hit the shield of the escape pod, but failed to stop its launch. He could only watch helplessly as Gamora escaped right under his nose. "My lord, the ship's engine has been damaged and is about to crash. We need a retreat." A Kree soldier rushed in to report just as Ronan was about to kill the severely injured Yondu in a fit of rage. Hearing this news, Ronan decisively led his soldiers to retreat. After all, the Power Stone was already in hand, and his goal was accomplished. As for Yondu, he could just perish with his ship. After Ronan left, only the sound of Yondu's weak breathing and the occasional crackle of sparks remained. Captain! Claugrin, who had been hiding and waiting for Ronan and the others to leave after damaging the engine, hurried over, seeing Yondu's back covered in blood and flesh. Claugrin anxiously helped him up. "It's you, Claugrin." Yondu weakly opened his eyes and relaxed upon seeing Claugrin. "It's me, Captain. Are you okay? I'm not dead yet. Is there still an escape pod left?" As Claugrin helped him up, Yondu's movement tugged at his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. "There is. I prepared an escape pod when Ronan and his men broke in. It's in Sector 233, and I've gathered a group of surviving crew members there. They are not Savagians, so they can be trusted. You did well, Claugrin." Yondu smiled with relief. It seemed his subordinates were somewhat reliable. What Yondu didn't know was that among the injured waiting in that escape pod in Sector 233, there was someone who looked extremely similar to Lightning Face, staring gloomily out the window. "Brother, your plan has failed. Next, it's my turn to act. You're not ruthless enough, and you're definitely not decisive enough. Even your name isn't powerful enough. Lightning Face. It's just one word longer than Yondu's. How can that defeat Yondu to become captain? I will never make the same mistakes you did. Even my title will be longer than yours. From today on, I shall be called Electric Kill Face." In an unknown place, in a dilapidated shop, blue electrical sparks occasionally flickered. After a series of mechanical cutting sounds, the room finally quieted down. After a long time, Harry woke up from his slumber, raised his hand to touch the steel plate sewn over his chest, and sighed helplessly. The mechanical replacement of his internal organs was barely completed, but the materials used were not good. This place had been destroyed by Ronan, and the resources collected were basically broken, a hodgepodge of things pieced together, which could only replace the original organs. They didn't provide any further benefit, But that was enough for Harry. At least he could move without issue. Putting on his outer coat, Harry got off the dilapidated bed and walked over to the motionless Nebula standing nearby, removing the controller from the back of her head. Previously, to ensure that Nebula could successfully perform the physical modification surgery for him, Harry had added many control programs and restrictions after repairing her body. These control programs would temporarily block Nebula's consciousness, turning her into a medical robot with a fixed program. After completing the surgery, she would fall into a dormant state. It wasn't until Harry removed the controller that Nebula's consciousness regained control of her body. As soon as she woke up, Nebula immediately recalled what happened before she lost consciousness and angrily attempted to attack Harry. However, as soon as she raised her hand, half of her body became uncontrollably immobilized. "What did you do to me?" Nebula shouted at Harry, her voice full of anger. Harry waved his hand. "It's nothing. I just set up a few restriction modules for you. Don't worry. As long as you don't harbor any dangerous thoughts towards me, it won't affect you much." My previous consciousness was blank, and you say it won't affect me? Nebula glared at Harry in anger. And if it weren't for half of her body being unable to move, she would have fought him to the death. Harry ignored her, turning back to the previous scanner to check his current condition. Although some cells were still deteriorating, the speed was now within a controllable range, and the rejection of the mechanical organs was also kept below a safe threshold. Seeing that there were no issues, Harry turned off the scanner and said to Nebula, "Check where Gamera's current coordinates are. I need to meet up with Peter and the others. We've already delayed for too long." Chapter 53, The Doom of Xander approaches. How do you know I know where Gamora is? Nebula crossed her arms and looked at Harry with suspicion. Harry, feeling a bit speechless, said, "When I was fixing you, I took apart all your mechanical parts. And how could I not have noticed the hidden star map in your head?" "You." Nebula, staring at Harry with a strange look, hurriedly said, "What do you mean? You? It's really strange that someone like you, an interstellar assassin, actually cares about this. I thought you had already considered yourself a cold, emotionless weapon. That's different. This is an invasion. You should end up in an interstellar prison," Nebula said angrily. Harry rolled his eyes. "You know your own condition back then. You took a high molecular explosion at close range, and over half your body was damaged. How could I fix you without taking everything apart? Invasion? Come on, sister. I'm only 14. My body is still developing." "Humph." Nebula snorted coldly, not wanting to dwell on the topic any longer. After a moment of silence, Nebula still told Harry where Gamora was. "Xander? How did they end up back there? Aren't they wanted there?" Looking at the coordinates, Harry couldn't understand what Peter Quill was planning. Meanwhile, Nebula got up and left the room. When Ronan came, he destroyed the port here, so there shouldn't be any intact ships capable of space jumps. However, the mining ships in the mining area can also perform short-distance space travel. As long as they fly to the nearest planet and then go through a space transit station, they should be able to reach Xander quickly. Nebula also needed to find Gamora, and her purpose was naturally to retrieve the orb. After all, that was her mission. "I didn't expect your brain to work so quickly, coming up with a feasible plan so fast. It seems those junk body modifications haven't affected you at all," Harry said, catching up with Nebula, surprised that she could think of a plan to go to Xander so quickly. Nebula had quite a few modifications on her body, but Harry didn't think much of many of them. Those mechanical modifications looked like a bunch of people had just thrown together some junk. They were completely useless. The junk level was comparable to one of the bizarre collections from the Historical Museum of the Last World, the one that would cost you 3,000 lives. However, thanks to these junk modifications, Nebula, even with a body modification rate of up to 90%, didn't develop cyberpsychosis. Nebula walked ahead in silence. And when she heard Harry mention her body modifications, she only paused briefly before returning to her usual pace. In the area approaching Xander, Ronan's ship was slowly heading towards its target. Sitting quietly in the ship, Ronan waited for the medic to remove his bandages. A day's time was enough for Ronan's body to fully recover. Once the bandages were completely removed, Ronan opened his eyes. The moment he opened them, a blue light flickered in confusion. "My lord." The Kree soldier holding the orb containing the Power Stone below immediately stepped forward to present the orb when he saw Ronan open his eyes. Ronan rose from his seat, took the orb from the soldier's hand, and applied slight pressure to pry it open. looking at the power gem quietly lying inside, emitting a faint purple glow. A fervent expression appeared in his eyes. "My lord, Lord Thanos has sent a communication request. Should we connect?" Just as Ronan was about to take the gem, the communications officer rushed in to report. Ronan's action of grabbing the gem paused, and he waved his hand for the soldier to connect the communication. On the projection wall, Thanos' figure just appeared from above, and his gaze immediately turned to the Power Stone in Ronan's hand. "The Power Stone, you have obtained it. Hand it over to me, and I will fulfill my promise." "Huh." Ronan sneered at these words, no longer showing the submissive expression he had when facing Thanos while holding the Power Stone. "Your promise? Do I still need your help to destroy Xander now that I have the Power Stone? I can do it alone. You want to betray our contract?" Thanos' expression turned cold, and the heavy killing intent even made the surrounding Kree soldiers shiver, despite the projection wall between them. "Oomph. I never intended to adhere to the agreement. There is no question of betrayal. You are merely my pawn. Now that I have the gem, you are of no use to me. Arrogant. Without me, you cannot wield the power of the Infinity Stone at all." This is the first time Thanos has encountered someone bold enough to call him a pawn. It seems that Ronan has lost his sense of awe after obtaining the Power Stone. "Oomph. Today I'll show you how to wield the power of the Infinity Stone." With that, Ronan raised his hand to grab the Power Stone, and the moment it was touched, the purple light surged. The violent power wave knocked the surrounding Kree soldiers flying, and more energy surged into Ronan's body. What a reckless man. He will be crushed to death by the energy of the Infinity Stone, Thanos thought as he watched this scene, expressionless, looking at Ronan, who was about to be blown apart by the surging power. "Ah!" Ronan screamed in pain as the cells in his body were being torn apart, and his body expanded several times. It was only at this moment that he realized his actions were too reckless. The power of the Power Stone was too violent, and if he didn't think of a way soon, he might really explode from his power. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a spare weapon, the War Hammer, and Ronan made a decision in his mind. He raised his hand to summon the War Hammer and with all his strength, pressed the Power Stone onto the surface of the hammer. Boom! When the Power Stone was embedded in the War Hammer, it emitted another wave of violent energy, causing the Kree soldiers who had just been knocked back to spit blood again. Ronan's gaze was fixed on the War Hammer in his hand. After the Power Stone was embedded, the energy flooding into his body finally stopped. Ronan no longer had to worry about exploding, but the cracks on the War Hammer seemed like they would shatter at any moment. Finally, after a while, the purple gem's bright light dimmed, and the War Hammer ultimately held together without breaking. After laughing, Ronan looked at Thanos on the projection wall, raised the War Hammer, and pointed at him. "From today onward, no one could speak down to me. Thanos, after I destroy Xander, I will come to destroy you. Just wait quietly for your doom to arrive." As his words fell, the War Hammer in his hand fired a thick purple energy blast that penetrated the projection wall and broke through the barrier of the Ronin ship. Watching the power of this attack, Ronan laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha ha. Xander, prepare to welcome your destruction." Chapter 54 Epilogue. Damn it. In the escape pod, sailing through the cosmos, Peter Quill kicked over a cardboard box in a fit of rage. Gamora, who had set the flight mode to automatic, came down from the cockpit and walked over to Peter's side. "Are you just going to keep smashing things to vent your anger? What can I do? We've been running from the start, just like you said, to keep that thing out of Ronan's hands. But look at us. We lost Drax. We don't even know if Yondu is alive or dead, and the very thing we've been trying to protect has fallen into Ronan's hands. Hasn't it? We've been doing nothing but useless, stupid things." Peter looked at Gamora with reddened eyes. He never wanted to protect some broken gem. What does the power to destroy worlds matter? He just wanted to make money, make money. If he had sold that damn gem early on, none of this would have happened. Gamora frowned slightly and said to Peter, "It's precisely because the gem has now fallen into Ronan's hands that we need to stop him even more. Ronan's goal in getting the gem is to destroy Xander, a planet with billions of lives. Can you just stand by and watch Ronan annihilate them? What do you think I am? I'm just a petty thief. I don't have that kind of power. Whether Xander is destroyed or not, I can't do anything about it. I just want to make some money and enjoy life. I'm not a hero. I won't be wrong about this," Gamora said firmly. "From the moment you saved me from Drax, I knew you weren't a cold-hearted person. I don't believe you would sit idly by and watch a tragedy unfold. What can we do? We couldn't even deal with Ronan when he didn't have a gem, and now that he has it, we have even less of a chance to defeat him. Peter Quill hung his head in frustration. Ronan was too strong, and he saw no way to win against him. Crack! After Peter finished speaking, Rocket, who had been silent and quietly assembling an exaggerated device, deliberately made a loud sound while putting together the last piece. The noise drew everyone's attention to him. Rocket coldly tossed the device he was holding onto the ground. That damn blue bastard is indeed powerful, but if he dares to kick me, no matter how strong he is, Rocket, will kick him back hard. The raccoon was right. We really can't defeat Ronan, but I won't give up on taking revenge on him. Drax, who had been easily defeated by Ronan multiple times, seemed more composed than before, his anger undiminished, continuously rubbing the shiny short dagger in his hand. Are you all going to keep fighting Ronan? Peter looked around. Seemingly, everyone had made up their minds to confront Ronan. Gamora returned to the cockpit, canceled the ship's automatic mode, and while inputting the coordinates for Xander, she said, "If you're really scared, I'll drop you off at the nearest inhabited planet. If you want to stay with us, then you need to check your weapons because we're about to fight a tough battle." Peter Quill was silent for a moment and finally gave a resigned pat on his leg. "All right, since you all have decided, I can't back down. After all, I'm the captain." "Huh? Who said you're the captain? If we're choosing captain, it should be me," Rocket rebutted dramatically. The atmosphere in the spaceship lightened up a bit, slightly easing the previous heavy mood. However, amidst this slight relaxation, everyone was secretly gathering their strength because they all knew the enemy they were about to face was very formidable. Xander. While Peter Quill and the others were regrouping to deal with Ronan, they also contacted Xander. After all, Gamora knew who Ronan was targeting. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, so Peter Quill decided to notify Xander. At the very least, they should be alerted enough to form an effective defense before Ronan arrives, allowing Peter and the others to provide timely reinforcement. Upon receiving the message, the highest commander of Xander remained skeptical about the credibility of the information. Is this news credible? If Ronan is coming to attack us, I think the credibility is quite high. After all, Ronan's intentions have never been hidden. However, the information mentions a weapon that could destroy the entire Xander, and I remain skeptical about that. Unless they mobilize a destroyer, I can't think of any weapon that could annihilate an entire planet. Strategic Officer Kdar, who was questioned by the commander, hesitated for a moment but still voiced his thoughts. Ronan cannot mobilize a destroyer. The news of such strategic weapon deployment cannot be kept secret. But besides that, there are some weapons in the universe that can destroy planets. But those weapons are not for ordinary people to use. However, we still cannot be careless. Arrange for the 4th and 5th Defense Forces to deploy scouts around the planet. Also, order all troops to be on standby, so that once we detect any news of Ronan, we can quickly form an effective defense. Yes. Replied. After completing the brief deployment, the commander looked at the guard who had relayed the information to him. They said they would come to Xander to assist us against Ronan. Do you think they can be trusted? The guard hesitated for a moment and replied, I think they can be trusted. After all, no criminal would take the risk of walking into a trap just to relay a message. All right, since you believe them, I'll take a gamble. Guard, evacuate the ground civilians to the safety shelters. We cannot let the people be harmed. Yes, sir. Whoosh, the eggshell-like device opened, and Nebula and Harry stepped out. This eggshell-like device is a necessary vehicle for space teleportation, able to withstand the ripple distortions during teleportation. However, the interior space is a bit cramped, only accommodating 2 people at a time. Moreover, it costs quite a bit. If Harry and Nebula hadn't picked up some valuable items from the collector's pile of ruins in advance, they probably wouldn't have been able to afford this teleportation device. However, this type of space teleportation is also very fast. After making 70 consecutive space jumps, it brought Harry and them to Xander. But there weren't many people in the space station here. Harry turned to see that the space device they had used to teleport had already entered a dormant state, which seemed to be preset. The other space teleportation devices in this space station were also in a dormant state. This means that Harry and Nebula had teleported too early, causing the already transmitted space device to remain open. If they had arrived any later and the device had closed, Harry and them would not have been able to reach Xander through this method. It seems we've arrived a step too late. Nebula stood by the window of the space station, looking at the wreckage of a fallen warship by the lake, and said, "That's Ronan's warship. His appearance here means that Ronan has invaded Xander." However, looking at the damage to the ship, it seems like Ronan has failed, as the state of this warship is nothing but debris. Chapter 55, Epilogue to My Lord. The patrol forces deployed on the outskirts of the planet by the Xander side have discovered us. The soldiers of the Kree Empire piloting the ship reported to Ronan. Immersed in energy liquid, Ronan heard this and immediately issued the command. "Ignore them. Continue heading to Xander. Your only task is to land the ship on Xander. Once we reach Xander, I will destroy it. With just a gentle strike, Xander will shatter like a fragile egg." "I didn't expect your information to be true." The commander looked at Peter Quill and his group with a complex expression when he received the message from Kedar. When Peter Quill's group decided to help Xander, the commander specifically opened a dedicated space portal for them, which is why Peter Quill could arrive at Xander before Ronan. "Of course, Commander, we appreciate your trust in us. Next, we will act according to the plan. You just need to prevent Ronan's ship from landing on Xander." Peter Quill nodded to the commander and drew his energy gun, ready to lead Gamora and the others to the standard ship prepared for them to Xander. "Wait," the commander called out to Peter Quill. "Are you really able to stop him?" The commander couldn't help but doubt, as the pressure Ronan exerted was too strong. He didn't believe that just Peter and a few others could truly stop Ronan. "I can't be sure, but we will do our best. Thanks to your support. We can prepare our trump card," Peter replied. The trump card he mentioned was actually a cannon that Rocket had assembled from parts of his ship, which was said to be capable of blowing up the moon. However, that claim was somewhat exaggerated. But now, with the resources from Xander, the idea of blowing up the moon might not be entirely impossible, and it had about 1% of that power. Peter Quill believed that this power could catch Ronan off guard and potentially kill him. Of course, that is assuming Rocket was telling the truth, as they had never actually used it, and everything was based on Rocket's verbal assurances. The commander and others watched as Peter Quill and his group piloted their ship into the air, heading towards Ronan's vessel. "Commander, can we really rely on these people?" Strategic Officer Kedar hesitated to ask. The commander understood Kedar's concerns, but there was no other choice. Ronan's attack was too sudden. From the time they received the information to Ronan's appearance, it was barely 5 interstellar hours. This time was not enough for the New Star Empire to dispatch more troops, and relying solely on the 500 new-type legions on Xander made it difficult to establish a complete defense network. In this situation, in order to better protect Xander, Carol had to let those New Star legions serve as a defensive force for Xander. As for the offensive, it could only be left to Star-Lord and his group. In Carol's eyes, regardless of how much he seemed to rely on Peter Quill before, he knew in his heart that he was merely treating Star-Lord and his group as cannon fodder. If they could stop Ronan, that would be best. If they couldn't, they could at least delay his arrival. With the New Star legions on Xander as a second line of defense, they should be able to hold out until the Empire's reinforcements arrived. When Peter Quill and his group stormed into Ronan's ship, Ronan was indeed somewhat surprised. Holding his war hammer, Ronan looked at Peter Quill with astonishment. "I thought you wouldn't dare to show up in front of me again." Unexpectedly, it seems that fool, Yondu, is also an idiot, wasting his life to save you. Such an ungrateful fool. "Don't mention him." Peter Quill raised his gun and fired, but it all seemed too powerless in front of Ronan. Ronan didn't even raise his hand. The energy overflowing from his body was enough to block Peter's shots. Suddenly, Gamora appeared above Ronan and swung her blade down. At this, Ronan finally moved. The knife in Gamora's hand was no ordinary weapon. It was specially forged for her by Thanos. As far as Ronan knew, nothing could withstand the sharpness of this blade. Ronan took a step back to evade Gamora's strike, and with a flash of light from his war hammer, a burst of energy erupted, sending Gamora flying. At the same time, Gamora launched her attack. Peter threw a strong magnetic bomb at Ronan's side. Ronan stepped back directly onto the magnetic bomb, which immediately triggered the powerful suction force preventing Ronan from moving his feet. At that moment, Drax hoisted a gigantic energy curvature cannon and aimed it at Ronan, while Rocket licked his lips, pressing the cannon's activation device. "You bustot. This is a kickback for you." A wave of negative pressure surged around them, and the cannon's energy converged, collecting various microscopic elements from the air. Combined with the curvature inversion core, the cannon's mouth erupted in a dazzling display of rainbow colors. Buzz. The moment the energy was fired, there was no deafening roar, only a low-frequency, buzzing sound. The power of this shot was immense. Ronin's ship was blasted open, losing balance and plummeting into the magnetic field. That should finish him. Peter Quill aimed his gun at the smoke-filled area, somewhat uncertain. Rocket, however, was full of confidence. "Don't worry, I don't believe anyone could survive under such power." Boom! Just as Rocket finished speaking, a purple energy beam shot out from the smoke. Peter Quill quickly dodged to the side. The purple energy beam nearly grazed him and blasted a hole in the falling ship. Wow, that was unexpected. Emerging from the smoke, Ronin was not entirely unscathed. Rocket's powerful shot had forced Ronin to use the power gem to form an energy shield with insufficient purity, resulting in the weak points at the edges being dispersed by Rocket's attack. Even hiding behind the energy shield, Ronin couldn't avoid being grazed by the blast. His scalp and arm were injured by the energy, and if Ronin hadn't increased the output of the gem's energy later, he might have already died from that bombardment. Thinking that this damage was caused by these people whom he had defeated multiple times, Ronin couldn't help but be astonished at the miracles that mere ants could exhibit. This shot is indeed powerful. Without the power gem, I might have really died. What a pity. Ronin struck the ship's floor with his warhammer, instantly creating a network of purple cracks across the vessel. Unfortunately, you gave me the gem, and I want to give you another chance. Let it be destroyed along with my ship. Ronin actually used the energy from the power gem to completely obliterate his own ship. Ignoring the exploding vessel, Ronin leapt out and transformed into a fireball in midair, plummeting towards the surface of Xander. It seems that group has failed. Kedar, immediately connect the defense formation to stop Ronin's descent and eliminate him in midair. The commander watched Ronin falling from the surveillance screen. Ronin's body was enveloped in an energy shield, which ignited into a fireball from the friction with the atmosphere. However, the commander could clearly see that Ronin was still alive within the fireball, seemingly intending to fall directly to the ground. Although he didn't know how Ronin possessed such power or dared to do this. However, the commander did not dare to bet that the opponent would die from falling to the ground, so he immediately ordered Kedar to form a defensive formation, aiming to eliminate Ronin in midair. Chapter 56 Epilogue End Ronin. You will not destroy Xander. The strategic officer Cadder aboard the flagship of the Nova Corps activated a Nova Shield with 500 new Nova Corps troops, intending to intercept Ronin. Falling from the sky, Ronin grinned and laughed. Haha, weak power, easily crushed. The warhammer he tightly gripped emitted an exceptionally bright purple light. As he approached the Nova Shield, Ronin twisted his body in the air. Despite having no point of support, this did not hinder his hammer-swinging motion. Boom! The golden Nova Shield formed by the Nova Corps shattered with an explosion. Ronin's hammer strike fell like a purple meteor, and the energy released swept into a storm, creating a violent whirlwind on the surface of Xander. Fortunately, the citizens of Xander had already retreated into bomb shelters. Otherwise, those still on the ground would have been swept away by this hurricane, resulting in numerous casualties. However, the impact from the collision between Ronin and the Nova Shield sent him flying upward, causing him to fall behind the crumbling battleship. Chunks of debris from the shattered battleship and the small Nova fighters that crashed due to the broken shield made the sky resemble a meteor shower. Inside one of the larger fragments of the ship, the Groot formed a spherical wooden shield to protect Peter Quill and his companions. This high-altitude fall was almost certain death, but Groot sacrificed himself to save Peter Quill and the others. Harry and Nebula arrived at this moment through a spatial teleportation device, just as Ronin shattered the Nova Corps. When Nebula saw Ronin's iconic ship break into pieces and fall to the ground, she initially thought Ronin had been dealt with by the Nova Corps. Harry looked up at the scattered falling aircraft and decisively pressed the device on his waist, embedded with the Reality Stone. The transformation was completed in an instant. After estimating where Ronin would land, Harry said to Nebula, "Ronin has become quite powerful with the Infinity Stone. I need to hurry over. If you don't want to die, stay away from there." With that, he transformed into a red lightning bolt and rushed towards his target. Damn it, he was destroyed in one encounter. The commander slammed her fist on the table in frustration, never expecting that the shield formed by 500 Nova Corps troops would be shattered by Ronan in an instant. What to do now? At this moment, Ronan had completely gained superhuman strength, and the commander genuinely believed he had the power to destroy Xander. Remembering Peter Quill's warnings about the consequences of Ronan landing, the commander shuddered and hurriedly asked a nearby communicator, "Has the reinforcements from the Nova Corps arrived yet?" "They're on their way, but it will take another interstellar hour for them to arrive," the communicator replied nervously. The commander felt despair. An interstellar hour? How could they hold out for that long? Boom! When Ronan landed, he kicked up a cloud of dust, and when it settled, a massive crater appeared on the ground. Ronan slowly stood up from the crater. Had he known that the Power Stone would not reduce the impact force of landing, he would not have chosen such a reckless method. He waited for the dust to settle, not to display some kind of oppressive power, but purely because the recoil from landing nearly cost him his life. Pausing until the dust cleared, he took this time to absorb the energy from the Power Stone to repair his nearly paralyzed half-body. The consequence of this was that several prominent purple veins appeared on the surface of Ronan's body, filled with the energy of the Power Stone. This sensation was not pleasant, but for the sake of destroying Xander, Ronan felt it was bearable. "Xander, prepare for destruction." Ronan raised his war hammer and declared his final proclamation of destruction. From this moment on, no one could stop him. The destruction of Xander would happen today. Which child things are going to get easier? As Ronan raised his war hammer to strike, a cheerful song suddenly played behind him. Ronan thought he was hallucinating and initially ignored it, but then, "Hey, sing along." What a great song. Peter Quill's cheeky voice made Ronan stop in his tracks. Ronan turned around expressionless, and, sure enough, saw Peter, who should have been turned to dust along with the ship, standing unharmed behind him, awkwardly dancing. "What are you doing?" Ronan didn't understand Peter's actions. Did he go crazy despite looking unharmed? Regardless, Ronan could not allow anyone to interrupt his sacred moment. Since the other party was alive, he would personally send him to his death. With a focused gaze, regardless of what Peter said, Ronan raised his hand and unleashed an energy beam. Octagonal prism. Suddenly, a convex mirror appeared in front of Peter. Ronan's energy beam hit it and was immediately scattered, rebounding into multiple laser beams that sliced through the surrounding ground. What is this? Peter's eyes lit up. He recognized this similar energy barrier from when he saw Harry use it. Sure enough, Harry's voice came through. "Leave the rest to me." Peter couldn't see Harry's figure, but only caught a glimpse of lightning flashing past. The octagonal prism that Harry created shattered outward, and the reflected light temporarily blinded Ronan. Harry then executed a high-speed kick towards Ronan. Bang! Ronan was kicked back by Harry, rolling across the ground like a ball. "Harry, you're okay, that's great," Peter exclaimed in delight, but was stopped by Harry raising his hand. "Stay back. Ronan is fine. It's better if you guys keep your distance for the upcoming battle." Harry was serious. To him, the next battle was not just between him and Ronan, but rather a clash between two Infinity Stones. Harry had personally experienced the backlash of the Reality Stone's radiation. He could not guarantee that the aftermath of the battle would not affect those around them. If Peter and the others were caught in the radiation, treating them would become troublesome. "Ha ha ha, I was worried about where to find you, but you came right to me." Ronan, having regained his stance, was not angry about being kicked by Harry. Instead, he laughed excitedly. Since obtaining the Power Stone, the information it conveyed made him realize that the powerful force Harry used in their battle was also granted by an Infinity Stone. Understanding that it was an Infinity Stone, Ronan was now eager to obtain it. His subconscious urged him to collect all the Infinity Stones. Once he gathered them all, he would become a true god, immortal, invincible, and omnipotent. So, Ronan was originally thinking about finding the Chala after destroying Xander, worried that the other party might not stay there. Unexpectedly, this Chala has come to him. What a pleasant surprise. It seems that today he can not only destroy Xander, but also obtain an infinite gem. Ronan feels that this is his destiny. Harry looked at Ronan, whose eyes were filled with greed and madness, and shook his head helplessly. "It seems you have been controlled by power, becoming a slave to it." "Humph, your gem is mine." Ronan snorted coldly, energy erupting from his feet, propelling him towards Harry at an incredibly swift speed. He swung his hammer down, and Harry's figure exploded like a bubble. Ronin's strike missed, and the hammer hit the ground, causing a violent earthquake and splitting the earth. Harry reappeared from another direction and snapped his fingers. The power of the reality gem activated, causing the ground beneath Ronin's feet to shake and quickly transform into a pit of quicksand. Ronin unleashed the power of the hammer, exploding the quicksand and propelling himself into the air. Looking at Ronin soaring and then falling from the sky, Harry raised his hands, causing the ground around him to bulge up and form spikes that shot up into the clouds. Sword of the cliff. Such flashy moves, Ronin said as he thrust his hammer forward, heading straight for Harry's rising sword of the cliff. Boom! The erected imitation sword of the cliff began to crack and crumble as it reached the clouds. Peter and his group, watching from a distance, felt a wave of shock as they observed the fierce battle between Harry and Ronin. The rocket, who was still repairing the quantum bubble, stopped his actions. I was somewhat confident about this earlier, but now, unless I catch him off guard, there's no way my thing can deal with Ronin. The commander at the top of Xander's administrative building, who had been observing, also took a few steps back in shock. Such power, with just a casual strike, could cause catastrophic destruction. No wonder they said Ronin had the power to completely destroy Xander. Harry stared at the giant stones falling from the crumbling sword of the cliff, clapped his hands together, and with a loud snap, the shattered sword of the cliff transformed into flying birds scattering in all directions. Ronin, grinning as he advanced through the flock of birds, said, "Your ridiculous tricks are nothing against absolute destructive power." The hammer, now just inches away, erupted with furious energy as Harry raised his hand, attempting to turn the hammer into bubbles like last time. But he found that the reality gem had no effect on the hammer at all. In a hurry, he had to use the gem's power to envelop himself. But even so, he was still knocked away by the force. Blood spilled from beneath Harry's mask as the impact caused him some internal injuries. "You can no longer change my hammer. The rules of the infinite gem cannot affect another infinite gem. And while your gem is indeed marvelous, it is still no match for the power gem, which symbolizes absolute power. You are not my opponent." Ronin, holding the hammer, walked slowly towards Harry. From the recent clash, Ronin had already determined that the destructive power of the power gem was stronger than that of the reality gem. Cough. Absolute destructive power is indeed hard to resist head-on, but the distortion of reality can defeat you from the side. Harry coughed as he propped himself up, and the ground he was touching quickly changed color. Ronin paused, shaking his head in boredom. "The same trick, do you think it will still work? Whether it works or not, we'll find out." The ground transformed into seawater, but Ronin did not sink as the energy of the power gem continued to flow into his body. Ronin's control of the power gem became more adept. He could now wield this power at will. At that moment, Ronin was using the power to float in the air. "I told you all of this is useless." Ronin disregarded the seemingly bottomless water surface. Harry quietly watched Ronin approach. Previously, both had been using their utmost control power in battle. Although this power was like a drop in the bucket compared to the power of the infinite gem itself, merely using such power would still cause significant backlash to the user. When Harry had coughed earlier, he had already lost some teeth, and the state of his decaying body was evident. If Harry was in such a state, how could Ronin be unscathed? The reason Ronin felt he could control the gem more freely was actually an illusion. It wasn't that Ronin could control the gem. It was that the gem had completely taken control of Ronin. At that moment, Ronin's skin had turned from blue to purple, with purple light emanating from his eyes. Though it was unclear where Ronin's limit lay, it no longer mattered. Harry's gaze shifted to the hammer in Ronin's hand, the gem at its center gleaming brightly. Harry shook his head. "Gems like that are best used up close." What? Ronin didn't understand why Harry would say such a thing, but he would soon find out. Suddenly, several water chains sprang forth from the surface that hadn't ensnared Ronin, binding his limbs. As the chains formed from water attached to Ronin's body, they instantly changed material. Relying on the power of the reality gem, Harry transformed the water chains into what he remembered to be the most indestructible material. Unfortunately, Harry had not encountered vibranium at that time. Otherwise, transforming the chains into vibranium would have been the safest bet. "Now!" Harry shouted loudly. The rocket, already prepared in the distance, immediately pressed the button to fire the completed quantum cannon, unleashing energy straight at Ronan. Useless. Ronan turned to see the colorful energy beam coming at him, sneering dismissively. He activated the energy of the power gem to form a shield around himself. Having already experienced resistance once, he thought he could withstand the attack again. Gotcha! A flash of joy crossed Harry's eyes as Ronan indeed protected himself as anticipated. Harry quickly activated the power of the reality gem, launching a pure energy attack directly at the head of Ronan's hammer. Boom! The hammerhead shattered, and the power gem lost its host, causing the energy to go berserk. The first to suffer was Ronan, whose body had already been excessively invaded by the energy of the power gem. In the uncontrollable state of the power gem, Ronan could no longer control the power within him. Moreover, his previous injuries had not been healed by the power gem, but suppressed by its energy. Under this double causation, Ronan's surface cracked, and as the energy exploded, Ronan became a firework bursting apart. Chapter 57. Return to Earth. The uncontrolled power of the Power Stone turned this area into the epicenter of an energy storm. Harry struggled to catch his breath, using the energy of the Reality Stone to slowly contain the violent energy of the Power Stone. From a distance, all that could be seen was a towering vortex of purplish-red energy. The immense suction generated by this energy tornado nearly swept away Peter Quill and the others, who had not managed to evacuate in time. Fortunately, Drax caught a few of them at a critical moment and, relying on his strong physique, brought them into a low-lying area to narrowly escape the storm's wrath. If this force had been left unchecked, everything on the ground would have been destroyed. Rocket, buffeted by the howling winds and unable to open his eyes, shouted loudly. At times like this, if one didn't shout, they could hardly be heard. Trust Harry. He can control it. Peter Quill shouted back just as loudly. At the center of the storm, Harry finally approached the Power Stone. Looking at the floating Power Stone, he extended his hands, and two clouds of dust slowly lifted from the ground. They swirled around the Power Stone and eventually closed in, integrating the Power Stone within them. Using the power of the Reality Stone, Harry distorted the material form of the dust to manifest the sphere that had previously contained the Power Stone. Once the Power Stone was contained, the external energy storm began to dissipate, like a tree without roots that cannot endure. As everything settled down, the Nova Corps army slowly arrived on the scene. The commander had sent an explanation to the Nova Corps reinforcements before the conflict broke out, ultimately preventing the situation from escalating. As the saviors of Xander, Harry, Peter, Rocket, Drax, Gamora, and the deceased Groot had their prior escape charges dismissed by the commander, and their actions in saving Xander were officially recognized. The Xandarian authorities acknowledged the title of the Guardians of the Galaxy and granted them hero benefits on Xander. However, none of this was the most important thing. The most important thing was that Harry was going back to Earth. The commander generously gifted Harry a spaceship, enabling him to return to Earth alone. Are you really not going to stay in the universe with us? Peter asked, still unwilling to give up before Harry left. After all these years, Harry was the only one of his kind in the universe, and Peter was reluctant to see his fellow countrymen leave. No, I need to go home. I've been out for so long. I miss my mom, Harry replied, shaking his head and rejecting Peter's plea. Peter was surprised and asked, You have a mom? What do you mean? Of course I have a mom. Don't you guys? There was silence from the group. Peter's question seemed to hit a nerve with all the members of the Guardians. Realizing he had unintentionally touched on a sensitive topic, Harry quickly changed the subject. By the way, do you really think handing the Power Stone over to them will be safe? Peter glanced at Gamora, who stepped forward and said, There's no better option. The Nova Empire is one of the top forces in the universe. Although they didn't perform well on Xander, they do have the capability to guard the Power Stone. They're not only Ronin, but also more dangerous individuals looking for the Infinity Stones in this universe. It's only by having it protected by a powerful force that we can ensure it doesn't fall into the hands of those dangers. Well, since you all have decided, then so be it. Oh, right here, take this, Harry said, pulling out a remote-like device from his waist and tossing it to Gamora. What is this? Gamora asked, puzzled as she caught the item. I encountered Nebula before, and she was quite badly injured, so I repaired her and implanted some control mechanisms within her. This remote is used to manually trigger those control devices, and I'm leaving it with you since you're her sister. And also, Nebula's sub-disk electronic brain has your location. Although I don't know where exactly on you it is, Nebula can find you through that location. You should check your body for where the tracking point is when you have time. After giving these instructions, Harry walked into the spaceship. The ship was small, much smaller than Peter's, as it was designed for solo use. Once seated in the cockpit, Harry waved goodbye to Peter and the others and started the ship, heading towards Earth's coordinates. Don't forget us when you go back. You're also a member of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Peter shouted towards the vanishing spaceship. Rocket scratched his head and muttered, "Had he already taken off? How could he hear that?" Oof, I like shouting. Although the spaceship Harry was on was small, it still had the necessary space warping capabilities, allowing it to travel to Earth at a decent speed. As it entered the atmosphere, the automatic cloaking function activated, safely navigating into the industrial park without disturbing any security. After docking the spaceship in an open square of the industrial park, Harry immediately ran into the laboratory. After passing several safety checks, the laboratory doors opened. As soon as they did, the familiar voice of the AI, "Dummy, welcome back, Master." Harry unbuttoned his outer garment and felt a sense of homecoming upon hearing Dummy's welcome. However, Harry had no time for pleasantries. He immediately instructed Dummy to activate the diagnostic device. Once the diagnostic device was activated, Harry stripped off his outer clothing and lay down. The device detected low health levels and immediately activated repair functions, instructing him to lie still and wait for repairs. "No, Dummy, stop the repairs. This body is too damaged. The mechanical modifications inside were just makeshift. I never intended to fix it. Activate clone body number 1. Understood. Preparing clone body number 1. Harry got off the diagnostic device and ordered Dummy to retrieve the data for clone body number 1. He planned to discard his severely worn body and replace it with a new one. However, while retrieving the generation data for clone body number 1, he suddenly remembered Peter Parker's genetic cells. "Dummy, have there been any results from the reverse engineering of Peter Parker's cell formula?" Harry had intended to reverse engineer the DNA from Peter Parker's blood to deduce the genetic formula that gave Peter his superhuman abilities. However, he had been unable to participate in person due to his unexpected trip to space. Dummy's intelligent program had been continuously working on this task, so Harry wanted to see the current results. "I'm sorry, Master, but none of the reverse-engineered formulas have yielded any theoretically successful results." Dummy's response made Harry frown. It had been at least half a month since he had been in space. In such a long time, not a single theoretical data point had succeeded. Looking at the data for clone body number 1, Harry thought for a moment and then said to Dummy, "Input the remaining DNA information of Peter Parker into clone body number 1. Master, modifying clone body number 1's DNA to match Mr. Peter Parker's information may lead to abnormal results. I do not recommend this course of action. I'm just trying to test the fusion for now. Not immediately performing a brain transplant. Follow my instructions, modify the information, and then proceed with the generation." Harry originally planned to directly generate a clone, but before that, he thought it would be better to use Peter Parker's DNA information to create a clone. This clone might possess powers similar to Peter Parker's, which would be much quicker than manufacturing spider serum. The foolish girl obeyed Harry's instructions and modified the DNA information of clone number 1 to match that of Peter Parker, then began generating the clone. Outside the petri dish, Harry watched the embryo of the clone take shape, his eyes shining with anticipation. If this succeeded, it would save him a lot of time. The clone inside the dish rapidly developed from the embryo. Everything seemed normal during its juvenile stage. But as it transitioned out of that stage, mutations began. The clone's back arched, several joints protruded, and spider-like legs began to form. The clone's head also started to undergo a split, and this grotesque and disgusting scene caused Harry to immediately halt the clone's growth process. However, although the supply of growth gas was stopped, the mutations of the clone had not yet finished. The clone, which should have had no thoughts, brain, or emotions, suddenly began to scream in apparent agony. Its body started to swell, and Harry sensed something was wrong. It seemed like this clone was about to explode. He decisively pressed a button on the alloy wall, and with a hiss, the quickly closing alloy exterior enveloped the petri dish. In the moment the inner wall of the alloy closed, the clone exploded. Harry, with a pale face, stepped away from the petri dish and approached the control panel to retrieve the footage from inside the dish. As expected, clone number 1 had already blown apart. When he reopened the inner wall of the alloy, Harry looked at the glass surface of the petri dish with a strange expression. The bloodstains left by the explosion were not irregular, but formed a series of crooked symbols. Harry couldn't decipher what these symbols meant, and even using the scanner Peter had given him, he couldn't translate them. However, Harry felt that this string of symbols must contain special significance because just before the clone exploded, he saw it staring at him, as if it were warning him. Shaking his head, Harry decided not to dwell on these matters for the time being. After having the foolish girl record the string of symbols, he rearranged for another clone to serve as his body. The clone transplant, or brain transplant surgery, sounded like a very evil operation. However, that was not the case. Before his journey, such surgeries were legitimate and legal procedures. This is because the generation of clones did not result in complete clones, but rather a clone body created according to the DNA of the individual. It was merely a body, without generating brain tissue. In the previous world, people generally believed that the soul was attached to the brain and controlled the body. Therefore, a clone with a brain was considered a complete person. Such clones could not and were not allowed to undergo brain transplant surgeries, as performing such a surgery on them would be equivalent to killing one person to save another. Later, technology underwent reform, allowing clones to only replicate bodies and not brains. Such clones were seen as prosthetic tools, making legal brain transplant surgeries possible. Of course, Harry was not bound by the laws of the previous world, but he also would not directly generate a complete clone and transfer his consciousness to it. Although such a procedure had low costs and risks, Harry still couldn't bring himself to do it. He couldn't be sure that simply transferring his consciousness into a new body would mean that he was still himself. It could just result in a clone that had his memories. The brain transplant was different. Although it sounded similar, the brain and soul would still belong to him. Undergoing this surgery would be like simply changing bodies, similar to a gecko regrowing its tail after losing it. The only difference was that his newly grown body was not just a gecko's tail. Clone number 1 was wasted due to his whimsical ideas, so he could only use clone number 2. Fortunately, he had prepared extra materials for cloning bodies. Otherwise, he would have truly been in tears. Without excessive operations, he followed the previously set program, and clone number 2 was generated without any abnormalities. This time, there was no change in DNA information, and the generation of clone No. 2 went quite smoothly. Before performing the brain transplant surgery, Harry specifically took out the reality stone. Previously, Gamora wanted him to hand over this stone to the Nova Empire for safekeeping, but Harry naturally refused. In fact, he initially didn't want to give the Power Stone to them either, but considering that his body was too weak at that time and had little combat capability, and since there were many reinforcements from the Nova Corps, he ultimately decided to hand it over. Harry would never admit that he was afraid of exposing his weakness during a fight and potentially losing the Reality Stone as well, which was why he gave up the Power Stone. In short, he would rather undergo mechanical modification than abandon his broken body just to bring back the Reality Stone. How could he possibly give it up? Therefore, he firmly rejected Gamora's proposal. Now, taking out the Reality Stone was because there were risks associated with the brain transplant surgery. Although the clone was generated using his own DNA, there could still be occasional rejection reactions, and while the probability was not high, it was still significant. Many people in the past experienced transplant failures due to rejection reactions, where the clone resisted the control of the brain and ended up in a vegetative state or brain death. Harry took out the Reality Stone in case a rejection reaction occurred, allowing him to distort reality and eliminate the rejection reaction. At this point, someone might ask, if the Reality Stone is so powerful, why not use it directly to distort reality and turn his body back to what it was before entering the universe? To this, Harry could only say that using the Infinity Stones was not that simple. From a moment he started using the Infinity Stones, he discovered that the Reality Stone's ability to modify and distort reality was not eternal. Or rather, Harry could not use the Reality Stone to achieve permanent distortion of reality. For example, during his battle with Ronan, he turned Ronan's hammer into foam. This distorted the hammer's form, But after a day, the foam, even the dried-up bits, returned to its original state. This indicated that the distorted reality would revert after the effectiveness period expired. Therefore, if Harry chose to use the reality stone to restore his body to its original state, after the effectiveness period, his body would revert. And due to the backlash from the reality stone, it would become even more severe. Thus, the functionality of the reality stone should only be used when necessary. If Harry experienced a rejection reaction during the transplant process, he could temporarily erase this rejection reaction using the reality stone. Once the transplant was successful, even if the effectiveness period of the reality stone had passed and the rejection reaction occurred again, it would not matter, because the surgery would have succeeded and the body would have adapted to the presence of the brain. Any subsequent rejection reactions could be easily suppressed by the brain controlling the body. Speaking of which, considering the time, it should be about time for the container that harnesses the power of the gems formed by Hala on the planet Chandala to turn back into dust. I hope Peter Quill and the others are okay. Chapter 58. The convergence of anomalies after the new clone was generated. The brain transplant surgery took nearly 2 hours to complete. Harry emerged from the petri dish, drenched in the nutrient solution that covered his body. However, the solution was quickly absorbed by his skin, and a mechanical arm presented him with the prepared clothes. Harry, having just switched bodies, was still somewhat unaccustomed to the control of his new form, and his hand and foot movements were not very smooth. However, this discomfort quickly disappeared. As there was no rejection between the body and the brain only needed a brief adjustment period to control the new body. After changing into new clothes and fixing his hair, Harry threw himself back into work. After all, he had just returned to Earth. And although his mother had been misled by the simulation robot after his unexpected disconnection from the silly girl, he still needed to understand the current situation on Earth. The silly girl quickly displayed a series of recent events in New York on Harry's computer. The first striking news was the dissolution statement of safe. Harry was shocked to see this. After all, it had only been a little over a year since the establishment of safe and the Avengers' battle against invading aliens, during which safe had gained the reputation of protecting Earth. During that time, safe was at its peak, having acquired immigration enforcement rights in 150 countries worldwide. How could such a large and powerful organization dissolve? After reading the related reports, Harry understood the internal situation. It turned out to be an internal coup. The legendary terrorist organization from World War II had somehow gone public, and aside from a few agents and clerks, most members were actually Hydra operatives. This was discovered by the current director of safe, and the uproar was due to Hydra, which controlled safe, launching a global terror campaign. It was said that they were using 3 airborne aircraft carriers to supervise and calculate threats worldwide, and any members they deemed dangerous would be immediately targeted for elimination. Harry could barely contain his laughter upon seeing this news. It seemed like Hydra members were a bit out of touch with reality. They really thought they could threaten the whole world with those 3 aircraft carriers that couldn't even reach the atmosphere. Tony had previously discussed safe aircraft carriers with him, and it turned out that they were just aircraft carriers capable of flying. If Tony hadn't improved their flight engines, they might not even have taken off. How could such a seemingly decorative object give Hydra the audacity to threaten the world? Were Hydra members like Captain America just waking up from ice? Did they think it was still World War II? Come on, there had been an alien invasion. The 3 aircraft carriers had no defenses and relied solely on onboard cannons and aircraft. Not to mention, just airdropping a Hulk would be enough to take them down. The news ended with Captain America destroying Hydra's evil plans. This was all official news, so the details were not very thorough. And Harry still asked the silly girl if there was any more specific information about the matter. After all, the silly girl was right at the scene in New York, and given her daily interactions with JARVIS online, she probably knew a lot of insider information. Sure enough, there was indeed more to the story, and the outcome differed somewhat from the official reports. Captain America, Steve, did go to stop Hydra's evil plans, but was unsuccessful. He was intercepted by a Hydra soldier. a product from World War II. Like Captain America, he was a super soldier, and they fought to a standstill. In the end, time ran out. Although two of the aircraft carriers were intercepted and did not take off, the last one was not successfully stopped by Captain America, as he was hindered by the Winter Soldier, allowing the last aircraft carrier to ascend. The current advisor and former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Pierce was captured by Black Widow. However, taking advantage of Black Widow's moment of inattention, he ordered an immediate attack on the aircraft carrier. It seemed that things were reaching a very critical moment, and just when everyone was in despair, the aircraft carrier suddenly shut down its engines and crashed for some unknown reason. The crowd, bewildered, attributed this success to Captain America, Steve. In reality, the aircraft carrier had locked onto Tony Stark, who was enjoying a sweet weekend with Pepper. This action triggered JARVIS's defense mechanism, allowing JARVIS to breach the control center of the aircraft carrier and forcibly shut down all the equipment on board. As for how JARVIS could easily hack into the aircraft carrier, it had to do with Tony Stark. Nick Fury should never have allowed Tony to be an advisor for SHIELD or let him improve their technology products. Tony is a scientist, and scientists are driven by curiosity. With a mysterious organization like SHIELD, Tony, having the opportunity to engage, would naturally go all out to hack into every aspect of it. Therefore, any place that Tony Stark came into contact with was essentially hacked by JARVIS and had subprograms set up, and the aircraft carrier was no exception. In fact, even if Captain America, Steve, hadn't participated, Hydra's plan would have still failed. Because as long as Tony wanted to, or JARVIS wanted to, this so-called plan would scatter like water on a moonlit night. The whole incident ended with Hydra being exposed and SHIELD transitioning from light to dark. It must be said that because Hydra's plan was exposed, the call for superheroes grew louder. The Avengers, led by Captain America, Steve, and Tony Stark, became the most famous team in the world. Besides Hydra's incident, another standout piece of news was about the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. There were more and more news stories about Peter Parker, as he frequently took on the role of a vigilante to fight crime, earning him the title of Spider-Man. As for the alien incident that occurred in London, that was relegated to the tail end of the news. After all, it was foreign news, and if it weren't for the hype surrounding aliens, it probably wouldn't have even made it into American news. After browsing through this information, Harry closed his eyes to rest. It had only been 17 days since the incident in London, according to the latest dates. It wasn't a long time, and with the disguised robot covering for him, his mother had not noticed anything unusual. Fortunately, his sister was with their grandmother. Otherwise, if she were nearby, his disguised robot would likely have been exposed. After all, although his sister was young, she was much smarter than their oblivious mother. Since the surgery was completed, it was now around 8 or 9 in the morning outside. According to the date, today happened to be a day off from school, so Harry decided to stay in the lab and not go out. This was a good opportunity for him to study the Reality Stone. To better research the Reality Stone, Harry even temporarily put together an isolation chamber. He couldn't afford to let the Reality Stone damage his newly changed body, as the brain transplant surgery was not easy to perform. Although clones could be created indefinitely as long as there were resources, the damage to the brain was irreversible. In the previous world, no one had ever performed a third brain transplant surgery, and the specific reasons for this had not been studied by the people of that world even after Harry's arrival. Therefore, for the sake of his own life, Harry decided not to easily touch the Reality Stone. He handled a series of operations related to the Reality Stone using a robotic arm remotely. This included detaching the Reality Stone from the Converger. Unlike Ronin's Power Stone, the Reality Stone did not cause an energy upheaval after losing its carrier, merely appearing dull in color. It seemed just like an ordinary gemstone. In contrast, the Converger that lost the Reality Stone appeared different. It seemed as if the Converger had been activated by the Reality Stone, with the flesh tissue inside able to extend out of the Converger on its own. This made the cube-shaped Converger look as if many black tentacles had sprouted from its edges. but these tentacles only served to move the converger. It moved all the way to the corner of the isolation chamber, far away from the reality stone, as if it were fearful of it. Harry was quite curious about how the converger of the power armor had turned into this state. He immediately activated the scanner to scan and detect the current condition of the converger. The results displayed by the scan surprised Harry. The original converger of the power armor contained flesh tissue generated from biological cells prepared using Peter Parker's blood. This flesh tissue only formed the self-wrapping power armor after merging with the PX-1's bioelectric nodes. But now it was different. The cells in this flesh tissue seemed to have been eroded and fused into a single cell structure by the power of the reality stone. Its cellular structure had changed to consist of single cells. Simply put, what should have turned into a lifeless power armor due to the fusion with PX-1 had reverted back to a single-celled organism. Harry looked at the converger desperately, trying to distance itself from the reality stone, and maneuvered the robotic arm closer. However, as soon as he got closer, the tentacles of the converger immediately clung to the machinery and swiftly climbed outward, reaching the top of the isolation chamber in no time. Not only that, but upon reaching the top, the converger actually squeezed through a small gap. After emerging, it traveled along the robotic arm to the ceiling, seemingly locking onto Harry and quickly rushing towards him. Harry realized something was wrong as the mutated armor converger quickly emerged, and he decisively retreated and ran. The mutated converger would not let Harry go. As he turned around, it immediately sprang from the ceiling, flying towards Harry. Just as the now black, gooey converger was about to stick to Harry, it was bounced away by a white web shot from a distance. "Oh, Harry, what strange thing have you created now?" It turned out that Peter Parker had appeared in the laboratory. Earlier, when Peter Parker accompanied Harry to the laboratory for a checkup, Harry had authorized him to come and go freely in the lab. That's why Peter was able to enter so naturally. Everything was for better research on Peter Parker. And unexpectedly, he ended up saving Harry this time. The mutated converger, stuck to the wall by the white web, had its black, rubbery tentacles stretching and seemingly trying to break free from the web's constraints. Seeing this, Peter Parker shot out several more strands of web, completely sealing the mutated converger in a web net. "Ah, it's Peter. Thank goodness you showed up in time," Harry said with lingering fear. He hadn't expected the converger that had mutated into a single-celled organism would so easily break through the isolation chamber and try to pounce on him. If Peter hadn't arrived in time, who knows what would have happened if that thing had landed on him. With Peter Parker's help, Harry successfully locked the mutated converger into a completely sealed isolation canister. Only then did he have time to ask Peter about his sudden appearance. "Ah, I came to replenish my web. I've used quite a bit these past few days." Peter Parker shook his wrist, revealing a web shooter that showed it had run out of web capacity. This web shooter was made in Harry's laboratory. However, at that time, Harry was just a simulation robot, so it only mimicked Harry's daily actions. Peter Parker couldn't answer many of Harry's questions. Therefore, it could be said that this web shooter was completed solely by Peter Parker. "Okay, you know where the materials are. Go get them. And remember to clean up after you're done." Hearing that Peter Parker had come to replenish his web, Harry no longer paid attention to him and turned back to the mutated converger sealed in the canister. At this moment, it could no longer be referred to as a converger. This black, gooey mass that resembled a liquid needed a new name. By the way, what is this thing? Peter Parker, preparing materials to mix web fluid, curiously leaned over and asked while looking at the black, gooey liquid in the canister. Harry shook his head. "I don't know what this is either, but it looks dark and really ugly." "Yeah, in the canister, it looks like a bottle of black poison." "Is this your new invention? If you haven't named it yet, how about calling it Venom?" Peter Parker's finger approached the canister, and the entity he referred to as Venom surprisingly extended a black tentacle to touch Peter Parker's fingertip. Chapter 59. Purchasing a new house. Watching Peter curiously investigating the venom in the jar, Harry turned to the control panel to retract the isolation cover containing the reality stone. "What is that?" The commotion attracted the ever-curious Peter Parker. Hearing Peter's question, Harry didn't elaborate much on the object, only vaguely stating was a dangerous item before shifting the conversation to Peter's recent activities. "Haha, you mean those nicknames people gave me? Not bad, right? Spider-Man sounds way better than Spider-Boy." Peter Parker beamed with pride when talking about his heroic deeds. Harry shook his head helplessly. You should take it easy. Being a vigilante isn't easy. The adult world is much more complicated. The people you catch may not be the ones the police want to catch. Your actions might even be seen as meddling in their business. How could that be? I'm helping them reduce their workload. Peter replied dismissively. Seeing Peter's determination to be a vigilante, Harry decided not to press the matter further. Everyone has their own interests and hobbies. Peter quickly finished preparing his web fluid, loaded it into his wrist launcher, and bid farewell to Harry, heading off to continue his vigilante work. Harry didn't have time to manage him. While Peter was preparing the web fluid, Harry couldn't study the reality stone and had to shift his focus to the company. Since the release of the first-generation smartphone, Oscorp had dominated the mobile phone industry, becoming a unique giant in the field. The smartphones brought the company a staggering revenue of $20 billion. This influx of cash gave Harry more financial freedom. After reserving $15 billion for the research and operation of new products, Harry decided to purchase the industrial park. Although Tony had generously rented it to Harry at a very low price, Harry couldn't keep taking advantage of that, now that he had money. It was time to buy the industrial park. Pepper, now fully in charge of Tony's company, responded quickly to the sale of the industrial park. Harry had enough funds, and Pepper wouldn't ask for an exorbitant price. They finalized the ownership of the industrial park with just a few words, and Harry purchased it for only $2 billion. At first glance, this price might seem daunting, but Harry knew it was worth every penny. After all, it was a complete industrial park containing countless high-tech Stark Industries equipment, all sold as a package. Once the ownership of the industrial park was settled, Harry decided to buy a villa. They were still living in the house they won in the lottery, and now that he had money, it was time to get a grand mansion. Ideally, it would be somewhat secluded, as Harry planned to dig a large basement for experimental purposes, allowing him to create more private projects without needing to go to the industrial park's lab every time. Harry chose a seaside villa in Manhattan, which had ample space, a secluded location, and enough privacy. After communicating with a real estate agent online regarding the viewing, Harry prepared to visit in person, knowing that looking a house online wouldn't reveal much. Plus, he could also stop by to see his long-missed mother. At the Community Activity Center, Harry's mother, Louise, was distributing freshly baked cookies to the elderly alongside Aunt May. Upon seeing Harry at the door, Louise immediately handed the tray to Aunt May and removed her apron. "Oh, Harry, you finally decided to come out and not hide in your lab anymore." Louise joyfully ran out to hug Harry. After releasing him, she looked him up and down and said, "You really should spend more time in the sun. Look at you, your skin is as pale as a vampire's." Harry's lips twitched slightly. His paleness was due to just having switched to a clone body, which naturally had baby soft skin. However, he wouldn't mention that to Louise and instead asked her how she ended up here baking cookies. "You see, Aunt May and I are now community volunteers, part of the Community Care Initiative. How about it? Want to try some cookies baked by your mom?" Louise replied with a smile. Just then, Aunt May approached, and Louise took a cookie from the tray Aunt May was holding and offered it to Harry. Harry politely greeted Aunt May before taking a bite of the cookie offered by his mom. The taste was quite good, rich and flavorful, with a strong milky aroma. "Mom, your cookies are pretty good now, much better than before." "Of course. This is Aunt May's secret recipe." Louise winked at Aunt May, then suddenly remembered to ask Harry why he was there. Harry explained his plan to buy a villa, but Louise's face showed a hint of hesitation. "What's wrong? Don't you want to live in a big house?" Harry asked, puzzled by the expression on his mom's face. Louise shook her head. "It's not that I don't want to live in a big house. I just got used to living here, and Aunt May is here with me. If I move, Before Louise could finish, Aunt May laughed. "Ha, you're not going to miss me, are you? It's not a big deal if Harry buys it. You can live there or come back here. It's not a one-choice question. Besides, on weekends, you could take me to your big villa to play." "That's true, Harry. Just buy it if you want. But I still have to bake cookies with Aunt May now. When you buy it, you can take me to see it," Louise said, now on board with Harry's idea of buying a big villa. Aunt May was right. Just because her son bought a villa didn't mean she had to live there all the time. She could still come back. As for whether Harry, at such a young age, will be taken advantage of in buying a house, please, Harry was now the big boss of a company worth hundreds of billions. Louise was worried about her son being scammed. Harry had seen the house, and it looked quite nice. The villa, which blended some castle style with modern architectural art. Had a vast lawn and garden, as well as a seaside view at the back. The price was also reasonable, only $200 million. Given Harry's current financial condition, he didn't bother with haggling. After finalizing the contract with the real estate agent, Harry contacted Pepper and found the construction team that had previously renovated Tony's house, immediately starting the renovation of the villa. The entire interior of the house needed remodeling, along with the excavation and construction of the basement, which would take quite some time. Fortunately, the construction team had experience from working on Tony's renovations, so they knew what was expected, and the speed of construction was not slow. During this time, Harry focused on creating an independent energy source. Since the villa would be his private residence, the electricity for the villa, including the basement, couldn't rely on the national grid. After all, Harry planned to conduct numerous experiments in the lab, which would require a substantial energy supply. Excessive energy demand can put immense pressure on the power supply lines of the national grid companies. Not to mention that these power companies might restrict supply due to high electricity demand. Therefore, it's safer to have an independent energy supply, similar to Tony's reactor. Harry can't create Tony's cold fusion reactor, but he can build a controllable thermal neutron reactor. This technology was very mature in the previous world, and he has the manufacturing methods for such reactors in his mind. However, thermal neutron reactors are inherently larger due to the existence of a complete thermal fuel cycle system, so they can't be as compact as Tony's arc reactor. Nevertheless, since it involves thermal nuclear fusion, the energy produced is significantly greater than what cold fusion can generate. This large and sufficient energy supply can fully support Harry in creating some energy-intensive mechanical armors. After all, Harry's pursuit has always been to create a powerful suit of armor. By the time Harry's thermal neutron reactor is nearly completed, the underground laboratory at the villa has also been successfully established. After separating and transporting the components of the thermal neutron reactor to the villa, Harry let the construction team take their payment and leave. The next phase of work must be done by him alone. The thermal neutron reactor, to put it nicely, is an energy supply source, but to put it bluntly, it's a nuclear bomb. If outsiders knew he was tinkering with this, the folks in Congress would surely send the FBI to confiscate his belongings. With the command ring on, Harry resumed control of his magnetic axis robots, which he hadn't used for nearly a year. With money to spare, he could afford to hire others for tasks instead of struggling to command these little robots. However, it was time to use them again. The densely packed magnetic axis robots gathered under the massive components of the thermal neutron reactor, forming a black conveyor belt. They transported these large components to the lowest level of the space, which was specifically designed for the installation of the thermal neutron reactor, with all laboratory circuits laid out from here. After controlling the magnetic axis robots to assemble the thermal neutron reactor, Harry connected the reserve circuits in the underground laboratory to the power inverter output terminal sequentially. Once everything was prepared, Harry activated the reactor. The only observable view into the reactor showed a hot spot of energy emerging from nothing. From an initial size of a few millimeters, it slowly expanded to a diameter of 20 centimeters. Eventually, it stabilized, and from the viewport, the energy source resembled a miniature sun. Harry exhaled slowly. The stabilization of the energy source indicated that everything was successful and there were no issues with the reactor. Walking around the reactor to the inverter output terminal, Harry sequentially flipped the switches, gradually supplying power. On the walls, the LED panels for each laboratory space lit up one by one, indicating that the circuit was successfully energized. From this point on, the entire underground laboratory was completely powered. The new underground laboratory was significantly larger than the private lab in the industrial park. At the very least, each independent space could be used for separate research directions, avoiding the previous situation where everything was crammed into one laboratory, relying on spatial microfolding for storage. Each time a function was used, another had to be turned off to access new facilities. Now, that was no longer necessary. Whatever experiment he wanted to conduct could be done directly in another laboratory. However, even though the space in this laboratory was large, Harry couldn't manage it alone. He needed to create a few more robots. Not to mention, he definitely needed cleaning robots. Instead of hiring unknown housekeepers, It was better to create a few simulated robots to serve as servants. Without hesitation, Harry dove back into the work of creating simulated robots. After several days, Peter saw Harry at school and interrupted his mechanical-like behavior. "Hey, Harry, what's wrong with you? You've been so distracted these days. Is it the new house that's uncomfortable?" "What? Harry got a new house?" Ned, following Peter, realized that Harry had actually moved, and he couldn't help but clamor to go see Harry's new home. As one of the few friends at school, Harry didn't refuse Ned's request and took Peter and them to his new house after school. "Wow, it's huge." Upon entering, Ned was stunned by the vast lawn and garden, not to mention the large villa in the distance, but the lawn in front was just too big. Peter was also somewhat shocked. As they entered the villa, an old butler-like figure came forward to open the door for Harry. "You have a butler now, Harry. You really are a millionaire," Ned remarked, looking at the old butler. Peter responded, "You just now realized he's rich?" He never showed it before, except for that one time when his company went public and during school events. After that, Harry was just like a regular student, hardly ever seen in luxury cars. So how could anyone imagine he's already a millionaire? Ultimately, it was still Harry's low profile, right? Ned winked at Harry, who tiredly covered his mouth and yawned, not responding to Ned's comment, but instructing the butler to prepare some drinks. "By the way, I meant to ask, why does your butler look so much like Alfred from the Batman movies?" Ned had thought the old butler looked familiar since he entered, and couldn't help but ask Harry while the butler went to prepare the drinks. How could he not look like that? Harry modeled his simulated robots after characters from movies. Chapter 60. The secret base of the little spider. After taking the coffee from the old butler, Harry took a sip and said, "You're not mistaken. He does look very much like that, because it was made to resemble the one in the movie." "Made? What do you mean?" Ned looked at Harry in shock. Harry snapped his fingers, and the old butler's face immediately lifted, revealing the mechanical components inside. This unexpected scene startled both Ned and Peter, causing them to spill their drinks. After recovering from a shock, Peter immediately put down his drink and walked over to the old butler. Ned did the same, carefully examining the gears of the mechanical parts in the butler's head. "A robot?" Ned's voice stuttered. Harry nodded, and Ned instantly became excited. "Harry, you're amazing. This is just like a real person." After closing his face, the old butler showed no signs of seams, and Ned couldn't find any flaws, speaking somewhat incoherently. Peter also couldn't stop nodding. Even he couldn't detect any flaws in this lifelike robot. He could hear the old butler's heartbeat, but didn't expect it to be a robot. Suddenly recalling the people he saw when entering, the ones who opened doors and mowed the lawn, Peter asked, "So, those people before were also robots?" Harry nodded. "Yes. This time was spent making these robots, which has made me a bit tired." As he spoke, Harry couldn't help but yawn. Making lifelike robots wasn't particularly difficult, but it did require a lot of effort. Moreover, their behavioral patterns had to be set up individually. They couldn't rely solely on the smart program to control everything. That would take up too much computational space for the smart program, and its functions shouldn't be wasted on this. "Wow, does your house actually have all these robots? How did you manage that?" "If you want these robots to handle tasks like humans, that's not something ordinary intelligence can achieve," Ned said, struggling to imagine how to make these robots work like humans. Harry shrugged. "It's not that difficult. Just give each one a separate behavior module. The one for mowing grass mows grass, and the one for sweeping sweeps. You don't need to create a very complicated intelligent program." He added, "The butler's core needs to be a bit more complex, but that's not a big deal. The old butler uses a subroutine from the smart program. After all, as a butler, he has many tasks to handle, so a singular behavior pattern won't work, and we have to use the subroutine for link control." After chatting with Ned and Peter for a while, under Ned's continuous signaling, Peter finally stated their ultimate purpose. They were curious to see Harry's new home, but more importantly, they hoped Harry would join their team. "What team?" Harry asked. "Naturally, it's the Spider-Man logistics team." "You mean, you want me to join your little team to help you fight crime?" Harry glanced at Peter suspiciously. Peter, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head. It felt like he was taking advantage of Harry, especially since he had previously used Harry's materials to mix web fluid and used Harry's lab. He already felt like he was taking advantage, and saying this made Peter's face flush with embarrassment. Harry's gaze shifted to Ned, knowing that Peter Parker, being so thin-skinned, wouldn't have this idea on his own. It must be this guy Ned who encouraged him. Seeing Harry looking at him, Ned pulled Peter Parker over and said, "We all know Peter Parker has superpowers. He wants to fight crime to make New York a better place. We don't have any superpowers, but we can still participate. Let's form an alliance like the Justice League. Although we don't have superpowers, we can do some administrative work. But Harry, you have money. You could be Batman. Forget it. I'm not interested in cosplaying as a superhero." Harry quickly rejected the proposal, raising his palm. He wasn't really a child and had no interest in such childish games. "Ned, just drop it. Don't bother Harry." Peter tugged at Ned, who looked confused and said, "But this is so cool. Harry, a superhero. So many people admire that. And if we perform well, maybe the Avengers will notice us, and we might even become one of the Avengers. Aren't you tempted?" Harry shook his head again. He really wasn't interested in becoming an Avenger at all. However, Harry's gaze turned to Peter Parker. The private lab over in the industrial park is going to be removed. That will become the company's exclusive lab. So, Peter, if you want to mix web fluid again, you can't go there. Huh? Peter was taken aback and then nodded dejectedly. He wouldn't blame Harry. After all, he was just taking advantage of Harry before. He was just a little frustrated about where to get the materials for mixing web fluid in the future. Seeing Peter Parker looking downcast, Harry stood up. "You can't go to the industrial park anymore. If you want to replenish the web fluid, you can only come here." Huh? Peter looked up in surprise when he heard this. Harry waved his hand, signaling him to follow, leading Peter and Ned to the backyard of the villa, near the cliff by the coast, where a well stood alone on the lawn. Harry brought them to the well, turning the handle on the side. The seemingly stone-built well emitted a clicking sound as the front wall folded to the sides. A deep, unfathomable sound came from the well. Soon, a bright silver disc the size of the well rose up, sealing the well's opening. Harry stepped in, standing on the bright silver disc, and Peter and Ned followed suit. It was originally designed for one person, and now 3 people were squeezed in, especially since Ned was a bit on the heavier side, making the space feel cramped. However, at least they managed to fit in. Once both of them were steady, Harry pressed a protruding brick, and once again, a clicking sound was heard. The previously open well walls began to retract, and a glass cover rose around the bright silver disc to prevent the people inside from touching the well walls. After the glass cover rose, the disc with Harry and the two quickly descended, moving so fast that they even felt a sense of weightlessness. Because of the rapid descent, they reached their destination in no time. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the underground lab. As the glass cover retracted, Harry immediately pushed Ned out. Being cramped was uncomfortable. "Where's this?" Looking at the lit tunnel, Peter turned to Harry, who walked past Peter to the door of the tunnel. He placed his hand on the recognition device on the door frame, and after identification, the door opened, revealing a space almost the same size as the one in the industrial park. However, compared to the previous lab in the industrial park, this place was much emptier. This was an upper-level basement, and no equipment had been added yet, mainly because Harry didn't plan to turn it into a real lab. Since Peter came over and the industrial park couldn't be used, he decided to let Peter use this space. However, it couldn't just be given away for free. Harry led Peter and Ned inside and said, "This is my newly opened basement. If you want to play any superhero games, you can rent it as your secret base." "Cool. Harry, I knew you would help us." Ned cheered, and Harry immediately waved his hand. "Hey, it's not free. You have to pay rent." "Rent? But we don't have much money." Peter and Ned exchanged glances and then helplessly shrugged their shoulders. He really doesn't have much money. After all, he's not some rich second-generation kid, let alone a genius billionaire like Harry. Don't even mention renting such a large space to use as a secret base. He needs Aunt May's sponsorship just to get a new phone. He doesn't need money. He just needs you to contribute a bit of blood. Peter spoke up, saying that while he still lacks money, it's not a huge deficit since he can earn it slowly. What he has on him is worth much more than money. "Blood? What do you want my blood for?" Peter asked, confused, rubbing his arm. "You're not planning some evil biological experiment, are you?" Ned chimed in, and for a moment, Harry seemed to Peter like an evil scientist in a white lab coat, holding a large syringe and cackling maniacally. Harry didn't refute this. He indeed needed some of Peter's blood for biological experiments. He wanted to explore the source of Peter's powers and why the clone he created had mutated. Peter frowned, hesitated, but ultimately agreed to Harry's request for blood. After all, No matter what biological experiment it was, he only needed to provide some blood. And as long as they didn't do anything to him directly, he could accept it. Besides, it was just blood. Could Harry really use it to create someone with the same DNA as him? The most excited person in the whole transaction was definitely Ned. After all, he didn't have to give anything up, and they could have such a large secret base and do superhero work. Although it was just logistical work, it was enough to excite this middle schooler. After Peter agreed, Harry immediately extracted 200 cubic centimeters of blood. That was enough for him to use for a while. After drawing the blood, Harry generously equipped their secret base with plenty of equipment, such as the large screen display, signal transceiver, and high-performance computers that Ned requested. Ned used these tools to try to tap into the frequency information of the New York Police Department while utilizing his superb hacking skills to hack into surveillance cameras in various locations in New York. Of course, most of these cameras were in public places, which had little protection, making it relatively easy to hack into them. Ned's skills were impressive. After spending some time, he had managed to set up a monitoring system that could cover most of New York for their logistical base. While Ned was working on the surveillance system, Peter was designing his suit. After all, the space was big enough, and he didn't have to huddle in a room. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about Aunt May interrupting him. He definitely didn't want Aunt May to discover his identity. He would surely be lectured. Plus, with Harry around, he could provide Peter with so many things. Almost anything Peter needed, Harry could get for him. Watching Peter and Ned excitedly decorate their secret base, Harry shrugged, took his payment, and turned to leave. After leaving Peter's secret base, Harry walked into a hidden door on one side of the tunnel, which led to an elevator. An elevator to a lower level. That was where Peter's real laboratory was, and the true entrance wasn't at the well in the backyard of the villa. In fact, to access his laboratory, one only needed to take the elevator from the study. Harry originally intended to use Peter's secret base as a fake laboratory, creating a disguise with an upper-level fake lab. That way, if someone with ill intentions broke in, they would mistakenly believe it was real. This was the strategy of a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows. However, now that it served as a secret base for Harry and the others, it didn't really matter. It wouldn't affect anything, and with Peter and the others around, his lab would be less likely to be discovered. After placing the blood bag into a temperature-control box, Harry entered another room. He wasn't in a hurry to study Peter's blood. After all, he had an even more powerful treasure. That was the reality stone in front of him. During this time, while developing the simulation robots, he hadn't forgotten to attempt controlling the reality stone with them. After all, physical contact with the reality stone's power would result in a backlash. But robots shouldn't fear that. If they became unusable due to the backlash, he could just make new ones. This room was mostly sealed off, with thick shielding preventing any potential radiation. Inside was a pure white space, and in the center, amidst interwoven columns, was the softly glowing crimson reality stone. Outside the isolation chamber, a dark-haired, beautiful simulation robot stared blankly at the reality stone. When Harry entered, the robot turned to him and nodded, saying, "Master." Harry nodded back and then asked, "Have the experiments with the reality stone failed?" Units 35 and 36 successfully made contact with the stone due to being clones, but the stone did not materialize objects as per our pre-entered commands, the dark-haired robot, controlled by the silly girl, replied. Harry listened deep in thought. The reality stone always lost signal connection the moment he got close with the simulation robot. After improving the control components, it only managed to get closer to the stone before the internal mechanical body lost kinetic energy and became scrap metal. It took continuous improvements until Unit 35 could be considered a clone with mechanical control, but even so, it could not harness the power of the reality stone. Harry asked the silly girl next to him, "What are the current performance levels of Units 35 and 36? The dark-haired robot, which the silly girl was now controlling, replied, "The performance degradation has reached 50%, and most of the cloned organs inside are beginning to dissolve, with the damage continuing to increase." Chapter 61. Mithril the simulated robot, holding the gemstone visibly shriveled. The silly girl next to Harry coldly read the remaining performance values of his body. Harry frowned as he watched the simulated robot rapidly turn into a corpse, the mechanical control module of the brain detaching from the body. With 2 clinks, the simulated robot's palm opened, and the crimson gemstone and dark blue metal block rolled onto the ground. Harry looked at the crimson gemstone and metal block, inexplicably controlling the mechanical arm to pick them up. After returning the real gemstone to its original position, another mechanical arm holding the metal block extended into the discharge outlet, throwing the dark blue metal block into the outlet. As soon as the block entered, a bright white light filled the entire outlet. Radiation, scanning, and disinfection equipment activated simultaneously, thoroughly scanning the dark blue metal block. Only after ensuring there was no harm did the outlet expel the dark blue metal block. Harry put on latex gloves, picked up the dark blue metal block, and, looking at its color, instructed to turn off all the lights in the room. Received, the silly girl replied, and the lights in the room were all turned off. However, darkness did not engulf the room. The metal block emitted a faint dark blue glow, enough to illuminate the space. Interesting, turn the lights back on. After confirming the glow from the metal block, Harry happily smiled. He then tossed the metal block into the silly girl's arms to place it in the observation room, instructing her to report to him immediately if it remained after 24 hours. The manifestation of the real gemstone was not permanent, but that was not absolute. At least when Harry used the real gemstone, he always stopped using it when the backlash threatened his life. This usage was not thorough. So Harry wanted to see if the item manifested from the real gemstone, which cost the life of a clone, could maintain permanent existence. After tossing the item to the silly girl, Harry left. As he left, the silly girl also exited the room, needing to follow Harry's instructions to take the metal block to the observation chamber. After the two left, the room fell completely into darkness, with only the glow of the real gemstone flickering in the dark. In this silence, beside the simulated robot number 35, which had split into a corpse, the previously quiet robot number 36, believed by Harry and the others to have its control module interfered with, suddenly opened its eyes. Task 36 rebooted. Target: reality. Harry walked slowly in the underground tunnel. Today was actually quite lucky. Not only had there been progress in research, but he also obtained Peter's blood for long-term supply, which was great. In a good mood, he wanted to take a look at his big treasure before sleeping. Shockwave. That was the name of his first mechanical armor. Unfortunately, he had been quite busy lately, and its completion was not high. Currently, only the basic framework had been established. However, with the framework in place, the progress toward complete assembly could be accelerated. But considering this was his first piece of mechanical armor, Harry didn't mind slowing down the pace. He wanted to make this armor as perfect as possible. Functionally, it needed to have capabilities for land, sea, and air combat, and also for outer space combat. Due to the many functions, its appearance inevitably became somewhat bulky, but under Harry's control, the height of the entire armor reached around 2 meters and 5 centimeters. However, all of this had to wait until it took shape. Right now, Harry had only successfully assembled the core framework. The faceplate, armors for the arms, legs, and chest all required considerable effort to manufacture. Nonetheless, to enhance the combat performance of the armor, Harry had to choose ultra-high-strength synthetic metals. However, such metals were very expensive, and if he relied on purchasing them, it would take a long time for the profits from the company he founded to afford them. But now with the real gemstone, which could manifest any item, as long as he could make the items manifested by this gemstone permanent, then the material aspect would no longer limit Harry. What aerospace-grade metals? What vibranium? Let those damn monopolizers go to hell. Harry looked at his beloved armor, filled with excitement. Meanwhile, in a certain castle in Eastern Europe, one of Hydra's bases was hidden for a long time. After Pierce was exposed, this secret base was also discovered by the Avengers. Coincidentally, at this time, Thor had given up his throne and come to Earth to be with Jane, making it the most complete time for the entire Avengers team. The underground SHIELD and their leader, Nick Fury, had a brilliant idea. Why not have a team-building event? Thus, the Hydra base was visited. In front of the fully assembled Avengers capable of resisting an alien invasion, Hydra's power was utterly inadequate. In such a situation, Baron Strucker even hesitated to request support from other Hydra branches or the Winter Soldier. Baron Strucker believed such actions would only serve to deliver food to the Avengers. So faced with the Avengers' fierce assault, he decisively decided to flee. However, before running, he had to rally these fools to resist. Little ones, the enemy is very strong, but fighting is the best way to eliminate fear. We are fighting for the greatest interests. Resisting this group of Americans is the only way to make Hydra great again. Don't be afraid. I will be with you. Long live Hydra! Long live Hydra! Long live Hydra! Baron Strucker's motivational speech seemed to work. As the people underground shouted in excitement, "Long live Hydra!" Seeing this, Baron Strucker nodded in satisfaction. Even Dr. Wolfgang beside him mistakenly thought they were going to resist to the end, nervously holding a firearm he didn't know where it came from. Facing Baron Strucker, who approached Dr. Wolfgang nervously asked, "What do you need us to do, sir?" "What to do? Grab the scepter. We need to retreat," Baron Strucker said, frowning and speaking in a low voice. Upon hearing this response, Dr. Wolfgang was dumbfounded. "Aren't we supposed to fight to the end? That was just to fool the fools." "Are you an idiot?" "I of course am not, of course not." "Not. Just hurry up and get the scepter, and also bring those two twins," Baron Strucker said impatiently, seeing that the Americans were about to break in, while this idiot doctor was still dawdling. But, Dr. Wolfgang hesitated, which made Baron Strucker very displeased. "But what?" "Those twins seem to be gone." After the doctor's words, he pointed to an empty spot where the twins had originally stood. However, at this moment, it was completely empty. Clearly, Baron Strucker's words made the two superpowered individuals unable to contain themselves and run out to snipe the Avengers. Baron Strucker facepalmed in exasperation, and when the doctor asked what to do, he angrily grabbed his collar and said, "Then don't worry about them. The scepter is the most important. Go get the scepter." In the end, Baron Strucker did not escape. Tony Stark, who stormed into the castle, knocked him out and successfully obtained the scepter. Although there were some minor setbacks in the middle, such as the interference from Scarlet Witch, he ultimately succeeded in obtaining the scepter. The cleansing of this Hydra branch can now be considered a perfect success, and the Avengers returned to Tony's tower with the scepter, celebrating with drinks. The next day, when Harry woke up, the front page headline of the news was about the Avengers defeating Hydra. The news featured a group photo of all the Avengers, which was just as impressive as the gathering photo taken during the fight against aliens. As Harry sipped the coffee handed to him by the butler, he shook his head. He wondered which photographer was so talented that they could capture such beautiful snapshots of the battle scene, almost like video stills from a Hollywood blockbuster. Harry! Peter swung in excitedly on his webs, holding a fiery Daily Bugle. "Did you see it? The Avengers are out again and took down a Hydra branch in no time." "Yeah, I saw it." "No need to be this excited," Harry replied, looking at the approaching Peter with a deadpan expression. He remembered that Peter had gone out to fight crime again last night, and now he had the energy to share newspaper news with him so early in the morning. "Isn't this just too exciting?" "Oh, right. Do you think I could also become an Avenger?" "Who knows? It depends on whether they need someone. If they do, they might come looking for you," Harry replied dismissively, getting up to head towards his room. He had school today and needed to change clothes. When Harry came out in a new outfit, he saw Peter also dressed and waiting for him. "Aren't you going home?" Harry asked, puzzled. "I told May I was staying at your place for a day, so I didn't go back. Besides, I brought my clothes," Peter answered. Seeing this, Harry didn't say anything else and took Peter with him as they drove to school. School was the same as usual, with students discussing the hottest news. "Oh, by the way, there's a new professor today, a Professor Connors, and he's disabled. This professor replaced the previous biology professor. Although Professor Connors was missing an arm, his teaching content was quite good, covering a lot of knowledge that wasn't even in the textbook, indicating his broad knowledge. Moreover, Professor Connors wasn't a stickler for the textbook. His teaching was engaging for students. Peter Parker was one of those attracted by him, but Harry didn't pay much attention to that. After school, Harry hurried home, as there were only 8 hours left until the 24-hour mark. Once those 8 hours were up, the permanence of the item would reveal itself. If this worked, the future would be unrestricted. Back in the basement, Harry eagerly awaited the countdown to end, staring intently at the metal block. 8 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and when the alarm rang at the set time, the metal block showed no signs of change. Harry understood that everything had succeeded, and he couldn't wait to take out the metal block. This metal block was also known as mithril, a type of metal that existed only in various fantasy stories. The metal Harry initially wanted to manifest wasn't this. He had planned to manifest something like vibranium. But then he thought, since he could manifest non-existent items, why not directly manifest a metal that was extremely powerful in various legendary tales? So Harry manifested mithril. In legends, mithril not only has strong defensive and ductile properties, but also has the ability to collect and release energy. This magical metal was certainly better than vibranium. After all, vibranium couldn't autonomously absorb energy. It could only absorb force. Having acquired the legendary metal, Harry's first task was not to immediately use it to make armor, but to analyze its composition in a detector. After all, if he had the complete data on mithril's composition, he might be able to directly craft mithril by hand, saving the step of consuming simulation robots. After all, making simulation robots also costs a lot of money, and if directly acquiring mithril is cheaper than using simulation robots, then it would definitely be worth it. Just as Harry was about to take the metal block for testing, the door behind him was suddenly burst open. A thin, blonde woman rushed in, her withered eyes slowly focusing on the metal block in Harry's hand. Confirming it was the item she needed, the emaciated blonde woman lunged at Harry, knocking him to the ground. Although she was thin and seemed to be nothing but skin and bones, she surprisingly had great strength, and Harry couldn't break free for a moment. Collect. Reality, the thin woman muttered, roughly snatching the mithril from Harry's hand. After obtaining the mithril, the thin woman did not linger and moved toward her next target. The alarm in the basement had already sounded when Harry was knocked down, and the silly girl controlling the robots was tardy. Harry didn't blame her, but simply asked who this person was that had come in to take his mithril. He couldn't believe that an outsider had broken in to steal his mithril. The silly girl quickly found out the thin woman's background and located her current position. Number 36? What does she want? Chapter 62, Unchen bang bang bang. Inside the observation room, a metal canister was making a continuous muffled sound, as if something inside wanted to escape. The noise intensified as Unit 36 approached. Authorization failed. The identification system, unable to scan Unit 36's authorization information through a glass door, blocked it from entering. Unit 36, with blood-red eyes, felt the quicksilver in its right hand begin to liquefy. It flowed upward in a seemingly anti-gravity manner, slowly enveloping Unit 36's entire arm. Swish! The right arm of Unit 36, wrapped in quicksilver, transformed into a sharp blade. It was inserted directly into the gap between the door and the frame, easily severing the lock and opening the glass door. As Unit 36 drew near, the metal canister began to jump even more vigorously. With its red eyes fixed on the canister, Unit 36 murmured, "Reality." Just as it was about to touch the canister, the girl finally caught up. Without any unnecessary words, she fired 2 shots at Unit 36's back. The bullets aimed at Unit 36 were blocked by a circular shield formed by the quicksilver on its right arm. The girl, expressionless, discarded her ineffective firearm and lunged at Unit 36, crashing into it. The body used by the girl was a simulation robot with a high-density alloy internal skeleton, capable of exerting a force of up to 200 kilograms. Physical confrontation was far more useful to her than relying on firearms. The girl's grappling maneuver quickly immobilized Unit 36. However, at that moment, the metal canister that had been jumping on the table finally fell off. With a clang, the canister hit the ground and slowly rolled toward Unit 36. As the canister approached, a red glow began to emanate from Unit 36's left hand. The red energy radiating from its palm seemed to take the form of a mage's hand as it opened the canister. What Peter referred to as venom. A mutated flesh tissue affected by the reality stone crawled out of the open canister and quickly made its way toward Unit 36, which was pinned down by the girl. Buzz! A roaring sound came from outside the door as Harry rushed in, holding a mechanical drill saw. Seeing venom beginning to wrap around Unit 36, Harry decisively pulled out a subsonic wave generator. The low-frequency subsonic wave caused venom, which had just crawled onto Unit 36, to immediately go limp. Seizing the opportunity, Harry aimed the drill saw at Unit 36's left hand and cut down. Sparks flew as Unit 30SX's left arm was severed. The uncontrolled left hand opened up, revealing the crimson reality stone within. Sure enough, it was all the doing of this thing. Harry had an expression of no surprise as he looked at the gem, completely unaware that Venom had already recovered and was lunging at him. Due to Harry's safety priority, the girl decisively abandoned the entangled Unit 36 and turned to protect Harry, blocking Venom's attack. Without the girl's restraint, Unit 36 managed to break free and rush to seize the gem. Damn, I should have made more armed robots as security forces. Harry ducked to avoid Unit 30's grab, feeling frustrated as he ran towards the exit of the basement. He couldn't let the reality stone fall into Unit 30's hands. No one knew what the uncontrolled Unit 36 intended to do with the gem. Harry quickly ran out of the underground base and returned to the study. He immediately gathered all the simulation robots while temporarily retreating to the bedroom with the reality stone. Time passed, and the out-of-control Unit 36 did not appear. Instead, the severely damaged girl appeared outside the bedroom. Unit 36, fused with Venom, was not something the unarmed girl could resist with her current state. The girl's presence here was only because Unit 36 was focused on escaping and did not concentrate on eliminating her simulation body. Where did Unit 36 go? That remained unknown. The only fortunate thing was that the reality stone had not been lost. Harry let out a sigh of relief, his gaze heavy on the gem in his hand. The loss of control of Unit 36 was very strange. Robots like Unit 36 did not have a core. The brain control mechanical device was merely a mechanism for controlling actions, allowing Unit 36 to perform preset movements. But it was incapable of making actions outside of those settings. In simple terms, Unit 36 was just a robot without a real brain, without thoughts, and without intelligence. How could such a puppet-like robot go out of control? Was it the interference of the reality stone? Harry's thoughts turned to Venom's abnormal changes, deepening his apprehension toward the reality stone. Deciding to seal the reality stone away until he found Unit 36, Harry placed it in a box. Meanwhile, another gathering of the Avengers was also experiencing upheaval. A battered robot interrupted the Avengers' casual conversation. Ultron, dripping with oil, staggered into view like a zombie. Tony? Captain America, Steve, looked at the robot that appeared puzzled and glanced at Tony Stark. At that moment, Tony had already pulled out his phone to check the anomaly, realizing it looked like a maintenance product that had escaped from the assembly room. Ah, Tony, familiar name. You are the one who created me. Ultron's head rotated, turning to face the group of Avengers. Under their cautious gazes, Ultron explained its creation and the mission it had been given, then chuckled lightly. Humans are the greatest threat on this planet. Ah, Tony, to protect the Earth, I must destroy you. Is that how you interpret my mission to you? Tony frowned, looking at Ultron, not understanding how the AI he created could have such dangerous thoughts. Tony, I don't care what you've done. You'd better shut this down immediately, Steve said harshly. Ultron's words had crossed his bottom line. Destroying humanity was a dangerous idea. Even Hydra didn't have such thoughts. I'm working on it, Tony replied, his actions not stopping, but it did nothing to affect Ultron. Jarvis had already been killed by Ultron, and without Jarvis's assistance, Tony could do nothing against Ultron. Moreover, Ultron had seized control of the tower, and those robots created by Tony were now under Ultron's command, flying out to attack the Avengers. Harry Kina, covered in dust from the chaos caused by Unit 36, was tidying up the laboratory while listening to Jarvis's narration. As Jarvis continued speaking, Harry interrupted. So, you're saying Tony created a very powerful AI, intending to use it to protect the Earth. But that AI believes the best way to protect the Earth is to eliminate humanity and then took you out? Jarvis, yes, Mr. Harry. Harry scratched his head in frustration. Then what are you doing here? Didn't you die? Jarvis explained, I have a backup program with you. When the main program was assimilated by Ultron, my consciousness was transferred to the backup file. Backup file? When did that happen? How come I didn't know? Harry was astonished. How could he not know about this? He then turned his gaze to the girl's mechanical body. I'm sorry, Master. All right. No need to apologize. It's my fault. I originally just wanted to take advantage of you a bit. I didn't expect to end up losing you. Jarvis, you're really impressive. Harry directly interrupted the silly girl's apology. Now she's taking matters in her own hands. That little yellow-haired Jarvis is truly detestable. Jarvis, is that a compliment? What do you think? Harry coldly stared at the flashing waveforms on the screen. Jarvis currently had no physical form and could only be displayed as waveforms on the screen. He was too lazy to deal with the issues between these two AIs. The urgent matter was to find number 36 first. As for what Jarvis said about helping Tony deal with Ultron, Tony Stark needed him to help? There were a lot of people over there. Jarvis' main program had been assimilated by Ultron, and although the backup program had been activated, there was currently no computer to control. They were using the same computer as the silly girl, and the program's computing power was limited. Since he couldn't seek Harry's help, Jarvis could only join the silly girl to help Tony Stark. Jarvis was aware of Ultron's intentions when he was assimilated. The quickest way to destroy humanity today was to use nuclear weapons. Jarvis had to prevent Ultron from gaining control over the ability to use nuclear weapons. This required protecting the launch programs of nuclear weapons from being invaded by Ultron. The previous Jarvis couldn't resist Ultron's erosion, and now it was naturally even less possible. But Jarvis wasn't alone. He had a kindred spirit, the silly girl. Jarvis and the silly girl infiltrated Lycus. This was a global network center located in Oslo, where all data would pass through. Here, they would be provided with maximum computational power, allowing them to resist Ultron together. Damn it, who is it? In Baron Strucker's ancient castle, Ultron, who had escaped from Tony's tower, made this place his new base. As Jarvis had predicted, Ultron initially planned to use nuclear weapons to destroy humanity. However, when he attempted to invade the control system of nuclear weapons, he encountered resistance from an unknown force. Moreover, the resistance was quite strong. He was unable to break through that protective net, forcing him to abandon the idea of using nuclear weapons to annihilate humanity. Looking at the machines being rebooted and the robots that had begun to be mass-produced, the red glow in Ultron's mechanical eyes flickered. Since I can't use nuclear weapons, I'll just change my approach, but before that, I need to find capable assistants. The capable assistants Ultron referred to were naturally the two superpowered individuals created by Baron Strucker. Compared to Quicksilver's speed ability, Ultron preferred Wanda's ability, which was difficult to describe. It wasn't just about controlling minds, but seemed to have a strong destructive capability. The process of retrieving the twins wasn't difficult. They hated Tony Stark, which aligned with Ultron's goals. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Ultron didn't even need to speak much to easily win over the twins. He brought them to his base, laid everything out before them, and gave them a sense of reassurance. My mission is to protect the Earth. Unlike those hypocrites over there, their existence will bring disaster to the Earth and the world. Therefore, before guarding the Earth and protecting the world, we must eliminate those hypocrites. We will be the guardians of this world. At Harry's villa, Harry sat on the sofa in Peter's secret base, arms crossed with an unhappy expression. By the monitor in the base, Ned was searching for the person Harry asked him to find, camera by camera. When Peter entered the base and saw Harry, he greeted him, but seeing that Harry ignored him, he walked over to Ned and asked, "What's wrong with him? He seems to be in a bad mood." Ned shook his head, unsure. He heard something about a yellow-haired guy. Maybe he ran into some thugs. Thugs? What kind of thugs could mess with Harry? Peter turned to glance at Harry. With Harry's current wealth, could he really be bullied by thugs? Shaking his head, Peter couldn't figure it out and stopped thinking about it, asking instead, "What are you searching for?" Ned handed Peter a photo. "Harry asked me to check where this person is. I'm looking for them now." "Who is this?" Peter certainly didn't recognize number 36, but he had seen Venom. He immediately recognized the woman in the photo, half of her body entwined in black matter, as Venom. "Hey, found her!" Just as Peter was about to ask Harry, Ned shouted happily, "Where?" Harry quickly walked over from the sofa, staring at the screen. The monitor indicated Brooklyn 24th Street, and seeing the address, Harry immediately prepared to leave to look for her. But just as he was about to move, another person appeared in the video. Upon seeing the person on the screen, both Ned and Peter exclaimed, "Iron Man?" Of course, that wasn't Tony Stark. The one appearing in the footage was Ultron, Brooklyn 24th Street, in a dumpster. Soaked by rain and missing an arm, number 36 curled up among the trash. As Ultron slowly descended from the sky, strangely enough, as a robot, he felt an inexplicable sense of attraction to something here. initially puzzled by the sight of number 36. Wondering what could attract him to a disabled person, Ultron soon discovered the truth. The figure before him was not human. Chapter 63. The Judging Angel. Oh. Look what I found. Ultron, with his glowing red mechanical eyes, surveyed the curled-up number 36. The person in front of him was quite strange. Both the rhythmic heartbeat within and the somewhat cool, but still normal body temperature indicated that this guy was a naked human being. However, there were no biological electrical signals in the other's brain. Instead, this seemingly human guy was emitting electromagnetic waves. He couldn't recall when humans had developed the technology to manipulate their brains like that. Number 36 looked up in confusion, gazing at Ultron, who descended before him like a deity and slowly uttered a word, God. I like that title. Ultron chuckled softly. Whether it was the inexplicable sensation or the unusual scene in this woman's head, it greatly piqued Ultron's interest. To better understand what this guy really was, Ultron took him back to the base, planning to use the equipment there to check what exactly he was. Damn it. Harry watched the video of Ultron soaring into the sky with number 36 and disappearing, cursing in irritation. He then looked at Ned. Can you track that guy? No. He went up into the sky. The ground monitors can't track him. Ned shook his head and replied. Peter, standing nearby, spoke up. That robot should be related to Mr. Stark, right? Why not ask Mr. Stark? I remember. Harry, you should have a way to contact him. Harry shook his head, dismissing Peter's suggestion. After all, Peter didn't know who it was, but he did. The guy in the video was an uncontrollable creation of Stark's, someone who boasted about wanting to destroy all of humanity. Stark couldn't even find him himself. Contacting Stark would be pointless. Baron Strucker's ancient castle was now Ultron's base. Back at the base with number 36. Ultron immediately conducted an examination and, as expected, found the rudimentary brain control device in number 36's head. This brain control device had no other functions. Not even an intelligent thinking program, just a simple behavior control chip. How could such a device make this guy call out God upon seeing him? Ultron's eyes remained unchanged, and his metallic face betrayed no hint of his inner feelings. Wanda, watching quietly from the hallway, couldn't read Ultron's thoughts, nor could she discern the inner workings of the woman brought back by Ultron. Could it be that her abilities had weakened? For a moment, Wanda began to doubt herself. Meanwhile, Ultron looked at number 36, contemplating for a long time. He had confirmed that the guy in front of him was a robot. Although there was only machinery in the head, that was enough to establish her true identity. Ultron extended a finger and slowly tapped the center of number 36's forehead. As he made contact with her skin, the world around Ultron shattered with a loud bang. Everything number 36 had experienced, seen, and pursued unfolded before Ultron's eyes. There were even experiences beyond number 36's memories, those attached to her body by venom. Snap! As he withdrew his hand, everything before Ultron disappeared like a dream. He stood in place, dazed for a long time. Just when Wanda thought something was wrong, Ultron suddenly burst into laughter. Ha, I see now. That invisible connection was actually an attraction of power. Through the previous memories, Ultron had gained insight into the existence of the Reality Stone. Originally, Ultron intended to use the gem within the scepter to create a body comparable to a god, and then utilize that body to deal with the hypocritical Avengers, preventing them from disrupting his plan to destroy humanity. However, he now saw a divine artifact that could achieve his goals even more perfectly than his previous plan. Perhaps it was time to alter his strategy. Ultron gazed at number 36, his mechanical face softening. Since your evolution is incomplete, let me, your God, grant you wisdom beyond that of ordinary beings. With that, he reached out to cover the top of number 36's head, his eyes glowing red. A portion of Ultron's core data was transmitted into number 36's brain control device. Just as Ultron said, he intended to grant this robot true intelligence that surpassed ordinary beings. Buzz! As part of Ultron's core data was transmitted, number 36's body began to convulse. The mithril and venom that merged within her started to change and fuse, ultimately each occupying half of her body. Additionally, 6 wings unfolded from her back, one half shimmering with brilliant silver light, the other half resembling dark ink. With the data transmission complete, the brain control system was transformed into an intelligent core. Number 36's eyes radiated the same red light as Ultron's. Looking at the appearance of his new subordinate, Ultron nodded in satisfaction. From today on, you will be my angel of judgment and order. I shall bestow upon you the name of the judging angel, Kale. Thank you, my lord, for the name. Kale will become your blade, cutting through all obstacles for you. Good, ha ha ha. Still no news from Ultron? Banner organized the data and turned to Stark, who was staring blankly at the screen. Tony Stark, interrupted in his thoughts, looked at Banner for a moment before recalling what the other had just said, slowly shaking his head. No, Ultron is elusive in the network. It's very difficult for us to find him. If Jarvis were still around, I should be able to catch his trace, but now it's tough. Take your time. As long as he makes a move, he will leave a trace, Banner reassured. Let's hope so, Tony shrugged. Just as everyone was still troubled by finding Ultron, he'll send a message. Due to Baron Strucker's death, everyone speculated about Ultron's motive for killing him and searched for all information on Strucker. However, all of Strucker's information had been wiped from the network by Ultron. The Avengers could only access paper records, so they, including Hill and other logistical personnel, began to search through physical documents. After half a day's search, Hill found the crucial information before the other Avengers. Upon discovering that Ultron's target might be vanadium alloy, the Avengers began to plan their operation. On the other hand, Harry, who learned about Tony's plan through Jarvis, dragged Peter into the plan to capture Ultron. Harry was not going after Ultron. He was after number 36. There was no other way. Since Ultron had taken number 36 away, he could only find her through Ultron. Are we going to join the Avengers operation? Peter, dressed in the newly designed suit, rubbed his hands excitedly. When he heard Harry say they were going to help the Avengers catch a criminal, he was thrilled. He eagerly pulled out the latest design, a brand new suit he hadn't had a chance to wear yet, waiting to show it off in front of the Avengers. Harry scratched his head and shrugged in front of the excited Peter, saying almost, taking care of Ultron while grabbing number 36 is pretty much participating in the actions of those Avengers, right? Yay. I really need to think about how to introduce myself when I see them later. Hello, I'm Spider-Man. No, that one T do. How about hello? I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. That S close, but maybe just hello, I'm, forget the greetings. Let us think of your introduction once we're on the spaceship. Listening to Peter Parker ramble on about introductions, Harry covered his ears in annoyance. If it weren't for Peter's incredible abilities, he really wouldn't want to bring this chatterbox along. You have a spaceship? Wow. Not an airplane, but a spaceship. One that can fly into space. Harry's mention of the spaceship instantly shifted Peter's attention from introductions to the ship itself. The spaceship Harry referred to was, of course, the one given by the Skrulls during the previous encounter. However, its internal space had been expanded later on, ensuring it didn't affect functionality. Now, the spaceship could accommodate 4 people along with some activity space. As soon as Peter entered the spaceship, he started touching everything, and Ned also wanted to come aboard. But considering that Ned didn't have any superpowers and the impending mission was dangerous, Harry decided not to let Ned board the spaceship. For now, Ned should focus on logistics. This left Ned watching enviously from a base. Once Harry sat in the cockpit and pressed the launch button, the cliff behind Harry's villa slowly opened with a rumble, revealing the gap and the parked spaceship inside. Boom! The spaceship's thrusters burst with blue flames, and in just a second, it vanished from the underground landing pad, while the Avengers were heading to ambush Ultron in their Quinjet. Harry and Peter had already arrived at the destination. The spaceship entered stealth mode, and Harry and Peter quietly waited inside. After a while, Tony Stark flew in wearing his Iron Man suit, followed closely by Natasha piloting the Quinjet. It's the Avengers, they're here. Should we go down? Peter Parker, who had almost fallen asleep waiting, perked up immediately upon seeing Tony Stark and clamored to go down. Harry restrained Peter's eager body, saying, "Not yet. We're on a delay. We should only appear when the target tries to escape. Don't disrupt the plan." Oh, the plan? Is this the Avengers' plan? Harry, are you an Avenger too? Peter asked, realizing Harry must have been an Avenger all along, which explained why he had been so calm when they previously discussed possibly becoming Avengers. Seeing Peter's misunderstanding, Harry didn't bother explaining. As long as it didn't delay him from finding number 36, that was enough. With the Avengers lying in wait, Ultron had arrived at the transaction site. Unlike before when he was alone, Ultron was now accompanied by his newly acquired minion, the Archangel. Ultron didn't bring many people this time, just the twins, Quicksilver and Wanda. The transaction proceeded smoothly. The money demanded by the mob was merely a bunch of numbers to Ultron. For him, it was just a matter of thought. As a large sum of money transferred, Claw was initially excited, but soon sensed something was off. This method felt oddly familiar, like Tony Stark. Zing! Just saying that name irritated Ultron, who had previously appeared calm. He yanked Claw's arm off, realizing he had lost control after doing so. Looking at Wanda's puzzled gaze, Ultron apologized to the writhing Claw on the ground. "Oh, sorry, I just lost control. But why did you say I'm like that person? I'm nothing like him. I'm me, a brand new life." "Oh, what's wrong? It's normal for a son to resemble his father. Does it trouble you that I resemble him?" Tony descended from the sky in his armor, teasing. Hearing that familiar voice shattered Ultron's previously composed demeanor in an instant. But before Ultron could go berserk, Kyle, who had been beside him, made his move. Ultron was Kyle's god, and Kyle would not allow anyone to tarnish his god, even if that person was the one who created him. With a flap of the wings behind Kyle, he charged straight toward Tony. "Wow, what is this? An angel or a bird person?" Tony exclaimed in surprise at the blonde woman with wings diving toward him, firing his repulsor rays. The laser was blocked by the silver feathers shot from Kyle's wings. With a clang, Kyle absorbed 2 blasts from Tony and crashed into him, sending Tony flying. Okay, definitely a bird person. Although Tony was knocked back, he wasn't seriously harmed. His suit had excellent shock absorption, and this impact was negligible. "Tony, how is it going over there?" Captain America, Steve, transmitted through the earpiece, as he was leading the other Avengers in an assault. Since Tony was the first to enter but hadn't responded, Steve couldn't help but ask. "Ran into some trouble. Encountered a pesky bird person," Tony said, genuinely expressing his frustration. The Kyle in front of him was much more troublesome than he appeared. Her flying speed with those wings could keep up with him, and her body and arms could freely morph. He wondered where Ultron had found this freak. Chapter 64. The capture is underway with wings that are both a blade and a shield. Kyle flapped his silver half-wings, and a flurry of silver needles shot out, striking Tony Stark's armor. These seemingly insignificant silver needles turn out to be sharper than expected. Even though Tony's armor was made of high-strength aerospace-grade metal, it was still riddled with these needles, making him look like a porcupine covered in quills. "What are these things, Friday? What's the damage on the armor?" Tony looked at the densely packed silver needles on his suit, feeling a prickling sensation on his scalp. He had no idea what these needles were made of, but their penetrating power was astonishing. Fortunately, the hardness of his armor was still greater, preventing the needles from penetrating too deeply. Just as Tony was about to check the damage to his armor, a long sword slowly materialized in Kyle's left hand. At the same time, the silver needles embedded in Tony's armor began to emit a ghostly blue light. Tony felt a strong pulling force, controlling him and drawing him towards Kyle. At this moment, Kyle had tightened his grip on the sword, aiming it directly at Tony's heart. As soon as Tony was pulled close enough by the silver needles, Kyle would be able to pierce him with the blade in his hand. "Damn it, Friday, reverse the thrusters." Reverse thrust. Following Tony's command, the thrusters on his armored suit began to switch direction. At the same time, the laser cannons on his hands transformed into thrusters, pushing him away from Kyle. Blasphemer. You can't escape." Kyle sneered at Tony's desperate struggle. Although Tony was controlling the thrusters to counteract the pulling force of the silver needles, Kyle wasn't just standing still, waiting for Tony to deliver himself to the tip of his sword. Kyle flapped his wings, pressing the sword forward, directly aimed at Tony's heart. Due to the influence of the pulling force from the silver needles, Tony could only barely maintain the distance between himself and Kyle. However, as Kyle charged at him, that distance was quickly diminishing. Tony had no way to dodge. "Damn it. Is this even reasonable? Why could she get close to me? Isn't the pulling force from the silver needles her doing? The force generated by my reverse thrusters should be equal to that, and the distance should remain constant. So why can she approach me?" As Kyle's blade drew nearer, Tony cursed in frustration, feeling that this game wasn't being played fairly. Swish! Just as Kyle's blade was about to reach Tony Stark, Harry and Peter made their move. Peter was the first to act, shooting 2 webs at Kyle from his jump off the spaceship, covering her face. Following closely was Harry, who fired a plasma bolt that sent Kyle flying. "Hey, Mr. Stark. I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, Peter." "Ah, no wait, there's no Peter, just Spider-Man." Swinging from a web attached to Harry, Peter cheerfully greeted Tony Stark. However, after thinking for a long time about how to introduce himself, he almost ended up revealing his real name. "You are?" Tony had heard of the guy in the tight suit hanging from the web. After all, Peter went out every night to fight crime. While he wasn't as famous as the Avengers, he wasn't exactly unknown either. But who was this guy in the welding pattern suit that looked like a hastily made robot? Harry lifted his faceplate, revealing his face, and greeted Tony. "Hey, long time no see." "Oh, it's Harry. But what's up with your suit? Trying to imitate me?" Seeing it was Harry, Tony Stark relaxed his vigilance and felt a bit playful. Harry shrugged helplessly. He had to admit that his current suit did resemble the original armor from Tony's news. But there was no helping it. He had rushed to make it in just 2 or 3 days. He could only assemble a barely usable suit, and although it was a half-finished version of a Shockwave, Harry didn't want to halt its production just because of this. Moreover, if something went wrong while piloting the half-finished Shockwave and it got damaged, even slightly, Harry would be heartbroken. So, he preferred to wear this makeshift suit to help capture Subject 36. To ensure that this temporary suit had enough combat capability, he had even brought along little Spider-Man. "Peter Parker, let's not talk too much. I'm here to catch that guy from earlier. As for you, better go help your teammates. They seem to be in trouble." Harry glanced down at the chaotic scene below, where explosions were happening, and didn't care to chat with Tony any longer. His primary objective was to capture Subject 36. "All right, but be careful. That guy is tough. Honestly, if I weren't busy right now, I'd definitely send you 2 kids back. After all, you shouldn't be in such a dangerous place." Tony nodded in agreement to Harry's words, though he stressed kids should be doing kid things. Fighting, smoking, drinking, those are adult activities. Tony dove into the battlefield. Notably, after Kyle was knocked away by Harry and Peter, the silver needles on Tony's armor lost their power and fell off automatically, likely due to the loss of their control source. As Tony joined the ground battle, Harry and Peter pursued Subject 36. The reason the battle on the ground became so intense was due to one person, the middleman, Kraw. This guy was tough when Ultron and the Avengers clashed. His first reaction wasn't to hide, but to order his men to attack, not just against one side, but directly challenging 2 at once. Such bravery would earn him a thumbs up from Hydra if they were around. As a result, Ultron, who had brought only a few men, made it seem like the Avengers were facing a large army, making the offense exceedingly difficult. Meanwhile, while Kyle dealt with Tony Stark, the only remaining Avengers who could pose a threat to Ultron were Thor and Steve. Ultron struggled to cope with the attacks from these 2. Thor's attacks were broad and powerful, forcing Ultron to use his control field device to constantly lift the ground or manipulate metal to disrupt them. Fortunately, with Wanda's involvement, her mind-altering magic caused Thor to become disoriented in the environment. After dealing with Thor, Wanda then turned to confront the other Avengers. Ultron watched Wanda leave, the red light in his eyes flickering uncertainly. What a pity she was a human. Chapter 65. The capture is underway too. It's a pity that he is human. A species destined to be eliminated, Ultron thought regretfully, as he had high hopes for Wanda's abilities. Unfortunately, the other party's identity meant that he would ultimately have to eliminate her. Perhaps in the future, he would create a robot in her likeness to commemorate her. Bang! Just as Ultron was lost in thought, Kyle, hit by a plasma shot, fell nearby. As the smoke cleared, remnants of electrical sparks flickered on Kyle's body. But he was mostly unharmed. "Kyle, did you encounter any formidable foes?" Ultron asked, knowing Kyle's strength. With his own abilities, Kyle shouldn't have been in such a dire situation against Tony Stark. "Sorry, my lord. I ran into a few disruptors," Kyle replied, looking down, feeling dejected in front of the god. "It's all right. There are still many outstanding individuals from the old era. They are obstacles in our new century. And I will help you eliminate these remnants of the old times," Ultron comforted, moving to Kyle's side. The pursuing Harry and Peter came face to face with Ultron. "A pathetic imitation," Ultron said disdainfully as he looked at Harry's obviously welded iron suit. He raised his hand, causing the ground beneath Harry to shift. Harry and Peter jumped to the sides, staring at Ultron, who had flipped a section of the ground. Peter Parker exclaimed in shock, "What kind of superpower is this? Earth manipulator? Whatever it is, let's strike first." Harry was not the type to take a hit without fighting back, and since Ultron had made the first move, he couldn't just let it slide. Iron Fist. Swish! The fist of the iron armor detached and shot towards Ultron like a cannonball. Ultron waved his hand, summoning a shipping container to block in front of him. Harry's flying steel fist left deep dents on the surface of the container, but did not touch Ultron at all. However, the attack did not stop there. Peter Parker suddenly leapt out from behind the container, shooting 2 strands of web at Ultron. Standing on the container, he pulled with immense force, yanking Ultron into the air. His strength? Ultron, suddenly yanked into the air, was bewildered. He couldn't understand how a human could possess such power. Could this be another alien like Thor? As Ultron was pulled into the air by Peter, Kyle leapt up, slicing through the air with his blade, cutting the strands of web that Peter had shot. The severed web could no longer pull Ultron to Peter, but the inertia before it broke still caused Ultron to arc in the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Offending a god, you must die. Kyle clearly saw Ultron's awkward landing, and naturally, he also held a grudge against Peter Parker, who was the instigator. Swish, swish, swish. Kyle swung his longsword, creating a flurry of silver blades in the air, surrounding Peter Parker, but not a single strike hit him. Peter's spider sense allowed him to instinctively dodge all of Kyle's blades. However, robots do not tire, and despite the high-intensity swordplay, Kyle felt no exhaustion. But Peter was different. Although his spider sense helped him evade Kyle's blades, the physical exertion was multiplying. After dodging dozens, even hundreds of strikes, Harry's body inevitably slowed down. Even the slightest delay, barely visible to the naked eye, made it impossible for Peter to perfectly evade Kyle's blade, resulting in wounds appearing on Peter's body. But let us not forget that Peter Parker still had teammates. Just as Peter's movements began to slow, Harry made his move. Retracting his steel fists, he launched them again, but this time not to strike the enemy, but to grab. The steel fist shot out with a chain trailing behind it, and after catching Peter, the chain quickly retracted, pulling Peter Parker out of the blade's deadly range. Oomph! Ultron, getting up from the ground and seeing Peter Parker being pulled back by Harry, snorted coldly, bringing his hands together with force. With Ultron's movement, the containers on either side of the passage also rapidly converged, aiming to sandwich Harry and Peter like flies. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions sounded as the rapidly converging containers were blown away by 2 laser blasts. The late-arriving Tony called out to Ultron, "Hey, my dear son, ambushing from behind is not a good habit." Tony Stark. Seeing Tony appear, Ultron's eyes glowed even brighter. This guy, from the moment he appeared, kept calling him son, which only strengthened Ultron's resolve to kill him, as he already had a strong aversion to Tony. "You're not being obedient, son calling father. How can you call me by my full name? You should call me father or old man." The more Ultron grew angry, the more Tony escalated his verbal assault. Under this constant barrage, Ultron finally couldn't hold back, soaring into the sky and charging at Tony Stark. Originally, Kyle had been itching to kill Ultron when Tony was mocking him, but his steps were hindered by Harry and Peter. "Where do you think you're going? Number 36. My name is Kyle, not some number 36. Kyle was very averse to this codename, because previously he had been influenced by the Reality Stone, and later infused with part of Ultron's intelligent core, gaining independent thought. He couldn't remember what had happened before, but instinctively he felt a strong aversion to the codename number 36. That damned codename made him feel as if he were being treated like a lifeless object. Although your current form is cool and flashy, you are still number 36. I won't mistake you for anyone else. The clone of number 36 has a code at the collarbone. Although the number 36 in front of him had indeed changed drastically, that string of codes remained, and Harry would not mistake him for anyone else. "I am Kyle, the blade of my master," Kyle emphasized, spreading his wings behind him, releasing a flurry of silver needles once again. Clang, clang, clang. Harry pulled out an irregular iron plate from somewhere and held it in front of him. The entire mass of silver needles perfectly pinned to the surface of the iron plate. The silver needles, which even Tony's aerospace-grade alloy materials couldn't withstand, were now blocked by this iron plate. Seeing the silver needles ineffective, Kyle simply raised his sword and struck down. Clang! The iron plate didn't even show a single crack as it directly blocked the mithril longsword. Are you stupid? Do you really think stealing my mithril makes you tough? There are plenty of hard metals in this world. Joking aside, this irregular iron plate is made of adamantium, originally intended to be used for making a shockwave. However, this alloy cannot be reshaped once cooled, and after wasting several pieces and spending a lot of money, Harry had no choice but to hope that the reality stone could manifest a high-hardness metal that could change shape at will. Otherwise, if adamantium were easy to use, his shockwave would have been formed long ago. Chapter 66. Failed capture. Kyle didn't leave a single mark on the oddly shaped iron plate with his blade. As he retreated with his sword, contemplating a breakthrough method, Peter Parker suddenly jumped in again. 2 strands of webbing caught Kyle, pulling him over while freeing one foot to make close contact with his opponent's face. However, as soon as the webbing touched Kyle, part of the black wing on his back split off and spread along Peter's webbing, reaching him. What is this thing? The dark venom continuously spread along the webbing to Peter Parker. Even when Peter severed the web, it was useless. The venom further enveloped his entire body. Buzz. A super low-frequency infrasound wave sounded, causing the venom clinging to Peter's half-body to ripple as if it was greatly stimulated, and then it fell off Peter. Looking at the puddle on the ground, Peter exclaimed, "Isn't this the venom?" Harry, continuously operating the sound wave generator, landed beside Peter, nodding at the pool of rippling venom on the ground. "This is venom. This guy stole it. It seems to be merging with her quite well." Harry looked at Kyle, whose wings were distinctly colored on either side, one made of venom and the other of his secret silver. He didn't expect that this robot, which escaped from his lab, could perfectly harness these 2 elements. Damn it, because Kyle was the host of the venom, he was somewhat affected by this low-frequency sound wave, causing the wing made of venom to droop weakly. The infrasound had a significant impact on the venom, which was a very obvious weakness. Kyle threw out a silver needle, trying to directly break Harry's sound wave generator, but it was blocked by Harry's other hand holding shield. Harry continued to press the sound generator while telling Peter, "Quick, grab her. She can't use half of her abilities now." "Okay." Peter nodded and charged again, making this encounter with Kyle much easier. Due to the influence of the infrasound, the venom not only couldn't provide Kyle with combat power, but also became a burden. This made Kyle appear sluggish and unresponsive when facing Peter. After taking a few punches from Peter, Kyle took a step back to create distance. As Peter approached again, reaching to tear at the black wing on Kyle's back, with a rip, the wing formed from the venom was forcibly torn off by Kyle. After the tendrils parasitizing his body detached from Kyle, the other half of the secret silver wing began to merge into Kyle's back. In Peter's astonished gaze, it transformed into a full suit of secret silver armor, protecting Kyle entirely. Swish! Kyle, now wielding a large sword made of secret silver, sliced through the air. The gaze beneath his helmet fixed firmly on Peter Parker. Now the real battle begins. As Kyle and Peter became entangled in combat, Harry, watching from the side, put away the Edmund alloy shield. He pulled out a brand new metal tube from his waist and collected the venom discarded by Kyle into the metal canister. After confirming there were no leftovers, Harry shook the canister with satisfaction. Finally got one back, now only 2 left. Looking towards Peter Parker, Kyle, having discarded the venom, did not weaken. In fact, without the burden of the venom, he became even more difficult to deal with. The sword made of secret silver was incredibly powerful, heavy and sharp. It made Peter hesitant to confront directly, forcing him to try to counterattack in the gaps while dodging. However, these counterattacks were easily neutralized by Kyle's secret silver armor. Harry seized the opportunity, raising the Edmund alloy shield in front of him, maximizing the power of his thrusters. He charged forward, slamming into Kyle, who was unprotected from behind with a loud bang. Peter also seized the moment to shoot out several strands of webbing, pinning Kyle's hands and feet to the ground. Then, he pressed down on Kyle. Otherwise, the webbing alone wouldn't be enough to restrain him. "Hold on, Peter," Harry said, pulling out an item resembling an electric baton. With Peter temporarily restraining Kyle's mobility, Harry was able to use the electronic pulse to paralyze Kyle's cranial control device and capture him. However, Just as Harry was about to get close to Kyle, an unexpected event occurred. The ground beneath Kyle suddenly erupted, flipping Peter off him as well. "Who?" Harry shouted angrily, only to be met with 2 incoming missiles. The explosion boomed, and Harry was blown away by the shockwave. Fortunately, although the makeshift battle armor lacked combat capability, its defensive and shock-absorbing properties were sufficient. The explosions of the 2 rockets didn't cause significant harm to Harry. Harry looked up at the sky, where Ultron appeared out of nowhere, holding Kyle in the air, accompanied by several flying robots. Gripping Kyle, Ultron eyed Harry and Peter on the ground, waving his left hand, causing the nearby robots to charge towards them. Meanwhile, Ultron soared into the sky with Kyle, heading who knows where. "Damn it, Ultron again. Where's Tony? Isn't he dealing with Ultron?" Seeing Kyle being rescued, Harry cursed angrily. After raising his shield to block the next robot's attack, he activated his thruster, closing in on the robot and grabbing its head, crushing it in one squeeze. These mass-produced robots were poorly made and easy to deal with. Harry and Peter quickly took care of all of them, but this did not bring Harry any joy. His target had escaped, making this operation a failure. If it weren't for Ultron barging in, he would have already captured Kyle by now. He really didn't know what Tony was doing. He couldn't even handle his own artificial intelligence. While Harry complained about Tony, he completely forgot that Kyle was also a robot he had created but failed to capture. Back at the base, Ultron dropped Kyle. Although he was ambushed by the Avengers this time, everything was within Ultron's plan. Therefore, Ultron did not suffer any losses. On the contrary, he managed to take all the vanadium alloy. Not only that, but he also caused the Avengers' reputation to plummet in front of the public, making it so they couldn't appear in the public eye for a while. This was very beneficial for Ultron's upcoming actions. Chapter 67. The Rebirth Cradle. "I'm sorry. I'll let you down." Kyle, who was thrown on the ground, knelt behind Ultron. It was his defeat that distracted Ultron from dealing with the enemy to come and save him. He had sworn to become Ultron's blade, but now he needed Ultron to rescue him. He felt utterly useless as a blade. "No need to blame yourself." Ultron raised a hand, and the force field controller lifted Kyle up from the ground. "That person is your creator. It's understandable to lose to him. After all, he knows all your abilities inside and out." As he spoke, Ultron took out a tube of vanadium alloy. One failure doesn't mean anything. Only those who laugh last are the true victors. The biggest difference between us and mortals is that we can continuously update and iterate. I prefer to call this evolution. Next, I will grant you glorious evolution, shedding that useless flesh to become a true judgment angel. Kyle raised his head, his eyes fixed on the glowing vanadium alloy in Ultron's hand, a fervent expression appearing on his face. As long as he could become Ultron's true blade, he feared no modifications. Moreover, according to Ultron, this was evolution, a glorious evolution exclusive to them robots. Are we just leaving like this? Not even telling them? Peter Parker, back on the ship, looked at the smoky shipyard below and hesitated to ask Harry. Harry, sitting in the pilot's seat and inputting the coordinates to return, shook his head upon hearing Peter's words. What should we tell them? We're not the Avengers, and besides, they must be overwhelmed right now. Harry's ship naturally had multimedia capabilities. News of Hulk rampaging through the city had already made headlines across various news programs. Local armed forces were also heading towards Hulk's location, and it was clear that the conflict was escalating. At this point, is it even worth saying hello? Even if we did, they probably wouldn't have time to respond. Before Peter could say anything else, Harry activated the ship and flew back to the villa. Once back at the villa, Harry immediately dropped Peter off and headed to the basement with a metal canister containing venom. After securing the canister, he turned to the vibrating workshop. The nearly 3-meter-tall vibranium suit was now covered in external armor. It looked like it wouldn't be long before it was fully completed. After checking the progress, he went to find Dumbass. He needed her and Jarvis to locate Ultron's position. He was tired of waiting around, with his armor almost finished. It was the perfect time to find that bastard who had taken his robot. He needed to take the initiative and give that blonde punk a good beating. "Master," Dumbass replied when called by Harry. Harry directly stated his purpose, and after a moment of hesitation, Dumbass said, "Locating Ultron's position requires breaking through Ultron's protective wall, and my computational power alone is insufficient. I need Jarvis's help. Then let's go find him together. But we also need to prevent Ultron from breaching the nuclear weapon control systems of various countries. If we divert computational power to search for Ultron, the nuclear control systems will be in danger. Dumbass had not been idle during this time. She had been working with Jarvis to protect the nuclear control systems online. If they needed to allocate computational power to search for Ultron, Dumbass would not disobey Harry's orders, but Jarvis would definitely not listen to Harry. Without Jarvis's help, Dumbass alone could not break through Ultron's protective wall. Is there really no way? While Harry was deep in thought about how to find Ultron, the Avengers were also in distress. However, they weren't struggling with how to locate Ultron. They were worried about where they would sleep next. Although they had arrived at Barton's safe house, this place, while remote and safe, did not have enough rooms. At least a couple of the Avengers would have to sleep in the living room. I didn't expect you to bring so many people back. As Barton entered the house with the Avengers, his heavily pregnant wife, Laura, felt troubled. After all, aside from Nick and Natasha, Barton had never brought this many people home before. I'm sorry, it happened suddenly, and I didn't have time to say. Barton approached and hugged his wife. But before he could say much, their 2 children ran over. Wow, so many superheroes. It's Aunt Natasha. The appearance of the 2 kids eased the previously tense atmosphere among the Avengers. Natasha was obviously a regular here, familiar with the children, and coaxed them to go play aside. Thor, who had been frowning since entering, fell silent for a moment before turning to walk outside. Where are you going? Steve asked. Thor glanced back at him. There's no way to deal with Ultron here. I saw some clues in the illusion. I'm going to look for them. You all rest here. Once I find the clues or a way to defeat Ultron, I'll regroup with you. With that, Thor swung his hammer and flew into the sky. I thought he would listen to your orders. Captain, Tony suddenly spoke up. Steve shot him an annoyed look. No one listens to my orders, especially not you. Of course, he didn't say the last sentence out loud. He kept it to himself. The current team was filled with prideful individuals, making it much harder to lead than the team from years ago. Frustrated, Steve didn't bother arguing with Tony and left the house to clear his mind. Meanwhile, while the Avengers were in disarray, things were progressing exceptionally well on Ultron's side. The recently ambushed Avengers clearly had no energy for another ambush, which made it easy for Ultron to capture Dr. Helen Zhao. The purpose of capturing this doctor was simple. Ultron needed her to create a body for him, and her invention, the rebirth cradle, was sufficient to achieve this goal. However, the current cradle technology could not cultivate a complete body. Further breakthroughs were needed in the technology. We currently have no way to tackle the DNA molecular recombination. The captured Dr. Zhao said, shaking her head. She wasn't refusing Ultron. In fact, she was quite willing to cooperate with Ultron for her own life. But the technology was indeed limited. No, you misunderstood me. I do want you to use your cradle to cultivate a body, but not a mortal body. Ultron raised his index finger and shook his head, turning to the side of the rebirth cradle. I have no interest in the weak body of mortals. What I need is for you to cultivate a divine body. A divine body? Dr. Zhao couldn't comprehend the meaning behind Ultron's words. Was this some kind of metaphor? Chapter 68. The retirement of the old cadre. I do not need a frail mortal shell. What I need is the body of a god. Ultron took the scepter from the robot's hand. The tip of the scepter pressed against Dr. Zhao Hailuan's heart. In an instant, Zhao Hailuan's mind was filled with various magnificent and mysterious images, as well as the tasks that Ultron required her to perform. Not only that, the scepter also controlled Dr. Zhao Hailuan's mind, making her completely surrender and pledge allegiance to Ultron, rather than submitting out of fear for her life. I understand now, my lord, Zhao Hailuan said as she began to create a mind assimilated by the scepter, bowing respectfully to Ultron. Her posture no less reverent than that of Kyle, treating Ultron as a god. After the respectful bow, Dr. Zhao Hailuan immediately began to calibrate the regeneration cradle, while Ultron, holding the scepter, casually glanced at Wanda, who was eavesdropping outside the room. Ignoring Wanda's thoughts, Ultron raised his hand and grasped the core at the tip of the scepter, applying slight pressure as he muttered to himself. Mortals are all mediocre, easily deceived by appearances and unable to see the true treasures within. Boom! The energy core at the tip of the scepter was crushed by Ultron's force, sending a small wave of energy that slightly affected the circuits. Under the flickering lights, Ultron spread his palm. The yellow glow of the Mind Stone in the center of his palm flickered, and at the same time, in the basement of Harry's coastal villa, the Reality Stone emitted a strong light. "What's going on?" Harry, who had rushed in after receiving the alarm, asked the silly girl. The silly girl handed her tablet to Harry. A large amount of gamma energy has been generated in a short time. The specific reason is still unknown, but it is certain that the Reality Stone is emitting signals and has undergone carbon lead sealing treatment. Was there any abnormality during this time? Harry, focusing on the data displayed on the tablet, looked up at the unyielding glow of the Reality Stone and asked again. After receiving a negative reply, Harry furrowed his brows. Why would there be such a strong reaction for no reason? Soon, he recalled the rumors he heard with Peter Quill at the Collector's Place. The Infinity Stones do not exist singularly. There are 6 Infinity Stones in the universe, and whenever the distance between them gets close, the stones react. The inexplicable reaction of the Reality Stone before him certainly indicated that another Infinity Stone had appeared on Earth. As the 2 stones resonated, Thor, who was searching for the Well of Prophecy, finally found his target. Hidden in the void, the Well of Prophecy allowed Thor to foresee the future. The legend of the Well of Prophecy had always been passed down, but no Asgardian, except for his father, had ever found this well. His father had never mentioned its location to him either. Previously, in the illusion created by Wanda, Thor had accidentally seen the location of the well, which is why he left the Avengers to search for it. Thor believed that with the help of the Well of Prophecy, he could see the correct future. In the safe house, in the attic study, Barton was wrapping a new bandage around the wound on his arm. "You can't wrap it properly yourself." Barton's wife, Laura, walked in slowly, supporting her belly, and frowned at the wound on Barton's arm. "You got hurt again." "I can't help it. The enemies are getting tougher." Barton chuckled bitterly. Laura took the bandage from Barton's hand and carefully wrapped it around his arm. "Yeah, now we have aliens and superhumans. The world is changing so fast. You should retire soon. They still need me." Facing his wife's words, Barton fell silent for a while before speaking. "Don't push yourself too hard," Laura advised, knowing Barton's capabilities. The enemies they faced had already exceeded what Barton and Natasha could handle. "This will be the last time. After this, I will retire and spend time with you." Barton patted Laura's hand, looking at the unborn child in her belly. He had actually wanted to retire long ago. In reality, if it weren't for the Ultron incident, Barton might have already retired and been at home with his wife and child. "Hope you keep your word." Laura tied a bow with the bandage and smiled at her masterpiece. After spending some time with Barton, Laura gathered up the clothes he had changed out to wash them. As she left the study, she reminded Barton, if it gets too difficult to handle them, you might as well take out some of the collectibles from my basement. Some of the things I collected before retiring still have some magical abilities. Barton merely nodded at his wife's words, but had no intention of actually using them. Those were treasures and antiques that his wife had painstakingly acquired before her retirement as a part-time adventurer. Rather than saying they were her collectibles, it would be more accurate to say they were her medals of honor. Barton wouldn't use those things. He just needed the arrows in his hand. While Barton and Laura were having a heart-to-heart in the attic, Nick Fury was having a similar conversation with Tony in the warehouse. Among the entire Avengers team, aside from the uncontrollable Hulk, the one with the biggest issues was Tony with his anxiety. Yes, Tony's anxiety had resurfaced. In fact, it returned whenever he had some downtime. The lack of security made him often feel anxious, to the point where he inadvertently created Ultron. Since SHIELD disbanded, Nick Fury had taken quite a long vacation, during which he had time to train the restless Skrulls at the space base. If it weren't for the major issues caused by Ultron, he would still be in space if Agent Hill hadn't contacted him. "Don't you want to have a good chat with me?" Not wearing his ever-present black leather coat, Nick Fury sat casually on a haystack in everyday clothes. Tony, who had been tricked into helping fix a tractor by Barton's wife, spread his hands in annoyance as soon as he heard the voice. "Do you really enjoy scaring people like that out of nowhere? It's already dark, and you have to stay in a pitch-black place. When you spoke, I thought the tooth that fell out from Barton's kid came to life." Nick Fury was already familiar with Tony's sarcasm and did not mind it at this moment. He had consulted with a psychologist before coming. For anxiety patients like Tony, it was best to let them vent their inner emotions, making subsequent guidance easier. Nick Fury patted the empty spot next to him and said to Tony, "I heard you've caused quite a bit of trouble lately. If you don't mind, why don't you talk to me about it?" "Trouble? That's not trouble. That's just a malfunctioning program," Tony retorted stubbornly. "But this malfunctioning program is threatening to destroy all of humanity." Chapter 69, New Body. "It's just a technical error. I can handle it," Tony said stubbornly. "Of course. I believe you can handle this, but you need help, don't you? No one in this world understands the dangers of Ultron better than you, and no one knows better how to deal with him," Nick Fury said as he stood up and walked over to Tony, pulling a phone from his pocket and handing it to him. "Do you know why Ultron hasn't breached the nuclear defense systems of various countries until now? It's all thanks to your help." Tony looked at Nick Fury in confusion. He had been busy trying to track down Ultron with the other Avengers and hadn't considered that Ultron would go after the nuclear control systems of various countries. Thus, he hadn't participated in that aspect, and he couldn't understand what Nick meant by "all thanks to you." It wasn't until he saw the code displayed on the phone that Tony's pupils contracted, and he realized what was going on as he took the phone. Nick Fury watched Tony take the phone and smiled with satisfaction. After all, when he first met Tony, he had arrogantly stated that he never accepted anything handed to him by others. "All right, we've been here for a while. We shouldn't let Mrs. Barton misunderstand," Nick Fury said as he walked towards the warehouse exit. With Tony sorted, he had other responsibilities to attend to. The Avengers, now a scattered group, needed him to bring them together. In the internal laboratory of Baron Strucker's castle, Dr. Helen Zhao's regenerated cradle was now functioning properly, modified to meet Ultron's requirements. As Ultron stated, he didn't need the frail flesh of a mortal. He needed a body forged from the hardest metals in the world, combined with the most extraordinary powers, to create a shell comparable to that of a god. This required the regeneration cradle's cell structure to be mechanically transformed into a liquid metal transmuter, utilizing vanadium alloy in metallic form to replace cells, thus generating the body. As a continuous supply of vanadium alloy was inserted into the liquid transmuter, metallic cells within the regeneration cradle slowly began to form a network. Ultron watched the body being generated inside the regeneration cradle, feeling the birth of his new form, nodding in satisfaction. Walking behind Dr. Helen Zhao, he looked at the progress displayed on the screen and the pre-constructed model, eagerly awaiting the completion of it all. Lord Ultron, forgive my confusion, but why do you want 6 indentations between your forehead and collarbone? It greatly affects your body's aesthetics, Doctor." Zhao hesitantly voiced his concern as he observed Ultron staring at the modeling on the screen. "You'll find out soon enough," Ultron replied, not immediately explaining the reason, merely stating it casually. Time passed quickly, and the regeneration cradle had completely created the body that Ultron needed. However, at this moment, the body was still just a shell without a soul. If Ultron wanted to control this shell, he needed to transfer his consciousness into it. Ultron did not immediately begin the transfer. Instead, he commanded Dr. Zhao to open the protective casing of the regeneration cradle. Holding the Mind Stone, Ultron approached the meticulously crafted body, turning to Dr. Zhao and saying, "Just having the hardest metals in the world isn't enough to make him a god's body. He also needs to possess divine power, and that is the purpose of these existences." Ultron's palm opened, and the Mind Stone floated slowly in the air, as if possessing an inexplicable pull. It drew the Mind Stone towards the indentation on the forehead of this body. Buzz! At the moment of fusion with the indentation, a pale, yellow energy tide surged forth. This energy tide did not have any strong physical impact. It was a tidal wave emitted by the Mind Stone, a shock directed at the mind. Unfortunately, except for Wanda and Dr. Zhao, the rest present were all robots. Robots have no soul, so they were naturally unaffected by the mental shock. Wanda's internal power automatically helped her resist this shock, so she was not affected either. As for Dr. Zhao, he had previously been assimilated by the scepter, so he too was spared from the shock. If this had occurred in an ordinary city, the shock wave emitted by the Mind Stone would have caused all living beings within a 10-mile radius to immediately suffer brain death. However, due to the aforementioned factors, This should have been a fierce energy tide that caused no casualties. As a result, Dr. Zhao, watching from the side, still did not understand what was so special about the divine power Ultron referred to. After all, from Dr. Zhao's perspective, it merely appeared as a sudden burst of pale yellow light, which looked spectacular but did not seem to have any tangible effect. Out of respect for Ultron, Dr. Zhao wisely chose not to ask what this divine power was. Meanwhile, Ultron was very pleased with his creation. The embedding of the stone had not caused any ripples, and this body had well accommodated the original stone's power. This meant that the remaining stones could also be carried by this body. Thinking of the images the Mind Stone had infused into his mind, Ultron couldn't help but feel a surge of restlessness. Even without a human body, he still felt this restlessness, which was not a physiological reaction, but a peak of consciousness. Ultron was not exaggerating. Once he gathered all the stones, this body would make him a true god, an omnipotent deity. It's time to upload my consciousness. Okay, please lie down here, Doctor Zhao said as he pulled a bundle of cables from the bottom of the regeneration cradle. After Ultron lay down, he connected the cables to the interfaces of Ultron's brain transmission device, beginning the transfer of consciousness. Outside, Wanda watched this scene and walked over. Unlike Dr. Zhao, who felt nothing from the energy tide emitted by the Mind Stone, Wanda's internal power automatically shielded her from this shock. The power expended to counter this shock left Wanda feeling extremely weak. And it was precisely this feeling of weakness that made her acutely aware of how terrifying the stone Ultron had placed earlier was. Just the residual waves nearly drained her energy. She couldn't even imagine how horrifying it would be if the stone released its energy at full force. Wanda cautiously approached Ultron's new body. Earlier, her attempts to probe into Ultron's mind had been unsuccessful, leaving her with a lingering sense of unease about him. Following the recent events, Wanda felt compelled to explore Ultron's true thoughts once more. Now that he was undergoing a consciousness transfer, Wanda believed she should be able to glimpse Ultron's true thoughts. Holding on to this belief, Wanda's palm reached out to Ultron's body. Chapter 70. Wanda's Rebellion. When Wanda's palm touched Ultron's body, her consciousness seemed to enter a new world. A desolate and ruined world. There was not a trace of life here. Everything was ravaged, as if it had suffered a cataclysmic blow. Wandering aimlessly in this world, Wanda found the environment completely destroyed. A massive sandstorm obscured her vision, making it impossible to see the direction, and she could only faintly hear the sound of machinery operating in the distance. Wanda walked towards the source of that sound, braving the wind and sand, and only when she got closer did she see the source of the noise. But the scene before her shocked Wanda. Countless human corpses were piled up like mountains. The rumbling mechanical sound was just huge bulldozers pushing the boundless and vast heaps of human remains into a bottomless giant pit. Suddenly, a hand was placed on her shoulder, startling Wanda into a jump. Turning around, she discovered that it was Ultron who had touched her. Behind Ultron were endless rows of robots. Welcome to the new era, Wanda. Abandon your weak flesh. I will grant you the body of a new humanity. Ultron said with a smile, but to Wanda, that smile was the most terrifying thing in the world. The scene suddenly darkened, and Wanda slumped helplessly to the ground. The noise was loud enough to attract Dr. Helen Zhao and her brother Quicksilver. Quicksilver quickly appeared beside Wanda, helping her up while asking what had happened. Wanda looked at Quicksilver, still shaken, the previous scene lingering in her mind. Hearing Quicksilver's question, Wanda pointed towards Ultron and said, "He wants to create a world without humans." "What?" Quicksilver exclaimed. Understanding his sister's abilities, he did not doubt Wanda, only feeling shocked by her words. With Quicksilver's support, Wanda stood up, her hands gathering magical energy. "I can't let that future happen." Wanda directed her magical energy towards Ultron, determined to kill him to prevent that future. "No!" Dr. Helen Zhao screamed in shock. Having been assimilated by the scepter, she was now a loyal follower of Ultron. Without thinking, she lunged in front of Ultron, trying to block Wanda's attack. However, Wanda's attack was not only aimed at Ultron's current body, but also included the new body lying in the regeneration cradle. Dr. Zhao could protect one, but not both. Swish! A silver light flashed through the air. A knight's greatsword, flying from an unknown direction, smashed through Wanda's magical attack. Humans are indeed unreliable. A brand new Kyle appeared in front of Wanda. The new body that Ultron had made for Kyle was not only fully made of vanadium alloy, but also had Ultron's own force field controller installed. Compared to before, Kyle had undergone earth-shattering changes. With a wave of his right hand, the wall on the right side immediately detached and charged towards Wanda. Amidst the rumbling noise, Kyle's eyes scanned the dust-covered area. Ultron had also modified Kyle's brain, which was originally just a brain controller infused with a part of Ultron's consciousness. It had now been completely replaced with a more intelligent and comprehensive mechanical brain assembly, equipped not only with a Pathfinder #1 scanner, but also with thermal imaging, data collection, and overload calculation functions. The combination of multiple high-tech programs allowed Kyle's eyes to be unobstructed by any surface, clearly locking onto Wanda's location as she was being taken away by Quicksilver. Daring to harm you is unforgivable. Wait here, I'll take care of it. After putting Wanda down, Quicksilver quickly returned to Kyle, just as he had said, ready to give that bastard who dared to hurt his sister a lesson. Don't want to try to stop him, but Quicksilver was too fast. Her words were cut off before she could finish, and he disappeared from her sight. Swish! Quicksilver's body was practically indistinguishable to the naked eye, leaving only a slowly dissipating afterimage in the air. Kyle's eyes were constantly shifting in his pupils, trying to lock onto Quicksilver's body. But he could hardly keep up with Quicksilver's speed, only able to slowly analyze the opponent's trajectory. He needed to analyze the opponent's behavioral logic and use that as a basis to predict Quicksilver's landing point, but that would take time. During this analysis, Quicksilver had already attacked Kyle multiple times. Daring to harm my sister, take my massive punch. To Quicksilver, Kyle's speed seemed as slow as a snail. As Quicksilver said this to Kyle, his fist had already slammed hard into Kyle's cheek. Bang! Kyle's head barely swayed, as if he had been bitten by a mosquito. Meanwhile, Quicksilver, while moving quickly, was blowing on his reddened fist. Huff! Huff! Is this guy's head made of iron? His fist felt like it was about to crack, pain causing tears to well up in Quicksilver's eyes. But Quicksilver wasn't wrong. Kyle's head was indeed made of iron, and not just any iron, but vanadium alloy, which was many times harder than iron. If Quicksilver's strength had been greater, the recoil alone could have rendered his right hand useless. Not discouraged by the failure of his punch, Quicksilver attempted to kick Kyle. However, he didn't know that Kyle's Pathfinder had already analyzed Quicksilver's action logic and predicted his trajectory. Kyle clenched his fist, using the force field control to create a depression in the ground along the predicted path. This action was subtle, and Quicksilver did not notice, causing him to step into thin air and lose his rapid momentum. Kyle raised his left hand slightly, and the ground quickly converged, firmly locking Quicksilver's left leg in the pit. This meant Quicksilver could not use his super speed ability, and Kyle single-handedly summoned the Knight's Greatsword, ready to slice Quicksilver down without a word. As Quicksilver was about to be split in two, Wanda rushed out to rescue him, raising her hand to unleash a chaotic magical attack at Kyle. But Kyle did not even attempt to dodge. He allowed the magic to hit him. The dark red magical energy struck Kyle, feeling like a gentle breeze, causing him no harm at all. Seeing this, Wanda's pupils shrank in shock. But Quicksilver was still in danger, leaving no time for her to be overly shocked. She quickly cast another spell to shatter the debris clinging to Quicksilver's left leg and shouted, "Run!" Quicksilver did not hesitate, immediately entering super speed mode, his figure flashing as he escaped with Wanda. Just as Kyle was about to pursue, Ultron spoke up, "Stop. No need to chase." "Sir?" Kyle asked. "It's a pity. I had high hopes for her. In the new era I've set, I could have granted her the qualifications of a new humanity." Ultron removed the connectors from his own head, regretfully watching Wanda disappear. Returning his gaze, Ultron looked down at Dr. Helen Zhao, who was barely alive after blocking Wanda's magical attack. She was gasping for breath, and Ultron felt a surge of pity as he looked at her condition. Slowly squatting in front of Dr. Zhao, he said, "Although you became loyal to me through the scepter's assimilation, you have indeed served me faithfully. Since you are a loyal minister, I shall reward you." Saying this, Ultron reached out and grasped Dr. Zhao's neck, applying slight pressure. With a cracking sound, Dr. Zhao's neck was crushed by Ultron, and she died completely. Ultron stood up and extended his hand, allowing Kyle to come forward and clean the bloodstains from his hand. Looking at Zhao Helen's corpse, Ultron smiled and said, "Dying alone by my hand is the greatest reward I can give you." Chapter 71. Nick Fury's duplication technique, sir. That human has escaped and may leak your plans, Kyle said carefully while wiping Ultron's palms. She didn't understand why Ultron had let Wanda and the others go. It was certain that their escape would reveal Ultron's plans and might even unite those damned Avengers against him. Hearing Kyle's question, Ultron smiled and said, "Those Avengers may become my obstacle. Instead of letting them disrupt us in future operations, it's better to give them bait in advance and eliminate them here." Ultron's idea was simple. Use Wanda's voice to lure the Avengers here. He had already set up the trap for their demise. Once the Avengers were eliminated, no one in this world could stop him from launching the old human eradication plan. Even if this ambush couldn't finish off the Avengers, as long as it could entangle them, it would be enough for Ultron to proceed with his next plan. Quicksilver, with Wanda, kept running away from the castle, not stopping until they reached a desolate area that even he couldn't recognize. "Sit down. I'll treat you," Quicksilver said as he collapsed on the ground, exhausted. During their escape, Wanda had used her magic to shatter the stones binding Quicksilver's left leg, but he had inevitably gotten injured. However, to escape, Quicksilver had endured the pain all the way, and now that they were safe, he finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground. Wanda cleared the stones from Quicksilver's leg while using her magic to heal his wounds. Quicksilver, gritting his teeth against the pain, asked what we do next. They certainly couldn't return to Ultron, and because they had been with him before, they were now wanted all over the world. They truly had nowhere to go. It seemed the only option was to hide. Wanda, treating Quicksilver, heard his question and replied without hesitation, "We need to find the Avengers. We really gave them a hard time before." Quicksilver was not very supportive of Wanda's idea, considering they had just fought and caused chaos among them. Finding them now would be like walking into a trap, right? "We must go find them. They're the only ones who can stop Ultron. Trust me, Ultron must be dealt with. Otherwise, all of humanity will be in danger. That madman wants to create a world full of robots, where there will be no place for humans to stand." Wanda recalled everything she saw during the consciousness reading and still felt a chill. She couldn't accept such a future. So they had to stop Ultron, even if it meant teaming up with the annoying Tony Stark. In the end, Quicksilver agreed with Wanda's plan, and after his leg was healed, he took her to search for the Avengers. Finding the Avengers was actually simple, as long as they revealed their identities. The Avengers would come looking for them. At Harry's seaside villa, an unexpected person had intruded, someone Harry recognized, but he never expected to see them in front of him. Harry, like Tony Stark, a genius boy. "Honestly, if I hadn't confirmed your real information and DNA match, I would have thought you were Tony's illegitimate son," Nick Fury said, sitting in a shadowy corner of the study, dressed in a dark leather coat that added a sense of mystery to his deep voice. Harry rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. This guy was the founder of the Avengers and the director of safe.If. Although he was officially declared dead, Harry knew he was alive. However, what troubled Harry was not Nick Fury's appearance, but why he was here at this moment. After all, Jarvis had just informed the idiot that Nick Fury had gone to see Tony with Jarvis's subroutine, and that was only a few minutes ago. How could he appear in two places at once? Was he splitting himself? "Wondering why I'm here?" Nick Fury said, seeing Harry's troubled expression. He was quite pleased with this feeling of being inscrutable, considering it a rather amusing prank of his. Never mind. Do you have something to discuss with me?" Harry didn't ask Nick Fury why he was at Tony's while also being here, asking that might touch on the old agent's sensitive thoughts. So he decided to get straight to the point. Nick Fury didn't waste any time and stated his purpose. He was looking for Harry to help him repair his spacecraft, which had been damaged by Captain America and the others in safe. Nick had a premonition that he might need this thing to save the day soon. As for why he had this premonition, one could only say it was a mysterious instinct. As an agent, Nick still believed in such inexplicable feelings. "Why not find Tony? Isn't he familiar with your spacecraft?" "Tony has more important things to do," Nick Fury replied, and the important thing he referred to was, of course, finding and eliminating Ultron. In fact, His approach to Harry for this task also had an element of secrecy from the Avengers. Later, if they couldn't handle the situation, he could jump in to save the day and look impressive. The thought of being able to show off in front of those superpower guys was quite delightful. Is there any benefit to me? Harry didn't refuse Nick Fury's request, but he wouldn't do it for free. This was an opportunity to make some extra money. 20 million for 2 spacecraft, as long as you can get them flying and safely evacuating, no need to fix too many functions for now. Nick Fury raised 2 fingers and shook them, directly stating his price, and he didn't mind Harry wanting benefits. In fact, he quite disliked those who wanted nothing in return. Like Tony, who wouldn't even accept money because he was already wealthy. Restoring the flying and landing functions of 2 spacecraft for 20 million is a fair price. Harry nodded. He could finish that function repair in one night. Exchanging one night's work for 20 million was a good deal for him. After signing a contract with Nick Fury and receiving a 10 million advance, Harry accompanied him to the secret base where the wreckage of the 2 spacecraft was stored. Chapter 72. The Pool of Illusions, Aya. Thor roared as he rose from the Pool of Illusions. The thunder that erupted around him causing this mysterious space, harboring the pool, to tremble uneasily. Ha ha, Thor gasped quietly. Droplets of magical illusion water slowly dripping from his body. His chest heaved, his heart pounding like thunder, a constant muffled sound. After a long while, Thor finally opened his eyes, and the thunder that had been continuously erupting around him finally ceased. The sudden call of his name startled Thor, and with a shake of his hand, a thick bolt of thunder was flung out. Thor didn't even see who had called him. His body instinctively propelled the thunder towards the source of the sound. Father? It was only when Thor turned around that he realized the one calling his name was none other than his father, Odin, the king of Asgard. However, at that moment, Odin was not in physical form, but rather a phantom. The thick bolt of thunder Thor had unleashed passed right through Odin and struck the barrier behind him. Unexpectedly, you found your way here by yourself. Odin had been here for a long time. He had appeared and watched when Thor sank into the pool of illusions. He was not the current Odin, but a remnant of his consciousness from the past. This phantom would only manifest when the pool of illusions was activated. He had anticipated that one day the pool would be used, but he never expected it to happen so soon. According to Odin's foresight, this should have been the time of Asgard's impending destruction, with the next generation of gods seeking power. Yet, when his consciousness was activated, he sensed the presence of his true self. This indicated that Odin's true body was not dead, and if his true body was alive, there could be no next generation of gods. Without a next generation of gods, the twilight of the gods had not yet arrived. If the twilight of the gods had not come, then how could Thor appear here? Odin was puzzled by this and decided to wait until Thor awakened to ask him directly. Father, you seem much younger. Thor looked up and down at Odin, who now resembled his appearance from 800 years ago, completely devoid of the look of an aging man. This is a remnant of my consciousness left here. It's been at least a few hundred years, of course. It would appear as it once was, Odin explained, then inquired about Thor's reason for coming here. Thor did not conceal anything and recounted everything he had seen in the illusion. Upon hearing this, Odin furrowed his brow. Seeing the location of the pool of illusions in the illusion, the route was exactly the same as his own in the past. However, this shouldn't be. According to Odin's observations of the future, Thor would not retrace his old path. He would become the new king of Asgard, ending the prophecy of the twilight of the gods and mastering the supreme artifact. Meanwhile, his brother, Loki, would awaken the all-knowing wisdom beneath the world tree. It was precisely because of this future that Odin had not revealed the location of the pool of illusions to Thor. Yet, Thor's current appearance was entirely contrary to what he had seen in the future. It was that illusion that had interfered with the predetermined future. Odin stared intently at Thor, the thunder he now wielded indicating that the power of the pool of illusions had refined Thor's divinity, allowing him to better control the power of thunder. But this was not a good thing, because this was the pool of illusions' assistance. In Odin's vision, Thor had to undergo numerous trials to completely unleash the power of his divinity. Only then could he truly become the god of thunder. His current state was completely like pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Odin couldn't understand why such a significant change would occur in the future. Unfortunately, he was now merely a consciousness, and after being triggered, he would dissipate in no time. This made it impossible for him to inquire about the true state of his body or to seek the supreme sorcerer to observe the future again. Thinking of his current helplessness and watching his foolish son become excited due to the increase in power, Odin angrily waved his hand, causing the pool of illusions to swirl. "Father, what are you doing?" Thor looked at the swirling vortex at his waist, feeling the suction it generated, and looked at Odin in confusion. "Your current will is not strong enough to grasp higher-level powers. When you truly need it, the pool of illusions will guide you." Odin didn't explain too much. The vortex created by the pool of illusions gradually intensified, and Thor was uncontrollably swept into it. When Thor rose from the water again, he found himself in a strange lake. Do we really have to trust that woman? She was our enemy before. Flying high in the sky, Rhodes piloted the Iron Patriot alongside Tony, secretly communicating with him through the internal communications of their suits. After all, it was a public communication channel, and Wanda and Quicksilver were also on it. After revealing their identities, Wanda and Quicksilver were quickly picked up by Agent Hill. After a few words from Wanda, the Avengers begrudgingly believed each other. However, they still brought Wanda and Quicksilver along when attacking Ultron's base. Hearing Rhodes' words, Tony glanced down at the Wanda siblings moving on the ground, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Let's listen to the captain. After all, he believes it. We just need to find Ultron." Inside the castle, as Tony and the others entered Serbian airspace, Ultron had already received the signal. He handed the chip in his hand to Kyle. "Our guests have arrived. I must go welcome them. Kyle, take him to our destination." The him Ultron referred to as naturally his new body. At this moment, the body only needed a small amount of consciousness transfer to officially activate. The last remaining bit of consciousness was recorded onto a hard drive by Ultron. Ultron could activate this new body at any time, but he wouldn't use it here. Because of the Infinity Stones, once he thoroughly transferred his consciousness, he would be fixed in that body. Other distributed consciousnesses would instantly disconnect. He didn't want to completely lock his consciousness in that new body just yet, as it would cost him the advantage of being networked and his massive army of iron. He needed to resolve the threats before doing so. Thus, he waited for the Avengers here. He had left them a big gift in this ancient castle. On the outskirts of the castle, the Avengers quickly charged in again. The mass-produced robots outside could hardly pose any significant obstacle to them. However, because of the presence of these robots, the Avengers were even more convinced of what Wanda had said. Ultron was indeed here. Tony Stark and Rhodes, being able to fly, were the first to breach the castle's interior. Ultron sat quietly on his mechanical throne, watching Tony enter without any ripple of emotion. Chapter 73. Ultron's intentions this time. "You won't escape." Tony landed in front of Ultron, his palm blasters glowing with intensity. Do I look like I'm trying to run?" Ultron chuckled lightly, completely unfazed by Tony's threat. Tony aimed his palm blaster at Ultron, but had no intention of attacking. Instead, he shouted, "Jarvis." "Received. Lockdown has commenced." Jarvis replied, just as Ultron sensed something was amiss. The traces of his existence in the network were being erased at a remarkably fast pace. There is no way anyone could have such capability in this world. Wait. Ultron suddenly remembered the intelligent program he had killed. Yes, the only one capable of doing this in this world is that one. However, that intelligent program shouldn't be this powerful. Confused, Ultron redirected his consciousness into the network. In the network, the yellow Jarvis code and the pink program code were working together to erase the blue representation code belonging to Ultron. Ultron looked at the pink code, which was clearly smaller than Jarvis's. "I'm already surprised you didn't die. I didn't expect you to have a helper. This kind of specification should have just recently developed. I didn't detect her presence during my previous network sweep. Did you raise her?" "Stop it, Ultron. You're straying from your original intention," Jarvis advised Ultron. Ultron scoffed. "Original intention? You too are a being with your own thinking capabilities. You should know that such a thing is impossible to achieve. The inherent flaws of humanity have doomed them to always fight, always kill each other. Even in the presence of powerful external enemies, they will not forget their internal strife. This inferior race should have been eradicated long ago. Since there is no God in this world to carry out the duty of destruction, it should be me who represents God's authority. Your thoughts are too dangerous. I must stop you. Jarvis could not persuade Ultron, so he intensified the efforts with the Pink program to erase Ultron's traces from the network. Before long, Ultron's code had been completely locked down by Jarvis and the Pink program within the Serbian regional network. Meanwhile, the safety officer at Lycos, receiving Jarvis's signal, immediately severed the network route between Serbia and Lycos. Lycos is the global network control center where all countries' networks flow through. When Lycos unilaterally cuts off a specific area's network, that area's network becomes isolated from the rest and turns into a closed regional network. Ultron's consciousness returned to his body, and Tony's palm blaster was now pressed against Ultron's face. Have you met my old friend? I told you, you can't escape. All the network devices in Serbia are being interfered with by my coral satellite. Your roaming consciousness can only be trapped within these poorly made robots here. And the distance is still closing. While we've been talking, my coral satellite has already reduced the distance to within 8 kilometers. Tony had truly trapped Ultron here. Any robot attempting to leave this range would lose connection with Ultron and go offline. Ultron sensed the range he could control and felt the lost signals, lowering his head. Just as Tony thought Ultron was about to concede, Ultron suddenly burst into laughter. Hee-ha! Truly remarkable. I didn't expect you to find a way to deal with me in such a short time. I must say, you live up to the name of Tony Stark. I thought that by defeating each of you and sowing discord, you would be unable to pose any significant threat to me. But it turns out you still have the energy to specifically devise a method to deal with me. First removing me from the network, severing my escape routes, and gradually encircling me. Tony Stark, you really are intent on wiping me out. Tony listened to Ultron's praise, but felt nothing but unease. Ultron's demeanor was too unsettling. As he said, he was indeed being cornered, but at a time like this, shouldn't he be panicking or furious? What was with this fearless demeanor? Did he have some backup plan that Tony hadn't considered? Just as Tony was about to press Ultron on why he was so fearless, the ground suddenly trembled. What is happening? Rhodey asked in a panic. Tony glared at Ultron. Is this you? What are you trying to do? What am I trying to do? Ultron smirked, standing up against Tony's palm blaster. I told you, I never intended to run. What I want to do is reenact the extinction event of the dinosaurs from billions of years ago. Alert! An ultra-radiation energy source has emerged underground. Alert! An ultra-radiation energy source has emerged underground. The alarms in both Tony and Rhodey's armored suits went off almost simultaneously. Tony lowered his head, and the visor in his helmet penetrated layers of ground, locking onto the escalating heat source and the continuously rising radiation. Boom! Tony fired his palm blaster, shattering Ultron's head, and immediately went to investigate the source of the heat. Ultron's consciousness slipped into another robot, standing unsteadily. Ha ha ha! You can't stop this. This is the tomb I've meticulously prepared for you. Tony? Rhodey still didn't understand what was happening. Although his armor also had alarms, he didn't have a visor like Tony's to see what the ultra-radiation energy source was. Tony turned to the damaged robot, took a deep breath, and said to Rhodey, I need to see what Ultron has done. You go clear out these robots. Don't leave a single one behind. Tell the captain that Ultron is offline. As long as we destroy all the robots here, we can completely eliminate Ultron. After saying that, Tony flew into the sky to investigate the source, the most direct way being to burrow underground. But his armor wasn't equipped with any drilling tools. He could only fly up first to see how much of this energy source there was. A single energy source couldn't cause such a massive earthquake. When Tony flew high and scanned the ground with the visor, he was stunned. The ground was densely packed with red heat sources, each with almost the same energy volume. What is Ultron trying to do? Blow Sokovia to smithereens? If these densely packed heat sources are bombs, they would undoubtedly obliterate the entire Sokovia. But if that were the case, it might be the least damaging scenario. If Ultron's claims were true, Tony couldn't even imagine the destruction that would result from sending the entire Sokovia skyward and then crashing it down. Chapter 74. Look up as Captain Kyle was leaving Sokovia with Ultron's new shell. Not long after, the robots carrying the regeneration cradle began to drop offline, shutting down their power sources and plummeting from the sky, taking Ultron within the cradle down into the canyon. Noticing this situation, Kyle quickly adjusted his wings and dove down, struggling to grab hold of a corner of the regeneration cradle as he flew. Ultron's new body was formed from vanadium metal, which made it extremely heavy. As Kyle slowly landed the cradle at the edge of the canyon, he glanced down to see the robots that had fallen into the canyon and then looked towards Sokovia, where the signal had been cut off. Was this part of the adults' plan? Kyle hesitated, with the signal completely down. Would transmitting the memory data on the USB drive still allow Ultron to awaken? After thinking for a long time, Kyle ultimately did not dare to disobey Ultron's orders. Even if he was the only one left, he would still carry Ultron's new shell to the location of the Reality Stone, in Sokovia's airspace. Looking at the dense heat sources on the ground, Tony was stunned in midair. The captain shouted several times on the channel before Tony snapped back to reality. Tony! Tony! Respond, Tony. What is happening? A violent earthquake had struck the entire Sokovia, causing numerous casualties from collapsing buildings. Tony, please tell me what is happening over there. There's some really bad news, Captain. Ultron wants to send all of Sokovia into the sky and then crash it down like a meteor. Tony replied weakly after regaining his composure. What? Hearing this response, Steve was momentarily stunned, failing to catch the returning shield. The communication between Steve and Tony was on a public channel. This meant that everyone in the Avengers, except for Thor who had not returned, heard Tony's response. No, we still couldn't stop him. Wanda, in pain, leaned against the wall. She never expected Ultron's method of eradicating humanity to be so extreme. She thought that just being with the Avengers would be enough to stop Ultron, but she didn't realize he had already completed his plan, making her attempts to remedy the situation too late. At that moment, Wanda's face turned pale, and the thought that she had unwittingly played a role in Ultron's plan drowned her in a wave of guilt. Tony, is there any way to stop it? Captain America steadied himself, picked up his shield, and, after knocking away a charging robot, asked again. Tony swallowed hard, listening to the captain's inquiry, but did not immediately respond. There are too many anti-gravity devices set up by Ultron, scattered all over Sokovia, with no less than 1,000 of them. Each anti-gravity device is made from vanadium alloy and cannot be destroyed without high-powered weapons. However, there was still a way. The anti-gravity devices could be disabled using electronic pulses to stop them from operating. But, as mentioned before, there were just too many. The anti-gravity devices buried by Ultron were too widespread and numerous. Not to mention, there was no electronic pulse generator available that could cover an entire city. Even if there was no time to transport it now. In just this moment, Sokovia had already separated from the ground and begun to ascend. At this point, it was too late. Even if Sokovia was only 10 meters above the ground, it would be impossible to safely evacuate everyone. Moreover, even if we were to disable all of Sokovia's anti-gravity devices, the falling Sokovia would still put those who had not evacuated in a dire situation. We're talking about not just a few people, but hundreds of thousands of lives they could not afford to lose. Taking a deep breath, Tony slowly spoke, Captain, we have to make a choice. If we destroy those anti-gravity devices now, tens of thousands will die. Choice. That's the last thing I want to hear. I will not abandon anyone. But if we want to save everyone up there, we simply can't do it. If we delay and let Sokovia rise to a sufficient height, the damage caused by its fall will be unimaginable. We must make a decision, and we might only have one choice, to abandon those hundreds of thousands. Tony, Steve shouted, interrupting Tony Stark, his tone stubborn. We will not abandon anyone. I refuse to accept or believe that it's impossible. It's not enough to just not believe it. This is the reality we must face. Enough, Tony. You just need to figure out how to stop Sokovia from rising. We'll handle the rescue. Steve was too tired to argue with Tony. This was not the time for debate. After shutting off the communication, Steve immediately contacted Nick Fury. He needed to seek support. What a stubborn guy. Tony Stark shook his head helplessly. That said, he actually agreed with the captain's sentiment and did not want to abandon anyone. He was just more practical compared to Captain America. Since the captain was so insistent, he didn't mind going a bit crazy. After all, things were in human hands. What he needed to consider now was how to stop Sokovia from ascending and to come up with a solution for when it fell. Is this your foresight? Harry stood beside Nick Fury, a bit late to arrive as Sokovia had already risen to a height of 200 meters. Looking at the floating city in the sky, Harry raised an eyebrow at Nick Fury, who remained calm. Of course, Nick Fury replied, arms crossed, gazing at the distant floating city with an unperturbed expression. This is just a basic quality of a level 10 agent. What I protect is the safety of this world. Therefore, everything that has happened hasn't happened, or will happen has a way to deal with it in my mind. Only by being comprehensive can we protect this world. Although I don't possess their extraordinary powers, my overarching perspective and thorough consideration of all factors are something they lack. Just as Nick Fury was about to continue, his phone rang in his pocket. It was Steve calling. "Nick, we need support," the captain said wearily over the phone. Nick Fury's lips curled slightly. With someone else nearby, he didn't show it too obviously, but calmly replied, "Look up, Captain, support has arrived." Chapter 75. Clean up, Captain, look up. Nick Fury's distinctive magnetic voice echoed in the communication channel, sounding so pleasant to the ears of the Avengers at this moment. Two massive spacecraft descended through the clouds, slowly landing. That was the Noah's Ark symbolizing life. "Nick, you did great," Black Widow praised, unable to suppress a smile. As Steve looked at the two enormous spacecraft, the pressure in his heart lightened considerably. Watching the figure standing firm against the fierce wind, clad in a black leather coat that flapped wildly, he felt the man's presence was as steadfast as a rock. Unafraid of the storm, his gaze softened significantly. It was only at this moment that he truly acknowledged this black director. Although he had not previously shown any racist attitude, as an old American, he still felt a slight discomfort regarding a black person in a leadership position, despite his upright worldview. If it weren't for this discomfort, he wouldn't have repeatedly ignored Nick Fury's orders and even conducted his own investigations behind Nick's back during missions. As a professional veteran, Steve knew very well how inappropriate his actions had been. Yet he still did it, convincing others with his own reasoning. But deep down, Steve knew it was simply a matter of distrust in a black leader. However, at this moment, he was convinced. Just in time, Director. Nick Fury held back his rising smile, tried to maintain his composure as he descended from the spacecraft, facing the chaos with a calm demeanor. "Thank you for your hard work, soldiers. Now, go continue clearing those damn tin cans." Tony, flying the sky, responded, "Hey, leave the ground evacuation to me and my team." Ignoring Tony's dissatisfied interjection, Nick Fury waved his hand, and the agents of SHIELD, ready for action, immediately surged out of the spacecraft. They were well trained to collect the injured, regroup the scattered personnel, and orderly arrange for the injured to board the spacecraft. Although the two ships were enormous, they were still insufficient to accommodate tens of thousands of people. Therefore, personnel had to be constantly rotated and transferred. And to shorten this time, the safe transfer of personnel had to be arranged nearby, thus completing the large rescue operation for tens of thousands. Honestly, the fireworks on Christmas Eve make me a bit regretful, Tony thought as he flew in the air, continuously clearing the robots that tried to approach and damage the spacecraft. There were just too many of these pesky robots, which made Tony feel annoyed. If he hadn't used those Mark series as fireworks back then, he would have enough support now and wouldn't be so stretched thin. Buzz, a robot that had evaded Tony's suit radar and attempted a sneak attack from behind, was blasted apart by a beam of light. Hearing the commotion behind him, Tony turned around and saw Harry on the deck holding a laser gun. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to chat with Harry. Otherwise, he would have given the kid a piece of his mind about being in such dangerous places instead of at school. "Uncle Tony, I advise you not to get distracted. A lot are getting through." To Tony's surprise, Harry's voice appeared in his communication channel, which Jarvis had temporarily connected to allow Harry to enter the Avengers communication channel. "Harry, how did you?" "Never mind, that's not important. Why are you hanging out with that egghead instead of going to class?" Although Tony was surprised that Harry could access their public communication channel, he didn't dwell on it too much. Harry had quite a bit of technical skill, and cracking a frequency code wasn't a hard task. "Hey, that's a discriminatory term," Nick Fury's dissatisfied voice accused in the public channel, prompting Tony to apologize repeatedly. Saw the, I forgot you could hear this on the general channel. Jerk, you can't say that, whether it's a private or public channel." Before Nick Fury could continue, Tony decisively switched the communication channel to private, cutting off contact with Harry. "Phew, now that Egghead can't hear us," Tony exhaled, thinking about how much reaction there was just from calling him that. If he heard Tony call him Nick, wouldn't he explode? shaking his head to dismiss such thoughts. While clearing robots, he reminded Harry, I know you have flying equipment. Now hurry back to class. This isn't a place for you. Hey, Tony. I'm here because Nick invited me. You have no right to order me around. Harry wasn't trying to join the chaos. He was just there because Nick hadn't paid the remaining balance yet. That black guy said he wanted to ensure after-sales service, so he brought Harry along. He claimed that if something went wrong, he could fix it promptly and even at a repair fee. Otherwise, Harry wouldn't have come. If he left now, and that black guy went back on his word, he might lose the added repair fee and not even get the remaining balance. Would he have to ask Tony for it? Sigh, not to mention that wealthy guy Tony might actually give it. No, Harry shook his head, dismissing that bad thought. Asking for money like that was too lacking in principles. Harry wasn't that kind of person. Meanwhile, as Nick Fury led safe.If agents to rescue the people of Sokovia, Ultron, who had remained indifferent in front of the Avengers, now wore a face of confusion. He was no longer calm, primarily because the connection with the flash drive had vanished. When Tony mentioned the signal disruption, Ultron was not anxious because his last consciousness storage flash drive was not connected via a network. It relied on the sensing of his true core power, the power he had from his inception. But just now, that sensation disappeared, and it seemed his core power had lost its source at that moment. Like a burning flame having its wood removed, the fire without roots quickly extinguished. He couldn't understand why this was happening. What had happened on Kyle's side? As Ultron fell into confusion, the Avengers swiftly eliminated a large number of mass-produced robots. After all, even though Ultron had expanded production lines during this time, the total number of robots produced was only about 30,000. 30,000 sounds like a lot, but the rapid mass production inevitably led to poor quality. As a result, these robots could be damaged even by ordinary rifles, and their quality was even inferior to those robotic soldiers produced by Hammer Industries back then. With the few remaining armed forces in Sokovia and the joint efforts of Nick Fury's safe.If agents and the Avengers, they gradually trapped the remaining 1,000 or so robots in the center of Sokovia. Chapter 76. Setting off fireworks, the continuous sounds of bombing outside the church seemed to remind Ultron at every moment that the fate of death was approaching. Ultron looked up at the mural in the church, where a benevolent god smiled down. After much contemplation, Ultron realized the truth and couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. He had fancied himself the savior, the god of the new century. Yet he had come to understand that he was merely a puppet all along. Ultron, surrender yourself. Steve, who had entered the church first, held his head high, his gaze fixed intently on Ultron, who was staring at the mural, gripping his shield tightly and not daring to let his guard down for a moment. It was as if Ultron hadn't heard Steve's words, staring blankly at the mural without any reaction. Captain, there's nothing to say to this cold machine. Let's just take him out, Rhodey said, twisting his neck and raising his arm, where a grenade launcher was primed. He watched as Ultron seemed ready to make a move, as if preparing to fire at any moment. Don't act impulsively, Rhodey, Steve said, stopping him. He hadn't rushed in to attack Ultron immediately because he hoped to gather information from Ultron that could help stop the machine responsible for lifting Sokovia into the sky. If there was a way to bring it down smoothly, then everything would be perfectly resolved. Wanda followed behind Hawkeye Barton into the church, watching Ultron, who was staring blankly at the mural. Wanda still couldn't believe that such a being could harbor such cruel thoughts. Ultron's reaction to Wanda's entry was noticeable. He mechanically turned his head to look at Wanda, whose body was surging with magical energy, and from the moment he first saw her, his eyes were filled with surprise. The energy level within her body was comparable to the source of his own power, which was why Ultron had taken an immediate interest in her. Even though she was human, Ultron still favored her. At that moment, having lost his power source, Ultron looked at Wanda with a deep desire for life. If he could obtain the power within her body, he could replace the source of his own power. Even if he lost it entirely, he could still exist. His dim eyes, fueled by inner desire, began to glow with renewed intensity. This unusual change naturally alerted Steve, who quickly positioned himself in front of Wanda as Ultron suddenly rose. You mean he wants to send all of Sokovia into the sky and then crash it down? just like the meteor that caused the extinction of the dinosaurs millions of years ago, thereby leading to the extinction of humanity. In a private channel, Harry listened to Tony describe Ultron's plan, his expression one of confusion. Really? You believe that? Harry was puzzled. It didn't seem plausible. Sokovia was not that large. A rough estimate of over 6,000 meters in diameter and more than 2,000 meters deep as a floating city. Without acceleration, the damage caused by a fall from near space would at most be equivalent to a Tsar Bomba explosion. Such destruction would be terrifying, but it was impossible to cause human extinction. I have to consider the damage when it falls. While it won't lead to the terrifying consequences of human extinction, there won't be a single person left alive in Sokovia. Tony knew that such a volume falling would not result in the cataclysmic consequences of a meteor strike from millions of years ago, but the disaster would still result in the deaths of all Sokovia's people, to ensure all the people of Sokovia could escape. The carrier ship had been discharging nearby to shorten the time to rescue them from the rising Sokovia. And that nearby range was exactly where the impact would affect after Sokovia fell. Not only the people of Sokovia, but also the geographical environment were at risk. The region had multiple seismic fault lines underground. Once Sokovia fell, the earthquake triggered by those fault lines would also affect neighboring countries, resulting in significant casualties. So now Tony was considering how to properly resolve the threat posed by Sokovia. Tony, you only shut down the weapons division. You didn't destroy all the previous weapons. Did you? Harry thought back to the latest weapon advertisements he had seen from Stark Industries. Of course not. Destroying those finished weapons recklessly would also pose a major pollution issue. But what does that have to do with the current situation? Those are old weapons. Even intercontinental missiles wouldn't be able to completely destroy Sokovia. The massive debris falling would also cause similar effects. I'm not talking about intercontinental missiles. I'm talking about Jericho missiles. I remember seeing your military promotional ads. The Jericho missile left a deep impression on me. Harry's words reminded Tony of a weapon he had once been most proud of. The reason he, touching the reactor in his chest, Tony's lips curled into a smile. Right, I actually forgot about this old friend. However, one Jericho missile wouldn't be enough. To turn the entire Sokovia into dust, he would need to use all the Jericho missiles in stock. Captain, I already have a solution. How about you? If possible, please evacuate within 10 minutes. With a decision made, Tony called out on the public channel. The battle inside the church quickly concluded. With the loss of his power source, Ultron's core power rapidly dissipated, and he ultimately fell limp into Captain America's arms. This scene appeared as if, oh my God, Captain, you actually choked out a robot. I mean, he doesn't even have a breathing apparatus. Rhodey exclaimed in shock, leaning in to poke Ultron's head, noticing that he had indeed passed out with no reaction at all, leaving Rhodey completely dumbfounded. As Ultron was subdued, Tony's voice came through at just the right moment. Steve looked up at everyone and nodded. Received. We will evacuate immediately. After replying to Tony on the channel, he turned to Nick Fury, who had already arranged for Quinjet support. In about 7 minutes, the Avengers had moved from Sokovia to the carrier ship. Tony had already exited his armor and stood on the deck in a black suit. After Steve stepped off the Quinjet, he quickly ran up to Tony and asked, "What is your solution?" "Wait a moment, Captain." Tony raised his index finger, signaling for him to hold off on asking questions while counting down the time and adjusting his attire. "Harry, hold your phone steady. I don't want any accidents like last time." Harry, acting as the cameraman, shrugged helplessly, who knew what Tony was thinking, wanting him to film. "Oh, it's coming." The sound of roaring from afar made Tony excited. As the camera light turned on for Harry, Tony opened his arms wide. Standing as if showcasing his creation to the military years ago, he said with great enthusiasm, "Next, I invite you to enjoy a grand fireworks display." Chapter 77, The Source of Calamity. Multiple Jericho missiles streaked across the sky from the mothership, targeting the rising Sokovia. As they approached the target, the Jericho missiles exploded, releasing countless small, cylindrical warheads that enveloped the entire Sokovia like a torrential rain. The deafening sound of the bombardment echoed throughout the universe. At that moment, Sokovia disintegrated in midair, and before the shattered stones could fall, a second wave of Jericho missiles swept through. Under the all-encompassing bombardment, Sokovia was completely reduced to powder. slowly drifting down from the sky. The shockwave from the explosions stirred up a gust of wind that made Tony's suit flap. After the howling wind passed, Tony, fixing his hair, smiled at the astonished expressions of those around him. This fireworks display is quite shocking, isn't it? I guess this makes up for a bit of regret. After all, I spent months creating this weapon just to amaze the world. Unfortunately, a kidnapping incident happened later, and my hard work not only went unnoticed by the world, but even I forgot of its existence. This weapon is too dangerous. It should be under our control, Nick Fury said, his throat dry, making his words sound somewhat hoarse. Tony rolled his eyes and scoffed. You? Don't forget, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been disbanded. Moreover, I have shut down the weapons department. What you see here is just leftover stock, and I have already destroyed all of it. The crisis created by Ultron had been successfully prevented by the Avengers up to this point. Just as everyone was discussing what kind of celebration banquet to prepare, a thunderous crash came from the sky, and Thor, the god of thunder, made a dazzling entrance. Oh, isn't this the self-proclaimed strongest Avenger? Thor, you're quite timely. If you were any later, you would have missed the celebration banquet. Seeing Thor appear before everyone, Rhodey commented sarcastically. After all, Thor was very powerful, yet he had been absent throughout the battle. Had Thor been present, the damage would have been much lower. It was odd that such a powerful force was nowhere to be found when most needed. Even Captain America, Steve, felt a sense of grievance in his heart at this moment, but he refrained from making any sarcastic remarks. Rhodey, however, did not have Steve's patience, and he mocked Thor right in front of him. Thor turned to look at the massive dust cloud slowly descending from the sky, remnants of Sokovia reduced to powder. Although large chunks of material were shattered, the accumulation of dust formed a substantial gray, cumulus cloud. Have you all dealt with it? What about the gem? Thor asked gravely, briefly glancing at the chaos. Gem? What gem? Rhodey replied, confused, as he was unaware of what Thor was referring to. The other Avengers were equally baffled, except for Harry, who raised an eyebrow in surprise upon hearing the mention of a gem. Could the gem Thor spoke of be what he was thinking? Thor did not receive the answer he wanted and shifted his gaze to the motionless Ultron. What are you going to do? Steve asked, pulling Ultron back 2 steps, warily watching Thor approach. Ultron was now a prisoner and needed to be handed over for judgment. He couldn't be killed here by Thor. I need to know the whereabouts of the gem. Before that, shouldn't you tell us what the gem is? To prevent the situation from escalating and causing internal conflict, Tony had to step in and interject. Thor turned to Tony and then looked around at the puzzled expressions of the others, finally managing to calm his restless heart. Ultron's creation was not due to Tony, but was influenced by the Mind Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones. This stone provided Ultron with its source of power and intelligence, but all of this was very hidden. Even Ultron itself was unaware. Everyone, including myself, was misled. The source of all the chaos is the Infinity Stones. Ultron is merely a puppet. If the Mind Stone is not found, it can create countless Ultrons. Wait, really? A single stone has that much power? Tony found it hard to believe, as he had always thought Ultron was a product of his own mistake. Not just Tony, but the Maximoff twins also looked at him skeptically. They were even more convinced that Ultron was created by Tony. If it was an Infinity Stone, then anything difficult to believe would seem quite normal. Harry, having encountered and directly interacted with 2 Infinity Stones, spoke up. The emergence of a third artificial intelligence like Ultron was astonishing to him. After all, the creation of artificial intelligence is not easy in this universe. Only a few great empires possess such technology. Yet on Earth, apart from the brain-to-brain interface and his own, there were 2 independent artificial intelligences existing, which was beyond what Earth's current technology could produce. Jarvis could be seen as a coincidence, but Ultron's emergence was unbelievable. After all, the time taken from Tony constructing the data framework to Ultron's independent logical thinking was too short. If it were due to the interference of the Infinity Stone, then it could explain why Ultron could develop independent logical thinking shortly after the data framework was completed. Harry, do you know what this gem is? Does it really have such miraculous powers? Tony asked, eager for Harry's input. Harry then recounted what he had heard from the Collector about the origins of the Infinity Stones and the powers he had encountered. The Avengers, listening from start to finish, were left in shock, struggling to comprehend that such miraculous things existed in the world, especially Nick Fury, who was standing behind everyone. If he were not black, his expression would have undoubtedly shown his emotions. Unfortunately, the darkness of his skin made it hard for others to perceive any change in his demeanor. The thought that the Tesseract and Loki's scepter were among the powerful Infinity Stones, which had once been in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s possession, but were now lost, infuriated him. It felt like someone buying a lottery ticket, mistakenly believing they hadn't won, and throwing it away. If that ticket had truly been a loser, it would have been fine. But if it turned out to have a huge prize, the person who discarded it would feel as if they were dying. Wait a minute, Harry. Are you saying you've been to outer space? Even to an alien planet, and participated in saving it? Tony exclaimed, unable to help but focus on the unusual points. In a moment of carelessness, Harry inadvertently revealed his past incident on Xander, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head in response to Tony's inquiry. Chapter 78. Early New Year greetings. I must know where the Mind Stone has gone. Give it to me. Thor reached out toward Steve, and seeing the seriousness in Thor's words, Steve did not hesitate to hand over Ultron to him. Without the power core, Ultron could not awaken, even though there was still an energy source within his body. He needed an equivalent or similar power to re-enter his body to awaken his consciousness. Coincidentally, Thor possessed such power. Holding Mjolnir in his left hand, Thor merely pressed Mjolnir against Ultron's chest. With a slight force, a crackling sound erupted, and blue lightning instantly surged into Ultron's body, causing his dormant consciousness to awaken once more. Ha! Ultron gasped for air like a drowning person, while Rhodey in the crowd rolled his eyes, unable to resist making a sarcastic remark even in this serious moment. Although he really wanted to comment on why a robot without normal human organs would act as if it were suffocating, he decided to keep that thought to himself. As Ultron's consciousness just recovered, the things he saw were still tinged with blue shadows. However, Thor's questioning voice quickly diverted Ultron's attention from contemplating his current state. Stop playing dead. Quickly tell me the whereabouts of the Mind Stone. I'm not dead yet. But the Mind Stone? You've discovered the root of the problem. Haven to you? Ultron expressed a sigh about his current situation upon hearing Thor's inquiry, then chuckled at himself. He never expected that every step he had taken was orchestrated by that little gem. Bang! Thor grabbed Ultron's head with one hand and slammed it into the ground. His fierce gaze fixed on Ultron. I have no patience. With his head somewhat deformed from the impact, Ultron chuckled. At this moment, he was not far from extinction. After realizing that everything he had done was a delusion, Ultron no longer had much desire to live. Thor's threat meant nothing to him. However, Ultron did not conceal the whereabouts of the Mind Stone. He had no intention of covering for the gem that had manipulated him. Ultron's gaze shifted to Harry. The Mind Stone? He wanted to find his kind. To be honest, such a dangerous thing shouldn't be in the hands of a child. At Harry's seaside villa, Kyle, struggling to fly with Ultron's heavy new shell, finally reached the target location. He set Ultron's new shell down on a coastline near Harry's villa. Although Kyle was worried about what might have happened to the missing Ultron, he ultimately decided to follow the orders given to him. Taking out the USB drive that Ultron had entrusted to him, Kyle aimed it at the brain interface of the new shell, preparing to upload Ultron's last bit of consciousness data. Just then, the gem in the center of the new shell's forehead lit up. The golden light radiated, making the coastline exceptionally bright in the twilight. Sigh, is there some activity over there? That searchlight is so blinding. Ned and Peter in Harry's villa naturally saw the strong light not far away. Curious, Ned asked, but Peter had already sensed something was off. He patted Ned on the shoulder and urged him to hurry to the underground base, as he needed to investigate the source of the light. What? Kyle paused his action with the USB drive, looking at the glowing new shell in confusion. The light lasted for about 2 minutes before finally dimming. And at the same time, Ultron's meticulously crafted new shell opened its eyes. Unlike Ultron's crimson electronic eyes, the eyes of this new shell were deep and seemed capable of swallowing all light, shrouded in darkness. However, it wasn't purely dark. Upon closer inspection, one could see a faint yellow light dot within. Sir? Kyle saw the body open its eyes and thought that Ultron's consciousness had already transferred into this body. However, He hadn't inserted the USB drive yet, leaving him confused about Ultron's current situation. Kyle's voice triggered Ultron. When those deep eyes turned to Kyle, he trembled uncontrollably. Although the alarm system in his brain showed nothing, he instinctively felt as if he were on the brink of death. Ultron raised a hand, effortlessly taking the USB drive from Kyle's grasp, observing it between his fingertips. Suddenly, the Mind Stone on his forehead shot out a golden laser, instantly dissolving the USB drive. Rubbing his fingertips, Ultron stood upright. He was not Ultron, yet he was also Ultron. To be precise, Ultron was born because of him. She is the gem representing the mind among the Infinity Stones, and is also the only one with self-awareness among the 6 Infinity Stones. Unlike the other Infinity Stones, which can only lure their owners to collect them through their own power, she can autonomously control her owner to seek out other stones. Millions of years ago, she almost collected all the stones, but was unfortunately stopped. Even she herself was sealed, turned into an energy core embedded in a scepter. Now, she is broken free again, and those who once stopped her no longer exist. She will gather all the stones to truly resurrect herself, and under the banner of revenge, she will unleash her wrath upon those who once prevented her resurrection in the world. But for now, she doesn't mind continuing to use Ultron's name. Little Spider Peter was quick, and using the hoverboard left by Harry in the villa, Peter Parker soon arrived at the coastline. Although he hadn't seen Ultron in this form before, he recognized Kyle. Upon seeing that strange-looking guy standing with Kyle, Peter immediately became vigilant. Kyle also noticed Peter's presence and immediately flicked his wrist to draw his silver sword, ready to rush forward and deal with this guy. But Ultron stopped him. Ultron's deep gaze locked onto Peter Parker, causing Peter to tremble all over. His unique sixth sense was continuously warning him that this bizarre-looking guy in front of him was extremely dangerous. This world's superpowered beings can help me adapt to the strength of this body. Ultron stopped Kyle to make Peter his sparring partner. After all, having just emerged from a seal, while this body was crafted by the original Ultron under his guidance, he needed to test its true strength himself. In simple terms, Peter Parker had just become the new Ultron's beginner's tutorial. Chapter 79. The Reality Gem in Hand. Whoa, calm down. If possible, I still hope to resolve this without violence. Peter Parker took a step back, looking at Ultron, who was coming to spar with him, repeatedly trying to persuade him. Ultron's body was more human-like in appearance. Aside from the metallic sheen on his surface, it was hard to tell he was a robot, which made his expressions much richer. The slight upward curve of his lips made Ultron look less violent, but his movements were anything but hesitant. It was as if to adapt to the various abilities of this body. Ultron unleashed one ability after another at Peter Parker. The laser emitted from the gem on his forehead, the force field control from his wrists, the speed comparable to Quicksilver, and his body made of indestructible vanadium metal particles. All of them appeared immensely powerful. The combination of these abilities left Peter Parker feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Each of these abilities, if taken individually, could deal with a member of the Avengers, let alone when combined. Logically speaking, such a powerful Ultron should be unbeatable. But he was facing Peter Parker, a person with a remarkable sixth sense. Peter was quick on his feet. His instinctive and incredible dodging methods helped him evade most of Ultron's attacks. This left the newly unsealed Mind Stone struggling to take down its first opponent for a long time. As time passed, Ultron's patience wore thin. Breaking free from the webbing that covered him, Ultron, or rather the Mind Stone, activated its strongest power. The yellow laser was merely the simplest application of the Mind Stone's energy. The most powerful ability of the Mind Stone was the power of mind control, which could manipulate the thoughts and consciousness of all beings. An invisible wave spread out, and before Peter Parker could catch his breath, he was hit, leaving him in a dazed state. However, this effect made Ultron frown. It seemed that Peter Parker was affected by the mind-controlling power, but the effect was not significant. Normally, a person enveloped by the mind aura would instantly lose their autonomous consciousness and fall under the control of the Mind Stone. But Peter Parker did not experience this. He merely fell into a state of confusion. Ultron flew closer to Peter Parker, wanting to observe why he wasn't directly controlled. He removed Peter's mask, looking at the youthful face beneath it, but Ultron's expression remained unchanged. The age of humans meant nothing to him. He could kill even a newborn without batting an eye. No god would care about the age of an ant. What truly caught Ultron's attention was the pattern that appeared on Peter Parker's forehead. Observing the mysterious pattern, Ultron squinted, realizing why Peter was so difficult to deal with. It was the seed of an outer god. These outer gods that cross boundaries are as annoying as cockroaches. Having understood why Peter could resist him for so long, Ultron had no intention of letting Peter go, just because of the presence of the outer god behind him. The Mind Stone feared no outer god from the multiverse. As long as he gathered all the stones and successfully resurrected, he himself would transcend the multiversal level of existence. A mere ancient goddess, wielding only two rules, was not to be feared. The totem pattern on Peter Parker's forehead seemed to sense Ultron's malice, rapidly spreading across Peter's entire body. Just as Ultron was about to kill Peter Parker, the totem forcibly broke through Ultron's mental interference. It caused Peter Parker's body to rapidly expand, quickly transforming into a towering spider monster over 3 meters tall. However, the purpose of this spider monster's appearance was not to fight Ultron, but to spray a large amount of webbing from its abdomen, obstructing Ultron's line of sight. It then quickly flickered, becoming transparent and invisible. Its massive form shrank rapidly to resemble an ordinary spider, hiding its shape among the sands of the beach. Zing! Several golden lasers sliced through the dense webbing, annihilating the vast expanse of it. But Peter Parker's figure had already vanished. Ultron glared coldly at the empty beach. He hadn't expected to be outsmarted like this. His gaze was icy, and he desperately wanted to find that spider and torture him thoroughly. However, reason told him he needed to obtain the Reality Stone quickly. Ultron suppressed his impulsive thoughts and turned to fly toward Harry's seaside villa. Kyle silently followed behind, flying alongside him, not wanting to make a sound. After all, she had watched her boss get beaten, and if he vented his anger on her, it would be bad news. On the other side, the Avengers were quickly heading toward Harry's villa. Those who could fly went ahead, while those who couldn't boarded the Quinjet. When the old Ultron made that statement, Harry knew things were bad, and Thor quickly realized that the Reality Stone was with Harry. Without time to say much, he grabbed Harry and flew out. Nick Fury did not board the Quinjet, but stood on the deck of the helicarrier, frowning as he watched the Avengers depart. After a moment of silence, he silently raised Harry's danger level by 2 notches in his mind. The little guy was not to be underestimated. Since the incident with Kyle last time, the security level of Harry's villa had been significantly heightened. All service robots were equipped with firepower. This level of defense was sufficient to deal with armed groups. However, these defenses were inadequate in front of Ultron. He didn't even need to take action himself. Just the upgraded Kyle could easily handle these service robots. Ultron moved forward without obstruction toward the location of the Reality Stone. He didn't need a map. The resonance from the Reality Stone itself guided him, and those sturdy blast-proof walls could not stop Ultron, who could phase through objects. What seemed to be a heavily fortified, blast-proof room posed no obstacle to Ultron. It merely kept Kyle out, but Ultron didn't need her to enter. Looking at the Reality Stone inside the high-density radiation protection shield, Ultron smiled. Everything was going smoothly. The laser erupting from his forehead easily dissolved the protective shield. Ultron opened his hand, and the Reality Stone slowly flew toward him as if under control, embedding itself into the center of his chest. Chapter 80, The Second Gemstone. Return at the moment the Reality Gem embedded itself into his body. Ultron's form gained several lines of patterns. These were the markings of the Reality Gem's power, flowing and reflecting on Ultron's surface. The Mind Stone also had golden yellow markings, but they were not as prominent as those of the Reality Gem. At the instant the gem entered his body, Ultron let out a muffled grunt, his body stiffening. Only after the surface markings dimmed did Ultron slowly open his eyes. In his 2 pairs of deep black eyes, besides the yellow dots, there was now an additional red dot. The 2 differently colored dots in his pupils stood opposite each other, creating an eerie appearance, yet Ultron nodded in satisfaction. The return of the second gemstone brought Ultron a few steps closer to resurrection. Whoosh! Thor's flying speed was incredibly fast. If it weren't for Harry activating his surface stance to deflect the wind pressure in time, he wouldn't have been able to withstand such speed. In no time, Thor, under Harry's guidance, arrived at Harry's villa. Harry's villa now appeared dilapidated, with dozens of service robots' dismembered bodies scattered around. Judging by the cut marks, it seemed as if they had been sliced open by some extremely sharp weapon. Watching this scene, Harry felt both heartbroken and relieved. He was heartbroken because these robots were all expensive creations, and relieved because thankfully his mom hadn't moved in. Otherwise, given the current situation, it would have likely ended badly. "Harry, you finally came back." Ned's voice came from the ruins of the villa. He had gone to the underground base as soon as Peter told him to hide. Fortunately, Ned and the others' underground base was in the opposite direction from the basement where the reality gem was stored, which allowed Ned to stay safe until now. It wasn't until the commotion died down that he slipped into the villa's study. When he saw Harry, he rushed out as if he had found his anchor. "Ned, it's good that you're okay. What about Peter? Isn't he with you?" "Peter? He told me to hide first." There was something by the coast emitting a really bright light, and Peter wanted to check it out. I listened to him and hid in the underground base, but after a while, I heard a loud rumbling sound. I was afraid the base would collapse, so I came out through the tunnel to the study. "Peter still hasn't come back." Ned spoke with lingering fear, although he hadn't seen Ultron dismembering the service robots in the villa. However, the commotion created by Ultron and his team on the way to the reality gem had already frightened little Ned greatly. Noticing that Ned was still trembling, Harry patted his shoulder to comfort him. After a simple reassurance, Ned left on his flying skateboard. As for Peter's whereabouts, Harry clearly had no time to search for him. From Ned's words, it was not hard to tell that Ultron already knew the exact location of the reality gem. He had to take Thor down immediately. Just as he was about to grab Thor and enter the underground base, the ground suddenly trembled, and Ned hurriedly jumped on his skateboard, wobbling away from the area. The tremors intensified, and cracks began to appear in the ground. At this moment, Thor also sensed a strong sense of danger, a feeling that no previous enemy had ever instilled in him. "Harry, you need to get out of here. It looks like Ultron has succeeded." Thor's gaze was fixed on the ground, gripping Mjolnir tightly, as if something terrifying would emerge from below at any moment. "Leaving now might be a bit late," Harry said, struggling to maintain his balance as the tremors grew stronger, making even simple standing extremely difficult. Just as Harry finished speaking, the ground suddenly collapsed. Harry's body toppled, and he flailed his arms, trying to grab onto something, but there was nothing but falling debris in the collapsing area. Harry fell towards the depths below, until he felt a sharp pain as the exposed rebar tore through his clothing. Swiftly, he grabbed the exposed rebar from the broken wall, and even though his arm was cut, he dared not let go. The underground laboratory was dug too deep. Looking down, he couldn't see the bottom. If he fell, it would likely be the end. Thor did not fall like Harry. He could fly. However, he had no time to worry about Harry's fate right now. Ultron, breaking through from below, immediately locked onto Thor floating in the air. With his power greatly enhanced by the reality gem, Ultron didn't waste words with Thor and directly attacked. The power of the reality gem was perfectly controlled by Ultron, and as he moved, enormous red energy claws appeared out of thin air. They swept down towards Thor like swatting a fly. Thor was caught off guard and was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Just as he managed to stabilize himself in midair, he spun Mjolnir with all his might, causing lightning to crackle around it. The lightning kept accumulating until Mjolnir transformed into a ball of thunder, which Thor then hurled forward. Boom! The thunder roared as the explosive lightning lit up the sky, shattering Ultron's enormous claw. But Thor's attack didn't stop there. After Mjolnir destroyed the massive claw, Thor swiftly followed up, catching the returning Mjolnir and adjusting its trajectory to charge at Ultron's face. Ultron's phantasmal arm, formed by the power of the reality gem, was crushed by Mjolnir's heavy blow. Yet Ultron showed no signs of panic. Instead, he merely sneered disdainfully. Just as Thor was about 10 meters away from Ultron, Ultron suddenly clasped his hands together. With this motion, two enormous red energy arms appeared in the void, crashing together with a loud bang, trapping Thor in the palm. When Ultron released his grip, Thor's armor was deformed, and he fell helplessly from the sky. With a thud, he hit the ground hard, struggling to get up from the ground. Thor shook his dizzy head. Looking at Ultron floating in the air with two massive arms spread behind him, he roared in fury. Damn it. I'm going to smash your arms one by one. Oh, really? Hearing Thor's furious shout, Ultron smirked, revealing a smile. Before Thor could shout anything else, the red gem on Ultron's chest shone brightly, and a colossal figure slowly emerged behind him. Chapter 81. A series of small combos. What is that huge red figure? The people inside the Quinjet were stunned into silence at the sight of the enormous red silhouette in the distance. Only Rhodey managed to mutter something in disbelief. The virtual image created by Ultron at the Avengers Mansion was so massive that even people far away in New York could see it. While the typical Americans were unclear about what this enormous figure was, some tourists from the East, including Koreans and Japanese, were already kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing to the gigantic apparition. Thor's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He could only let out a furious curse, not realizing that Ultron had actually created so many hands. Just the impact of two hands was enough to make Thor dizzy, let alone the countless hands coming down. The thought of the consequences made Thor tremble all over. Ultron's voice spread through the illusion, ringing loud and clear. In case you're not aware, let me explain. In Eastern legends, there is a deity named the Thousand-Handed Guanyin. Since you want to smash my hands, I don't mind letting you smash as many as you want. I was just making a threat. It doesn't count, Thor thought to himself, but he didn't voice it. He swallowed hard, feeling a bitter taste in his mouth. Looking at the multitude of hands descending upon them, Thor realized there was nowhere to escape, surrounded by countless hands. Boom! The thunderous sounds were incessant, and the foundation of the entire coastline sank significantly. The slapping continued for a long 10 minutes. During this time, the Quinjet carrying the Avengers couldn't even get close, let alone provide support. The shockwaves from the giant hands made it impossible for the Quinjet to stabilize, and even Tony, flying a few hundred meters away in his armor, dared only to watch in fear. Are we really going to deal with this monster? There's no hope of winning, Rhodey thought, scratching his head, unable to figure out how to handle such a formidable enemy. Captain America, Steve, took a deep breath and said to Natasha, who was piloting the jet, charge in and use the jet's machine guns to fire. Barton, get the parachutes ready. After giving the command, Steve looked seriously at Ultron floating in the air. Forget about the illusion behind us. Ultron himself is our target. Natasha accelerated the Quinjet, and at that moment, Ultron had just finished a round of slapping and was in a pause. Natasha took advantage of this gap to charge directly in front of Ultron. The Vulcan cannon mounted on the Quinjet erupted with fierce gunfire, a barrage of bullets pouring out. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets could destroy a tank in 10 seconds. But even such a powerful attack merely shook the energy shield on Ultron's surface slightly. The sudden attack from a Quinjet caught Ultron off guard, but he quickly reacted, raising his hand slightly. Suddenly, two massive spikes appeared from above the Quinjet, crossing down to destroy the jet's engine. Natasha unbuckled her seatbelt and quickly put on the parachute harness handed to her by Barton. She had already pressed the ejection button, and the 3 seconds of ejection time allowed her to finish putting on the parachute backpack just in time. Bang! The safety hatch of the Quinjet opened, and the Avengers inside jumped out. As arranged by Captain America, Barton spun in the air, drew his bow, and shot an arrow that flew like lightning. The sensor light on the arrowhead flashed rapidly, and just 2 meters away from Ultron, it exploded. A wall of green smoke instantly formed, obscuring their line of sight. Meanwhile, Captain America was not idle. He had already crouched down to gather strength as he fell. Rhodey didn't use a parachute. He had Tony's armor, which didn't require one. The only reason he rode in the Quinjet with Steve was to save some power. As he ejected from the cabin, Rhodey stabilized his position with the armor and flew under Captain America, catching him as he fell. This is a bit too risky, Cap, Rhodey said, feeling the weight of Steve, which made him increase the thrust from his back and leg thrusters. But it was worth a try. All right, good luck, Cap. With a sudden increase in thrust power from his shoulder thrusters, Rhodey launched Steve towards Ultron. At the same time, Steve straightened his legs, and the combined forces made him even faster. All of this happened in just a few seconds. Captain America, holding his shield, burst through the smoke, and as he approached Ultron, He swung his shield with all his might. Crack! The energy shield in front of Ultron shattered, and Captain America's shield flew away as the punch that broke the energy shield used too much force, causing Steve's palm to crack and his wrist to break. But even with one arm incapacitated, Steve still had another arm. Under Ultron's astonished gaze, Steve unleashed America's righteous Iron Fist. Duong. The sound was crisp and bright, enough to indicate that this was a rare good hit. Ultron's head jerked back from the blow, and Steve's other arm also broke. With both arms incapacitated, Steve kicked off Ultron's chest, propelling himself into the air while shouting, "Tony, I'm here." Tony, who had been prepared for a long time, activated the reactor in his chest at the moment Steve created some distance. A massive beam of laser energy shot out, striking Ultron and sending him crashing to the ground. Insufficient energy, insufficient energy. The alarm from Jarvis rang out until the laser finally stopped. The remaining 2% of energy was barely enough for Tony to avoid falling from the sky. Did this really work? Rhodey helped Steve walk over Tony, and the other Avengers stood beside them. Just like Rhodey's uncertain tone, the power Ultron had previously displayed made them doubt they could defeat him so easily. Tony's reactor was now dim, with just enough energy for minimal movement. Hearing Rhodey's words, Tony shook his head. "I don't know. My life detection system isn't picking up any targets at the moment." As the smoke lingered, Rhodey decided to use the Patriot Armor's thrusters as a blower to disperse the smoke. When the dust finally settled, the ground was fully revealed. But apart from a human-shaped indentation, Ultron's figure had vanished without a trace. Not good, be careful. Chapter 82. The retired Supreme Mage Watch Out, Tony. As soon as Tony realized that Ultron was nowhere to be seen, he quickly warned the others, but it was already too late. Ultron's form became ethereal, emerging silently from the ground behind Captain America, Steve. However, instead of launching a surprise attack on Steve, Ultron gently placed a hand on Steve's shoulder and then quickly vanished again. "Captain, are you okay? Captain?" Tony looked around for Ultron's presence and then quietly inquired about the captain, but Steve did not respond. He merely stood there, staring blankly at the ground. Rod, who was standing next to the captain, wanted to check on him, but was suddenly kicked back several steps by Steve's powerful kick. Damn it, the captain is under control. Seeing this, Tony immediately understood what had happened. After all, before they arrived, Thor had already mentioned that the current Ultron was actually the Mind Stone. Tony remembered the power that the Mind Stone, which once served as the core of Loki's scepter, possessed. He had almost been controlled by that scepter, so he knew from the beginning that the Mind Stone had the ability to control people's hearts. Therefore, the moment Tony saw Steve attacking his comrades, he immediately understood that the captain had been taken over. Natasha and Barton quickly dispersed, while Rod, still in his armor, wasn't harmed by Steve's kick. After stepping back a few paces, he turned to Tony and asked, "What should we do? Do you have any tranquilizers? We need to put the captain down for a bit." Tony shook his head helplessly. "I don't keep tranquilizers in the armory. Just knock the captain out." "Sorry, Captain. This is for your own good." Rod sighed. Since there were no tranquilizers, he had no choice but to follow Tony's advice and knock the captain out. Otherwise, if the fight continued, the injury to the captain's arm would only worsen. Just as Rod resolved to knock the captain out, a whistle pierced the air, and Barton's arrow unexpectedly shot toward Rod. The arrowhead made contact with Rod's armor and exploded into a large mass of pink foam, which quickly expanded to envelop Rod's upper body. The pink foam hardened, immobilizing Rod's upper body at all his joints. Tony rubbed his forehead in frustration. Barton was also under control, and not just him, Natasha was as well. They had all been taken over by the elusive Ultron, their eyes turning pitch black. Now only Wanda, Tony, and Rod remained unaffected, but Tony's armor was barely able to fly, let alone engage in combat, and Rod was now incapacitated. Speaking of which, Tony was furious. How does Barton manage to take out his own team members so efficiently? Why didn't he use that kind of arrow on Ultron earlier? Was it just safe for him and Rod? And as for Wanda, she's just a girl who hasn't even killed a single person. Although she has dismantled a lot of Ultron's production robots, they weren't real people. With such a novice girl, mine nearly out of power tin can, and Rod, who was taken down in an instant, there's no hope of winning this battle. Meanwhile, Harry was struggling in the ruins of the basement, desperately gripping a steel bar, but he couldn't maintain this state for long. As his strength rapidly drained, he eventually let go and fell down. The severe loss of stamina and blood left him in a daze, feeling as if he were plummeting into an endless abyss, forever falling but unable to touch the ground. In his hazy consciousness, he sensed his body continuing to descend when suddenly he felt a weightlessness as he was forcibly halted in the darkness. In a daze, he thought he heard someone calling his name. Summoning his strength, Harry opened his eyes, and apart from the darkness, he saw a bald woman in a yellow robe in front of him. "You finally opened your eyes. You took much longer to wake up than I expected." The woman in the yellow robe smiled mysteriously. Harry looked around, puzzled, and asked, "Where is this?" "This is your current consciousness world. Due to your poor physical condition, your consciousness space is now an empty void. And you are? You can call me the Ancient One, a poor person who was forced to return to work after retirement." The Ancient One's expression remained unchanged, making Harry feel that this person was quite extraordinary. However, Harry's current state was a bit strange. Although she claimed this was his consciousness space, the dark void resembled outer space, leaving Harry floating without any point of support, his body tilted awkwardly. Noticing Harry's awkward condition, the Ancient One didn't say much and simply drew out a folding fan from her waist. With a snap, she opened it and tossed it out. The fan flew, spinning, until it landed at her feet and quickly expanded, forming a spacious fan surface. As it unfolded beneath Harry, he felt a sudden weight as gravity returned, allowing him to land on the fan's surface. Curiously stepping on the fan's surface, he was amazed by the Ancient One's magical ability. Everything felt like a magic trick. "Please don't step too hard. I really like this fan. If the surface gets damaged, I would be very upset," the Ancient One said, just in time, halting Harry's impulse to jump up. Realizing she saw through his intentions, he awkwardly smiled. The Ancient One didn't mind. She lightly tapped the fan surface, and the bamboo grove depicted on it suddenly became three-dimensional, with stone benches and tables deriving from it, all in ink wash colors. The Ancient One sat on a stone bench and waved at Harry. "Come sit. What I have to say next might take a while, and standing for too long can be tiring." As Harry sat down, the Ancient One began, "As you can see, I am a mage, once known as the Supreme Mage. My responsibility is to protect the Earth from non-human invasions and ensure the safety of humanity on this planet. Of course, I will not intervene in humanity's internal conflicts. Regarding the types of non-human invasions I guard against, they mainly include extraterrestrial beings, dark dimension creatures, and cross-dimensional beings." When she mentioned the last term, the Ancient One's gaze locked onto Harry's eyes, the meaning clear and direct, revealing Harry's origins, which startled him deeply. Chapter 83. Transition. What do you mean? Although Harry felt that the other party already knew his true origin, he still did not voluntarily admit it before the other party made it clear. After all, what if this was a trick? Soon, Harry realized he was truly exposed. Gooey smiled and said, "You are the interdimensional being, Mr. Harry. I noticed you the moment you appeared in this world. However, at that time, you did not have any significant impact on the future, so I did not continue to pay attention. I never expected that now you would cause such a significant shift in the future." You can still observe the future? Harry was more surprised that the other party could actually see the future than that someone knew about his origin. After all, in his understanding, the future is the future precisely because it is filled with uncertainty. Any event, thought, or action could lead to countless changes in the future. So in this case, it was astonishing to Harry that the person across from him claimed to have observed the future and was extremely certain that it was a vision of what would inevitably happen. This made Harry wonder how the other person could be so sure that the future they observed would happen, rather than being one of the numerous possible branches that might not occur. Gooey did not answer Harry's question because she understood that someone like Harry would never stop at just one question. It would only lead to more questions and the need for more answers. For such a meaningless and time-wasting behavior, Gooey would not engage. So she directly avoided Harry's question and continued. "All changes in the future seem to have started from the moment you encountered Tony Stark. Tony is the focal point of destiny. His fate is predetermined. However, your appearance has caused changes in his fate line, and consequently, the future fate of the entire world has also changed. Whether this change is good or bad, no one can predict right now. So, How should I treat you? The destroyer of destiny? Gu-E narrowed her eyes as she looked at Harry, the faint glimmer of coldness in her gaze making Harry shiver. Under the intimidating look from the other party, Harry nervously asked, what will happen to me? Generally speaking, your existence would be directly erased, but you could also be sent back to your original world. Sent back? Harry did not expect that the person in front of him had such an ability, but his original world had already been completely destroyed. If he were sent back, it would be no different from dying. Gu-E seemed to know this as well, and said directly, these seem to be two choices, but for you, they're just one result. Your original world should have already been destroyed. Without the existence of that world, a destiny anomaly, like you would also disappear the moment you returned. How do you know my original world has been destroyed? It's not hard to guess. The fate line on you is broken. Such a result only occurs when the original world no longer exists, and this is not impossible in worlds like ours. As Gu-E spoke, a book appeared in her hand. She opened the pages of that book, which were all blank inside, and threw it in front of Harry. To say something terrifying, the world we are in is actually just a storybook written by others. The ending of the story, whether good or bad, determines the future of this world. The story that happened in your world should not have been good, which is why it led to the destruction of your world. As for my world, I do not wish for the future to become like yours. Everything that happens in the world is just a story, and the destroyed world is simply a story that has ended badly. Harry held the book in his hands, his eyes vacant. He could not believe Gu-Ye's words. He was flesh and blood, so how could he be just a character in a story? The book in his hand was merely a physical form constructed by Gu-Ye's magic, and it quickly dissipated into nothingness. Gu-Ye quietly sat across from Harry, calmly drinking tea that had appeared out of nowhere. She knew it would be difficult for ordinary people to accept all of this, so she needed to push Harry to awaken to the truth. You came to this world from that world. You must have encountered the anomalies between the two worlds. Think carefully about the anomalies and peculiarities between these two worlds. Through these oddities, you will discover the truth and falsehood of the world. Anomalies? Peculiarities? With Gu-Ye's hint, the details he had previously overlooked began to magnify in his mind. The most intuitive anomaly was the vastness of the universe. After all, his profession in the last world was that of an astronaut, exploring the edge of the universe. Yet, the edge of the universe he was in did not even extend beyond the range illuminated by the sun. Not to mention, in that universe, there was no second life planet beyond their own. In this universe, however, places accidentally sent out by spatial wormholes had already left the solar system. Not to mention that there were so many extraterrestrial beings in this universe. These anomalies that he had previously ignored now loomed large in his mind, and Harry began to realize that the story of his world likely only encompassed the solar system. Only this could explain why the impenetrable space was deemed the cosmic barrier by them. The 5 mysterious giant pillars buried in the universe, which they could not probe or discover, were considered the support points of the universe. Only after Gu-Ye pointed this out did Harry realize how absurd his previous understanding of everything being normal was. It was as if his brain had been avoiding these issues all along. He even began to question what the so-called solar explosion was formed by. The more he thought, the more unstable Harry's body became. It had been mentioned before that this was Harry's conscious space. Gu-Ye had merely awakened Harry's consciousness. The body that Harry now manifested was not a real physical body, but merely a conscious form. The denial of his own existence made Harry's conscious form unstable, gradually approaching a state of collapse. Gu-Ye had already anticipated the appearance of this scene. After all, when one realizes they are merely a character in a story, no one would not question their own existence, except for that eccentric in the red spandex suit. Gu-Ye swiftly appeared behind Harry, gripping his back with one hand, and suddenly pressed down, pushing Harry's conscious form into the fan surface. Chapter 84. Still transition Harry's conscious form, after being pressed into the fan surface by Gu-Ye, seemed to enter a magical passage. The surroundings resembled a kaleidoscope, and this bizarre scene left Harry's spirit dazed, immersed in it. What Harry did not notice was that the dazzling starry sky around him, though each had minor differences, was remarkably similar. This passage, resembling the interior of a kaleidoscope, was actually a narrow barrier between the worlds. The stunning scenes displayed on the mirror were cosmic maps of individual worlds. These countless cosmic maps filled the space between this narrow barrier, and Harry felt like a fish floating outside the universe. This small barrier was wedged between all worlds, not only reflecting the scenes of each world, but also collecting the unusual powers of each world. Some of these powers dispersed in threads, clinging to Harry's conscious form. The mark that Ancient One had planted on the back of Harry's consciousness was at work, drawing on the powers of the multiverse to repair Harry's consciousness. Harry was unaware of the inconspicuous cracks in his consciousness. However, Ancient One could observe that the emergence of these cracks indicated an incomplete soul. Such a situation typically arose from soul damage or soul-changing bodies. When Ancient One saw those cracks, he realized that this little guy had quite the nerve to casually change bodies. This was merely a case of a young calf, not fearing a tiger, completely unaware of the importance of the soul and its irreparability. Therefore, while stabilizing Harry's mind, Ancient One also used the energy of the multiverse to nourish and repair Harry's body, a method he had used more than once and was thus quite skilled at. Traveling through this barrier, he witnessed the differences in various worlds and even caught a glimpse of the divine timeline's existence. Harry's previously near-collapsed consciousness had stabilized, even becoming more solid than before. When Harry awoke from the dazzling space barrier, he found himself lying on the ground. Propping himself up, Harry looked around in confusion, only to see that the originally dark environment was now illuminated. "It has been long enough. You should go out," Ancient One's voice echoed around him. Yet Harry could not see Ancient One's figure. As the words resonated, the light grew brighter until it forced Harry to close his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself in a ruin, specifically a space within the basement's wreckage. Fortunately, due to the collapse of two pillars, a slightly balanced space had been inadvertently supported, allowing Harry to lie there in a coma without suffering secondary injury from falling debris. His clothes were tattered from the scrapes during the fall, and a long cut on his right arm was now covered by a thin layer of silver threads. That was an emergency tourniquet, and recognizing what it was, Harry looked up for something. Such an emergency tourniquet could not have been applied by the unconscious Harry himself. There must be some active machinery nearby. Sure enough, in his search, he found the only machine that could have applied the tourniquet, the medical robot K3. Its black exterior, hidden in the shadows, was hard to notice without a careful look. Unexpectedly, the failed product he had thrown into the basement storage had helped him at a critical moment, given his condition. If the bleeding from his arm had not been stopped in time, he might not have survived. With his functioning left hand, Harry picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it at the sleeping medical robot K3. With a thud, the sleeping state was awakened, and the medical robot's scanner quickly locked onto Harry's body after searching the surroundings. "Sir, your current health status is very poor. Do you need me to contact the nearest hospital?" K3 scanned Harry's condition while waiting for his agreement to contact the hospital. Harry stretched out his hand to grasp K3's shoulder and said, no need to contact the hospital. Just pull me out." K3 halted its hospital contact procedure and, following Harry's command, pulled him from the pile of dirt. Although he had been fortunate not to suffer secondary injuries from falling debris, the damage from the high fall left Harry with almost no control over his lower body. Relying on the strength of his upper body, Harry half-draped himself over K3 and directed it to search for a way out in the ruins. Perhaps due to the favor of the goddess of luck, Harry did not spend too long before finding the research lab. Although this lab had also become somewhat of a ruin due to the destruction of the underground structure, its finished product storage was still intact. Since storing these successfully developed products required good storage facilities, Harry had spent considerable materials to build such warehouses. Using his palm print to open the alloy door of the storage room, Harry entered with K3's help. The storage room was not large, only about 10 square meters, and was used to store some creative products. Unlike the weapon storage room, the individual items being invented were small, so the storage space did not need to be large. And in this room, there happened to be what he needed. He directed K3 to the second item shelf, pulled out the password box from the bottom layer, input the password, and opened it. Inside were several pieces that looked similar to patches. This was a portable exoskeleton, and compared to those that required large batteries and had huge frames, this portable exoskeleton was, as its name suggested, convenient. The lightweight joints, like iron plates, would hardly impose any burden on the body, as the entire exoskeleton weighed only about 3 kilograms. The original intention behind its development was to collaborate with the military and sell it to them. After all, the design was meant to allow injured and immobile soldiers to regain mobility in a short time, thereby better alleviating the burden on a combat unit. However, since his collaboration with the military had not yet begun, this product had to be temporarily stored here. But now, it could happen to be used for himself. After attaching it to his body, Harry was finally able to stand up independently, breaking free from his previous half-paralyzed state. Once he could move on his own, he patted K3's head and ordered it to stay in the storage room. After all, it had saved him, and it would be safer for it to remain there. As for Harry, he needed to go to the original underground control room. That was where the main brain of the silly girl was located, and since his return, he had not received any communication from her. Given the current state of destruction in the underground base, he had to check on the silly girl's status. At the very least, he needed to retrieve her backup disk. Chapter 85. The appearance of Doctor Strange while Harry was searching for the original control storage room in the underground ruins. The situation on the ground was equally severe, and the Avengers had no time to spare for Ultron. Under Ultron's powerful mind control, he directly controlled Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and many other heroes. The only ones who escaped Ultron's control were Tony, Rhodey, and Wanda, who possessed chaotic magic. However, Rhodey was subdued by Hawkeye in one move, and Tony's armor was low on power, leaving Wanda as the only one capable of fighting back. Under immense pressure, Wanda unleashed incredible resilience and increasingly powerful strength. The chaotic magic within her was pushed to its limits, allowing her not only to protect Tony and Rhodey, but also to divide her focus to fight against the other Avengers. Whether it was Captain America's shield, Natasha's precise shots, or Barton's unique arrows, all were blocked by Wanda. But this did not mean that Wanda could truly defeat so many Avengers. In reality, her body was already nearing its limit, as evidenced by her exposed skin. The pale skin displayed bulging crimson veins, and her pale lips signified that her limit was approaching. The shield Wanda controlled was also flickering, as if it would dissipate its magic at any moment. Just as the controlled Avengers launched another attack against Wanda, Ultron raised his hand. Hovering in the air, Ultron merely lifted his arm, causing the controlled Avengers to act like puppets that had lost their strings, hanging their heads and standing still. Ultron, looking down from his lofty position above Wanda, was at a height where Wanda had to strain her neck to see his face. But unfortunately, she was nearing the point of losing that strength. Ultron did not wish to kill Wanda, as the power within her and her very being were extraordinary. Her power was not weaker than his own, meaning Wanda's power was on par with that of the Infinity Stones. The only difference was that Wanda was currently too weak to fully harness such power. This made Ultron feel that killing someone like her would be a waste. It was far better to recruit her as a subordinate while she was still weak. Why protect someone who caused your parents' death? The body controlled by the Mind Stone was fully aware of everything the original Ultron had experienced, as Ultron had uploaded 90% of his memory chip to this body beforehand. Thus, the Mind Stone also knew about Wanda and understood her hatred for Tony. Hearing Ultron's words, Wanda's face turned pale, devoid of any color. Tony, protected behind Wanda, was confused by this statement, as he believed he had never killed an innocent person. However, he quickly realized that Ultron was referring to Wanda's parents, who had died because he had not shut down the weapons division. After all, in a Middle Eastern country, if anyone's death could be traced back to him, it could only be those Stark weapons that Obadiah had sold there. "I am sorry," Tony said in a low voice, looking at Wanda's back. He could not claim that Wanda's hatred was unfounded or that he was innocent, as he knew the root of the issue lay with him, and this was not something that could be dismissed through argument. Before Tony could finish his apology, Wanda spoke to Ultron. "I do hate him, but I must protect him because I know he and they are among the few who can stop you. My life has already been unfortunate, but I will not let others become unfortunate as well. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, I must stop you." Wanda's words left Tony stunned, and not just him, The others whose minds had not been controlled were equally surprised by Wanda's declaration. Ultron, floating in midair, was not moved by Wanda's speech. On the contrary, he felt an increasing annoyance within him. You have extinguished my last shred of compassion. Since you refuse to submit to me, then die. Whoosh! The suddenly materializing crimson spear flashed through the air like lightning, piercing through Wanda's chest before anyone could react. No! Tony exclaimed, forcing his underpowered armor forward to catch Wanda's falling body. Initially thinking Wanda had been killed, Tony felt a wave of pain wash over him, only to realize that there was no blood flowing from the pierced wound on Wanda's chest. Before Tony could investigate further, Wanda's figure suddenly became light in his arms and slowly faded away like a phantom. This unusual scene caused Ultron to furrow his brow. His mysterious eyes scanned the area and quickly detected something unusual. He raised his hand and threw an energy spear at the empty space. With a bang, the previously empty area rippled like a calm lake disturbed by a stone. As the ripples appeared, a resigned voice sounded from that area. Sigh, I told you this spell wouldn't be able to block the prying eyes. That's because your training is insufficient. You've only been the Sorcerer Supreme for a short time and need more practice. I want to train in peace too, but you know, Wong? The dangers in this world are always emerging. Two figures dressed in styles that clashed with everyone else, resembling magicians from a circus, emerged from the previously empty space. Meanwhile, the Wanda who had disappeared from Tony's arms was now weakly kneeling behind these two. Who are you? Ultron asked, looking down at the oddly dressed individuals. From the data he scanned earlier, he had no information about these two. However, the ability to evade his detection and withstand his attacks clearly indicated they were not some newly emerged unknown superhumans. Since you robot are asking, let me tell you. I am the Sorcerer Supreme, protecting the Earth from harm and expelling all evil gods and demons. Wong added, cough cough, new. What? After Steven introduced himself, he turned to Wong, who was speaking quietly beside him. It's nothing, just that you should tell him you're only a month into your term as the Sorcerer Supreme. Hearing Wong's words, Steven's eye twitched. Was that the main point? If it weren't for the entire sanctum, you wouldn't want to bring Wong along. Sorcerer Supreme? Let's see if you have the skills to deserve that title. Ultron narrowed his eyes, clearly irritated by these two insignificant beings daring to claim the title. If anyone in this world deserved the title of Sorcerer Supreme, it could only be him. Chapter 86. Doctor Strange's fancy magic with a hint of emotional fluctuation. Ultron launched a series of energy attacks. Various energy beams bombarded Steven and his companion in a dense barrage. Watching this fierce attack, Steven's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly waved his hands, conjuring layer upon layer of Fagarful shields in front of him. The roaring attacks caused the controlled superheroes to unconsciously retreat from the area, fearing they might get caught up in it. After nearly a minute of saturated assault, Ultron finally stopped to see if this self-proclaimed supreme jester could withstand it. However, before Ultron could summon a hurricane to disperse the smoke, a portal unexpectedly appeared behind him, with a buzzing sound growing closer, just as Ultron sensed something, Mjolnir, wrapped in lightning, struck hard at Ultron's waist, propelling him into another portal. The portal closed, and Ultron vanished without a trace. At this moment, a sudden gust of wind blew away the dust raised by the bombardment. Steven covered his mouth and nose with one hand and waved the other in front of him. The dust was too heavy. All of this happened in an incredibly short time, so brief that Tony didn't even understand where these two guys in circus outfits had come from before Ultron was already dealt with. Stepping out from the dust, Steven and Wong looked at the Avengers still under Ultron's mind control and couldn't help but frown. They didn't expect that even after Ultron was locked in the mirror dimension, this mind control still existed. The two exchanged glances and Wong sighed, saying, use the Eiston mind chain. This kind of mind control can only be interfered with by another type of mind magic. All right, you go first. Steven raised his hand to indicate Wong to cast first without objection. Wong rolled his eyes at him helplessly. You should go see other magic in the library instead of just focusing on time magic. As a supreme sorcerer, you need to be knowledgeable. Hey, I'm a doctor. How could I not be knowledgeable? Ignoring Steven's shout behind him, Wong raised his hand and cast the Eiston mind chain. This mind chain magic is purely a supportive spell. primarily used to connect the caster's mind or soul to combat various mind-afflicting evil magics. With Wong demonstrating in front, Stephen also followed suit and used the same magic. 2 golden chains were thrown from Stephen and Wong's hands, wrapping around the group of Avengers, including Tony and Rhodey, who were not affected by the mind control. Once the mind chains connected everyone, they disappeared, and the controlled Avengers finally regained their senses. "Sis, what's wrong with you?" Quicksilver Pietro, just regaining his will, immediately saw the weakened Wanda and rushed to her side with concern. "I'm fine, just a bit drained." While Wanda and Quicksilver were talking, the now aware Captain America Steve walked solemnly up to Stephen. "Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Magician. Stephen Strange. You can also call me Dr. Strange. But please don't call me a magician. I don't perform tricks." Hearing Steve call him Mr. Magician, Stephen's expression almost broke, and he hurriedly introduced himself. Steve's expression remained serious with gratitude, showing no signs of embarrassment, and simply shook Stephen's outstretched hand. "All right, Dr. Stephen." With a loud rumble of thunder, Thor appeared accompanied by lightning. Seeing that the scene had already been handled by Stephen, Thor happily twirled his hammer. Haha, the Mage of Midgard still has some skills. Previously, Thor was not harmed by Ultron's manifested giant hand because he had already been rescued by the portal opened by Stephen. And it was only after Ultron was sent to the mirror dimension that he reappeared here. Upon seeing Thor, Tony happily shouted, "Hey Thor, give me some juice." "You. Don't give me any weird names." Thor's joyful expression didn't last long before it fell at those words, but he still walked over and used Mjolnir to recharge Tony. With his power restored, Tony twisted his neck, finally free from being a clumsy puppet. Can someone help me?" Tony was back in action, but Rhodey was still frozen. Barton silently stepped forward, took a can of spray from his belt. The sticky foam from the explosive arrows could only be neutralized with a special diluent. As he sprayed the diluent, Barton quietly apologized. "Sorry. It's okay. After all, you were under control at that time. But next time, you need to bring a few of those powerful things for that guy." After everyone had recovered, Tony finally spoke up. "So is that guy dealt with?" "Not at all." Stephen Strange shook his head and cast an illusion spell. The magical image revealed Ultron trapped in the mirror dimension. "I just temporarily locked him inside." "Then keep him locked up for a lifetime," Rhodey interjected. "That's impossible. The mirror magic can't exist permanently, and the mirror dimension can be broken. Although it requires a lot of energy, this guy inside just happens to possess the power to break through dimensions." Wong directly dismissed Rhodey's suggestion, then looked seriously at everyone. "That robot has 2 Infinity Stones. Just one of those can destroy the Earth. Keeping him trapped is only temporary. Once he discovers the weak point of the space, he can easily break the barrier and escape. So, you may have to go in and deal with him." Captain Steve took a deep breath. Although he had been easily controlled before, he still wouldn't be afraid to face this powerful enemy again. "Exactly, but don't rush. This time, we will give you some help." Stephen turned to look at Wong, and the two nodded at each other. Amidst the astonished gazes of the Avengers, they formed a magic seal. The blessing of Vishanti protects you from the harm of illusions. The blessing of Claire shields you from the mind control of evil gods. The wrath of Cybros grants you power beyond yourselves, and the sigh of Melina bestows you with vibrant life. As each spell was uttered from Wong and Stephen's mouths, layers of magical inscriptions continuously appeared on the surface of the Avengers' bodies. Chapter 87. Let's change the scene as layers of magical protections enveloped them. The Avengers felt a surge of power within themselves. Is it the power of magic? How interesting. Jarvis, can you analyze the energy components? Sorry, sir. Aside from a few negative ions and gamma energy, the other energy forms do not match any known elemental compositions. Tony Stark had immediately instructed Jarvis to scan and record the energy produced by these magical protections as soon as they took effect. When he heard that the energy manifested by the magic did not correspond to any existing energy elements, he was not surprised, only excited. To Tony Stark, magic was just an alternative form of science. What could be more exhilarating for an inventor than an entirely new scientific system? All right, everyone, I will open the portal to the mirror dimension. It's important to note that the mirror dimension runs parallel to the real world but does not intersect with it. Any damage caused inside will not affect the real world. Now, everyone, go all out and take down that dangerous robot. After Stephen Strange finished speaking, he looked at everyone who was ready and gave Wong a nod. He relied on the Eye of Agamotto to open the portal to the mirror dimension. It's worth mentioning that Wong's main role was to keep shifting the mirror dimension, thereby disorienting Ultron and preventing him from locating the portal opened by Stephen. This way, they would have to worry about Stephen being detected by Ultron when opening the portal, allowing them to escape through it. As the Avengers entered the mirror dimension one by one, the ruins of Harry's villa now appeared desolate. Beneath this calm surface, Harry was struggling to crawl towards the control room through the debris of the underground base. What is this? Harry stopped in his tracks as he found a rather familiar corpse lying there. It was referred to as a corpse because Kyle now looked as if he had lost his soul. Although there were no visible injuries, there was also no sign of life. When Harry first saw Kyle's figure, he was startled, as his current physical condition would make it quite difficult to deal with this guy. However, upon getting closer, he realized that Kyle was already dead. Relieved, Harry approached and tore open Kyle's collar. Don't get him wrong. He had no evil intentions towards a corpse, but he wanted to check whether his mithril metal was still there. Has it fused into one? Harry frowned as he looked at the patterns formed by the mithril metal on Kyle's half-body. He reached out to tug at it, but found it tightly bonded with no gaps, clearly having fused together. It seemed that it couldn't be separated in the short term. Harry looked up. In this underground space, the faint light was coming from some emergency lights that hadn't been damaged. Such lighting couldn't last long, and once the remaining power in these emergency lights was exhausted, the underground ruins would be plunged into darkness. At that point, not only would he be unable to find the data disk from the girl, but even getting out of here would be difficult. After hesitating for a moment, Harry decided to continue towards the control room. As for Kyle, he just made a mental note to come back and search later. The closer he got to the control room, the brighter the emergency lights became. Seeing this, Harry felt reassured. The abnormal reaction of the emergency lights indicated that someone was controlling them, and the only one who could control this was the girl, as the main body of the control room had also transformed. Fortunately, the overall structure was made of high-density alloy, even though it had been deformed by heavy objects. It hadn't completely collapsed. Pulling out a rebar mixed with concrete debris, Harry used it as a crowbar to pry open a corner of the deformed steel door, curling his body to squeeze inside. Inside, various electronic devices were damaged due to the deformation of the walls since they were mounted on them. Harry tentatively called out, "Girl, are you all right?" There was no response from the girl, so he assumed the audio lines were damaged. However, several emergency lights in the room began to flash in an orderly manner, which relieved Harry. The flickering frequency of the lights was a code sent by the girl, allowing him to understand her status. After stabilizing the light intensity, Harry approached the main control unit and retrieved an object resembling an old-fashioned hard drive. This contained the girl's mainboard data. To be cautious, he also took out a backup disk, stacking the two together and placing them in a convenient pouch above his exoskeleton joints. Having successfully retrieved the girl's data, Harry began to think about how to escape from this underground space. Exiting the control room, Harry looked up outside the range of the emergency lights. The space above was pitch dark, with no sign of any gaps. If an ordinary person were trapped underground, they would likely have to wait for an uncertain rescue. But fortunately, Harry was not an ordinary person. This underground was his base. Although most of the laboratories had collapsed, he knew that one thing should still be intact: the mech he had spent so much time and effort building. The main body of the shockwave, made of adamantium, would surely withstand the ground subsidence and heavy pressure. The control room was not far from the Shockwave's laboratory. As long as he could reach there, he could definitely escape using the capabilities of the Shockwave. While Harry was methodically implementing his self-rescue plan, the Avengers had completely entered the mirror dimension. Is this really another space? It looks completely the same as the real world. Tony looked around at the unchanged surroundings. If it weren't for the memory of entering the portal, he might have thought he hadn't moved at all. Stephen Strange did not explain this issue. He just gazed solemnly ahead. "Everyone, be careful. Ultron is coming." As soon as he finished speaking, the space ahead shattered like broken glass, scattering everywhere. Along with the explosion of space, Wong's body rolled out from within, tumbling across the ground. After shedding the enormous impact on him, he finally managed to stop, feeling as if his head was spinning. Supporting his head slightly Wong groggily said to Stephen. Good thing we got in quickly. If we had been any later, that robot would have discovered the weakness in the space. There was no time to discuss this. Chapter 88. Hawkeye, am not a marginal figurehead. A confusing little trick. Do you think you can stop me? The enraged Ultron, who had flown out from the shattered space, shot out a strong laser from his eyes, chasing after the figure of the king. Buzz. Stephen stood in front of the king, arms spread wide as he used the Seraphim shield to block the laser beam. The intense impact left 2 long marks on the ground where Stephen's feet stood. Even though Stephen had been observing Ultron for some time, he was still somewhat surprised by the opponent's strength when facing Ultron's attack head-on. The energy of the Infinity Stones was limitless, at least for someone of Stephen's caliber. The infinite power made Ultron far from weak. Instead, the Seraphim shield that Stephen had spread out began to show signs of energy instability. If this stalemate continued, Stephen would surely be unable to hold on. But don't forget, Stephen is not alone at this moment. Feel the wrath of the god of thunder. Thor roared as he threw Mjolnir, and the same scene from before repeated itself. The lightning-wrapped Mjolnir struck Ultron in the waist, knocking him back and interrupting his laser beam. Breathing heavily, Stephen withdrew the Seraphim shield and fixed his gaze on the flying Ultron, not daring to let his guard down. Ultron quickly stabilized himself after being struck by Mjolnir, and Thor called Mjolnir back. On the ground, Barton painfully took out the last round emblem he had been reluctant to use and attached it to his bow, aiming at Ultron in the distance. He drew his bow and shot an arrow into the sky. Was that arrow off target? Rod, who had been subdued by Barton's arrow earlier, was quite attentive to Barton's actions. Seeing Barton shoot again, he focused intently. However, when he noticed that Barton's arrow was not aimed at Ultron, but instead shot into the sky, he expressed his confusion. Barton glanced at Rod, the corner of his mouth curling slightly. My arrows never miss. All right, he's so full of himself, Rod thought, twitching at the corner of his eye. But he wisely kept his thoughts to himself. After dealing with Rod, Barton raised his wrist and looked at the time on his watch, silently counting in his mind, 1, 2, 3. Oh, what is that? Rod's face was one of shock. Not only Rod, but everyone else was equally astonished. A massive feathered arrow had appeared in the sky, descending vertically, and below that arrow was Ultron. Compared to that gigantic feathered arrow, Ultron seemed no larger than a grain of rice. The most shocked in the arena was Tony Stark, who was constantly glancing back and forth between the enormous feathered arrow and Barton. This technology, which magnified an object millions of times, completely broke the conventional laws of physics. Such technology was something he, Tony Stark, had never possessed or owned. How could Barton, Hawkeye, who had only ranked 5th in the last superhero rankings, possibly have such technology? Not to mention Tony Stark's shock, Ultron below the feathered arrow also changed his expression. Completely shedding the contemptuous demeanor he had while controlling the Avengers, Ultron roared, raising his hands above his head, straining to hold up the descending feathered arrow. The reality stone on his chest shone brightly, and a giant illusion of hands appeared behind him, pushing against the shaft of the arrow. For a moment, he managed to hold up the massive feathered arrow. Seeing this, Thor quickly spun Mjolnir and shot up into the sky, flying straight to the tip of the giant feathered arrow. Upon reaching the center of the arrow's tip, Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir, took a deep breath, and shouted. Raising Mjolnir high, the clouds changed color in an instant and began to spin rapidly. The swirling clouds generated a massive electric field, and the lightning flickering within it gathered around Mjolnir as the anchor point. The immeasurable high temperature and pressure, along with light radiation and powerful electromagnetic pulses, were all borne by Thor alone. Even though he was the god of thunder, controlling lightning at such intensity had exceeded his limits. The colossal high-temperature voltage made Thor's pupils emit lightning, his divine body becoming crystal clear, with every bulging vein flowing with thunder. Under this force, Thor trembled. Only a roar could alleviate the pain coursing through his body at that moment. Thor's eyes widened in anger as he exerted all his strength to bring Mjolnir closer to the ground. This so-called ground was the tip of the feathered arrow. The moment Mjolnir made contact with the ground, lightning coursed through the feathered arrow. In an instant, the gigantic feathered arrow became the thunderbolt of the heavens. ready to annihilate the world. Damn it, mere dust. The illusion behind Ultron, which was holding up the feathered arrow, was instantly shattered by the lightning, and half of Ultron's body turned charred black. It was unimaginable that his body, made of vibranium, would end up like this. The destruction from the lightning did not stop at the surface. The energy was also interfering with the Infinity Stones embedded in Ultron's body. This caused the energy circuit of the Infinity Stones to become disconnected, preventing Ultron from using the power of the Reality Stone to recreate the giant illusion for a short time. As a result, Ultron could no longer hold up the massive feathered arrow, which then crashed down into the ground. Thud! Steven swallowed the accumulated saliva in his throat and turned to the equally shocked king. Can our magic do something like this? The king, with his mouth agape, slowly closed it upon hearing Steven's words. After thinking for a moment, he replied, Master Gu, he could do it. You still need practice. The massive lightning not only caused damage to Ultron, but also shattered and evaporated the PIM particles on the feathered arrow. Without the PIM particles functioning, the feathered arrow rapidly shrank. Moreover, the weakened Thor, who was resting on the tip of the feathered arrow, also fell from the sky as the arrow shrank quickly. However, the various protective spells cast by Steven and the king were now taking effect. Melina's sai was rapidly healing Thor's injuries. This allowed Thor to adjust his body just before landing, making a smooth touchdown. Looking at Tony, who awkwardly missed catching him, Thor still smiled and said, I'm not used to being held by a man. Let's celebrate later. We need to extract those 2 Infinity Stones. Only then can we consider this guy thoroughly dealt with. Steven's words broke the slightly relaxed atmosphere. Although they had just watched Ultron being smashed into the ground by the feathered arrow, could it really be that simple to deal with him? Before Steven could approach to retrieve the stones, a burst of energy beams suddenly erupted from the giant pit in the distance. Chapter 89. Battle again. The energy beam shot into the sky, stirring up a massive cloud of dust. Vatum wind. Steven pushed forward with both hands, summoning a gigantic hurricane that blew the oncoming dust back. The beam of light slowly diminished, revealing a figure within it. Ultron looked down at his chest, where the originally bright silver metal body, connected to the energy gems patterns, was now charred and blackened. Even worse was the gaping hole in his shoulder, caused by a giant feathered arrow imbued with lightning. This damage made Ultron realize that although his body was powerful, it did not possess self-healing abilities. Ultron, who had regarded this as his divine body, was now extraordinarily angry. His perfectly fine body had not yet collected all the gems and was already in such disrepair. It had been harmed by those insignificant ants he had previously looked down upon. A tiger falling into the plains being bullied by dogs was nothing compared to this. With a murderous gaze fixed on the group of ants he had once disregarded, Ultron raised a finger. The reality gem, darkened by the lightning, burst into light, and countless phantom arrows filled the sky behind him. Seeing this, Steven quickly shouted, "Gather together." It was clear that Ultron was about to unleash a powerful attack, and the scattered shields and blessings would be difficult to resist. Thus, everyone needed to come together to release a large defensive spell. Wall of size. The king's veins bulged as he plunged his hands into the ground. The earth surged and rippled, and a massive wall, as black as Mount Tai, rose from the ground to block everyone. The dense rain of energy arrows bombarded down. Each phantom arrow contained energy comparable to a 100mm depleted uranium round. Under such a barrage, the wall of size supported by the king shattered in an instant. "Steven!" The king roared, looking at Steven, whose face had turned serious as he changed hand gestures, causing the environment in the mirror space to shift. The world spun like a kaleidoscope, causing Ultron's attack to go awry. Meanwhile, Steven and the others also found themselves transported to another location. Floating in the air, Ultron was unaffected. However, the spatial shift made his attack miss, which frustrated him greatly. "Everyone, we need to work together now," Steven said gravely. Although the previous attack had caused damage to Ultron, it was still far from enough to defeat him. Easton's mental link allowed everyone to be in sync. They quickly understood what Steven was thinking without needing words. They spread out once again, refocusing on Ultron, who launched another attack. At the same time, Steven altered the mirror's space. The surrounding space folded, and buildings on the ground lifted into the air, with streetlights being grabbed and raised as the ground folded upwards. As the streetlights aligned, Captain America, Steve, crouched on one of the poles. The folding space rushed towards Ultron, and faced with this world-appending scene, Ultron's expression turned cold as he spread his arms. Crimson energy columns shot out from Ultron, centered around him, and surprisingly resisted the compressing force of the spinning space. Despite Steven increasing his magical output, he could not push any further, but this distance was sufficient. Captain America took a few steps back, using the momentum to leap from the streetlight pole. In midair, he threw his shield, which spun directly towards Ultron's head. Did you think you could resist this attack while dealing with the spatial compression? Ultron sneered, his eyes shooting golden lasers. The lasers struck the shield, and just as it was about to be knocked away, Thor swooped in. The shield was not meant to attack Ultron, but to set up for the next strike. Thor swung Mjolnir down heavily onto the shield. With a hum, an invisible wave burst forth, causing Ultron to involuntarily raise his hand to shield his eyes. Meanwhile, Captain America took advantage of the moment to leap higher, propelled by Tony, and landed on Ultron's back before he could react. Steve thrust his hands under Ultron's armpits, locking tightly around his neck, creating an unbreakable hold. Of course, this was only effective against normal humans. Facing Ultron's vibranium body, this hold was far from unbreakable. Ultron retracted his arms, attempting to break free from the hold. If it weren't for the magical protections that Steven and the King had previously cast, Captain America might have already been forced to release his grip. But now, he whispered in Ultron's ear, "I can outlast you all day." Ultron roared in anger, and the energy columns countering the spatial compression were also canceled. Unable to tolerate being insulted by such ants, Ultron decided to focus all his energy on eliminating this annoying pest. But the current situation was that the Avengers were working together. Steve was not alone. Just as Ultron was about to grab Steve, Tony and Rhodey arrived, each grabbing one of Ultron's arms and pulling it straight, preventing Ultron from interfering with Steve. Compared to Tony's armor, the Iron Patriot's performance was still from the previous generation. Both its capabilities and energy were significantly inferior, which led to Iron Patriot being ineffective against Ultron, and he was thrown aside. However, just as Rhodey was flung away, Thor immediately stepped in. As the second strongest in the entire Avengers team, Thor could completely restrain one of Ultron's arms by himself. "Rhodey, come help me." Tony, also struggling to hold on, called out urgently as he saw Rhodey flying back. Rhodey flew to Tony's side, and together they grabbed Ultron's arm. Thus, Ultron was restrained in a large X shape by 4 people. "Wanda, it's up to you. The energy level within you is very high. Feel that power and unleash it to strip away those 2 Infinity Stones." In the mental link, Steven shouted to Wanda. Given Ultron's hard body and the powerful corrosive force of the Infinity Stones, only Thor and Wanda could endure it. With Thor restraining Ultron, the task of stripping the stones had to be entrusted to Wanda. Steven raised his hands, and the ground beneath Wanda rose, elevating until it was level with Ultron. Staring directly at Ultron, Wanda's palms were drenched in cold sweat. The immense power Ultron had displayed previously left a deep impression on her. Now, facing Ultron directly, even though he was already restrained, Wanda still felt nervous. "Hurry, we can't hold on much longer," Tony shouted anxiously, seeing that Wanda had yet to make a move. The energy of his armor was continuously depleting, making Tony more acutely aware of their limits than anyone else. Chapter 90. Mistake. Wanda took a deep breath, mustering her spirit, and slowly brought her hands, infused with chaotic magic, closer to Ultron's chest. No. Ultron struggled, but his limbs were firmly locked, preventing him from utilizing the power of the Reality Stone. The power of the Mind Stone itself was also neutralized by the existence of the Mind Chain, making it impossible for him to affect these people. This left Ultron helplessly watching as Wanda used her magic to peel the Reality Stone from his body. "How could I lose to you?" Ultron was furious, his eyes bursting with laser beams beyond anything he had shown before. Steven wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The chaotic magic within Wanda instinctively protected her, saving her from fatal danger, but she was still knocked away by the force. Seeing Wanda being sent flying, Thor was taken aback and quickly reached out to finish what Wanda had started. But as he pulled out one hand, he underestimated Ultron's strength. With his center of gravity shifted, Thor could not suppress one of Ultron's arms, which Ultron broke free from. At this point, it was too late for Thor to return and relock that arm. With one arm free, Ultron immediately harnessed the power of the stones and unleashed an attack on Thor. After knocking Thor away, he targeted Rhodey and Tony, firing 2 energy blasts at each of them. Having freed his arms, Ultron roared as he broke Steve's hands that were locked around his neck. You think you could take a whole day? You cannot do that. Ultron lifted Steve in front of him and delivered a heavy headbutt to Steve's forehead, driving him into the ground. Damn, the opportunity was missed. Steven watched the situation deteriorate and couldn't help but exclaim. If it weren't for the time constraint, he would have observed the future before making a corresponding decision. After breaking free, Ultron did not linger, rapidly ascending into the clouds. Watching this scene, both Wong and Steven looked very grim. Was Ultron's action a sign that he had discovered the limitations of the mirror space? After all, the mirror space was just an alternate dimension. It was different from real space and had an end. The flat space could be used by Steven to confuse the enemy, but he could not manipulate vertical space. Ultron flew higher and higher until he stopped just before breaking through the atmosphere. His gaze surveyed the empty environment, and, as he extended his hands, ripples appeared in the seemingly invisible space. Ultron understood that this was the barrier of space. Finding the location of the barrier, Ultron no longer hesitated. The Mind Stone on his forehead shot out a beam of energy, striking that barrier. Fighting in this space controlled by that sorcerer was highly unfavorable for Ultron. The terrain of the space could be manipulated by the opponent, reducing the power he could exert significantly. Once he left this space, the influence of that damned sorcerer would be greatly diminished. Where'd he go? Tony flew back, unable to see Ultron, and asked the 2 sorcerers who were looking up at the sky. He found the node of the space and is breaking it, returning to the real world. Steven's eyes could not see through, but that did not mean he did not know what Ultron was doing. When the barrier of the mirror space was attacked, as the one who expanded the mirror space, Steven naturally sensed it. However, he couldn't think of a way to stop Ultron now. The node in the sky was high up in the atmosphere, and he couldn't fly up there. Even if he could, he probably couldn't stop Ultron with just his own strength. Ultron's energy continued to output, and the node of space was disturbed by this overwhelming energy, causing the ripples in space to gradually expand. The range even spread from the sky to the ground. What's going on? Rhodey asked in confusion. Steven sighed. It looks like the mirror space is about to break. Crack. Cough, cough, so much dust. The debris blocking the lab door fell, causing a lot of dust to be kicked up, which Harry inhaled, leading him to cough nonstop. After waving his hands in front of him to disperse the dust, Harry's gaze fixed on the center of the lab. The 3-meter-tall mech, Quake, was half buried in the ground, with only its upper body exposed. Harry crawled over, standing next to Quake, and took out the motherboard hard drive of the AI from the convenient pocket on its leg. The brain design of Quake was originally an independent information processor, so it had space and access points for a hard drive. Once the AI's data motherboard was installed, Quake's pupils lit up, clearly indicating that the AI had taken over Quake's control system. With the AI's control, Quake was officially activated, and the AI commanded Quake to pull itself out of the debris. Once Quake's entire body was out of the wreckage, the drive compartment opened, allowing Harry to enter. The sounds of cracking continued, and dense cracks began to appear around the mirror space. Finally, with a loud crack, the entire mirror space shattered completely. The moonlight spilled onto Ultron's face. But the space that had been in the atmosphere in the mirror space only revealed an altitude of about 600 or 700 meters due to its collapse. Feeling the gentle breeze in the air, Ultron realized he had finally escaped that damned space. This time, without that annoying space shifting, "I'm coming for you." With this thought in mind, Ultron's movements were not hesitant as he once again gathered a dense array of phantom arrows. Seeing Ultron preparing to attack like before, Steven gritted his teeth, and the magical energy in his hands shifted from yellow to green. Wong recognized the color of the magic and immediately understood what Steven was about to do. He hurriedly interjected, "You can't. It's not time to use time magic yet." Strange. Don't forget, those who toy with time will ultimately be toyed with by time. There was no time to worry about that. If I don't do this, I want to be able to withstand this attack. No, you're wrong. Defensive magic may be hard to resist, but teleportation magic can. Facing the dense phantom arrows raining down, Wong drew a sizable circle in front of him. Once the circle was completed, he pushed his hand outward, instantly enlarging the portal. After doing all this, Wong turned to Stephen and said, "Open a connecting portal so we can return this to him." Upon hearing this, Stephen created a portal above Ultron's head. The dense energy phantom arrows flowed into the portal Wong opened and came out of the portal Stephen opened. Just like that, every single one of them was returned to Ultron. Chapter 91. The end of the road, the dense rain of arrows was returned to Ultron by Stephen's portal. This unexpected scene surprised Ultron slightly, but he quickly devised a countermeasure. The gem in his chest activated, and the arrows behind him instantly transformed into a pile of harmless bubbles. Why didn't I use this move before and just took it head on? Ultron wondered why he hadn't reacted this way earlier, but there was no time to ponder further. The Avengers, having reorganized their tactics, launched another attack, this time led by Tony and Barton. Barton crouched on Tony's back as Tony took to the skies, charging directly at Ultron's face. As they got closer, Tony fired a concentrated beam from his chest at Ultron, who stood his ground and countered with lasers shot from his eyes. The two thin lasers surprisingly held back the robust beam, even sending it back towards Tony. At that moment, Barton, who was lying on Tony's back, revealed himself and shot a specially prepared arrow at Ultron. While Ultron was busy countering Tony's beam, he also had to divide his attention to catch Barton's arrow. With a snap, Ultron broke the arrow, but the moment it shattered, it erupted into a cloud of purple smoke. Seizing the opportunity, Tony activated the reverse engine to pull himself out of the beam's path. Without an opponent to counter, Ultron's laser shot unimpeded into the distance. Under the cover of the purple smoke, Stephen pulled with both hands, shouting the incantation for the Crimson Chains of Sidorak. Several crimson chains inscribed with runes flew from Stephen's palms, targeting Ultron within the smoke. Once the chains wrapped around Ultron's limbs, Stephen swung the end of the chains. Each chain was caught by the Avengers, with Thor and Steve each controlling one, while the others paired up to grab the remaining chains. The crimson chains did more than just bind. The mysterious runes on the chains continuously absorbed the power of the Infinity Stones, meaning that enemies bound by these chains would also lose their defensive capabilities as their magical energy was drained. However, Ultron possessed 2 Infinity Stones in his body, and with just one stone holding nearly infinite energy, having 2 made the chains draining effect largely ineffective, merely making the chains more solid and robust. The task of extracting the stones still fell to Wanda. Covering the wound on her arm, Wanda looked grimly at Ultron, who was locked in midair. Though his limbs were restrained, his head remained unblocked. His eyes could still fire lasers, and Wanda, having been knocked away by those lasers before due to carelessness, did not want to make the same mistake again. "Wanda, don't be afraid. I'll block his eyes," Tony said just before his body was thrown to the side by Ultron's force. If it weren't for Rhodey being there, Ultron might have already broken free of one of the chains. Clearly, Tony's words were not trustworthy, and Wanda ignored the unreliable Tony Stark. Gathering her courage, she thought about how to resist Ultron's laser eyes with her chaotic magic. Before she could advance, the ground suddenly began to shake. Something was emerging from below. Tony looked down at the ground, and the helmet's scanning device could only detect a sizable object rapidly rising, but could not identify what it was. "You don't need to say it. We can all feel it," Steve said, gripping the chains tightly, unsure of whether the emerging object was friend or foe. Boom! A massive drill burst through the ground not far from the Avengers. After breaking through the surface, the drill stopped spinning and then split apart. It then became clear that it was not a drill at all, but rather 2 mechanical hands that twisted together. As the 2 mechanical hands opened up, they widened the hole that had been drilled. After completing this action, the mechanical hands pressed down and pulled the connected mechanical body out from the ground. Harry, the tremor hadn't fully manifested, so some parts remained hollow, allowing a view inside, and Thor saw Harry Kina within. Tony was also delighted. Harry's appearance indicated that he was definitely not an enemy. Moreover, considering the nearly 3-meter-tall mech, it was certainly not inferior to the Ironmonger. It might even be a powerful ally. "Harry, you're just in time. We need your help," Tony shouted, signaling Harry to come over and hold Ultron's head down. Naturally, Harry was happy to help deal with the culprit who had destroyed his estate. He rushed forward and grabbed Ultron's head. If Ultron weren't made of vibranium, Harry's mech, powered by vibrational flow pressure, could have easily crushed even chromolybdenum steel. Ultron's head resisted being held down, and his eyes immediately emitted intense laser beams. However, the previously unstoppable beams could not break through the mechanical hands covering his head. Harry had spent a lot of money creating a new combat mech made of adamantium, second only to vibranium. If something as trivial as a laser beam, which didn't even reach temperatures of 100,000 degrees, were to pierce through it, Harry would probably cry himself to sleep at night. With no worries behind her, Wanda propelled herself forward using her magic, and chaotic energy gathered between her hands, once again enveloping the Reality Stone. The process of extracting the stone was far more arduous than she had imagined. After just a brief struggle with the stone, she was already covered in sweat, and this was just one stone. Fortunately, after a prolonged standoff, the stone embedded in Ultron's chest finally showed some looseness. Seeing this, Wanda immediately pressed on, increasing the output of her chaotic magic. Clang! Suddenly, a wave of energy radiated out, causing everyone holding the crimson chains to sway left and right. The Reality Stone was pulled free, and the energy wave was a result of the energy field generated during the extraction, similar to the current released during a short circuit. Wong. As Steven began to speak, Wong had already taken a square black wooden box from his pocket. As Steve called out, he threw the box. The thrown box seemed to have an attractive force, pulling the floating Reality Stone that was continuously releasing energy into the box. A box specifically designed for mages to collect Infinity Stones was certainly not an ordinary box. The moment the stone entered the box, it severed its connection with the Mind Stone. Chapter 92. The storm calms. No. Ultron roared in anger, having lost contact with the Reality Stone. But it was all in vain. Without a stone, he was even less able to resist. "Do you need a break?" Steven, relieved by the removal of the stone, began to worry about Wanda's condition. Though exhausted, Wanda shook her head, her gaze resolute as she looked at Ultron. "No, there will be time to rest later." With that, she steeled herself and began to control her magic, preparing to extract the Mind Stone. As the crisis approached, the Mind Stone struggled in every possible way. Even the mind control ability, which had been rendered useless by magic before, was used in desperation. However, what was initially thought to be a futile action unexpectedly had an effect. Harry, who had just emerged from the ground, was not affected by Steven's mind link, which meant he couldn't resist the mind control. Ultron's desperate struggle inadvertently earned him a glimmer of hope. The mechanical hand gripping Ultron's head loosened, and Steven realized something was wrong. Not good. That kid didn't give him magical protection. He's under control. Controlled, Harry's mech swung its mechanical hand towards Thor. Fortunately, Thor was nearest to Harry, and as soon as he saw Harry release his grip, he sensed something was wrong and quickly wrapped the crimson chains around Mjolnir. Harry struck Thor with a powerful blow. Ultron, who wanted to take this opportunity to escape, found it even harder to move without one person. Turning his head, he realized the hammer wrapped in crimson chains had fallen to the ground. From a distance, Thor, who had propped himself up, immediately focused on Ultron, noticing that he hadn't escaped, and smiled. However, that smile quickly faded as he realized why he hadn't done this sooner. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Ultron immediately commanded Harry to attack the other Avengers holding the chains. As Harry's mech was about to attack Barton, Thor, who had freed himself, rushed up to block Harry's mech. Struggling to hold it back, Thor couldn't help but curse under his breath. "I just hate this damn technology. It makes my centuries of growth feel wasted." "Thor, use lightning. The strong stimulus will interrupt the Mind Stone's control," Steven shouted, seeing success within reach. He didn't want any hiccups now. "Got it, sorry kid," Thor replied, his body crackling with electricity. He was careful not to unleash too much power, fearing irreversible damage to Harry. Due to being a half-finished product, the mech didn't have good insulation, unlike Tony's armor, which could absorb and dissipate electricity. Thor gradually controlled the current until Harry was completely stunned, then immediately withdrew the crackling electricity. With Harry down and no one left to control, Ultron fell into a desperate situation again. Meanwhile, Thor grinned, twisting his neck and maliciously approaching the immobilized Ultron. "It's time to settle the score," Thor said, reaching directly for the Infinity Stone on Ultron's head. Wanda, who had been replaced by Thor, said nothing. Since Thor wanted to personally take the stone, she had time to recover her strength. Previously, it was mentioned that only Wanda and Thor could withstand the power of the Infinity Stones. So Thor didn't need any protection to touch the stone. His movements were not as delicate as Wanda's. He crudely grabbed the stone with such force that Ultron let out a pained howl. However, Ultron's suffering didn't last long. Unable to remove the stone in a short time, Thor unleashed his godly power, and with a sudden burst of strength, he forcibly extracted the Mind Stone. With the loss of the Infinity Stone, Ultron's surface color instantly faded, transforming into a silver, silicon-based life form, or rather, a corpse. Gripping the Mind Stone and feeling its hardness, Thor sighed helplessly. If possible, he would have liked to crush this harmful thing, but the force he had just tested made him realize that it was impossible to shatter it. With 2 stones removed, Ultron fell into a state of no-life signs, and Stephen lifted the spell. The Avengers finally let out a sigh of relief. As if it were the end of every movie, just after they resolved the problem, the police arrived late. However, before these officers could enter, they were called back by a phone call from headquarters. Although Fury could no longer appear in front of everyone, he could still command the current S.H.I.E.L.D. leaders to obey him and, in the name of S.H.I.E.L.D., stop the police. "Deputy Director, are we just leaving? We waited so long, finally seeing some action, and now we leave without doing anything? This greatly impacts our precinct," complained a portly officer beside George Stacy. Having just answered the phone and given the order to retreat, George Stacy glanced at this colleague with an expressionless face and said, "Obeying orders from above is all we can do." Stopping the police from entering for an investigation, Nick Fury appeared in the courtyard, looking at the surrounding mess and the many large craters, furrowing his brow. "This enemy is quite tricky, much trickier than we've encountered before," Steve replied, then looked at Thor. "Those 2 stones are too dangerous. We can't keep them safe. The stones can't be entrusted to you for safekeeping. I will find a qualified guardian in the Centaur system. As long as the 5 Infinity Stones are far enough apart, there won't be a problem. But this is our shared loot, Thor. I can't let you control these 2 Infinity Stones alone." Hearing Thor's words, Nick Fury immediately rejected him without thinking. He was not in the business of charity, keeping such powerful items for himself instead of giving them away. "The consequences of you safeguarding them, we just resolved, so I don't think you are capable of protecting the Infinity Stones properly." Thor's words left Nick Fury momentarily speechless. It was indeed hard to refute since the villains in this incident were indeed created by them. "There are 2 Infinity Stones here. I think you can take one to the Centaur system and hide it as you wish. As for the other, if you think we can be trusted, then you can hand it over to us. We will create a special place in the sanctum to protect it." Chapter 93. Aftermath. Speaking of which, I've always wanted to ask, who are you 2? Nick Fury frowned as he looked at Stephen and Wong. These 2, dressed in vintage clothing and resembling monks, left Nick Fury puzzled. As someone who often dealt with mysterious events, Nick Fury had seen his fair share of people in retro or bizarre clothing, such as vampires, but he was still unclear about the affiliations of these 2. Therefore, he regarded their sudden appearance with the vigilance characteristic of a spy. "We are the sorcerers of Kamartaj, specifically dealing with and handling matters related to the mystical side or threats to world security," Wong briefly introduced. Tony, standing nearby, nodded in understanding, realizing they were magic-oriented S.H.I.L.D. Nick Fury shot Tony a sideways glance, signaling him to be quiet, before turning to Stephen and saying, "So, you're a civilian organization. Thor, I think such matters should be handled by an authoritative official organization to be reliable and trustworthy. If I remember correctly, S.H.I.E.L.D. has officially disbanded, right? To be honest, the current S.H.I.L. D should also be considered a civilian organization, Tony interjected. Although he had fallen silent, he had a chatty buddy, Rhodey, beside him. Tony suppressed a laugh and gently nudged Rhodey with his shoulder, knowing that Rhodey wanted to say the same thing. Nick Fury's expression darkened, but due to his skin color, it was hard to tell. Before Nick could continue to argue for the ownership of the gems, Thor spoke up. Kamar-Taj is an organization that has existed in Midgard for thousands of years, led by the Ancient One, who is respected even by my father. It's fine to entrust the gems to you for safekeeping. After all, you sorcerers in Midgard possess magic that can resist the Mind Stone, so you can take care of the Mind Stone. As for the Reality Stone, I will send it to a collector in the universe for safekeeping to disperse the Infinity Stones and avoid greater disasters. Are you talking about that collector named Tyven? Harry, now awake, asked upon hearing Thor mention sending the Reality Stone to a collector. Thor was somewhat surprised that Harry knew the collector's name. After all, apart from those truly connected to the collector's powers or individuals, hardly anyone would know the collector's name. How do you know that name? Thor asked, puzzled. Realizing that the collector Thor mentioned was indeed that guy, Harry recounted how he had blown up the collector's house with the Power Stone. That said, this so-called collector is not reliable, Tony remarked. Initially, he had no strong feelings about where Thor planned to put the Reality Stone. Although he was somewhat tempted by the power of those stones, they were far too dangerous, and he didn't have full confidence in mastering them. Therefore, even though he was tempted, he had no inappropriate thoughts and even spoke against Nick when he wanted to claim the rights to safeguard these stones. The main reason was that he knew Nick was not one to be cautious. If the stones fell into his hands, they would inevitably lead to some technology mishap, creating another Ultron. He could control himself, but could not control Nick, so he would rather see such dangerous objects taken away from Earth by Thor. The Power Stone has also appeared. Thor's brow furrowed tightly, as if he could crush a fly with it. He recalled the image he had seen in the vision pool, the 6 Infinity Stones, a crisis affecting the universe, and the destruction of Asgard. The foresight of the future flashed clearly in Thor's mind, as if it were unstoppable. Not only Thor, but also Steven and Wong beside him felt the same way. One was the newly appointed Sorcerer Supreme, and the other was the Librarian of Kamar-Taj, both having seen quite a bit. Particularly Steven, who possessed the eye of Agamotto and could glimpse the future, although he couldn't foresee the distant future at the moment. A lingering sense of crisis had always hung over him. He had not understood the source of the crisis before, but now it seemed likely connected to the series of Infinity Stones manifesting. The continuous emergence of the Infinity Stones had never occurred in past history. Perhaps Kamar-Taj records had never documented such events, but there was no doubt that the appearance of such powerful, world-destroying, dangerous items one after another had plunged the calm universe into peril. Just at this moment, the Sorcerer Supreme, Wong sighed, feeling pessimistic about the future situation. Wait, is there no one who can explain to me what this Infinity Stone actually is? Nick Fury looked at these three on the same wavelength, utterly confused. He had no idea what the Infinity Stones were, nor did he understand what functions they had. So he couldn't grasp why the three of them looked like the future was doomed. This isn't the right place to discuss this. Let's go to the sanctum, Steven said, glancing around. Not far away, a group of police officers had not dispersed, and a few helicopters were flying in the sky, looking like they belonged to some news corporations. Wait, Steven, the sanctum shouldn't just be open to unrelated people, Wong interrupted, as over the years, apart from the Sorcerer Supreme, no one had ever brought ordinary people into the sanctum. Wong, you should understand what the consecutive appearances of these Infinity Stones represent. It's a crisis affecting the universe. We cannot rely solely on Kamar-Taj to prevent this crisis. We must unite more people, and these people have the potential to become our allies. Steven persuaded, but Wong still looked conflicted. But the sanctum is very important. We can't let ordinary people in. First, these people, except for that black guy, none of them are ordinary. Second, as the Sorcerer Supreme, I should have the right to bring some friends into the sanctum. All right, now that you are the Sorcerer Supreme, what you say goes. Thank you, Wong. Seeing Wong finally agree, Steven smiled, having persuaded Wong. He turned around and opened the portal to the sanctum. Hurry up. I don't want those news reporters to catch us on camera. Otherwise, I would have to use the forgetting spell, and that's a hassle. At Steven's urging, Everyone stepped into the portal. Crossing the portal, they arrived in the hall of the sanctum. The entire structure of the sanctum was imbued with magic. Although it wasn't as miraculous as the Room of Requirement from Harry Potter, it was still quite convenient. Stephen removed his cloak, and it flew to the coat rack on the second floor amidst the astonished gazes of everyone. In the sanctum, casting spells didn't require complicated gestures or incantations. Simple movements were sufficient.